Sandeep, a clear strategy from India, if in fact we get an official confirmation that this is Indian drone strikes, that civilian establishments will not be hit. It may be a bustling city like Lahore, but civilian establishments in Pakistan will not be hit, contrary to what Pakistan has been doing along the border.
Absolutely, Akshita, and this marks an escalation in India's stance as well. If it is indeed proven that it was an Indian drone that struck the HQ-9 battery, then it is that would represent a change in our stance, that we are moving on from terror infrastructure, which is the infrastructure of terrorism that we accuse Pakistan of harboring. We're moving up the ladder to targeting military infrastructure like the HQ-9 missile batteries that the Pakistan Air Force and the armed forces operate. Akshita.
Very true. So what we're seeing at this point is details emerging of the HQ-9 missile defense system being damaged, and we understand that this is a result of drone strikes. That is the confirmation we have. This has happened in Lahore as well as in Sialkot. Both locations, mind you. We've seen also as part of Operation Synindur. Near Lahore is where Muridki is, which was the LET headquarters, where you saw the strikes taking place yesterday as part of Operation Synindur. And then in Sialkot, you had bases of the Hizbul Mujahideen being targeted there as well. And what we understand is that through the night also, there's been reports of chaos, of raids, of drone strikes being reported in Lahore, and of residents saying that there were sirens going off. They could hear explosions taking place. None of this, mind you, close to civilian settlements, close to civilian establishments. But it looks like we're now seeing the Pakistan Army's air defense system going down as a result of these drone strikes. But what, Sandeep, to you, how do you read into this kind of an escalation? Previously, just terror hubs, terror hotspots, now escalated into Pakistan Army's missile defense systems, their setups essentially.
Absolutely, Akshita, again, indication, signaling from India that if you choose to strike at us, if you take that foolhardy step of trying to attack Indian military establishments, Indian military installations, as Pakistan has been building up since yesterday, that they want to, avenge Operation Synindur and all of that, this is the kind of response that you're going to get. And it's very important. Targeting surface-to-air missile batteries is the first step in a ladder of military escalation, because by hitting surface-to-air missile batteries, what you're rendering is you're punching holes in Pakistan's air defense umbrella. Pakistan has an elaborate system of air defense, AD cover as it's called. It has layered defense comprising of several kinds of missiles, starting from shoulder-launched missiles, which have a shorter range of about 5 to 7 kilometers, going all the way up to the HQ-9, which is the most capable long-range surface-to-air missile that Pakistan has in its arsenal, which is also bought from China, like many of its other new missiles, including the long-range PL-15 air-to-air missiles that Pakistan has got from China recently. So this HQ-9 represents the tip of Pakistan's air defense spear. And if these systems like this have been targeted, they've been destroyed, this opens up huge holes in Pakistan's air defense covers. That reduces its air defense cover, and it increases the pressure on the Pakistan Air Force. Let's not forget that when you have these very capable ground-launched missiles, that takes a lot of pressure off the Pakistan Air Force, that it doesn't have to do, air defense roles. It can use those air defense aircraft in other roles, like, launching air-to-ground missiles and all of those kind of things. But now when they lose these missile batteries, when they start losing them like they have today, that forces them to take aircraft. They don't have a lot of aircraft. The IAF has it's double the number of fighter aircraft that Pakistan has. So Pakistan will be pushed into a corner where they will have to decide that they have a limited number of aircraft. They will have to focus on air defense missions as well. And now the worry there in the minds of these planners will be that there is a hole over Lahore right now, where the entire 200-kilometer area that the HQ-9 was protecting is now vulnerable. And there's a possibility that Indian aircraft could punch through that this vulnerability, that will weigh very heavily on the minds of the Pakistani planners as they're looking at this situation unfolding before their very eyes, Akshita.
I suspect that the Pakistan army is in complete panic right now, trying to figure out how to counter the fact that they're effectively defenseless in the skies with their HQ-9 missile defense system going down in Lahore. Let me also bring in Geeta, because what's also important to talk about here, Geeta, is the fact that you've had repeated reminders from the government, from our forces, that this Operation Synindur is still an ongoing operation. And that was also communicated by the External Affairs Minister today.
Well, that's right. It is an ongoing operation. It started with India first, Akshita, waiting. Like Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri said, India waited for Pakistan to take action against those who supported and planned the entire terror attack in Pahalgam. And after 14 days of nothing from the Pakistani side, India decided to take action and take matters in their own hands. And that's where Operation Synindur began. And right now what we're looking at is Pakistan paying a heavy price for supporting terrorism and and it is not just this one incident. Look, when Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri was talking about it, he said it is for all the other past terror attacks as well, and that's why the key terror infrastructure and installations were hit, which is Bahawalpur, Murid-ke, Lashkar-e-Taiba, Jaish-e-Mohammed and Hizbul camps.
Yeah.
And we did expect retaliation. Interestingly, the fact that Pakistan decides to retaliate for having taken down terrorist camps, which they should have done, and then the incident in Amritsar. Therefore, it is an ongoing operation. India will be retaliating to any Pakistani misadventure. And so unless and until both sides decide to de-escalate, and the ball is indeed, Akshita, in Pakistan's court, because it is not for India to de-escalate tensions at this point in time. It is for Pakistan to do it. And unless that happens, there is going to be no stopping India from going beyond just terrorist infrastructure and looking at those who are actually behind this terrorism, behind the terror factories, which is the Pakistani establishment and the Pakistani military.
Okay, so we can confirm for you that these drone strikes have been reported in Lahore, in Sialkot as well. There are some reports that suggest it's also happened in Karachi, but we'll wait for official confirmation on that before telling you that yes, there's been a strike there too. You look at all that's been happening, Sandeep, in the last few hours in Gurdaspur, a blackout order for tonight. The missile debris that's been found in Amritsar, the fact that Pakistan has been resorting to targeting civilians along the border. It does seem to me that escalation at this point seems inevitable.
Absolutely, Akshita. It does seem, and it's already happened. It's, as you just described, it's already escalated beyond the Operation Synindur. The initial airstrikes that India has conducted yesterday over something like 500 kilometers from the northernmost targets in POK to the southernmost in southern Punjab. That's a very large geographical spread.
Yep.
Multiple targets, 9 targets across this geography, unprecedented since the 1971 war. And after that, India gave Pakistan a window of opportunity to de-escalate. But the rhetoric emerging from Pakistan suggests that Pakistan has chosen the path of military retaliation. So this is why India has taken these preemptive measures to tell the Pakistan military that if they choose to escalate the situation, this is what is going to happen. And that is the kind of messaging that we have seen. And that is one of the reasons that the government has said that Operation Synindur is now an ongoing operation. They are prepared for the Pakistan military, they're prepared for the Pakistan army, the Pakistan Air Force. Whatever they throw at us, we will be ready, we will be prepared. Our men in the air, on the ground and at sea are awaiting, they're waiting and they're watching. Their radars are switched on, their missiles are locked and loaded and waiting for that retaliation. If it comes, that will be another notch up the escalation ladder. So this is all signaling. A line has been crossed yesterday, another line has been crossed today. And we are slowly moving up the escalation ladder, and the onus of what to do next now lies with the Pakistan army. As Geeta said, the ball is in the Pakistan army's court. It can choose to de-escalate right now, or it can choose to escalate and bear the consequences.
Okay, I'll also get you more details right now that's emerging from a statement and I'll just read this out for our viewers. There's a statement that's come in from India right now. I'm just going to read it out. I think Gaurav also has those details. Gaurav, do you have that statement? Can you read it out for us?
So, Government of India is saying that on the night of 7th and 8th of May 2025, and this is extremely significant, Pakistan attempted to engage a number of military targets in northern and western India, including, and this means Pakistan had launched attempted a big strike against India, and this was in Avantapura, Srinagar, Jammu, Pathankot, Amritsar, Kapurthala, Jalandhar, Ludhiana, Anandpur, Bhatinda, Chandigarh, Nal, Falodi, Uttarlai and Bhuj, and this means all along from Jammu and Kashmir to Gujarat, Pakistan attempted a strike using drones and missiles. They were neutralized by the integrated counter UAS grid and air defense system. So Pakistan launched a massive package against India yesterday, and that was neutralized using the US grid and air defense system. The debris of these attacks have been recovered from a number of locations to prove that this was a Pakistani attack. Today morning, Indian Armed Forces targeted the air defense radars and systems at a number of locations in Pakistan. The Indian response has been in the same domain with the same intensity as Pakistan. It has been reliably learnt that an air defense system in Lahore has been neutralized. Pakistan has increased the intensity of the unprovoked firing along the line of control using mortars and heavy caliber artillery in the area of Kupwara and Baramulla, Uri, Poonch and Mender and Rajouri. 16 innocent lives, and this is very significant. Pakistani shelling has led to 16 innocent lives being lost in India, including 3 women and 5 children due to Pakistani firing. India was compelled to respond to bring mortar and artillery fire from Pakistan to a halt. The Indian Armed Forces reiterate their commitment to non-escalation, provided it is respected by the Pakistan Army. And this is a significant escalation by Pakistan last night. And look at the map, and on India Today, we will just explain this on a map. All the way from Jammu and Kashmir down to Gujarat, all along the India-Pakistan international border and the line of control, and it's about 3,500 kilometers of the border and 770 kilometers of the line of control where Pakistan attempted to strike India. That failed. India has targeted Pakistan's air defense systems and neutralized the system in Lahore.
Big breaking news that's coming in. The official confirmation now is out. We are clear. No nonsense approach. Tit for tat is what we will follow. You attack our civilians, you will get it back. You attack along the border, we will fire back. You attack our defense establishments, we will fire back again. And what this establishes is we're far, far superior, Gaurav. So if Pakistan fires at a scale of 1, they'll get it at 10.
That's exactly what is happening. You're absolutely right on this scale. External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar also told his counterpart in Iran, India does not want to escalate, but neighbors must be clear, friends must also be clear. In case there's a military response by Pakistan, it will be met with resolute response by India. And as you very rightly pointed out, militarily, India is far superior, not just along the LC, but also along the international border, whether it's the army, the navy, the air force. Overall, Pakistan's only weapon against India was terror. Even there, India has struck at the heart of Pakistan's terror infrastructure, which is in Muridke and in Bahawalpur. And information is that there have been very serious losses in the Pakistani military jihad infrastructure, including the second in command of Jaish-e-Mohammed. And we'll get you more on that story in a moment. But this is decisive action against Pakistan's state-sponsored radical Islamist terror.
So what Gaurav is referring to is Masood Azhar's brother, and the fact that he perhaps is a casualty of the strikes as part of Operation Synindur. But I just want to bring the focus again to the statement that India has put out. This is from the Ministry of Defense. The last line of the statement is crucial. It says the Indian Armed Forces reiterate their commitment to non-escalation provided it is respected by the Pakistan military. And Sandeep, as you've had time to read through that statement, the message is very clear here. Pakistan, through the night, attempted to target our military setups, our military units in northern and western India. They've listed out, of course, all the bases that were targeted by Pakistan. We managed to ensure none of that came through. We thwarted all of those bids.
Absolutely, Akshita, and this is exactly what Gaurav and me have been discussing over the past few days. We spoke about Operation Swift Retort 2.0, and this literally seems to be that. If you look at the spread of these bases through northern and western India, you have Avantipura and Srinagar right in the north, in Jammu and Kashmir, all the way down south to Bhuj in Gujarat. That's over
across
2,000 kilometers of northern and western India, and this is exactly what the Indian Armed Forces anticipated. They anticipated these strikes, and as the statement mentions, they were neutralized by the integrated counter UAS grid and air defense systems. That's very, very significant. They've not revealed the capabilities of the missiles and the radars that were used to lock on to this Swift Retort 2.0, but it's very clear that some of our most capable surface-to-air missile batteries were used to engage the enemy and to deter him from carrying out his mission. And very importantly, that last line that you mentioned, Akshita, the Indian Armed Forces reiterate their commitment to non-escalation.
Correct.
This is the de-escalation clause that's built into the statement, that even after Pakistan's escalation last night with this so-called Swift Retort 2.0, India has struck back. It's struck back with lethal force. It's, it is blunted their Pakistan Air Force's offensive. It's destroyed an HQ-9 battery, and at the same time, it is committed to non-escalation. It is asking Pakistan to de-escalate, otherwise the consequences will be terrible.
You know, Pakistan can learn a thing or two. They talk of high alert. What we did is a state of high alert, Gaurav. What Sandeep tells us, across 2,000 kilometers, multiple provocations, drones, missiles being used by Pakistan, all of that thwarted. And then we've hit back, and how?
You know, India's air defense system is actually second to none. The manner in which India has actually integrated assets both on ground, in the air, and the satellites. It's actually seamless integration. The fact that you're also able to use your platforms either you use your AWACS or you use the P-8Is. The P-8I is actually a long-range maritime reconnaissance aircraft that is used by the Indian Navy on sea for long ranges, but it's only the Indian Armed Forces, even at the time of Galwan, they were able to use it over land and to amazing effect, and to integrate all these features. Also keep in mind, after Operation Swift Retort, India was not only prepared for Swift Retort, India was also prepared, and from Swift Retort, India realized that Pakistan uses a much larger package to respond. And this time, India had wargamed, from what sources are telling India today, that they had wargamed a response not just restricted opposite Pakistan's Punjab province, but even in Sindh and even in Jammu and Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir. Not only was India prepared, India was in a position to impose costs on Pakistan and impose heavier costs on Pakistan. But since there were specific instructions from the Narendra Modi government, only those targets were neutralized that were involved in this operation, including taking down the MQ-9 battery. And there was a very specific reason why the air defense system of Pakistan has been neutralized, not just in Lahore, as the army is officially stating, but from what sources are telling India today, in a couple of other places too.
No, but why do you think that is, Gaurav? Why do you think we've targeted their missile defense systems in Lahore?
When you look at operations, you always wargame the threat matrix and the escalation of conflict. How will Pakistan escalate this? Because Pakistan's response is never proportionate. Their attempt is disproportionate, and they always realize that India is prepared to do worse in case the situation escalates. So what would Pakistan then anticipate? That India would come back with its aircraft or more, and that's the situation that they would want to ensure, that Pakistan's air defenses are neutralized should India want to go in again. The fact that it's been neutralized across a spectrum, which means Pakistan will be blind to the threat that's coming in, or it will have to use other means, which includes its fighter jets. They will have to scramble their AWACS. The Saab 2000s will have to be up in the air much longer. And in this battle of attrition, it's likely to last very long. In this battle of attrition, the more resources Pakistan uses, the lesser are the chances of its replenishment. So this is a war which is one multi-domain operations, and it's at various levels. So you also ensure that the enemy is weakened at more levels than one.
You know, the message from India is very clear. The Pakistan has no reason to worry. The Pakistan army has no reason to worry as long as you don't try to hit us. In which case, there will be a response. And the communication that's coming from the government, from the Ministry of Defence, is headlined exactly that. It says proportionate response by India. And that's the messaging here. You try to attack our military installments, we'll hit you back. You try to target our civilians along the border, we will ensure appropriate response along the border as well. We've responded to their mortar and artillery firing as well. You try to, of course, target our civilians with terrorists, terror camps also will be blown up. So India is very clear that you take the first step, then we'll take 5 steps ahead of you. You cannot afford to go ahead and target our military installations, which is why cutting across 15 areas, there were attempts by Pakistan to target our military installations. All of that thwarted, and this was neutralized. As per the statement, the Ministry of Defence has said that these attempts to engage a number of military targets were neutralized by the integrated counter-UAS grid and air defence systems. The debris of these attacks is now being recovered from a number of locations that prove the Pakistani attacks. There were pictures that came in from Amritsar that did seem to suggest that, you know, there was missile debris. And while we didn't, of course, jump to any conclusions of where it came from, it was clear that it was from Pakistan, thwarted, of course, by our air defense system. And I just want to put the focus, Gaurav, if you can also explain that to us. The integrated counter-UAS grid and air defense system, how this has actually helped in ensuring India, across the 2,000 kilometer space of 15 towns being targeted, ensured not one missile managed to hit us.
So India has a very large border with Pakistan. India has a very large maritime border, and to protect your borders, you need to be able to look on the other side of the hill, metaphorically. So, you know, once you're forewarned, you're forearmed. How do you do that? You need to have a system of radars in place, and just the ground radars, often they can be jammed. So you have multiple levels of radars on ground, aircraft in the air, unmanned aerial vehicles, satellites, and India has just tested the stratospheric airship platform, which is like a blimp at an altitude of 55,000 feet, 17 kilometers to 20 kilometers, that can stay up in the air for a week or two. While that's been tested, it can quickly, and especially in a no war, no peace situation or a conflict situation, it can quickly be deployed to keep an eye over a very large area for a sustained period of time. Aircraft have to come down, UAVs have to come down and refuel, but this blimp can stay up longer, satellites stay up longer. But all of this is integrated for the commanders to form a bigger picture, all the way from Gujarat to Jammu and Kashmir and Ladakh on ground, and of course at sea. So various assets are used simultaneously for that bigger picture to emerge.
And just compare the two for a second, if you will. Operation Synindur, where we sent across drones, missiles, hit exactly the targets we wanted. Pakistan failed completely to stop that bid. Compare that to Pakistan attempting to fire drones and missiles across a 2,000 kilometer space. Every single one of them stopped by India. And then a proportionate response by India, again which Pakistan didn't see coming, couldn't stop. 15 points last night were targeted by Pakistan, all of them thwarted by our alert forces using the air defense system that Gaurav just explained for you. One of those was in Amritsar. Asim Basi is joining us live from there. Asim, you've been reporting, showing us that missile debris. It's been confirmed that that was an attempt by Pakistan to target military installations.
Well, last night around 1:30 a.m. there was total blackout in Amritsar, and there were talks that there have been sounds have been heard, explosions have been heard. We are in a Makhanwindi village where a Pakistani missile attempted to hit, but through the Indian air defense system, it was shot down, and its debris has fallen here. You can see. We showed in the morning the visuals from very close, but now the army has cordoned off the area, and the army is in a procedure to basically defuse this the debris of this Pakistani missile. So Pakistan made an attempt to attack Indian establishments, but as the air defense system of India was very strong, all the drones and the missiles of the Pakistan were put down, and we saw then in village Jethuwal also The debris of Pakistani missiles were found in this Makhanwindi village also. The debris of Pakistani missiles were found, and in village Pandir also. So in Amritsar only 3 locations the Pakistan made an attempt, but all were put down by the Indian alert troops.
Very significant, Asim, what you point out, the manner in which India has responded to Pakistan's grave escalation. In the past 24 hours, there's been massive escalation by Pakistan when it comes to the India-Pakistan situation, when Pakistani drones and missiles attempted to target 15 Indian cities, all the way from Awantipura in Jammu and Kashmir down to Poonch in Gujarat, through Rajasthan, through Punjab. Amritsar was where debris and shrapnel have been found, but they've also been located in multiple other locations. I want to quickly bring in Shivani Sharma, our defense correspondent who's been tracking this big story. Sandeep Unithan, stay with me on this big story. Shivani, tell us more, because this is grave escalation by Pakistan and you're on ground zero in a very dangerous place in Jammu and Kashmir. Bring us details of how Pakistan is not only killing our civilians, but it's also trying to escalate this conflict in a grave manner.
Gaurav, it was being expected that Pakistan will attempt a retaliation, and the Indian forces were ready for this. And even before the Operation Synindur was being planned, this was being planned that after the retaliation attempt of Pakistan, how it will be neutralized. And 15 locations across Jammu and Kashmir, Punjab and Gujarat, they were being targeted by Pakistan, where all the successful alerts were already in place, and all these targets were neutralized. The aerial threats were engaged by India. The S-4 defense systems, we know that these are the systems that have been in place. 3 of these regiments are already in India, and they also were fired upon these aerial threats that were being targeted on the military establishments as well as on the civilian establishments inside Indian territory, to which huge response has been given now. And not only that, Gaurav, in the morning, once again, there was a loss to the air defense systems that was targeted by India. These systems have been destroyed. Now, Pakistan has no air defense systems at its borders, and it should fear that India has given a very strong message that we do not want any escalatory action, but if you ever attempt that misadventure, then we are ready for it. And that's what's been a very strong message today in this second operation against Pakistan's misadventure inside Indian territory. Meanwhile, where we are reporting from, at the LOC, the artillery gunfires have been fired by Pakistan's army. To that also, the Indian army has been retaliating and responding well in appropriate manner. Gaurav.
All right, Shivani, continue to stay with me. And Gaurav, I want to bring you in, as well as Sandeep Unithan, those visuals that are coming in clearly recorded last night of Pakistan's attempt to engage a number of military northern and western India, including, all the sites that India has given out. These visuals coming in, and our air defense system, Sandeep, coming in and at least thwarting this particular attempt of Pakistan looking to escalate the tension.
Absolutely, and what I can see there is a launch. It appears to be a launch of an S-400 missile battery. It's one of India's most advanced surface-to-air missile batteries. Preeti, it was acquired from the Russian Federation a few years ago. 5 batteries have been acquired. They've arrived in batches over the last 4 years, and this is the first combat deployment of the S-400 missile battery. It's one of the most fearsome surface-to-air missile systems in the world. It has nothing, better in any country in the world. In fact, it's a one of a kind. It's a calling card for Russia, and that explains the reason why after Balochistan 2019, India went very quickly to acquire the system, and last night it appears to have proved its worth with breaking the back of the Pakistani military offensive, the escalation that they planned against Indian targets over an entire 1,600-kilometer geographical spread from Jammu and Kashmir all the way down south to Gujarat.
And also Chandigarh, Batinda,
yes,
Bhuj, Jalandhar. Gaurav, would you want to come in? Because these visuals coming in right now, with also what Shivani said, Gaurav, that India has been successful now in thwarting the air defense systems of Pakistan. But last night, Gaurav, Pakistan has just taken the conflict to a different level when we talk about escalation, and India's made it very clear that we want it to be measured. We were very clear this was non-escalatory. But if you are going to engage us, if we are going to escalate, we're going to give it back and give it back bad. And that's exactly what's happened through the course of the last 12 hours.
Preeti, you're absolutely right. Look at the manner in which India has responded. Look at how Pakistan responded from Avantipura, which is in Kashmir, down to Poonch through the Punjab province. Pakistan is very hurt. Pakistan is very hurt because never before, except in the 71 war, and post-71, you've never targeted Pakistan's Punjab province. And this time, in Pakistan's Punjab province, Muridke and Bahawalpur. It's like striking at the heart, lungs and liver of the Pakistani military jihad complex. That's exactly what India has done with Sialkot, Muridke and Bahawalpur. If the Pakistan Army Chief has to survive in Pakistan, the only thing he could have done was launch a big package. And in India, there are many who read the Pakistani mind very well now. That jihadi Pakistani mind is something like they'll now press the suicide button. That's exactly what they attempted to do by opening up all along the international border from Jammu, Kashmir to Punjab to Rajasthan to Gujarat.
Right.
And they launched a package. India was prepared, that was neutralized. But then a message has to be given. We are not escalating, but at the same time, you're neutralizing the enemy's defenses. And that is where the Lahore, Sialkot, and I'm told 2 other places, their MQ-9 systems have been taken down, their air defense systems have been taken down.
So India still views retaliatory, reactionary right now to Pakistan's escalation. Because yesterday, India immediately after Operation Sindoor had given out a statement saying this was a measured, importantly, a non-escalatory retaliation to Pahalgam terror attacks. And now, through the course of the night yesterday, I want to take you through the whole chronology. And Shivani, I want to bring you in, and Sandeep, you can come to you as well. What really happened, Shivani, through the course of last night? Because Pakistan clearly looking to attack India's military establishments, installations across all the way, from Jammu and Kashmir and even down south. An attempt was made. That attempt was thwarted by India's air defense system. India, of course, retaliating to that escalation, hit back. What we've been given to understand, air defense systems, Lahore has been completely neutralized. There's more information coming in, and all of this is also a responsible press release that India seemingly has given out. Can you take us through, Shivani, the course, the chronology of events since last night?
Preeti, you remember it all started with Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif's address to his nation, where he had clearly given a signal and warned India that Pakistan is going to retaliate to what India is calling just an act against terror, Operation Sindoor. And yesterday itself, Pakistan tried to engage 15 locations, military as well as civil locations in India, spanning around from Jammu, Srinagar to Punjab, Gujarat, Bhuj, all these areas. There are a list of 15 such areas that have been named by this release by the MOD, where it has been specified that Pakistan tried to engage with the military assets out here. It sent aerial targets out here, and all of them were neutralized within no time with our superb counter air defense system, along with which is a combination of the counter drone systems as well as the S-400 air defense systems that were also activated along all these locations, Preeti. And then in the morning, India activated its armed forces were activated, and the air defense systems of Pakistan close to Lahore and Sialkot were destroyed. So this was an attempt by Pakistan to retaliate and to escalate this matter after Operation Sindoor, to which it has been given a befitting response, a big response, a second blow in a matter of 2 days. It will not forget, Preeti.
Sandeep, the Operation Sindoor clearly not over now, moving into its second phase, because if we actually look at it, the latest figures coming in, and that's the unfortunate part, because Pakistan is now hitting out at Indian civilians. They're very clear. It's a clear attempt to do so along the LOC. The figure with what it stands right now of Indian civilian lives that have been lost includes, viewers, 5 children. We've lost 16 lives to Pakistan now attacking Indian civilians. 3 women and 5 children include these 16 innocent lives that have been taken. At the back of this, Sandeep, at the back of Pakistan now clearly escalating, India might have thwarted that attempt. Where do you see this operation going?
Well, Preeti, you know, as the Foreign Secretary mentioned yesterday, the statement marked a closure to Operation Synindur. He said that, look, this is non-escalatory. They give Pakistan, a window of opportunity to de-escalate the situation, but they clearly did not do that, because the statements that emerged from Pakistan last night, including Prime Minister Shahbaz Sharif's late-night address, suggested that Pakistan was deeply hurt by these attacks. As Gaurav has described in great detail, they were through the length and breadth of Pakistan. It was not just one target, as was struck in Balochistan in 2019. It was multiple targets, 9 targets across Pakistan-occupied Kashmir and Pakistan's Punjab province. The Pakistan military was hurt, deeply hurt, severe loss of face, and they had no option, it seems, but to strike, to escalate and carry out this so-called Swift Retort 2.0 exercise over 1,600 kilometers of Indian territory from Jammu and Kashmir to Gujarat. But fortunately for us, we had the S-400 missile batteries. We have a very capable counter-UAS grid. We have IACCS, the Integrated Air Defense System, which is absolutely impenetrable. It looks like the way these attacks were beaten back, Preeti, it suggests, operational readiness of a very high order. India had war-gamed this eventuality from happening, and it has beaten these attacks back as soon as they unfolded. Now the dots are beginning to connect, Preeti, with this statement from the Ministry of Defense that Pakistan's bid to escalate was negated, and a proportionate response, interesting choice of words, proportionate response by India. We not only neutralized this attack against possibly military installations, we don't know if they did try to attack military installations, but the locations seem to suggest all of these 15 locations are the locations of Indian Air Force bases, very critical strategic air bases on the Western Command and the IAF's Western and the Southern Command, Southwestern.
It's there in the press statement, Sandeep, that Pakistan attempted to engage a number of military targets in India.
Yes, and all of these military targets could be air bases in all of these locations. This is what we've been
Gaurav, I'm going to bring you in, but just before I bring you in, because there's another important part that has been mentioned, and I want to bring in Asim Bassi, who's been reporting from Amritsar, because Asim Bassi, last night there were sounds which had scared the civilian population in Amritsar. It was reported through the course of the night, but what really was happening, Asim Bassi, was an attempt to target certain installations was being thwarted by India's air defense system, and successfully so, and possibly that was the sound. But the latest coming in is also, Asim, that the Indian government has made it very clear that there is actual proof, because there is debris that is scattered across, and Amritsar is one place where debris of Pakistan missiles looking to attack India have been found.
Last night also we were up when the blackout was done in Amritsar, and explosions were heard. And this morning, India today was the first to come and reach out to the villages of Jethuwal, Makhanwindi and Pandher, where the debris of Pakistani missiles and Pakistani drones were found. Behind me, this is village Makhanwindi. I'll show you from the ground zero that over there the explosive, the big missile explosive, was found in a field, and the army has now started the procedure to defuse it. The attempt was made, and after 1:30 a.m. only, the entire city was blacked out. And from today, as part of the precaution, from today, look at the heightened tension. From today, Gurdaspur is on blackout for an indefinite period. So last night, whatever attempts Pakistani made, the Indian defense worked very hard to basically put them down, and the debris of Pakistani misadventure, Pakistani missiles are all over in Amritsar villages, be it Pandher, be it Makhanwindi, be it Jethuwal. So we reported, we showed how big these kind of missiles were. They were scattered in the fields. But fortunately, which was fortunate for the villagers, there was no casualty, no injury, and all the debris fell in the fields. But Indian troops were very alert to take on these Pakistani missiles and drones. Otherwise, they could have been damaged. But basically good effort of the Indian troops helped save a lot of lives. But Pakistan has been given a befitting reply, a strong message that if it engages in such kind of misadventure, the Indian troops are ready, be it any time, to hit them back. Yeah.
Superb response by the Indian Armed Forces. Gaurav, I want to bring you in because I want to once again reflect on the press release given by the Ministry of Defence, because at this point of time, every word that that the MOD puts in to that press release is of importance. If yesterday there were two words that are of deep consequence measured in non-escalatory, today, once again, that India wasn't looking to escalate the crisis is important. And the other big word that one needs to underline again, and I think this is going to send a huge message to across the border to Pakistan, is when India says proportionate, that Pakistan tried to escalate and India gave a proportionate response. So India is now not going to shy off giving a proportionate response, which clearly seems to suggest with what we've seen not happen in India, because India's air defense system thwarted the attack of Pakistan, but we've given Pakistan a bloody nose, be it Sialkot or Lahore.
Preeti, Pakistan's attempt were devious. Pakistan's attempt was massive provocation, massive escalation. I'll tell you why. Had Pakistan succeeded in hitting any of these military targets, they're all very major military targets that Pakistan attempted. Take, for example, the one in Northern Command. Pakistan was attempting to hit us at Avantipura. Avantipura is one of the most sensitive Indian Air Force air bases, and it has other assets that are there for surveillance and for reconnaissance. So Avantipura was a target. Srinagar was a target. Srinagar, Pakistan has attempted to target right from 1947-48, and they failed each time. 65, 71. They've attempted Srinagar each time. They attempted Srinagar during the Kargil war, and they attempted Srinagar last night. Jammu, very sensitive airbase. Pathankot, very sensitive military station. In fact, Pathankot and Mamoon are virtually one of the most important military bases of India. Come down to Amritsar, very, very significant airbase of the Indian Air Force. Then you, of course, come to Kapurthala, Jalandhar, Ludhiana. Adampur is a frontline fighter airbase of the Indian Air Force. Bhatinda, very significant base. Chandigarh, Chandi Mandir is actually the Western Army Command. Nal is a very major Indian Air Force base that Pakistan attempted to target, as it did Uttarlai and Bhuj. So look at the targets that Pakistan is choosing to target or attempting to target. It wants to escalate in a big way. This is General Asim Munir's mind. He is provoking India into an attack. What did India do? India not only ensured through the S-400 systems, which is in a way, and look at it through the Indian philosophy, the Sudarshan Chakra. The moment Yogeshwar Sri Krishna uses the Sudarshan Chakra, the adversary is down. So the S-400 ensured that the adversary was down in this instance, but you also had your AWACS, your eyes in the skies, up in the sky. You had your fighter jets up in the sky. You had the P-8I, the long-range maritime missile-based drone launch site in Pakistan is manned. The moment they launch, they are seen, and that is why they failed. The attempt was severe. The response restrained but punitive, because now Pakistan does not have air defense. Their systems have been taken down in Lahore. From what sources say, Rawalpindi and two other locations, which would make Pakistan's India border very vulnerable as far as Pakistan is concerned.
Gaurav, I'm going to come back to you in what it really, means from here on, because clearly India, without wanting to be, now is in Operation 2.0, because India had done what it had to do, and Pakistan escalating the situation, India turning around, giving a befitting, proportionate response, and Pakistan will now react as well, even though their air defense systems in Lahore, Sialkot are destroyed. But I want to cut across to Shivani, who's also been reporting, because Shivani, to neutralize the air defense system in Lahore and Sialkot, Harpy drones were being used. Can you give us more details coming in on them?
Right, Preeti, the Harpy drones that are the Israeli drones that are with the Indian Armed Forces, they were used to damage these air defense systems of Pakistan, and this has caused severe damages, the reports of which have already been coming since morning. We've seen that these assets were targeted by Indian Armed Forces because after the threat
Shivani, stay with me. I just want to give our viewers some context. What we're, while Shivani speaks on the Harpy drones that were used to neutralize the ADS, air defense systems in Lahore, Sialkot, on your television picture, satellite imagery coming in off Lahore, the airbase there and the damage done by these Harpy drones. Go ahead, Shivani. Make your point.
See, these drones are specifically used to suppress the enemy air defense systems, and they were launched yesterday. In fact, in the morning today, after yesterday's misadventure by Pakistan, and they have severely damaged the Lahore air defense systems in Pakistan, as well as the air defense systems of Pakistan in Sialkot areas and multiple other locations, of which we've been getting reports. Preeti, these are the Israeli drones that are with the Indian Armed Forces, and they were utilized and they were pressed into action today morning after yesterday's misadventure by Pakistan. And there have been severe losses at the Pakistan side. And when it comes to the air defense system, it is totally crippled for Pakistan. Now it doesn't have an air defense system on its side, especially in the Sialkot region, the Lahore region, and multiple other regions too. So it is evident that Pakistan's misadventure has hit itself, backfired itself. And now we have to wait and watch what kind of response comes from Pakistan, because it had been putting a lot of allegations on India since morning. Preeti, we've been giving out those reports that 12 drones were fired on its asset, but it forgot to inform and tell its own people that what it had done in the night, where it had targeted 15 military targets as well as the civil targets here in Jammu and Kashmir, Punjab and various other locations in the length of breadth of this region, which is in the proximity of Pakistan's border also, where it has been attempting ceasefire violation. In fact, 16 people have already lost their lives. So the air defense systems in Pakistan are totally damaged after Indian Armed Forces have used these Harpy drones.
Shivani, I'm going to come right back to you because we are giving in the details there of the air defense system that has been neutralized in Lahore. We're going to cut across to Ankit Kumar in just a bit, who are studying these images for us. But I want to also quickly bring in Anmol Bali from Firozpur, Punjab, viewers. One thing, kid you not, what Pakistan tried to do last night was sinister, was to launch an attack on 15 military establishments. Through the course of yesterday, Pakistan has upped the armored shelling that is taking place, artillery shelling that is taking place from on the line of control, where we have already lost 16 Indian citizens, 3 women and 5 young children to Pakistan's misadventure along the LOC. So Pakistan is already attacking India's civilian population. It tried to attack India's military establishment by trying to target its various military installations, 15 of them. Viewers, we're going to try and give you details, but India thwarted each of that attack with its ADS systems in place. Having said that, India has also said that there is enough proof of Pakistan's attempt to attack India's military installations, because there is debris of its missiles that is scattered all across the LOC, especially where Punjab is concerned. Joining me from Firozpur, Anmol Bali is in Firozpur, Punjab. All right, before we cut across to Anmol, I want to cut across to Gaurav, and we're going to go to Ankit as well. But Gaurav, would you want to reflect on these images that are coming in, satellite imagery of of how India attacked and neutralized the Lahore anti-air defense system?
Oh, absolutely, Preeti. This is extremely significant what India has done without escalating. This is imposing costs on Pakistan's military jihad complex. And how is this imposing costs on Pakistan's military jihad complex? Who better than my colleague Ankit, who's been scanning through all open source intelligence and satellite images to get you the latest on what India has done. And Ankit, take it away. It's a massive loss to Pakistan.
Well, Gaurav, thanks to one decision made by the government of Pakistan. You know, before today, Twitter or X was banned in Pakistan. You needed VPN. Today, Pakistan needed some disinformation. So what it did, it unblocked Twitter or X. Thanks to that decision, a lot of videos were posted today, right? Yes. Of those drone attacks. And again, thanks to DG ISPR, the military spokesperson, who gave all the details on the places that was attacked. Using that, a lot of Indian OSINT accounts, what they did, they geolocated the exact place. And now we know from government statement, but now we can verify the place that was attacked, is home for HQ-16 air defense system. Now what is this HQ-16 air defense system? From China, made in China. Pakistan bought this, and good people of Pakistan 1600 crore रुपए का चूना लगाया आपको. That one drone cost 1600 crore rupees that you paid to China.
तो ये 1600 करोड़ भारत का 1600 करोड़ है कि पाकिस्तान का 1600 करोड़ है?
Pakistan ka, because I'm speaking to people of Pakistan now, right? So this is what your military has not been telling you. This is what your leaders in your National Assembly have not been telling you. This is what they did to you during Kargil. This is what they did to you during all those wars. 1971 never happened. Go pull the Dawn headline, the Dawn front page of 1971. Never happened. This again never happened. Go to Google Earth. Scroll through the historical imagery. Stop on February 2022. You will find this HQ-16 battery. Go do a Google search. You will find this picture. Again do a Google search. Try to find how much does it cost you. Did the government of the day, did your military, did the DGISPR tell you what happened in Lahore today? You lost your only air defense system at this place.
And in Lahore, now Lahore is a very significant city as far as Pakistan is concerned. For the benefit of viewers who are joining us, Lahore is the core headquarters and a very important core headquarters for Pakistan Army, as is Bahawalpur. And that is why Pakistan had both Lashkar-e-Taiba and Jaish-e-Mohammed headquarters very close to their core headquarters. If the terrorists are vulnerable, minus this air defense system, even the cores are vulnerable.
And even the residents, even the family residents of the Prime Minister of Pakistan, Rawalpindi, again in Lahore. So Lahore is so critical. And to all those people in Pakistan who are saying that India is now provoking sentiments, India is the aggressor. If India wanted to use a superior air force, they could have done it. India is the one showing the restraint here. You are minus this air defense system today. You don't have this umbrella. And yet, the allegations that India is the aggressor, no. Your politicians, your military leadership is lying to you today.
That's a very significant point, Preeti, that Ankit points out. And Ankit is actually scanning very diligently every bit of what's happening in Pakistan. And clearly, Pakistan Army cannot continue to lie to their people. While they've conceded there have been some losses, they haven't given details of the extent of losses that Pakistan's air defense system has suffered.
And, you know, Gaurav, so much different than what India is, because India owns its people, it owns its losses, right? Today, we are in grief where we've lost 16 lives across the LOC, but we are giving a befitting response back. And that ownership has been taken by India, where they say that Pakistan attacked and 16 Indian lives, innocent lives, have been lost. So India takes ownership of its own there. But Gaurav, I want to bring you in because there's a larger meaning to India's retaliation right now, and a sinister warning to Pakistan this time, where it says proportionate response was given, because while Pakistan completely failed in its targets, the 15 targets that it had planned through the course of the night, and India thwarted that attempt, but India has hit exactly this early morning where it wanted to, at that ADS system, which is crucial in Lahore for the Pakistan Army, giving a very clear warning that we can hit you wherever we want and you will not be able to stop it.
You know, Preeti, you're absolutely right. India's Air Force is far superior, and especially after the acquisition of the Rafale fighter jets and the S-400 systems. When questions were being asked why India wanted to spend so much money on the S-400s or Rafales, or upgrade the Su-30 Mk9s, or continue to upgrade the other fighter jets, including the Mirages, the Jaguar deep penetration strike aircraft, this is the reason that you have two adversaries who don't play by the rules. India actually wants peace through strength. strength, and that peace through strength comes when you are able to demonstrate your superiority, your massive superiority, which we did actually at the time of the surgical strike in 2016, at the time of Balochistan airstrikes in 2019, because Pakistan air defense was completely jammed and suppressed when your fighter jets went into Pakistani occupied Kashmir and bombed across the international border. But unfortunately, that time there were those naysayers who said, proof lao, proof lao, proof lao. Now there is so much proof in 2025 that's coming from Pakistan itself that at least nobody is asking India for any proof of what has happened.
Gaurav, will you stay with me? We're getting in visuals of, you just stay with me, Gaurav. We're getting in visuals from the Lahore Cant scenes after the attack. Let's play those visuals again, viewers, because we showed you satellite imagery right now of the Lahore ADS system where it was targeted and neutralized by India. But we're going to, let's play those visuals of the Lahore Cant, images of the Lahore Cant after the attack, and we'll cut across to Shivani and Gaurav, who've also been talking about what India has actually been using, and Harpy drones in this case, Gaurav, where India used Harpy drones from Israel to neutralize the ADS system in Lahore, which is crucial for Pakistan Army.
You know, Preeti, I had Israel's ambassador to India, Reuven Azar, on the show with me on 5 Live, and he explained how India and Israel are cooperating very extensively in the war on radical Islamist terror, not just in terms of how they share the best practices, but also the best technology that's available, because this is a war where technology plays a decisive role. India's human intelligence, India's intelligence assets and network is widespread. When you hear all these sirens that are going off in Lahore, it's actually the panic in Pakistan, because when a country's air defense system is taken down, it's almost as if they've lost a major part of their protective shield. Not that Pakistan does not have other fallback measures. It is a professional army of terrorists, but even this professional army of terrorists has a fallback mechanism, and their fallback mechanism, of course, is more expensive, and it will cost them even more. Now, all these sirens that are going off in Pakistan is an indication that General Asim Munir has put Pakistan in harm's way.
Gaurav, would you stay on with me? Because we're just going to detail, once again, viewers, this is not India escalating. We've given out a responsible statement, and we've made it very, very clear that it was Pakistan who, through the course of last night, tried to escalate with a sinister plan to, what we feel, target installations which were military installations, 15 military installations. And we're thinking that it's military installations, it could very well even be civilians that the Pakistan army was trying to target. Each of that attack was thwarted by the Indian air defense system. But we're going to go across and get you more news coming in, because India response was proportionate, and India response was, unlike Pakistan, successful. Visuals coming in from Rawalpindi. Now, India, and that's the news that we are breaking, never before targeting of the Pakistan Army headquarters. India has hit back after what Pakistan tried to do, which was clearly a misadventure. India has hit at the seat of the Pakistan Army in Rawalpindi. We're going to get you on camera shots of complete chaos in Rawalpindi after India's drone strike. These are visuals. You can hear the sirens go off in Rawalpindi. You can see on your television screen fair amount of chaos as these sirens are blaring through Rawalpindi. And this was an attempt of India to deliver a very stern message to Pakistan that we can hit you where it really hurts. And Gaurav, few things would hurt Pakistan more than India hitting them at the Pakistan Army headquarters of Rawalpindi.
Preeti, you're absolutely right. You understand these issues so well, because Rawalpindi is the seat of the Pakistan Army. The Army Chief sits in Rawalpindi. General headquarters of Pakistan Army headquarters is in Rawalpindi, and that is vulnerable, and that's India's very clear message. No part of Pakistan, no part of that tiny sliver that's Pakistan. Remember when Muhammad Ali Jinnah got Pakistan, he said it's a moth-eaten country he's got, and that's exactly what Pakistan is, eaten further by the Pakistan Army over past decades. They've enriched themselves this is how they've enriched themselves. Their equipment has, to a large extent, been subpar in terms of protecting them. The fact that the air defense system has been taken down in Lahore gives you a very clear indication about how vulnerable both Rawalpindi and Islamabad, the capital of Pakistan, are. They're twin cities. It also shows you how Lahore is defenseless right now as Karachi is. So some of the biggest cities in Pakistan today are without their air defense shield. Karachi, Lahore, Islamabad, Rawalpindi. That's a major part of Pakistan that's in trouble. Balochistan is burning within, as is Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. Now Pakistan Army Chief General Asim Munir needs to think, as does Pakistan's military jihad complex, that did terror help them or it didn't help them
Gaurav, stay with me, because there are going to be global implications of Pakistan trying to escalate the conflict right now, viewers. Because India is only now retaliating, proportionately though, but there will be global consequences and they've already started to filter in. And I want to cut across to that news break. The United States of America has now issued an alert for Lahore, asking its citizens to leave or to seek shelter. Well, that is the US that is coming. There were already travel advisories since yesterday, but the latest coming in from the United States of America to its citizens in Pakistan, but specific Lahore, is leave the country or seek shelter. All of this, of course, there is going to be, a global retaliation, Gaurav. But having said that, India is not looking to escalate the crisis. India is not the aggressor here. But India will give it back proportionately every time Pakistan embarks on what clearly is a misadventure. But now you have the United States of America coming in, issuing an advisory, asking its citizens to leave Lahore or seek shelter.
Preeti, this is the biggest development that's taking place. If the United States is asking its citizens to leave Lahore or to move to a safer place, then the United States intelligence, the Central Intelligence Agency of the United States, knows something that you and I don't in public domain as of now. So the American assessment is Lahore is vulnerable. The American assessment is that Lahore could be targeted after Muridke was targeted, after Lahore's air defense system is gone. This is the first clear indication. And in case this indication also comes for Islamabad, that means foreign diplomats, they are the first to leave. They first ask the citizens to leave. They ask the non-essential staff to leave. Then they ask the essential staff to leave. They ask, are there citizens to leave a city or a state or a country? The moment they start asking their people to leave, then there is something which is brewing. And this means General Asim Munir has to be very, very careful of what he does next, because there could be massive consequences for Pakistan's military jihad complex.
Stay with me. I just want to take our viewers through what we're witnessing on our television screen right now so they just get a better understanding. On that extreme right is the Rawalpindi Stadium, viewers, and you can hear the sirens blaring there. You can see that plume of smoke. Actually, that's the Lahore Stadium, and you can see that plume of smoke rising from it. Right bang in the middle are images that were recorded from our side across the LOC. These images were recorded in Amritsar, where Pakistan tried to launch missiles and India chased down these missiles, neutralizing them with our S-4 air defense system. Right, so you get an imagery, and India then retaliated proportionately, hitting back when it came down to the air defense system, which is crucial right now for Pakistan in Lahore, neutralized it, and in Sialkot. So two splitting images on why India was forced to retaliate proportionately through the virtue of drones, Harpy drones that India used to attack these installations, which are military installations. But India's hand was forced with what happened late last night. And we'll show you that in these images, because what you see on that extreme right is Pakistan launching these missiles and India chasing down these missiles and neutralizing them. Pakistan was going to target 15 military establishments spread across India, right from Awantipura all the way down to even Chandigarh, Bhuj in Gujarat, viewers. So one can well imagine the sinister plans of Pakistan, which were derailed through the course of last night. And once India understood that this was clearly an attack on India's military establishment, that you had, on the other hand, India retaliate proportionately. But the difference is that India's attack back was successful. All right, we're going to tell you a bit and we're going to bring in Gaurav. We also have Shivani with us on India's S-4 air defense systems. The capabilities can hit multiple targets up to 400 kilometers, viewers, and that was what was deployed late last night to thwart that attempt by Pakistan on 15 Indian military establishments. Now, the S-4 systems can track 160 targets in 600 kilometer range, 72 targets up to 400 kilometer range. The type of missiles are short range 40 kilometers, medium range 120 kilometers, long range 180 kilometers. Even very long range missiles can be neutralized for up to 400 kilometers. I want to bring in Shivani because, you know, Shivani, somewhere down the line, we have to give it off to India's S-4 air defense system and the exemplary usage of that late last night to thwart that attack by Pakistan.
Preeti, the S-4 air defense systems that have been procured from Russia, they are deployed in the western border. They are also deployed on the eastern front. There are already 3 regiments of these S-4 defense systems that are deployed. And this has been an outstanding display of power by these S-400 air defense systems that were activated last night after Pakistan attempted to engage with Indian military targets, 15 of them across this whole area of the western region, starting from Srinagar to Jammu to Bhuj, multiple places in Punjab and Gujarat also, and Rajasthan also, Preeti. These S-4 systems, their air defense systems, they were activated, and in no time they neutralized whatever new threats were coming India's way. And along with this, there were several other combined systems, the grid that is there at place at the borders to counter any kind of aerial threat. So these are the unmanned the counter unmanned systems, the air threat neutralizing system that is always at place at the borders. And India has been preparing for this strategic action against Pakistan's terror nexus, the Operation Sindoor. And since then, the forces were well aware that Pakistan can retaliate and a misadventure by Pakistan was expected. And so all the more alert was there at place. We were reporting how the mock drills were being conducted, how the Indian Armed Forces were briefing the Prime Minister about the whole development of the situation. And somewhere we expected that Pakistan can once again try to retaliate and show that it has been hit hard because, you know, Pakistan has been harboring these terrorists.
And Shivani,
it has been calling them martyrs. So it was hurt. And that's why.
And the debris of Pakistan's missiles, or one can say even the debris of Pakistan's military attack late last night now is scattered across India's western coast, most of it also India's western borders with Pakistan. And Asim Basi, you're in Amritsar. Can you take us through, because there were loud noises that were heard through the course of last night. We're also going to cut across to our other reporters, and now villages where border villages are concerned in India are actually collecting that debris of those missiles of Pakistan's misadventure.
Around 1:30 a.m. what happened was that noises were heard, noises of explosions were heard, and suddenly the district administration swung into action and the entire blackout was done in the entire district. We even rushed to the airport. That was also blacked out for some time. And in the morning, we saw that in villages, the debris of Pakistani missiles and drones were found. Now also, we are in a village called Makhanwindi, and you can see behind me, the army has cordoned off that area. We were very close, showed you the exclusive that how the Pakistani missile was shot down by the Indian troops here, and it fell here. Although fortunately there was only explosion, but there was no casualty, no injury. But the kind of misadventure that Pakistan did, the villagers were panicked because this could have hit the civilians too. But they were all thankful to the Indian troops who basically used their defense to shoot down these Pakistani missiles. But I'll tell you, the situation remains critical in the border areas. From today, there will be total blackout in Gurdaspur from tonight. And yesterday also, almost Amritsar was blackout for entire night. So it was basically Pakistan's attempt to establish, to hit the military
Asim, stay on with me. So, Asim, you're in one border village where Amritsar, where the Indian Army has come in, taken over the area where Pakistan, the debris of Pakistan's missile attack is. And I want to cut across to Anmol Bali, who's in this other part of Amritsar. Anmol, lots of border villages now reporting debris of Pakistan's missiles, which were, of course, thwarted by India's air defense system. What are you picking up? Have you spoken to the villagers there?
See, Preeti, people here in villages at the borderline are tense, and also they are moving their families, they are moving out with the belongings. And here in Firozpur area, I'm at the Lakha Singhwala, the last village with the borderline, and here person from Pakistan side was neutralized by the BSF yesterday night in the wee hours at 2:30 a.m. and also he was warned when he crossed the fencing that he'll be shot down, but he tried coming forward to this side, Punjab side, and he was shot down by the BSF. So it's not not only the by the air defense, but also when the person trying to any infiltration by crossing the fencing or at the border side here at Firozpur or other border districts. So they are also being neutralized, and there was a blackout in Firozpur for 3 hours from 3 a.m. to 6 a.m. and also for today, whether the people at the border district, border villages or the administration here are trying hard for today, and also they've been preparing that if there's a need for blackout or any sort of preparation, so they are fully prepared and they are standing strong with the Indian Army and with the administration as well.
All right, Anmol, I'll come back to you, viewers. Now, the Ministry of Defence, in its second press statement ever since Operation Synindur, has also stated and unfortunate loss of Indian life where Pakistan retaliated with heavy firing, heavy shelling across the LOC, especially where Poonch was concerned, was hit the most by Pakistan's shelling, where Pakistan indiscriminately attacked civilian population, and that could be seen by houses, civilian houses being completely destroyed. And viewers, we've lost 16 lives right now. 16 Indians have been killed by Pakistan attacking civilians. 3 women and 5 young children are dead, killed by Pakistan. I want to cut across to my colleague Kamaljeet Sandhu, who's joining us from Poonch, because Kamal, it is Poonch that was the worst impacted by indiscriminate targeting of civilians by Pakistan.
Well, absolutely. And remember, this is a misadventure carried out by Pakistan. First, it started with Pahalgam on April 22nd. Thereafter, we saw how Pakistani forces have continuously targeted the civilian areas. And now what we know is their misadventure by targeting 15 towns. This is obviously all along the border, be it Jammu and Kashmir, be it cities of Punjab, and obviously targeting the defense system, vital installations. And this is where India has shown not only just the resilience, but also how the UAS counter grid system has actually worked. The air defense system, the S-400, which has been put in place. And this is where not only have they fended off that particular drone and missile attack, which happened in India, but also has been able to give them a counter attack of sorts. And the way the drones have swarmed, especially in Lahore, and obviously neutralized that particular threat in Pakistan itself. So this is where India has not only shown its military might and strength, but they have told Pakistan that enough is enough as far as their misadventures are concerned. Remember, there's an open threat coming in from their Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif. There's also an open threat coming in from the Army Chief Asim Munir. And this is where what we know is that there are preparations done both from India and Pakistan side. And this is why India could actually fend off this particular Air Force airstrike, whether be it the missiles coming in, the drones coming in. And thereafter what we know is, remember, the escalation did not happen from India's side. First, it was the Pahalgam attack, and then there was a retaliation. Remember, the terror sites which were attacked were precision strikes done. None of the civilian or military sites were hit. And then thereafter, what we know and how we've seen sequence of events take place, the targeting of civilian installations and houses.
Stay with me, Kamal, stay with me. The reason I'm just pulling away for a brief while is we're getting in visuals in the news that we are breaking right now that one of the drones that India attacked Pakistan or retaliated with a proportionate response was it hit the Rawalpindi Cricket Stadium. Rawalpindi Stadium has been damaged ahead of PSL match, India's drone strike in Pakistan at Army's seat of power. The cricket stadium is very close to the Pakistan Army headquarters, and part of that cricket stadium has also been hit. You can see a sense of chaos. You can hear sirens blaring in Rawalpindi. Those images that you see on your television screen come in from the Rawalpindi Cricket Stadium. If we still have Gaurav with us. All right, we have Ankit Kumar who is with us, who's been looking and studying the imagery, the videos that are coming in from Pakistan right now. Ankit, first, of course, we had the images of how India, through its Harpy drones, destroyed the air defense systems of Lahore, Pakistan, crucial for Lahore, and then now visual imagery coming in, not just satellite imagery, visual imagery also coming in of Rawalpindi Cricket Stadium, part of it which is apparently next to the army headquarters, been hit by India's drones. All right, we're going to try and get Ankit Kumar with us in just a short while from now, but you can see on your television screen, viewers, India has taken full responsibility of what it clearly calls a proportionate counterattack to what Pakistan tried to do through the course of late last night. So now India is in Operation Synindur second phase. You could call it Operation Synindur 2.0 because for India till yesterday it was non-escalatory, but India was very clear. Even now India says it's non-escalatory, it is responsive but proportionately responsive. Because viewers, yesterday through the course of the night after Pakistan Prime Minister's statement to the people, public address, there through the night Pakistan Army tried to hit 15 targets in India across its borders where Indian Army's military stations and other forces, crucial military bases were to be attacked. However, India's thwarted that attempt, neutralizing the attack of Pakistan. However, India then answered proportionately where Pakistan was concerned, and using Harpy drones neutralized the Lahore Air Defence Base, the Sialkot Air Defence Base, and hit the Rawalpindi headquarters, which is big because that is the seat of Pakistani army power, viewers. And India giving a sinister, clear message with just that one big statement of hitting the Rawalpindi headquarters. Part of the Rawalpindi Stadium is close to the army headquarters there, and that has also been hit. You can see on your television screen the kind of chaos, sirens blaring after the drone hit the Rawalpindi headquarters and part of the Rawalpindi Cricket Stadium. I want to cut across to Shivani, who is continues to be with us. All right, we don't have Shivani. Kamal, if you'd want to come in on the images that are filtering in from Rawalpindi, acute chaos in Rawalpindi. Rawalpindi, Kamal, for all practical purposes, where it comes down to symbolism, is one of the most vulnerable targets where Pakistan is concerned, the seat of power for the Pakistan army, and the army is all powerful in Pakistan.
Well, absolutely. The images actually show chaos, something that Pakistan had planned to do in India by targeting these 15 cities, and that is where the India's air defense system really came into action. And that is why what we've seen is not only a good defense system of India, especially along the line of control and international border, but also a counter-attack which has now taken place, which has caused enough chaos and confusion right in Pakistan. Because remember, earlier in the night, what we saw in Amritsar, in Gurdaspur, in Kapurthala, there were information coming in about explosions taking place. And that's when we actually found out quite later that there were drones and missiles being struck by Pakistan, which were obviously fended off very, very effectively. No civilian or military targets were hit. And then thereafter, what we saw was a planned precision strike as carried out by the drones. And this is where the Air Force system as well as the Indian Army paying, giving it back to Pakistan. And remember, there's a price to pay, be it Rawalpindi, be it Sialkot, be it Lahore. So there is a confusion in Pakistan. Pakistan. And remember, the emergency meeting by the armed forces at this point of time means they would be quickly planning something. Now, what we see at line of control right here is an escalation of sorts, but definitely in the next few days, this doesn't seem to hover well as far as India-Pakistan relations are concerned. Remember, India has been reiterating they're not escalating it, but definitely if you look at Pakistan...
India's made it very clear, Kamal, that you're going to hit us, we're going to respond proportionately. And India has done exactly that. Because today, viewers, you had the Pakistan Army conduct a press conference where they said that India has hit military installations in Pakistan, clearly escalating. And they were lying, viewers, because India was not escalating. India was responding. All right, more news coming in. India shoots down Pakistan missiles across 15 locations. Pakistan targets 15 military locations in India. India destroys Pakistan air defense system in Lahore. Pakistan air defense units completely reduced to shambles. Indian Air Force used the S-400 air defense system. S-400 Sudarshan Chakra shot down Pakistan missiles. So this is the news that we've been breaking and following through the course of the last 1.5 hour, viewers, because now the MOD in a responsible statement has detailed on what really went down last night, viewers, and that's the news that we've been breaking. Pakistan tried to target 15 military locations in India. It's right, if you look at, and the Indian Army has given out the details. The MOD, the Ministry of Defense, has given out those details, including Awantipura, Srinagar, Jammu, Pathankot, Amritsar, Kapurthala, Jalandhar, Ludhiana, Adampur, Bhatinda, Chandigarh, Nal, Falodi, Uttarlai, Bhuj. So one can well imagine what Pakistan had planned through the course of late last night, viewers. Each of that 15 attempt to target Indian installations were thwarted, neutralized, and India used the S-4 air defense system to neutralize this attack by Pakistan. On your television screens, you can see what right in the middle of images that were caught of India neutralizing Pakistan's attack last night. Not one of those 15 Indian locations, military establishments were touched. That's the news that we're breaking. I want to also cut across because even in the same press note by the MOD has made it very clear that Pakistan since yesterday has been targeting India's civilian population, especially across the LOC, where not just light arms, Pakistan has resorted to heavy firing ammunition across the border. Heavy artillery is being used by Pakistan and targeted to destroy innocent homes and innocent lives. India has lost 16 innocent lives in this, including 5 little children and 3 women there. And that has been confirmed, sadly, by the Indian Army. I want to cut across to Uri, where, all right, we are getting in more news breaks which are coming in. Air raid sirens have gone off in Islamabad now. That's the big news that is coming in. Lahore, Rahul, Rawalpindi, and now Islamabad. Air raid sirens have gone off in Islamabad. After Lahore, Karachi, Sialkot, it is Islamabad where one can hear air raid sirens. Pakistan's capital, Islamabad, on India's target. That's the big question. But all we can tell you right now is, viewers, and we need to underline that. We need to underline that multiple times. India is not escalating. India is only now responding and responding proportionately to the kind of attack Pakistan had tried to build through the course of last night. It's another fact that entire plan, sinister plan of Pakistan was neutralized, thwarted, but India is now giving it back proportionately. So after Lahore, after Rawalpindi, Sialkot, air raid sirens are going off in Islamabad, and that is the capital. Indian drone attacks scare in Pakistan's capital. Is Islamabad on India's target to retaliate proportionately next? Because that is the word right now coming in from Pakistan. I want to connect right now back to Kamaljeet Sandhu. All right, we have Shivani with us, Shivani Sharma, who's joining us with the latest. Shivani, what more can you add? Because Lahore, Sialkot, Rawalpindi, Army headquarters, and now sirens go off in Islamabad.
Preeti, this is a huge loss for Pakistan after its misadventure last night when it tried to intrude into the Indian borders with its whatever it was firing, missile or drones. But then all this was neutralized, and today early morning, India activated its Harpy missiles to suppress the air defense systems there. And in Lahore, we've been getting the report in Sialkot and Rawalpindi. All these bases are very important, Preeti. They all have lost their air defense systems, and Pakistan has to suffer for what it did. But the message that has been given out by India remains that we do not want any escalation. But if further any thing is done by Pakistan, we are ready for it, and the response that has been given by India.
Stay with me right there. Give me 30 seconds because we are just going to amp up the latest visuals that are coming in from Pakistan's capital, Islamabad. Viewers, you can clearly hear air raid sirens go off now. Is it just, Islamabad in panic? Is it just preparing the civilians? Is this a civic drill which is taking place, civic defense drill? We don't quite know yet, but or they're expecting something. Over to you, Shivani. Over to you, Shivani. Go ahead. All right, I think we've lost Shivani because our reporters are also who've been tracking the escalation by Pakistan, giving us a minute-to-minute account, moving location where they feel necessary. And we're going to cut across to Shivani in just a short while. But these images coming in from Islamabad, I want to also cut across viewers to Uri. And we are joined from Uri by my colleague Amit Bhardwaj, who's been tracking the damage to civilian houses, civilian establishments, because one thing is clear, Amit, that Pakistan is very clearly, since the afternoon yesterday, constantly attacking India's civilian population. We've lost 16 lives. Most of them have come from Poonch, but Uri also impacted with heavy artillery shelling coming in from across the border. India proportionately responsive. Amit, can you hear me? All right, we don't seem to have Amit Bhardwaj with us. We're going to try and connect to him just a short while from now. But viewers, after Lahore, after Sialkot, after Rawalpindi, sirens go off in the capital of Pakistan, Islamabad. I want to cut across to Kamaljeet Sandhu because Kamal, this is of great significance right now because we don't know whether this is just Pakistan in panic, Pakistan in chaos right now that we can hear military sirens go off in Islamabad, or is this a civic defense drill, or is Pakistan anticipating an attack on Islamabad?
Pakistan has to learn a lesson, and they are being paid a price. This is why what we know is one, there is security being amped up all across line of control and on international border. India has not taken it very lightly. That is why what we see a plan in place, and Operation Synindur didn't happen just immediately. So India has worked on its security plan. They knew that Pakistan would come up with something like this. And remember, we only had terror targets. They obviously attacking the civilians, and they verting back with not just fire but with artillery shells. And that is something which has happened way back in November 2003 when India-Pakistan had that ceasefire pact. Now that's been thrown in the dustbin as of now because remember, the sort of artillery shelling which has been done by Pakistan was deliberate, targeting of civilians, and then thereafter targeting of these 15 cities. What is clear is because there's ammunition, there is dump being found, there is obviously remnants of missile as well as drones being found in different parts of Punjab, which was very clear because remember the explosions were heard in Amritsar. Now that is the cultural capital of Punjab, and this is where what we know is the sinister plans of Pakistan, because it's not just Jammu and Kashmir. They have been trying to pump in not just through drones and otherwise weapons, money, trying to actually have a terror gangster network of that sort. But here it is much more sinister because remember, this is the entire line across the western border which is now facing Pakistan, where there's high alert. There are mock drills being carried out, but definitely as far as Pakistan is concerned, right now, the chaos that they wanted to witness, especially after Pahalgam attack, the sort of harmony that has existed in India. There was no sort of riots breaking out. There was no. So India has actually lived up to its reputation, but it's Pakistan which is actually breaking down in many senses the sort of chaos that we've seen on ground, and especially the defense system not being able to keep up as far as the attack by India is concerned. So remember, whether it's the mortar or the defense system which try to penetrate into the Indian hinterland, and that's what being fended off, neutralized and effectively stopped by India. And then there was an effective counter-attack which was launched by the armed forces, the S-400 being put in practice and in place, and that is why India has shown superior military strength right here, especially as both countries see escalation of tensions. But remember, India is reiterating they have not tried to escalate. It's a commensurate action as far as Indian forces are concerned, only after the trigger came in from Pakistan, and that is what has effective systems being working in place, and all whether it's the paramilitary forces or the Indian Army or the Air Force, all working in tandem, in synchronicity, and that is what we see on the ground.
Viewers, I just want to get, Kamal, stay with me. I want to quickly get our viewers up to speed. First up, what you see on your television screen, satellite images of the Lahore Air Defence Headquarters that have been completely neutralized by India's drones, Harpy drones there. And you can see the aftermath of India's drone attack on the air defense system in Lahore. This is crucial, viewers. But I want to take you through some of the big news that is coming in right now. All right, we are also getting a news break. All right, let's cut across to the latest news break that's coming in, and I'm going to get our viewers up to speed with the last few developments that one needs to take clear note of. India has repelled Pakistan's counterattack. Multiple Pakistan missiles shot down in the sky. India using S-400 anti-missile batteries. Indian strikes erase 1,600 crore Pakistan assets. Pakistan tried to hit 15 military hubs late last night, failed. India retaliated. India's hit Karachi, Lahore. Indian drones hit Pak Air Defense Systems. On camera, S-400 missile defense in action. 15 Pakistan attack bids across 2,000-kilometer fault. Now, these are visuals coming in from Lahore. All right, we're going to try and get in our viewers with the latest that's coming in. All right, I want to cut across right now immediately. We're going to get our viewers a larger understanding on what this visual is. Just give us about 10 seconds. These visuals coming in, we're going to get our viewers a larger understanding where we are getting these visuals from. But I want to cut across right now to my colleague Amit Bhardwaj, who's joining us from Uri, because while, viewers, all of this is taking place in Pakistan trying to attack India through the course of the night, 15 locations spread across 2,000 kilometers, completely foiled, thwarted, neutralized by India. But India now attacking Pakistan through drones as a proportionate retaliatory attack and succeeding. Karachi, Lahore, Islamabad, Rawalpindi, and now sirens are going off in Islamabad. But all along this, the LOC is hot, it's lit. Pakistan is using heavy artillery to attack Indian civilians. We've lost many lives in Poonch, and even in Uri, the engagement between India and Pakistan continues. India giving it right back. I want to cut across right now to Amit Bhardwaj. Amit, what's the update from Uri?
Well, Preeti, if you compare with the visuals that of Operation Synindur and what Pakistan's cowardly act has been in response to Operation Synindur, the contrast is pretty clear that we, in a very clinical manner, targeted the terror breeding hubs in Pakistan, occupied Kashmir and Pakistan. But Pakistan, in a cowardly act, has, hit back and targeted the civilian areas of India along the line of control. Uri sector, where I'm standing right now, the villages around here in Gingal, in Islamabad, which have not seen heavy artillery, shelling ever since 1998. It needs to be noted and underlined. Ever since 1998, they have never witnessed such kind of heavy artillery and shelling from Pakistani side. And in the wake of the Operation Sindoor, there has been extremely heavy artillery and shelling in the villages of Islamabad, in Gingal, and even a very important establishment in Gingal, Uri sector has been targeted and damaged by the Pakistani shelling and artillery. What we are given to understand that the agencies are responding to the situation as well. But what also needs to be underlined, I met these families, those who were injured in Islamabad. They were referred back to GMC in Baramulla. I met them. And one of these individuals was Badruddin of Islamabad. He was hurt. His 8-year son was hurt. They were hospitalized, but they were defiant. And they were saying, if Pakistan really wants to fight, go on, fight with the Indian army. And the civilians in this sector, in Uri sector, along the line of control in India, are standing rock solid with the Indian army. So that is the kind of spirit that the civilians in this particular area has, that despite being hurt by the shellings and artillery of the Pakistan, despite being in the hospital, they remain defiant and they are continuing to back the Indian armed forces in the region. And all through the night, we were also on alert, and I've traveled all through Avantipur, Srinagar yesterday, and from Baramulla to Uri today. What we have seen is that Indian forces are on high alert. One more case that I want to discuss with you right now is that one of the injured person was Zeenat. She was attacked in a village, remote village of Uri sector along the line of control for 4 hours. There was no response because they could not take her to the hospital because there was continuous shelling and artillery being fired from the other side of the border by the Pakistani forces. And due to extreme bleeding, she will now have to go through multiple rounds of surgeries. So that's the kind of cowardly act and attack that is being carried out by the Pakistani forces on Indian civilians, right from Jammu's Poonch area to Kashmir's Uri sector, Islamabad and Gingal villages. Back to you, Preeti.
All right, Amit, stay on with me. Amit reporting from Uri, because Pakistan, viewers, is unrelenting when it's going after civilian lives. India had made it very clear. India's targets were done with precision, only attacking terror launch pads where terrorists were hiding, and those 9 spots that India had curated, taken 2 weeks to make sure that they do not attack civilian population. Ever since yesterday, Pakistan is going after civilian population across the LOC. And then, of course, the big misadventure it embarked on yesterday, all of that foiled and thwarted. All right, the latest that is coming in is as well India targeting Pakistan installations. All of this is proportionate reaction to what Pakistan tried to do last night. They tried to attack 15 military installations. Now, India has targeted Pakistan installations, Rawalpindi, Pakistan Army Headquarters, Pakistan Army Chief. It's the seat of power, sits right there. Cricket stadium has also been hit in Rawalpindi because it's very close to the Pakistan Army Headquarters. Number 1. Number 2, Lahore Cant Headquarters, 9 missile systems, anti-defense air systems completely destroyed, neutralized. Sialkot near LOC, heavily militarized zone, and India has hit there too. You can see on your television screen right there. I want to connect right now immediately to Manjeet Negi, who's joining us for more with the latest updates coming in. Manjeet, what are you hearing in from the Ministry of Defense? A detailed statement giving out of India's proportionate response, but the MOD now clearly seeming to suggest we are in the second phase of Operation Sindoor.
Well, the Indian Armed Forces has issued a detailed press release on the response against the allegation posed by the Pakistan Army. And the first time Indian Air Force has the launch operation of the S-400 Sudarshan Chakra missile system. Yesterday, Pakistan has launched the missile and drone attacks on the around 15 cities, including from the Rajasthan, Gujarat and Jammu Kashmir. Important military installation like Bhatinda, and Uttarlai, Jammu, Pathankot, Amritsar. These are the military installation. And Pakistan used HQ-9 missile defense system, their latest drone system. And after that, Indian Air Force, especially the Indian Air Force, launched first time the S-400 missile system against the air defense and radar system of Pakistan in city like Lahore, Karachi and Sialkot.
Manjeet, what more can you add? Because Islamabad right now, sirens are blaring. What are you picking up from the MOD? On the other hand, Rawalpindi, the seat of the armed forces in Pakistan, Rawalpindi attacked as well.
Well, after that, the Pakistan is claiming that India has carried out a drone attack in the Karachi, Lahore, Sialkot, and the Indian Air Force carried out the retaliatory drone attacks, especially the use of S-400 against the and also the Harpy drone, latest Harpy drone in many cities like the Lahore, Karachi, and Indian Air Force use these Harpy and Harpy drone only against the Pak Air Defense and Radar system and not any civilian area.
All right. Okay, Manjeet, appreciate you joining us with that quick update. Meanwhile, viewers, let me quickly get you up to speed. What Manjeet Negi also touched on India's S-400 defense system. In a major escalation, Pakistan launched a wave of drone and missile attacks targeting 15 in total, 15 Indian military installations. The incoming attack was effectively intercepted, thwarted by India's S-400 Sudarshan Chakra air defense system. The Russian-made S-400 is one of the world's most advanced long-range surface-to-air missile systems, capable of detecting, tracking, destroying aerial threats, including drones, cruise missiles and fighter jets. Each S-400 system establishes a protective shield over critical military and strategic areas, providing a layered and highly responsive air defense. With a detection range of 600 kilometers and the ability to intercept targets up to 400 kilometers away, the S-400 played a vital role in neutralizing the recent aerial offensive launched by Pakistan last night. Capable of engaging over 70 targets simultaneously, the S-400 defends a significantly wider area compared to systems like Israel's Iron Dome, offering far-reaching protection against distant and diverse threats up to 400 kilometers where long-range missiles are concerned, viewers. All right, let's quickly cut across to the latest coming in from Pakistan.
आपका चेहरा अब सामने आ गया है मोदी तुम्हारा, चाहे कनाडा है, चाहे यूएसए है, चाहे ऑस्ट्रेलिया है, चाहे इंग्लैंड है, हर जगह पे तुम्हारी दहशतगर्दी के निशान मौजूद हैं। और वो गवर्नमेंट खास तौर पे कनाडा ने आपके साथ जो हशर किया है इंटरनेशनली, वो आपको पता होना चाहिए। आप मशहूर हैं दहशतगर्दी के लिए और आप दहशतगर्दी करना पसंद करते हैं, लेकिन मोदी ये याद रखना कि हिंदुस्तान का जब टूटना होगा और होना है इंशाल्लाह, तो मोदी तुम इसके जिम्मेदार हो। तुम्हारी पॉलिसीज, तुम्हारा तरीका, तुम्हारा जब आप अपने माइनॉरिटीज को दबाएंगे, सब कुछ करेंगे, तो ये मुल्क कायम नहीं रह सकेगा, भारत कायम नहीं रह सकेगा। और इसके टूटने के जिम्मेदार मोदी तुम हो, जो हर वक्त कत्ल गारत की बात करते हो और कत्ल गारत से अपना निज़ाम चलाना चाहते हो, चाहे मुल्क के अंदर हो चाहे मुल्क के बाहर। इसीलिए इस वक्त आर्म फोर्सेस को मैं सलाम पेश करता हूं कि उन्होंने वक्त बर वक्त एयरफोर्स ने अपना अमल किया और उनके जहाज़ों को गिराया। सर, ये ऐसे पायलट हैं, जब हमें F-16 मिला तो ये अमेरिका गए और ट्रायल के तौर पे इन्होंने वो F-16 उड़ाए, तो अमेरिकन अपनी उंगलियां दांतों के नीचे दबा के बैठ गए कि ये क्या चीज़ है कि F-16 पहली दफ़ा उड़ा रहे हैं और इतनी एक्यूरेसी, और वो 32 Gs की पुल थी सर उस शख्स पर जो उसको उड़ा रहा था, तो वो हैरान हो गए कि 16 G से ऊपर तो हम जाते नहीं है, तो ये 32 G पे भी जहाज़ को उड़ा रहे हैं। सो हमारी कैपेबिलिटी वो है, हमारे जहाज़ हुए। J-17 ने दुनिया में अपना नाम पैदा कर दिया और दुनिया और कितनी एक्सरसाइजेज हुई हैं। जब भी गए तो हमारा JF-17 जीत के आए, और इंटरनेशनली आर्मी के जो मुकाबले होते उसमें भी हमारी फौज जब भी गई है तो गोल्ड मेडल लेके आई है एक्सरसाइज में कर। तो इसलिए जनाब स्पीकर ये बात वाज़ा कर देनी चाहिए, हमारी कौम यकजा है। मैं इन सब से कहूँगा कि मिल के चलो और अपने रब से रजू करो। रब काबा, हम तेरे आगे दरख्वास्त करते हैं, इस मुल्क की हिफाजत फरमाना जो तूने हमें अता किया है, और ये नबी सल्लल्लाहु अलैहि वसल्लम की दुआओं का है। आपने कायदे आज़म को इंग्लैंड में मुलाकात की, ख्वाब में आए और उनको कहा कि जाओ वापस और जाके पाकिस्तान का मामला हल करो। आप खाना कलात को ख्वाब में आके ये हुक्म दिया कि तुमने पाकिस्तान की करना है, ये मुल्क बन के रहेगा और तुमने तो ये ऐसा बड़ा मोजा है कि अल्लाह पाक ने ये हमें अता किया है, और अल्लाह पाक इस मुल्क की हिफाजत फरमाएंगे। सायरन तो बज रहे ना भाई, दुनिया में जहाँ भी देखें शायद हमारी कमी है, हम मजबूर हैं, हम गुनाहगार हैं, लेकिन रब्बे काबा हम तेरे हबीब के उम्मती हैं, खुदा का वास्ता हमसे रहम का मौला फरमा। आप चले जाएं, उधर फिलिस्तीन में चले जाएं, कश्मीर में चले जाएं, जहाँ भी जाएंगे मुसलमानों के साथ वो ऐसे रो रहा है जो हम सोच भी नहीं सकते हैं। तो तू हमें माफ़ कर दे, हम तेरे आगे सर झुकाते हैं, माफ़ी मांगते हैं। नहीं, इसमें दो राय नहीं है मौला कि हम बड़े गुनाहगार हैं, लेकिन तेरी रहमत बहुत वसी है, तू रहमत का एक ज़र्रा भी भेजेगा हमारी तरफ तो इंशाल्लाह हमारी कामयाबी होगी। और दुआ करते हैं रब्बे काबा कि इस मुल्क की हिफाजत फरा और हमें दुश्मनों पर जो है वो फ़कीर अता फरमा और हमें उनको सरनगू करने की ताकत अता फरमा। मैं दुआ गो हूँ आर्म फोर्सेस के लिए, पाकिस्तानियों के लिए कि अल्लाह पाक हम सब की हिफाजत।
All right, viewers, what you just heard is a Pakistani member of parliament from the PMLN, which is the Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif's party there. We're going to continue to get you reactions coming in from Pakistan. But having said that, viewers, what one really needs to look at how things panned out over the course of the last 15 to 18 hours. This afternoon, you had a press conference by Pakistan Army where they said that India, and they used the term escalation, escalated and have attacked Pakistani installations. What Pakistan refused to tell us and lied to the world is what Pakistan attempted to do through the course of late last night. Pakistan, viewers, fired 15 missiles and drones towards India to attack 15 Indian installations, something which India then responded with in a proportionate manner by attacking Pakistan Army installations through Harpy Drones. But I want to give out the statement that was put forth by India's Ministry of Defense, a responsible statement. If after Operation Synindur, the first statement that came out by the Ministry of Defense, India was a responsible statement, but if two words stood out, which were measured and non-escalatory in nature. In this statement, viewers, because these are statements that go out to the world on where India's stand is. And in this particular statement, the language that is used, one word was proportionate response, that India is not escalating the crisis. India will, though, respond proportionately. And that is exactly what India did. On your television screen, what you can see is how India neutralized, thwarted the attack launched by Pakistan late night on 15 Indian installations. The detailing of those 15 Indian installations have already been given by the Ministry of Defense, where Pakistan tried to attack Indian military installations in Avantipura, Srinagar, Jammu, Pathankot, Amritsar, Kapurthala, Jalandhar, Ludhiana, Adampur, Bhatinda, Chandigarh, Nal, Falodi, Uttarlai and Bhuj. In terms of proof, well, that borders of India on the west, the border villages are being littered with the debris, if I might say, of Pakistan's misadventure late last night. And it was only after that that India responded. I want to bring in my colleague Shivani at this point of time, who's going to get us the latest coming in. As we speak, sirens are blaring in Islamabad. We don't know whether Islamabad anticipates an attack or this is just preemptive in panic and chaos. But having said that, Shivani, would you want to reflect on India neutralizing Pakistan's sinister plan late last night and neutralizing with the superb game changer S-400 air defense system acquired by Russia, from Russia?
Preeti, there were multiple air defense systems that were already at place, but yes, it's right that S-400 air defense systems that were activated were the most lethal ones because they are the most powerful and one of the best in the world, provided by Russia. India has procured 3 of them. The 3 batteries have already been inducted at different locations, and one of them was on the western border that was activated last night when Pakistan tried to intrude and try to engage with the military targets inside Indian boundary. And even long before they could even think and get directed towards India, they were neutralized then and there. And the Indian armed forces in a statement have very well given out this as an evidence that the debris are there along the cities and districts and villages of the borders that the Pakistanis were also trying to portray today since morning, that India has attacked us, India has escalated. So this attempt by Pakistan has been thwarted very strongly by India, and S-400 air defense system was initiated. They initiated action. And second important strike.
All right, I want to cut you short. India's defense minister speaking now. Listen into Rajnath Singh.
जय हिंद, जय हिंद। जो शौर्य और पराक्रम दिखाया है उसके लिए मैं हृदय से बधाई देता हूं। पाकिस्तान और पीओके में जिस तरह से हमारी आर्म्ड फोर्सेस ने टेरर कैंप्स को नेस्त नाबूद किया है, वो हम सब के लिए एक गौरव का विषय है। साथियों, आप सभी नेशनल क्वालिटी कॉन्क्लेव का आयोजन ये आपका चल रहा है। क्वालिटी की क्या भूमिका होती है, यह क्या रोल अदा करती है, इसका नमूना हमने कल देखा। जिस प्रेसिजन के साथ यानी जिस सटीकता के साथ ऑपरेशन सिंदूर एग्जीक्यूट किया गया, वह अनइमेजिनेबल है, बहुत ही सराहनीय है। इसमें 9 टेररिस्ट कैंप्स तबाह हुए और अच्छी खासी संख्या में आतंकी मारे गए। जिस तरह से इस ऑपरेशन को किसी भी इनोसेंट को नुकसान पहुंचाए बिना मिनिमम कोलेटरल डैमेज के साथ अंजाम दिया गया, वह इसलिए संभव हो पाया क्योंकि हमारे फॉर्मिडेबल एंड प्रोफेशनली ट्रेन्ड आर्म्ड फोर्सेस के पास इक्विपमेंट भी हाई क्वालिटी के थे। ऐसे में इस क्वालिटी कॉन्क्लेव को मैं बड़े महत्वपूर्ण कॉन्क्लेव के रूप में देखता हूं। मैं इस आयोजन के लिए डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ डिफेंस प्रोडक्शन और इनके सेक्रेटरी डिफेंस प्रोडक्शन श्री संजीव कुमार को भी हार्दिक बधाई देता हूं और क्वालिटी एश्योरेंस ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस को भी मैं बधाई देता हूं। साथियों, अभी मैं इस कॉन्क्लेव की थीम देख रहा था, फास्ट ट्रैकिंग ऑफ क्वालिटी एश्योरेंस थ्रू इंटीग्रेटेड अप्रोच एंड टेक्नोलॉजी एनेबल्ड प्रोसेसेस। आपकी यह थीम मुझे बेहद अच्छी ही नहीं लगी, बल्कि दिलचस्प भी लगी, इंटरेस्टिंग लगी। वैसे भी पूरी दुनिया में इसमें बड़ी तेजी से डिसरप्टिव चेंजेस हो रहे हैं और खासकर डिफेंस सेक्टर में तो लगातार नए नए ट्रांसफॉर्मेशंस ये देखने को मिल रहे हैं। ऐसे में क्वालिटी असेसमेंट को फास्ट ट्रैक करना न सिर्फ रेलेवेंट है, बल्कि मैं समझता हूं यह समय की मांग है। उन चेंजेस को देखते हुए यह थीम अपने आप में बहुत ही रेलेवेंट हो जाती है। इतनी इंटरेस्टिंग और रेलेवेंट थीम रखने के लिए भी मैं आप सबको बधाई देता हूं। साथियों, अक्सर मुझे आर्म्ड फोर्सेस के अलग अलग कार्यक्रमों में प्रायः जाने का अवसर मिलता है। रिसर्च एंड डेवलपमेंट ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस के इवेंट्स में जाने का भी अवसर मिलता रहता है। प्राइवेट सेक्टर द्वारा आयोजित कार्यक्रमों में भी मैं प्रायः जाता ही रहता हूं, परंतु आज का यह जो मंच है यह अपने आप में बड़ा अलग है और एक विशिष्ट मंच है। मैं ये देख रहा हूं कि यहां कई सारे लोग हैं जो अलग अलग फील्ड्स में महारत जिन्होंने हासिल की है, महारथी बैठे हैं यहां। इसलिए मुझे लगता है कि आज की हमारी बातचीत भी कई मायनों में विशेष होने वाली है। साथियों, इस क्वालिटी कॉन्क्लेव की महत्ता और आवश्यकता पर तो मैं आगे चर्चा करूंगा ही, परंतु पहले मैं आपको कुछ ऐसे बिंदुओं से, कुछ ऐसे पॉइंट से अवगत कराना चाहूंगा जो हमारी सरकार की प्रायोरिटीज से जुड़े हुए हैं। 2014 में माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में हमारी सरकार आने के बाद प्रधानमंत्री जी ने हमें एक अत्यंत महत्वपूर्ण सूत्र प्रदान किया। उन्होंने शुरुआत में ही डिफेंस प्रोडक्शन सेक्टर के एम्पावरमेंट पर विशेष बल दिया। उन्होंने जो सूत्र दिया उसके पीछे की फिलॉसफी थी डिफेंस सॉवरेंटी। डिफेंस सॉवरेंटी का मतलब कि जब तक कोई देश अपनी डिफेंस नीड्स में कैपेबल तथा सेल्फ रिलायंट नहीं होता, तब तक उसकी आजादी पूरी तरह से नहीं मानी जा सकती। जब तक हम अपनी सुरक्षा के लिए इंपोर्ट पर डिपेंडेंट रहेंगे, तब तक कहीं न कहीं हमारी आत्मशक्ति में अधूरापन रहेगा। ये अगर हम अपने हथियार और रक्षा उपकरण विदेशों से खरीदते हैं तो इसका मतलब है कि हम अपनी सुरक्षा को आउटसोर्स कर रहे हैं और उसे किसी और के भरोसे छोड़ रहे हैं। यह बात लॉन्ग रन में सही नहीं हो सकती। हमारी सरकार ने इस विषय पर गंभीरता से सोचा और आत्मनिर्भरता हासिल करने का निर्णायक कदम भी उठाया है। आप सब तो जानते ही हैं कि देश में पहले से ही ऑर्डिनेंस फैक्ट्रीज का एक इंडिजिनस सिस्टम रहा है और इन फैक्ट्रीज ने एक समय पर बेहतरीन काम किया और देश की सुरक्षा जरूरतों को पूरा करने में बहुत ही अहम भूमिका निभाई भी है। इनके अलावा हमारे पास डिफेंस पीएसयूज का भी एक मजबूत इकोसिस्टम पहले से ही है। हमारी सरकार ने डिफेंस प्रोडक्शन में क्वालिटी और क्वांटिटी दोनों पर समान रूप से बल दिया है। इसी दिशा में कई क्रांतिकारी कदम उठाए गए, जिनमें से कुछ महत्वपूर्ण कदमों का उल्लेख मैं यहां करना चाहूंगा। ऑर्डिनेंस फैक्ट्रीज का कॉर्पोरेटाइजेशन उनमें से एक अत्यंत महत्वपूर्ण कदम रहा है, जिसे हमने इंश्योर किया ताकि कम समय में ही डिफेंस प्रोडक्शन में व्यापक सुधार हो सके। यहां मैं जरूर बताना चाहूंगा कि ऑर्डिनेंस फैक्ट्रीज का कॉर्पोरेटाइजेशन हमारे लिए कोई बहुत सरल प्रक्रिया नहीं थी। इसमें अनेक जटिल प्रश्न थे और चैलेंजेज भी थे, परंतु हमने इसे इसलिए लागू किया क्योंकि यह एक अर्जेंट रिफॉर्म था। अब प्रश्न उठता है कि यह अर्जेंट क्यों था। इसका एक बड़ा कारण था क्वालिटी। आप सभी स्पेशलिस्ट के समक्ष मैं यह कह सकता हूं कि सरकार ने क्वालिटी को अपना प्रायोरिटी रिफॉर्म एजेंडा बनाया है। हमने क्वालिटी इंप्रूवमेंट को ही टारगेट करते हुए ऑर्डिनेंस फैक्ट्रीज का कॉर्पोरेटाइजेशन किया। तब से लेकर आज तक डिफेंस पीएसयूज ने लगातार सुधार किया है और कॉर्पोरेटाइजेशन के पश्चात क्वालिटी प्रोडक्शन को लगातार आगे बढ़ाने का प्रयास भी किया गया है और आज ये डीपीएसयूज इंटरनेशनली कॉम्पिटिटिव हो रहे हैं। आज ये अपने रिसर्च एंड डेवलपमेंट पर भी अच्छा फोकस कर रहे हैं। आज ये ऑर्गेनाइजेशन पहले से कहीं ज्यादा वाइब्रेंट और एक्सपोर्ट ओरिएंटेड हो रहे हैं। वैसे तो अभी कुछ कार्य बाकी है, पर मैं इतना जरूर आश्वस्त हूं कि जिस प्रकार पब्लिक सेक्टर में रिफॉर्म के लिए हम प्रयासरत हैं, वह हमें आने वाले समय में काफी अच्छे रिजल्ट्स देने वाला है। साथियों, पब्लिक सेक्टर के डेवलपमेंट के पीछे हमारा एक ही उद्देश्य भी रहा है कि एक हेल्दी कॉम्पिटिटिव प्राइवेट डिफेंस इकोसिस्टम का विकास किया जाए, जो अपनी क्वालिटी के माध्यम से देश की सुरक्षा को और अधिक मजबूत बनाए। जैसा कि हम सभी जानते हैं कि क्वालिटी को लेकर प्राइवेट सेक्टर की अपनी एक अच्छी खासी इमेज होती है। किसी भी क्षेत्र में प्राइवेट सेक्टर अपनी गुणवत्ता के लिए जाना जाता है। आज चाहे बड़े प्लेटफॉर्म्स हों या सिस्टम्स, एमएसएमईज हों या स्टार्टअप्स, हमने ऐसा प्राइवेट इंडस्ट्रियल बेस तैयार किया है जो देश के डिफेंस सेक्टर के विकास में सक्रिय भागीदार बन रहा है और उसे सशक्त कर रहा है। आज रिलीज होने वाले इंडस्ट्री 4 को भी मैं इसी संदर्भ में देख रहा हूं। यह निश्चित रूप से हमें स्मार्ट मैन्युफैक्चरिंग के एक ऐसे एरा में ले जाएगा जहां से हमारे लिए कई नए डायमेंशंस खुलेंगे। इसी तरह जो दूसरे मैनुअल्स आज रिलीज हो रहे हैं हुए हैं, जो एमओयू साइन हुए हैं, उनको भी मैं इसी कंटेक्स्ट में देखता हूं। यह सभी प्रयास केवल सरकार के प्रयास नहीं है, बल्कि आप सभी का मिला जुला प्रयास इसमें शामिल है, इसीलिए यह संभव हो पा रहा है। साथियों, जैसा कि आप सभी जानते हैं, आज की दुनिया में सिर्फ प्रोडक्ट नहीं बल्कि एक मजबूत ब्रांड वैल्यू भी जरूरी है। जब मार्केट में असिमेट्रिक इंफॉर्मेशन फैली होती है तब कंज्यूमर भ्रमित हो जाता है, कंफ्यूज हो जाता है। ऐसे में वही ब्रांड सफल होता है जो कंसिस्टेंट क्वालिटी और रिलायबिलिटी का भरोसा देता है। और यही कारण है कि हमें इंडियन डिफेंस इंडस्ट्री को एक स्ट्रांग और ट्रस्टेड ब्रांड बनाना ही होगा। इस संदर्भ में आज मैं आपसे एक महत्वपूर्ण अपील करने के लिए आप सबके बीच खड़ा हुआ हूं। यह अपील है एक मजबूत वर्ल्ड लीडिंग और स्टेट ऑफ द आर्ट ब्रांड इंडिया का निर्माण। ताकि दुनिया की डिफेंस मार्केट में प्रोडक्ट्स को लेकर जब कंट्रीज के मन में डाउट हो तो वह ब्रांड इंडिया को चूज करे। Whenever in doubt, go for India। यह हमारी यूएसपी होनी चाहिए, यही हमारी यूएसपी होनी चाहिए। ब्रांड इंडिया का मतलब है कि अगर किसी इंडियन कंपनी ने कुछ प्रॉमिस किया है तो होगा ही होगा, होकर ही रहेगा। किसी प्रोडक्ट की भला फला रेंज तक मारक क्षमता है तो होगा ही होगा, यह भरोसा होना चाहिए। उससे नीचे का तो कोई सवाल ही खड़ा ही नहीं होता। किसी प्रोडक्ट की फला टेम्परेचर तक में काम करने की कैपेसिटी है तो होगी ही होगी, उससे नीचे का तो कोई प्रश्न ही नहीं खड़ा होता। यह होना चाहिए हमारा क्वालिटी एस्योरेंस और ब्रांड इंडिया का भरोसा। और जब हम ऐसा कर पाने में सफल होंगे तभी इंटरनेशनल बायर्स हमें एक ट्रस्टेड सप्लायर के रूप में देखेंगे और कहेंगे डोंट गो फॉर डाउट, गो फॉर इंडिया। साथियों, मैं समझता हूं कि इस दिशा में प्रयास करने का यह सबसे उचित समय है, क्योंकि इस समय जो परिस्थितियां चल रही हैं उसे आप सब देख रहे हैं। हमारे रीजन में ही आज जो स्थितियां उत्पन्न हो रही हैं उससे आप सभी अवगत ही नहीं हैं बल्कि अच्छी तरह परिचित हैं। हमने हमेशा ही एक रिस्पॉन्सिबल नेशन होने का रोल बड़े संयम से निभाया है, सदैव निभाया है। हम लगातार इस बात के पक्ष कर रहे हैं कि समस्याओं का समाधान बातचीत के जरिए से हो, परंतु इसका अर्थ यह नहीं है कि हमारी सहनशीलता का कोई नाजायज फायदा उठाए। यदि कहीं कोई हमारे इस संयम का फायदा उठाने की कोशिश करता है तो उसे कल की तरह ही क्वालिटी कार्रवाई का सामना करने के लिए भी पूरी तरह से तैयार रहना होगा। कल की तरह ही क्वालिटी कार्रवाई का सामना करने के लिए उसे तैयार रहना होगा। भारत की संप्रभुता की सुरक्षा में कोई भी हद हमारे लिए बाधा नहीं बनेगी, इसका मैं देशवासियों को भरोसा देता हूं। मित्रों, ऐसे रेस्पॉन्सिबल रेस्पॉन्सेस के लिए हम आगे भी पूरी तरह से तैयार हैं। और यदि हमारी यह तैयारी बनी हुई है तो इसमें आपका एक बहुत बड़ा रोल है, बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण रोल है। इसके लिए मैं आप सबको बधाई देना चाहता हूं, आप सबकी मैं सराहना करता हूं। भारत का यह एक्सपैंडिंग डिफेंस इंडस्ट्रियल यूनिवर्स भारत का यह एक्सपेंडिंग डिफेंस इंडस्ट्रियल यूनिवर्स भारत को एक अभूतपूर्व संबल प्रदान कर रहा है। और इसी प्रकार अगर हम आज के ग्लोबल सिनेरियो पर नजर डालें तो ग्लोबल ऑर्डर में हमें बड़े बड़े चेंजेस देखने को मिल रहे हैं। हमारे सामने कई अनसर्टेन डायमेंशंस ओपन हो रहे हैं। यूरोप से लेकर एशिया तक हर जगह कॉन्फ्लिक्ट्स बढ़ते जा रहे हैं। यूक्रेन रशिया कॉन्फ्लिक्ट, इजराइल पैलेस्टीन टेंशन और मिडिल ईस्ट अनरेस्ट ने यह साबित कर दिया है कि ग्लोबल स्टेबिलिटी आज अपने आप में बहुत ही फ्रेजाइल है। अभी पिछले कुछ समय से हमें यूरोपियन यूनियन और नाटो के सिक्योरिटी सिनेरियो में भी काफी हद तक बदलाव देखने को मिल रहा है। जो यूरोपियन यूनियन एक समय पर बड़े स्तर पर नाटो पर डिपेंडेंट था, वही यूरोपियन यूनियन आज बड़े स्तर पर रीअर्मामेंट की ओर तेजी से बढ़ रहा है। जाहिर सी बात है कि जब विकसित देश रीअर्मामेंट की तरफ बढ़ेंगे तो आर्म्स एंड इक्विपमेंट की डिमांड भी स्वाभाविक रूप से बढ़ेगी। बढ़ेगी क्या, बल्कि मैं यह कह सकता हूं कि यह डिमांड लगातार नई ऊंचाइयां छू रही है। हाल ही में मैं स्टॉकहोम इंटरनेशनल पीस रिसर्च इंस्टीट्यूट की एक रिपोर्ट पढ़ रहा था और अभी कुछ दिन पहले उन्होंने एक रिपोर्ट जारी की है और उसी रिपोर्ट में यह बताया गया है कि वर्ल्ड मिलिट्री एक्सपेंडिचर 2024 में 2718 बिलियन डॉलर तक पहुंच गया है, जो अपने आप में मैं समझता हूं कि बहुत बड़ी बात है। यदि मैं और मेरे कहने का अर्थ यह है कि चाहे डोमेस्टिक डिफेंस रिक्वायरमेंट हो या इंटरनेशनल, आज आर्म्स एंड इक्विपमेंट तथा डिफेंस प्रोडक्ट्स की रिक्वायरमेंट पहले से कहीं ज्यादा है। और आपके द्वारा किए जा रहे प्रयासों से इस देश का जो डिफेंस मैन्युफैक्चरिंग सेक्टर है वह ब्रांड इंडिया फिलॉसफी के साथ विश्व में अपना सिक्का जमा सकता है। साथियों, ऐसा नहीं है कि यह बात मैं सिर्फ कहने के लिए कह रहा हूं, हमने पास्ट में ऐसा करके दिखाया है। यदि मैं आंकड़ों की बात करूं तभी 2024-25 के फाइनेंशियल ईयर में हमारा डिफेंस एक्सपोर्ट अप्रॉक्सीमेटली 24,000 करोड़ के रिकॉर्ड आंकड़े को पार कर गया है और यह हम सबके लिए प्रसन्नता की बात है कि हमने इस लक्ष्य को प्राप्त किया है। लेकिन हमें यहां पर रुकना नहीं है, हमारा लक्ष्य इससे कहीं अधिक बड़ा है और हमने निर्धारित किया है कि 2029 तक डिफेंस एक्सपोर्ट को कि इस आंकड़े को बढ़ाकर हमको 50,000 करोड़ तक ले जाना है और 2047 तक जब हम पूर्ण विकसित एक डेवलप्ड नेशन के रूप में खड़े होंगे, राष्ट्र बनेंगे, उस समय तब तक तो हमें दुनिया का सबसे बड़ा डिफेंस एक्सपोर्टर बनना है। लक्ष्य बड़ा होना चाहिए, तभी हम कुछ कर सकते हैं। इतने बड़े लक्ष्य की प्राप्ति के लिए बेहद जरूरी है कि हम अपने डिफेंस इक्विपमेंट की क्वालिटी को लेकर पूरी दुनिया में एक ट्रस्ट डेवलप करें, लोगों का दिल जीतें, लोगों का भरोसा जीतें। डिफेंस इक्विपमेंट का एक्सपोर्ट करने से पहले हमें इस ट्रस्ट को एक्सपोर्ट करना पड़ेगा। डिफेंस इक्विपमेंट का एक्सपोर्ट करने से पहले हमें उस ट्रस्ट को एक्सपोर्ट करना पड़ेगा, तभी यह होगा। साथियों, उसके लिए हमें क्वालिटी को लेकर किसी पर्टिकुलर डिपार्टमेंट की रिस्पांसिबिलिटी या प्रोडक्शन प्रोसेस के स्टेज तक ही सीमित करके नहीं देखना होगा, बल्कि क्वालिटी हमारी गाइडिंग फिलॉसफी होनी चाहिए, हमारा यह कल्चर होना चाहिए जो डिफेंस मैन्युफैक्चरिंग में शामिल हर डिसीजन, हर डिजाइन और हर प्रोसेस और हर इंडिविजुअल तक अपना इन्फ्लुएंस रखे। हमारा पूरा डिफेंस इकोसिस्टम तभी मजबूत हो सकता है जब हम क्वालिटी बेंचमार्क्स को गंभीरता से लेंगे। मुझे देखकर भी खुशी होती है कि आप लोगों ने क्वालिटी के महत्व को पहचाना है, समझा है और जिस डेडिकेशन के साथ और जिस विचार के साथ आप क्वालिटी इंप्रूवमेंट पर ध्यान दे रहे हैं, वह निश्चित रूप से आने वाले समय में भारत के डिफेंस मैन्युफैक्चरिंग को एक नई ऊंचाइयों तक ले जाएगा, ऐसा मेरा पक्का विश्वास है। साथियों, वैसे तो आप सभी क्वालिटी इंप्रूवमेंट की दिशा में बहुत अच्छा काम कर रहे हैं, लेकिन जाते जाते मैं अपनी तरफ से कुछ सुझाव भी आप लोगों को देना चाहूंगा। आप सब तो जानते ही हैं, आज के ज़माने में आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस और डिजिटल टेक्नोलॉजीज की भूमिका कितनी बढ़ गई है, कितनी महत्वपूर्ण हो गई है। इसलिए आपको इस बात पर भी ध्यान देना होगा कि रियल टाइम क्वालिटी मॉनिटरिंग के लिए हम किस तरह से आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस, इंटरनेट ऑफ थिंग्स और मशीन लर्निंग जैसे टूल्स का प्रयोग कर सकते हैं। साथ ही साथ इवॉल्विंग ग्लोबल टेक्नोलॉजीज के साथ अलाइन करते हुए हमें अपने जो स्टैंडर्ड्स और टेस्टिंग प्रोटोकॉल्स को भी अपडेट करते रहना होगा। हमें टाइम बाउंड क्वालिटी एश्योरेंस क्लियरेंसेस पर भी ध्यान देना होगा ताकि किसी प्रोजेक्ट को लेकर अनवांटेड डिले देखने को न मिले। साथियों, मेरा यह भी मानना है कि हमारी क्वालिटी असेसमेंट एजेंसीज को अपनी डेफिशिएंसीज पर भी हमेशा ध्यान रखना चाहिए और किस प्रकार इन डेफिशिएंसीज को मॉडर्नाइजेशन और टेस्टिंग इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के डेवलपमेंट के द्वारा दूर किया जाए, उस पर भी कार्य करते रहना चाहिए, ऐसा मेरा सुझाव है। और इस प्रकार नीश टेक्नोलॉजी के क्षेत्र में लगातार गैप एनालिसिस करते रहना एक आवश्यक कदम होगा। डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ डिफेंस प्रोडक्शन और भारत सरकार आपके साथ कदम से कदम मिलाकर चलने के लिए तैयार है और हम आपके फीडबैक का भी स्वागत करेंगे। और सिक्योरिटी डिफेंस प्रोडक्शन के रूप में भी संजीव कुमार के रूप में भी एक डायनेमिक आपको सिक्योरिटी भी मिला है, यह भी सौभाग्य की बात है। जो क्रोधित नहीं होते बल्कि मुस्कुराते ही रहते हैं, चाहे चैलेंज कितना भी बड़ा हो। और साथियों, हम आपके फीडबैक का भी स्वागत करेंगे। मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि हम सब मिलकर क्वालिटी असेसमेंट और क्वालिटी एश्योरेंस के आपके प्रयासों को और गति प्रदान करेंगे। मुझे इस बात का भी पूरा विश्वास है, जब हम सब मिलकर प्रयास करेंगे तो निश्चित रूप से भारत ग्लोबल डिफेंस मार्केट के की प्लेयर के रूप में इमर्ज होकर ही रहेगा। यही आज की हमारी कॉन्क्लेव के थीम की प्रासंगिकता है। मैं आप सभी का आभार व्यक्त करता हूं कि आपने इतने रेलेवेंट टॉपिक पर इस कॉन्क्लेव का आयोजन किया। इस इनिशिएटिव्स के लिए आप सभी बधाई के पात्र हैं और इस कॉन्क्लेव की सफलता के लिए मैं हार्दिक शुभकामनाएं देते हुए अपना निवेदन समाप्त करता हूं।
All right, there's a big news break coming in from the speech that the Defence Minister Rajnath Singh made at a public event where he said, if you're going to test our patience, then you will be faced with the quality reaction that took place late last night. More so, the Defence Minister stated that भारत की संप्रदा की सुरक्षा में कोई भी हद हमारे लिए बाधा नहीं बनेगी, that there will be no boundary that India will not cross to protect the sovereignty and the safety of the country. What's also, viewers, of importance here is that he said, stressing on India's responsible action. Moreover, news break right now coming in as well. Special briefing by the Ministry of External Affairs on Operation Synindur in its second chapter will take place at 5:30 p.m. this evening. So we will hear from the Ministry of External Affairs on what really went down yesterday that forced India's hand to use drones to attack Pakistan's military establishment. I want to cut across right now immediately to my colleague Shivani. Shivani, the Defence Minister there speaking at a public event gave us message very clear to Pakistan that India will go all the way. There is absolutely no stopping India to protect its sovereignty and the safety of its citizens and the country. He used the word responsible response late last night.
Preeti, exactly what Rajnath Singh, the Defence Minister, highlighted was the minimum collateral damage that was in place by India, and there's no limit to protect the sovereignty of the country. We can go beyond borders too. That's what he said. And he also appreciated the quality, the precision with which these strikes were taken ahead. And he also once again reiterated the number of terrorists out here. He said that many terrorists, he has not given out numbers here, but he has indicated that this was a big damage to the terror outfits in Pakistan. This message from Defence Minister Rajnath Singh says that we have responded responsibly, but he also indicated that the quality of response that was carried out must be known to Pakistan also, without naming, but he has given very clear indications that if further response or retaliation comes, India is ready for any kind of action and Pakistan should be ready for eventualities. So this is a big message once again after Operation Sindoor Chapter 2 that happened later last night and today itself, Preeti. So this is yet again a message, a strong message for Pakistan that kindly mend your ways, otherwise India can do anything and we do not have any limitations of the boundaries too. So the quality of our defense equipment, the quality of our missile systems, the latest assets, the aircraft, all what we have capabilities to take down any misadventures that are directed or eye towards India's sovereignty.
Well, a measured but a very, very stern response and a message coming in from the Defence Minister, where he was speaking at a public function, clearly stating that there's nothing, there is no red line for India when it comes down to protect the sovereignty of the country and the safety of its people. We will go all the way. We will not attack, but we will respond for sure. He also went on to say that what happened yesterday was a responsible counter-reaction to what misdemeanor, misadventure Pakistan had embarked on, without naming Pakistan. Listen in what the Defence Minister said.
हमारी आर्म्ड फोर्सेस ने कल जो कार्रवाई की है, और जय हिंद जो शौर्य और पराक्रम दिखाया है, उसके लिए मैं हृदय से बधाई देता हूं। पाकिस्तान और पीओके में जिस तरह से हमारी आर्म्ड फोर्सेस ने टेरर कैंप्स को नेस्त नाबूद किया है, वो हम सब के लिए एक गौरव का विषय है। क्वालिटी की क्या भूमिका होती है, यह क्या रोल अदा करती है, इसका नमूना हमने कल देखा। जिस प्रेसिजन के साथ यानी जिस सटीकता के साथ ऑपरेशन सिंदूर एग्जीक्यूट किया गया, वह अनइमेजिनेबल है, बहुत ही सराहनीय है। इसमें 9 टेररिस्ट कैंप्स तबाह हुए और अच्छी खासी संख्या में आतंकी मारे गए। जिस तरह से इस ऑपरेशन को किसी भी इनोसेंट को नुकसान पहुंचाए बिना मिनिमम कोलेटरल डैमेज के साथ अंजाम दिया गया, वह इसलिए संभव हो पाया क्योंकि हमारे फॉर्मिडेबल एंड प्रोफेशनली ट्रेन्ड आर्म्ड फोर्सेस के पास इक्विपमेंट भी हाई क्वालिटी के थे। साथियों, मैं समझता हूं कि इस दिशा में प्रयास करने का यह सबसे उचित समय है, क्योंकि इस समय जो परिस्थितियां चल रही हैं उसे आप सब देख रहे हैं। हमारे रीजन में ही आज जो स्थितियां उत्पन्न हो रही हैं, उससे आप सभी अवगत ही नहीं है, बल्कि अच्छी तरह परिचित हैं। हमने हमेशा ही एक रिस्पांसिबल नेशन होने का रोल बड़े संयम से निभाया है, सदैव निभाया है। हम लगातार इस बात के पक्ष कर रहे हैं कि समस्याओं का समाधान बातचीत के जरिए से हो, परंतु इसका अर्थ यह नहीं है कि हमारी सहनशीलता का कोई नाजायज फायदा उठाए। यदि कहीं कोई हमारे इस संयम का फायदा उठाने की कोशिश करता है, तो उसे कल की तरह ही क्वालिटी कार्रवाई का सामना करने के लिए भी पूरी तरह से तैयार रहना होगा।
Underline that what the Defence Minister says, don't test our patience. If somebody tests our patience, they will get a befitting response like India did late last night. All right, the latest news that is right now coming in: Lahore airport closed till morning 6 p.m. Word also coming in that all airports across Pakistan have been shut till interim notice. till further notice is what we've been given to believe. More so, Pakistan has suspended operations on all airports in Pakistan. Lahore airport also closed till 6:30 p.m. Word coming in that the government in Pakistan has given full free hand to the Pakistan army to now escalate in whatever manner they deem fit. So full reins to the Pakistan army, something which was already always there, viewers, has just been verbalized by the Pakistan parliament. More so, word coming in that Lahore airport has been closed till 6:30 p.m. So the Pakistan clearly looking to escalate. Shivani, what more can you add?
Preeti, certainly with the meeting that Pak Prime Minister has just conducted, the NSC meeting, and after which the message that is once again coming through the Pakistani media, because we are awaiting that statement before we confirm it. The statement is to be confirmed officially, but what is coming from Pakistani media that after this meeting, the full authorization to the Pakistani armed forces has been given by the Prime Minister to take and to respond to India's action. That's what is a message that Pakistan is trying to escalate the situation further. It has also been added that the armed forces of Pakistan will be choosing their time and their kind of action. So this is a retaliatory response after they failed 2 times to the responses of India after Operation Sindoor. Yesterday evening, when they tried to target our military establishments, they were
Shivani, hold on to that thought. We're going to just touch on them, because yesterday you heard the defense minister also elucidate that clearly don't test our patience, which Pakistan did, because you'll be met with a befitting response. I want to bring in Mir Farid, my colleague who's joining us from Srinagar. Mir, what did you pick up? Because late last night, there were indications that Avantipura, Srinagar, Jammu were also on the radar of Pakistan to attack. Of course, these attempts were thwarted by India, but that sinister plan was there.
Yes, Preeti, and we came to know about it the very day, in fact, just yesterday in the morning when civil traffic on Srinagar airport was closed. Air Force took it over, and there were first indications that there could be inputs that Pakistan could try to hit these air bases. Now, these are tactically, strategically, the most significant Air Force assets against Pakistan, against China. If you talk of the Kashmir Valley, you have the Avantipura Air Base, which is again tactically very important. Then you have the Srinagar Air Force Base. Now, in fact, Srinagar is also significant because for the first time when the Indian forces landed, it was a Srinagar airport. So that in many ways is also in that way significant for Pakistan to hit. In fact, just yesterday in the morning, there were rumors from Pakistan and the propaganda that they have already hit the Srinagar Air Force, which were categorically denied and turned out to be fake. So these airports were on the highest alert, and been told that these missiles that were fired were intercepted successfully, and they did not manage to hit any of their targets. Now, also, importantly, the PL-14E weapon systems that Pakistan boasts and are China supplied, MAC-5, they have been used against the Indian aircrafts yesterday during Operation Sindoor. So Pakistan was boasting about the fact that they have a very robust, very potent air defense system. And the latest addition to this, the MAC-5 surface-to-air missiles, which are very long range, were used successfully against Indian aircrafts. And just 24 hours after that, and post another Pakistani escalation where they tried to hit targets in India, there has been a response from the Indian side. Now, we know drones in this modern warfare are underrated, but have been used very successfully in various conflicts, be it Russia, Ukraine, be it the Middle East, where they have hit their targets. And also importantly, they can fly low, they can evade aerial air defense systems of various countries. That is a proven fact, and it is now a very potent modern war weapon. And it seems those have been activated in this case, and they are very effective, can take a lot of payload as far as explosives are concerned, and can potently hit their target. So this is in many ways a crippling blow.
But yes, Pakistan has threatened retaliation. It is being pushed to the wall by this, and that obviously is keeping the Indian defense on the highest alert, be it air or be it ground assets.
And then all of that has been bolstered by the fact that Pakistan's National Security Council that met a short while ago has given a complete free hand to the Pakistan Army to react or rather escalate in whichever way they choose fit, and that they will do so at a time of their choosing. All of this in perspective, the Pakistan in any case, in the army in Pakistan in any case calls the shots. So you've only verbalized where the Pakistan's National Security Council is concerned on what is actually a fact on ground. But having said that, the fact that it has been made public that a free hand has been given to the Pakistan's armed forces to react in whichever way they deem fit. At the back of it, news is coming in that all air operations in Pakistan from multiple airports have right now been temporarily suspended. Indian Defense Forces now, Shivani, on high alert because in all probability we are looking at a picture where Pakistan could escalate even more.
Yes, definitely, Preeti. The Defence Forces of India on the grounds and the Air Force also, they are on a high alert, even for that matter, the Indian Navy that has been active in the Arabian Sea since last 15 days after the Pahalgam attack happened. We've seen how demonstrations have been happening and all the systems are in place. The assurances have been coming from the Defence Minister time and again. Prime Minister had given a warning and we saw what happened in Operation Sindoor. So the alertness, the preparedness is at place and strategically prepared program. The Operation Sindoor has been successful. The retaliation was expected and so are the preparations of the armed forces. So the defense forces have kept all their systems at place. Pakistan may choose to retaliate, but India has time and again said that we believe in dialogue, but nobody can test our patience. So if Pakistan chooses to retaliate, it will have to suffer even in a bigger manner because, you know, today's strikes, what have happened at the air defense systems that have been destroyed and damaged, that have happened in a proportionate manner. That was the mention categorically in the release that we received, the statement that we received, Preeti. So now, if Pakistan chooses to escalate further, then India will give it a bigger response, a response which India is capable of, and India is capable of defending its sovereignty, the people, the borders. So all the assets are at place. The armed forces are ready for any kind of situation as it escalates, and Pakistan needs to think twice before the misadventures.
You know, I just want to reiterate, viewers, 5:30 p.m. when the Indian Ministry of External Affairs is going to come out with a press conference. We saw that yesterday at 10:30 a.m. where the entire world was debriefed on Operation Sindoor, the fine print, the modalities of it. Now Operation Sindoor clearly in its second phase where Pakistan act of escalation late last night and India giving a proportionate response to that. We will expect a 5:30 debriefing by the Ministry of External Affairs on where India stands in the current context. We've given back a proportionate response. We have been successful in doing so. Pakistan's attempts through the course of late last night were completely thwarted and repelled, and India was able through drones to attack key military installations in Pakistan. India's hand was forced to retaliate, and India did not shy of the retaliation and gave it back in proportionate response. We are expecting that press conference at about 5:30 p.m. this evening where we're going to get a larger understanding. I want to bring in Mir again. Mir, of course, word now coming in from Pakistan. All airports in Pakistan have been suspended for any activity and there is no time limit. All right, we don't seem to have Mir anymore.
In fact, all
okay, go ahead.
measures Pakistan is taking, and then you also have, Priti, we also know US has sent advisory to its consulates, especially in Lahore, to go, in fact, take shelter or try everything to move out of the place. Also have everything ready which obviously comes in as far as the response to such a situation is concerned. So basically, they also understand the situation on the ground is very tricky. It can change quickly, and obviously Pakistan with these meetings and also the threat of retaliation obviously has gone bigger now, considering that they are feeling hurt. There is no doubt about it. If you follow the statements of the Pakistan army, their social media, in fact, political class, they are hurt, and obviously the people would also be basically seeing how the army is reacting to it, how they're taking measures, and the army obviously in the scanner of the people as well. So there are various factors that could define the response of Pakistan army to this. But yes, India has replied proportionately, as Shivani was talking about the fact that India in its press releases or briefings has made it clear that they have not escalated it. The way Pakistan has struck or has tried to strike, India has acted proportionately. So that is something that has happened, but obviously this is escalation and it is escalating as far as the escalation ladder is concerned. Now we have a situation where you have escalation happening, and we don't know what will happen next as far as the situation goes. But yes, Pakistan definitely desperate. They have been pushed to the wall by these measured responses from the Indian side, and now they have been hit not only in POK but in mainland Pakistan. So that is also that could be.
Mir, I'm going to come right back. So multiple developments that are taking place right now. 5:30 p.m. We're going to hear from the Ministry of External Affairs. Meanwhile, the United States of America has issued a clear advisory for all its citizens to leave Lahore or seek shelter. Does that have a larger implication to it? All air operations in Pakistan across airports have been suspended. Well, this is what we know till now. We will learn more at 5:30 p.m. where India will address the world on the latest flashpoint that took place late last night with Pakistan's escalation and India's appropriate retaliation. Let me cut across now to my colleague Gaurav Samant.
Hello and welcome to an India Today special broadcast that comes to you at a time when India-Pakistan tensions are at an all-time high. Just late last night, Pakistan attempted to target 15 sensitive military locations across the length and breadth of our country. And over the course of the next 1 hour, I get you details of Pakistan's attempt that failed, but Pakistan's desperate attempt to actually escalate tensions. And I want you to look at this map of our country so that you can understand. Avantipura in the north, Srinagar, that's in Jammu and Kashmir. Jammu, very, very sensitive military bases that Pakistan tried to target. Remember, India targeted 9 terror headquarters and bases in Pakistan, and Pakistan occupied Jammu and Kashmir. Pakistan tried to target military installations in India, and not 1 and not 2 and not 3, but 15 across the entire line of control south of Zojila and along the international border, all the way from Punjab to Rajasthan to Gujarat. And take a look at these targets. What were the places that Pakistan attempted? So Pathankot, it's a very sensitive military location. What else did it try? Ludhiana, Amritsar, Kapurthala, Jalandhar, Adampur, very sensitive military locations, each and every one of them. And Adampur is a military airbase, a frontline fighter airbase that Pakistan has repeatedly tried to target virtually in every conflict with India. Let me now come out of Batinda and the military bases in Punjab and come down to Nal, Falodi and Uttarlai. So bases again close to the international border in Rajasthan. So they've targeted Jammu and Kashmir, attempted to target in Jammu and Kashmir, in Punjab, in Rajasthan and Bhuj in Gujarat. 15 places they tried, 15 places Pakistan failed. What's extremely significant is the fact that India used the Sudarshan Chakra of Yogeshwar Sri Krishna, symbolically and metaphorically. Remember, in India's history, Yogeshwar Sri Krishna, in our culture, in our civilizational history, 100 sins of Shishupal were forgiven, and then the Sudarshan Chakra was used to vanquish evil. That's exactly what India did at Muridke and at Bahawalpur. For 30 years plus, Pakistan's state-sponsored radical Islamist terror has bled our country, as has Pakistan Army. Remember the 1993 Mumbai blast. 257 people were killed, more than 700 were injured. 12 blasts across Mumbai in 1993. And all along then, after that, whether those were attacks that were taking place in Jammu and Kashmir, where the entire Kashmiri Hindu community, the Kashmiri Pandits were thrown out of valley, where Raliv Galiv Saliv was chanted from the mosques in Kashmir, and the nation stood. Pakistan continued to get emboldened. It spread terror in Jammu and Kashmir. It spread terror in Punjab. It spread terror across the length and breadth of our country. And I want to show you for a moment on the map places that have been targeted by Pakistan terror. Jammu and Kashmir has been targeted. Punjab has been targeted. Uttar Pradesh has been targeted. Remember whether it was Ayodhya where terror attack took place, or there were other places where terror attacks took place, including at the Sankat Mochan Mandir in Ayodhya, Ram Mandir they tried to target. Rajasthan, Jaipur bomb attacks, you remember. Gujarat, you'd recall, Gujarat, 57 people were killed in 2008 when there were serial blasts in Ahmedabad, and the worst blast that took place was at the civil hospital, and then next day in Surat they planted claymore mines on trees to kill people. We've covered all of those terror cases on ground. Let's come down to Maharashtra, Mumbai 26/11, before that 2006, before that 1993, and series of attacks. Remember Bengaluru, Indian Institute of Sciences, where a scientist was killed. So what was Pakistan targeting? Pakistan was targeting centers of science, centers of culture. Maharashtra repeatedly center of economy. That is what Pakistan has repeatedly targeted, and then India said enough is enough. What did India do? India targeted 9 places in Pakistan as part of Operation Sindoor. Remember, this is the place, this is Srinagar, and right next to it is Pahalgam, and in Pahalgam is where Pakistan targeted those Hindu tourists. In front of the wives, husbands, they were asked their religion. When they said Hindu, they were shot dead at point blank range. And that is where Operation Sindoor started. What was Operation Sindoor? Target terror at base. This, Lahore, right next to it is Muridke. In Muridke, you had the headquarters of Lashkar-e-Taiba decimated, destroyed. Then this is Bahawalpur. Bahawalpur, incidentally, is also the 31 Corps headquarters of the Pakistan Army. Bahawalpur is also the headquarters of Jaish-e-Mohammed. And Bahawalpur, the Masjid-e-Subhanallah, which is right on the outskirts of Bahawalpur, that was destroyed. And I'll show you images during the course of this broadcast where the wreath laying was done even on behalf of Pakistan Army Chief. You know, can you imagine in any country where the Army Chief would have wreath laying at the funeral of a terrorist, the Corps Commander in attendance, military honors being given to a terrorist? What more direct link does the world want to see between terrorism and Pakistan Army proven? I'll get you much more on this detail. Pakistan's attempt that failed and India's attempt that succeeded in taking down Pakistan's air defense system, not just here in Lahore, but also near Gujranwala, in Rawalpindi, and 3 other places, including in Sialkot and in Karachi. I'll get you much more during the course of the next 1 hour. But first, let me take you through the top developments of the day. Pakistan's attempt to escalate tensions with India by targeting military installations in 15 cities in the northern and western parts of the country, including in Jammu and Kashmir, Punjab, Rajasthan and Gujarat. Pakistan's attempts foiled by Indian Armed Forces response. Responding strongly to Pakistan's bid, Indian forces targeted and neutralized Pakistani air defense radars and systems at several locations, including in Lahore, Karachi, Rawalpindi and Sialkot. India thwarted Pakistan's nefarious attack by deploying the S-400 air defense system, the Sudarshan Chakra. Sources say India also used Israeli Harpy Drones to disable Pakistan's air defense radars. India conducted a series of drone strikes in Lahore, in Karachi and in Rawalpindi, where Pakistan Army Chief General Asim Munir sits. Pakistan's military says 4 of its soldiers have been injured in the drone strike. Chaos erupted outside Rawalpindi Stadium after the drone attack, and amidst heightened tensions, Pakistan is likely to shift the PSL matches to Karachi. Incidentally, there was a PSL match tonight at Rawalpindi that's been called off. Amidst rising security concerns in Pakistan, the United States consulate in Lahore has issued a very strict security alert for all American citizens in and around Lahore. In its directive, the consulate has instructed their personnel to either avoid traveling to Lahore, leave the city, or find secure shelter immediately. Panic grips Pakistan after India's sustained attacks on Pakistan state-sponsored radical Islamist terror, even in Islamabad. However, it is unclear from the video if the sirens were sounded in Islamabad due to this emergency or some other reason. And joining me now on this India Today special broadcast are two very special guests and analysts who understand what's happening on ground very effectively. With me is my colleague Sandeep Unnithan, and also with me is Lieutenant General KJS Dhillon, former Kashmir Corps commander and former Director General of Defense Intelligence Agency, someone who was there in that hot seat as Chinar Corps commander at the time, not just of the Pulwama terror attack, but India's counter-strike that took place, and of course also at the time of the abrogation of Article 370. Gentlemen, welcome. I want you to look at these images. What's happening in Lahore, in Rawalpindi, multiple Indian drone strikes that have taken place in Karachi, Islamabad, Gujranwala, and also in Chakra. That's a message that's being sent out to Pakistan. So amidst what's happening on ground, the Indian Armed Forces have responded to Pakistan's desperate attempt last night by striking at specific targets. Pakistan's air defense systems in Lahore, Islamabad, Sialkot, and also in Karachi. Now, Pakistan Army General Headquarters. Pakistan Army Headquarters is in Rawalpindi. A stadium right next to it was targeted. The signaling is very clear. If we can target that cricket stadium, we can target GHQ Rawalpindi, and of course Para, which is the ISI headquarters in Islamabad, or between Islamabad and Rawalpindi. What are the cities that have been targeted? Gujranwala, Chakwal. Air raid sirens are being heard across Pakistan. S-400 missile defense shield was used when Pakistan launched its attack. Now, Pakistan's attack is escalatory. Why? Because India had targeted 9 terror targets in Pakistan. Unless, of course, Pakistan says terrorists are a part of their army. It's just that they don't wear uniform. They do get pensions, incidentally, and out of ISI budget. Pakistan army pays a pension to terrorists. It's Pakistan's worst kept secret, but it's true. But Pakistan tried to launch an attack on military installations in India, and that's clearly an escalation. Blasts have been reported in Karachi and multiple other locations that's caused panic in civilians. A Pakistani minister, a Pakistani member of National Assembly was crying. He's an ex-army major, I must warn you. Perhaps that's the reason of tears. Pakistan army does two things. It trains terrorists. It fights in wars that it loses. It then takes off its trousers like it did in 1971 war, 90,000 trousers hanging in India, according to Akhtar Mengal, former chief minister of the state of Balochistan, occupied Balochistan, Pakistan. Because Pakistan targeted Adampur, Bhatinda, Chandigarh, Jalandhar and several other attempted to target these locations, there were retaliatory strikes, and this gentleman started crying. Listen in.
हमारी कमी है, हम मजबूर हैं, हम गुनाहगार हैं, लेकिन रब्बे काबा हम तेरे हबीब की उम्मती हैं, खुदा का वास्ता हमसे रहम का भला फरमा। आप चले जाएं, उधर फिलिस्तीन में चले जाएं, कश्मीर में चले जाएं, जहां भी जाएंगे मुसलमानों के साथ वो ऐसे रो रहा है जो हम सोच भी नहीं सकते हैं। तो तू हमें माफ कर दे, हम तेरे आगे सर झुकाते हैं, माफी मांगते हैं। नहीं, इसमें दो राय नहीं है मौला कि हम बड़े गुनाहगार हैं, लेकिन तेरी रहमत बहुत वसी है।
Pakistan is in tears, but often these are crocodile tears, and that is why India must be very careful each time that India has trusted Pakistan or even spoken to Pakistan. It's had a history of stabbing us in the back. And I've reported on that history from that Lahore bus journey in the February of 1999. There was so much hope in India that Pakistan wants peace with India. They want that Lahore peace process, and they stabbed us in the back with Kargil. Remember, then we invited Pervez Musharraf, a military dictator, to India, gave him a Tri-Services Guard of Honor, accepted him as president of Pakistan. He had actually usurped power, but we accepted it. And we gave him a Tri-Services Guard of Honor. We invited him to Agra for a summit. He went back and there were more terror attacks in India, including the attack on the Indian Parliament, which of course led then to a standoff that took place, which is Operation Parakram. But that coercive diplomacy clearly doesn't work. This is what works. If you want to bring Pakistan terror, their military jihad infrastructure to its knees, I want to show you why Pakistan still hasn't learnt its lessons. After those 9 strikes at military locations, at terrorist locations in Pakistan, Sandeep, they tried to target our military locations. And I want Sandeep Unnithan to explain to you in great detail, why this was a grave attack on Indian military installations. Srinagar, for example.
Well, Gaurav, if you look at the kind of attacks that Pakistan seems to have launched last night, it's a swath of Indian territory starting from Jammu and Kashmir, the Synindur Air Force Base, right down to Gujarat, 1,600 kilometers away. They have targeted 15 military sites, and we think those military sites are air bases. The Pakistan military was signaling to us that it could strike at our air bases, but of course they were repelled. The S-400, our counter-US systems, went into action immediately, stopping that wave of drones and missiles that they launched at us. So huge success for India's air defense systems, right from Jammu and Kashmir to the Bhuj Air Force Base, Uttarlai, another frontline fighter base. All of these, if you look at Gaurav, they have deliberately targeted all Indian Air Force bases, all along the northern and western borders of India.
So significant. Remember, it's the Indian Air Force that struck the terror bases in Pakistan, and that's the signal that Pakistan is giving to India. We'll strike at your air force and your air bases. But what they forget is we have families at our air bases.
Yes.
Dare not do that. You dare do that. And I want to bring in Shivani Sharma for more on this, and Lieutenant General KJS Dhillon also with me on this broadcast. Shivani, bring us details about Pakistan's attempts and India's strike back, because India's strike back is very, very important, Shivani.
Gaurav, what we've seen after Operation Sindoor is the escalation that Pakistan has been rendering, and it has been trying to attack the military establishment along the western border, the 15 major locations. That's what the release also said, the military establishments. And as you were also pointing out, all of them happen to be the important air bases. And not only that, they were neutralized. Today morning, again, their air defense systems have been damaged, and the Harpy missiles have been used there. And after that, there was a meeting there in Pakistan in which once again they are talking of responding to India's action. So Pakistan is not going to mend its ways, it seems, but India is ready. We've heard the Defense Minister, Gaurav, how Defense Minister has said that no limit when it comes to protect the sovereignty of the country. So we know that the Indian Defense Forces are all prepared. It was a part of Operation Sindoor. They expected that the retaliation will come from Pakistan, as Pakistan is known for its misadventures. So once again, here we are right now in the Uri sector, where we are witnessing there is huge deployment of the army. The alertness is high. There's collaborated attempt by all the security forces to thwart any kind of misadventure, not only on ground, but also in the skies. All air assets are activated. The Indian Defense Forces are telling and giving a strong message to Pakistan that we will not bear any kind of misadventure or any kind of attempt to thwart the sovereignty, and we are ready with all our modern
Pakistan repeatedly targets our military installations and especially our air bases. I want to bring in Lieutenant General Tiny Dhillon for more on this. General Dhillon, you read the enemy's mind, especially as DG DIA. What do you make of the choices of target as far as Pakistan was concerned, especially targeting all the frontline air bases from Srinagar to Bhuj?
Good evening, Gaurav, and good evening to all your viewers. Targeting of the frontline air bases and the frontline military headquarters is an age-old practice by all the militaries. Basically, they want to down your air force. And this used to be done when the air force or the aircrafts did not have a very large flying range. That means they may come from whichever air base, they have to touch down at the frontline air base, refuel, go out, come back, land at the frontline air base, refuel again, and go back to their mother air base. But today that is not the case, and especially with the Air Force inventory which India has. I will not go into the specifics of the capabilities, but the Air Force inventory which India has, we need not touch down on the forward air bases. whether going inside Pakistan or coming back from Pakistan.
And that's the
So
point
that
I
is
was coming to. Why would Pakistan target our frontline air bases when they know we have tremendous depth and they know that we have our mid-air refuelers? So this is another message that they're sending, especially when they try and target it all the way from Srinagar down to Poonch. And 15 of them, stay with me for a moment, General. I want our viewers to understand what is India's Sudarshan Chakra. And you must know about our Sudarshan Chakra, the S-400. So what did Pakistan do? It launched a wave of missile and drone attacks attempting to target multiple military installations. The incoming attack was effectively intercepted and thwarted by the S-400 Sudarshan Chakra, the air defense system. Now, this is the made in Russia S-400, the world's most advanced long-range surface-to-air missile defense shield. It can detect, track, seek and destroy aerial threats, including drones, for example, cruise missiles, supersonic cruise missiles, ballistic missiles and fighter jets. Imagine if a missile is at 50,000 feet altitude or an aircraft is flying at the limit of its flying envelope at 50,000 feet, this missile can destroy it. If it's just about sea skimming missile that's coming in at 10 meters, it can destroy it. It's a highly responsive lead air defense system with a detection range 600 kilometers away. That's the sweep of the S-400 system and the ability to intercept targets 400 kilometers away. It plays a very vital role in neutralizing any incoming threat. We've seen it in action now. We've heard of it in action now. It's capable of engaging 70 targets, more than 70 targets simultaneously. This is our missile defense shield. India's ordered 5 of these, 3 of them are already in action. Now, how does this compare, for example, to Israel's Iron Dome system? They're, of course, completely different systems, if I may, but in a way, that's a short-range defense system. This is a short, medium and long-range. And Sandeep will tell us much, much more about the S-400 systems. Sandeep.
Gaurav, you said it all. The S-400 is one of the most capable long-range air defense missile systems, in the world today. There is no system like this, with the possible exception of the American THAAD, which is an anti-ballistic missile system. But the S-400 was bought precisely for this reason, Gaurav. It tackles a range of threats. It tackles everything from cruise missiles to ballistic missiles to, of course, aircraft, highly maneuvering targets, missiles. All of these things can be tackled by the S-400 system. It's got a very long-range radar. That's at the heart of the system, really. It's got a radar that can pick up targets over 500 and 600 kilometers away. It can track 300 targets simultaneously and then choose to engage 30 or 40 of them simultaneously with a range of missiles. It's got about 4 different types of missiles. The shortest one has got a range of about 50 kilometers. The longest range of the missile is about 300 to 400 kilometers. That's a very, very potent missile system. And today, we've seen it in action for the first time, Gaurav. This, like you said, three of them have been acquired. 2 more are coming, and possibly given today's, given the track record of that missile system today, the fact that it's been deployed in combat, it's done a fantastic job from the Air Force's perspective, neutralizing Pakistan's late-night attack. This possible that we could go in for more such systems, Gaurav.
Oh, absolutely. This is what is required. And imagine there was so much pressure in India not to buy it. The Americans also, friends of ours otherwise, had put in so much pressure. Don't buy this. Go in either for the THAAD or the F-35s and that'll integrate with the system. And India said no. And this is what will tell you, trust your defense planners, trust those men and women in uniform. And of course, in wartime, your government, because they will deliver like they are, at least as of now. The Narendra Modi government actually went out on a limb and said we will buy the S-400 systems. I want you to take a look at this breaking news that's just coming in. India has released water from the Baglayar and Salal Dam just as we speak. And I want you to look at those images that we're about to show you. The Salal Dam gates have been opened And now it's been raining in India almost non-stop. It's been raining in parts of Jammu and Kashmir, and because of that, the dam is almost full. So India has released water at the Salal Dam. Amidst this heavy rainfall, Salal Dam gates have been opened. Now there's a water crunch in Pakistan. Now they'll be flooded. They have as much water as they want and more, except of course, no information is being shared with a country that would send drones and missiles into a country. I mean, you can't give them water when they want and when they don't want at a time when they're killing you. But I want Munish Pandey, who joins us for more on the story. Sunilji Bhatt also joins us from Jammu and Kashmir for more on the story. Sunilji, give us the latest information. You're right there at Ramban. Tell us what's happening.
Gaurav, it was raining very heavily since late last night in most parts of Jammu and Kashmir, including Ramban. Remember, there is the Baglihar Dam on the Chandrabhaga River in Ramban district of Jammu and Kashmir. There is Salal Dam in Riyasi district of Jammu and Kashmir. And after there was heavy rainfall, since the reservoir has limited capacity to store water, so that is why gates of these dams were opened, and it has created panic in Pakistan, as Pakistan now fears that there could be flood-like situation. Although this practice was, was earlier also, that whenever there was heavy rainfall, gates were opened, or whenever, the flow was normal, then sometimes gates were also closed, because the hydroelectric power projects require enough water for electricity generation. The difference now is that we are no longer bound to share any real-time data with Pakistan, whether it's about the increase in water flow, whether it's about the water level in Chandrabhaga River. So it's a twin strike on Pakistan. On the one hand, we have explored military options. We have hit hard Pakistan, and on the other hand, we are also going to choke Pakistan, and we are going to release water at our own will, as per our own convenience, and we are going to sometimes stop also the gates whenever we require it. And we have demonstrated our skills that we can choke Pakistan. This weekend, we closed gates of both Salal Dam as well as Baglihar Dam on Chandrabhaga River, and there was panic in Pakistan. Chandrabhaga River had dried almost, and Pakistan feared that it may not get enough water for its Kharif
Keep
crops.
tracking that story. I'll come back to you for more. For a moment, there's breaking news coming in, and I quickly want to cut across to that big story that's coming in. The Ministry of External Affairs is to give details of what Pakistan did and how India responded in a short while from now. This will be a briefing by Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri on Operation Sindoor. What we're also being told, Colonel Sophia Qureshi of the Indian Army and Wing Commander Vyomika Singh of the Indian Air Force will be a part of this very significant briefing. Kamaljeet Sandhu, my colleague, joins me for more on the story. Kamal, massive escalation by Pakistan in the past 12 hours, it seems, 12 to 16 hours.
Gaurav, you and I both know in the past 3 decades or so, what we've seen is that Pakistan has utilized proxy war, bleeding India by 1,000 cuts. So that's a use of strategy by using non-state actors. But in conventional warfare, India's military might has always been superior. And that is what has been proven on ground. Because the misadventure first, the Pahalgam attack, then thereafter targeting of civilians across the line of control where I'm standing at this point of time. And thirdly, it is about launching of missiles and drone attacks, especially targeting 15 Indian cities. This actually shows the sort of sinister plan Pakistan has. Meanwhile, India has aimed at a military strength. Not only have they fended off this particular attack, they have launched a counter-attack by utilizing the drones. And this is where they have neutralized the defense systems targeting India. This is a clear message from India that this is non-escalatory, because this is a commensurate measure which has been taken by the Indian Defence Forces, especially in regards to the measures taken by Pakistan in terms of launching attacks, be it on an important defence installation or important cities, be it in Jammu and Kashmir, be it in Punjab. So we've seen earlier in the day, whether it's Amritsar or whether it's Batinda, several of these places where what we saw was some remnants of missile being found, and earlier there were explosions heard in the night in Amritsar as well, even in Gurdaspur, and that is why people were suspicious that something is really happening. But it was India's defense system totally at work, so it has worked in favor of India at this point of time.
We will show our viewers images. You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. We want our viewers to see images from across the border that we're showing them right now, the destruction that's been caused by India. And Shivani, the fact that Pakistan's air defense system has been taken down, your sources explaining the logic behind India's action, not escalatory, at the same time punitive and demonstrative.
Certainly, Gaurav, by damaging the air defense systems of Pakistan, India has given a strict response by negating the ability of Pakistan of defending itself and giving it a message that if you try another time, India will strictly go inside and they will show what the capabilities are. So this is very symbolic, Gaurav, that air defense systems have been now damaged by India, and the pictures of which, the videos of the devastation has been circulating now after India's response that has been given after Pakistan tried to intrude into Indian borders with its drones and other targeting the infrastructure, the military infrastructure inside the western border, the 15 locations. But now India has neutralized that threat. India is ready for any kind of retaliatory response if it comes further. And the air defense systems of Pakistan have been totally crippled at 3 important places, be it Lahore, Sialkot and Karachi. So this is what India has done at the major locations of Pakistan where the army is based out there. These air defense systems have been damaged.
And Sandeep for more on this, and we're keeping this really pacey as the press conference is about to begin. General Dhillon, the suppression of enemy air defenses is a very important part of combat, but are we then wargaming an escalation, and that is why destroying the enemy's air defenses already?
Absolutely, Gaurav. Suppression of enemy's air defense system not only weakens the enemy against our air force, it also exposes its installation, the very vital installations which we may like to hit in case there is an escalation and we go in for a full-fledged war. And having said this, I just want to make a point about releasing the water from our dams at around 5 o'clock India Standard Time. You know, the water takes time to reach a particular place. When the water is released at 5 in the evening from Indian dams, it will reach the areas where it has to cause devastation by about midnight. And as we are all aware, the response or the action by various people when the water hits at midnight, and that is going to be different than if it had hit during the daytime. So it's all very strategic, it's all very calibrated, it's all very coordinated. And one thing which has happened after Indus Water Treaty has been held in abeyance, the non-sharing of data is the most important tool in India's hand now. As was explained by your colleague, when we do not share the data, that means we have the surprise with us. At the press of a button, the water will get released.
That special briefing about to begin, General, and I want you to stay with us, listen to that briefing because I'll come back to you for an analysis of that. But Sandeep, every bit is being war game to the T in terms of the suppression of enemy air defenses at this stage. It's a signal to the enemy. You try something, there are consequences for you.
Absolutely, Gaurav. You try something, there'll be consequences for you. And the most important takeaway from that big drone strike today launched by India is that we struck them in broad daylight. Not in the middle of the night when Pakistan launched its attack against Indian air bases. We struck in broad daylight where civilians, Gaurav, were filming this with their smartphones and passing those visuals across the world. Those visuals of Indian kamikaze drones in their death dives are going to be seen across the world, felt all across Pakistan, seen by every nation of consequence. This is what General Asim Munir has brought unto the people of Pakistan. He thought he was going to be unpredictable. Well, he faces an Indian political establishment that's even more unpredictable. And they have war-gamed all of the steps in the escalation ladder that you and me have been discussing over the last 2 or 3 days. And they have war-gamed it, and they're not going only with kinetic options. They're going by using economic, diplomatic, political, and of course, regulating the supply of the Indus waters.
What a significant point. What an important point made by Sandeep Unnithan here. If Pakistan, we've grown up with that thinking, अरे पाकिस्तान को कुछ मत बोलना, it's a very unpredictable country. अरे it's a country which is not run by their political leadership. Strengthen their political leadership. Their military takes all the decisions. It is very unpredictable. अब तुम्हारा बाप है. He is even more unpredictable is the thinking in India. General, is that the way India is responding? That we are even more unpredictable than you are. You watch out what we do next as a country in response to Pakistan's state-sponsored radical Islamist terror that's been bleeding us for decades. General Dillon, can you hear me, sir? General, I think you're on mute.
Yeah, Gaurav, I can hear you and I understood that point. And it's a very, very relevant point. See, surprise or being unpredictable is the main norms of a warfare. Like I was giving a point about Indus Water Treaty, the release of water, and this, this concept which you just explained, good man, bad man. In India, the whole world always believes if a good man goes, another good man will come in, because we are a democratic country. Whereas in Pakistan, everyone believes, "Arey yaar, protect this bad man. The next man may be even worse than him."
Yes.
But they don't know bad man, bad man, bad man, bad man in Pakistan.
Absolutely.
So today also they are trying to protect the present regime just because they fear कि इनसे भी कोई बुरा आएगा. So that has been exposed. That has been exposed. One can be worse than this combo in Pakistan, who targets innocent civilians on the name of religion in front of the children, wives and parents. And then they target innocent civilians across the line of control.
Yes.
Just because they do not have the gumption to attack a military installation, which they tried at 15 places as per the reports, and they failed in all.
Oh, absolutely. They tried and they failed.
Taken out. Now they don't know what to do. So only thing they can do, which they know best, and they have been doing it for last so many decades, is to kill the innocent civilians. They did it in Pulwama, they did it in Pahalgam, and now they're doing it in Poonch, Rajouri, Jammu, Uri, and all these places.
Absolutely,
This is a
16 people.
Non-ethical regime.
It's a non-ethical regime. General, you've made a very critical point. And for the benefit of viewers who are just joining us, I'll tell you what's happened. So Pakistan launched a strike at 15 different locations from Jammu and Kashmir through Punjab, Rajasthan and Gujarat. It failed. It failed in all 15 places. But what did India do next? I want to explain Operation Sindoor, the details of what India has done. What did India target? And I want you to look at this. Rawalpindi. Rawalpindi is general headquarters, the Pakistan Army headquarters. This is where Pakistan's army chief sits. Incidentally, it's not the GHQ that was targeted. It was a cricket stadium not far. So that signaling is very clear. Then Lahore Cantonment has a missile defense system. Lahore, incidentally, is a very important core headquarters in Pakistan. So that core headquarters, the missile defense shield there has been taken down. It's again a very important point that's been made. The third place that was targeted is Sialkot. Remember, Sialkot was also targeted when that missile strike had taken place. The Hizbul Mujahideen, very major camp there, that was targeted. But this time, that heavily militarized area in Sialkot, which often can be used, barely 6 kilometers from the international border, is where they were amassing, where they had the terror camps, but their army has been amassing a little before that. That too has been taken down. So these are some of the places. Of course, there are others which we'll wait for the government to put more information out in public domain. We will tell you about it once the government makes it official. But even in some other places from where Pakistan thought it could attempt to target India, CSEAD, SEAD is a very important concept, which is suppression of enemy air defenses. And that is what India has done in a very crucial point, because that arc that you see, Pindi, Sialkot and Lahore, that arc now makes Pakistan very vulnerable in a very sensitive part. Anyway, if you notice, it's such a tiny country. When you look at Pakistan, all the way from Pakistan-occupied Kashmir down to Pakistan's Punjab province, and then, of course, now you come down to Khyber Pakhtunkhwa on the other side, you come down to Balochistan, and then Sindh this side. It's a very narrow country. Muhammad Ali Jinnah said he'd got a moth-eaten country. That moth-eaten country is now even in more trouble. Shivani Sharma with me on this. And Shivani, the Indian Armed Forces have to remain on alert, because Pakistan will not just, stay back with this. You're in a very sensitive location right now, very close to the line of control. Pakistan may attempt something in Jammu and Kashmir, all across the international border.
Gaurav, since last 2 nights, there's heavy artillery firing that's going on at the line of control, in which innocent civilians have lost their lives. 16 lives have been lost, and Pakistan continues to violate the ceasefire since last 14 days, since the Pahalgam attack. And after Operation Sindoor, it started heavy shelling on line of control. And now we are seeing that the armed forces are on a high alert, because we know what kind of misadventures Pakistan has been into. It has been endorsing the terrorists, and that's why it has been hurt very bad after the terrorist outfits have been neutralized by India in Operation Sindoor. We've seen the janazas and the Chief of Army Staff of Pakistan offering his prayers out there. So this is why Pakistan is disturbed, agitated, very uncomfortable, and it wants to retaliate. That's what it did last night. And India is ready to respond in any manner. And remember what Rajnath Singh, the defense minister, was speaking a while back. He was saying that this was a proportionate action from India, but we can go all out to defend our sovereignty, the air power, the Indian armed forces power, the military power and capabilities are much ahead of Pakistan. So India is on a high alert, and India has already warned that it doesn't want any escalation, but if Pakistan wants, we are ready.
Okay. India's steps so far and Pakistan's escalation. General Dillon, as Kashmir Corps Commander and after that as Director General of Defense Intelligence Agency, you read the Pakistani mind and especially their military mind. Would they further escalate, or would they think, especially after the air defenses have been compromised in very critical parts, would they be thinking what India's next response will be, or will they further, that's almost like a game of brinkmanship. Will they, in this game of brinkmanship, take it one level higher, thinking they have a better card? Ultimately, they know they don't, but will that be their attempt?
Gaurav, I'm not sure whether intentionally or unintentionally you use the word Pakistani mind and military mind. And you're so right in that. Pakistan military does not think with a military mind. They think with the Pakistani Punjabi Musliman's mind. And they do not think of the consequences of a military escalation, military actions escalation for their country, for their economy, for their people and for their military. They think only this कि पंजाबी पाकिस्तान मुसलमान के मुरीद के और भावलपुर में हिंदुस्तान ने हमला किया तो मेरी चौधरपन को अटैक हो गया, मेरी नाक कट गई, अब मैं इसका बदला लूंगा. No, this is Pahalwani thing which happens in the villages of Punjab. This is what's happening on the border of India and Pakistan and line of control of India and Pakistan is not a village of Punjabi Pakistan. They must understand this, their psychology, the psyche has to grow out of a very chap of Pakistani Punjabi village to a statesman at international level. You are heading a country. You are trying to save a country. Your population is at stake. Your economy is at stake. Your reputation is at stake. You are laying wreaths on the dead bodies of terrorists when the whole world is fed up with terrorism.
Oh, absolutely.
Now, then you have a nuclear weapons. The whole world looks at you laying the wreaths on the dead bodies of terrorists. What sort of a responsible state you are that you can be trusted with the nuclear weapons? So these are the major strategic or international points which the world is watching them, and they are not getting out of the mentality of a Punjabi Pahalwan.
But the point that you raised, which is very significant, that Pakistan Army there at wreath laying of terrorists killed in Muridke and in Bahawalpur, including the Corps Commander of Bahawalpur and Army Chief's wreath being laid there, Pakistan Army Chief. This is reason enough to put them on the Financial Action Task Force grey list once again. But I want our viewers to know India's strengths, and I want you to see some of these weapons of war, not just the S-400 systems that we spoke of. I want you to look at the Harps. Again, amazing bit of technology that India has used, the Harpy drones used by India. Now, when you look at these drones, they're very small in size, and that is very small cross-section on the radar. Israeli Harps are known as the killer drones. They're also known as kamikaze or suicide drones. Remember in the Second World War, when the Japanese soldiers had attacked, the Air Force had attacked Pearl Harbor, they went Tora, Tora, Tora. Why? Because their attempt was one-way flight, ram into the American fleet in Pearl Harbor and destroy it. And that's exactly what they did when they did Tora, Tora, Tora. Those were kamikaze pilots or suicide pilots. Now, in 2025, you have kamikaze drones that will slam into the target and destroy it. It's a drone with a bomb that's attached to it, with the explosive attached to it. Combined capabilities of a UAV and a missile that's rolled into one to seek a target, and it has a seeker. It seeks the target, it can spot the target, zero in on it, and then slam into it, destroying it completely. But that's just one kind of drones that India has used. There's another kind of drone that India has used, and you'll be very proud of it. It is a made-in-India drone, and they've used 82mm mortars on a quadcopter. This is what war does. It teaches you a lot of innovation. That's exactly what India has done. Some of those images that you see, which the Ministry of External Affairs showed you yesterday, those images actually show you a quadcopter. They don't show you the quadcopter, but they do show the mortar underneath, dropping with gravity, pinpoint accuracy, taking down the jungle training center of the Pakistan-occupied Kashmir of Jaish-e-Mohammed. So that's the kind of technology India has. The Harps, which incidentally now are also being made in India. What does the Harp do? It loiters in the skies, it searches for the enemy, then it tracks the enemy, it identifies the target that's been fed into its memory, and then with pinpoint accuracy goes slam dunk down into the target. There's a loud explosion and the target is gone. For example, this time it is the air defense system of the Pakistan Army that cost them 1,600 crore rupees. It's just gone. That's the nature of warfare. And that's the nature of warfare where India invested effectively in the S-400 system that can look at multiple targets simultaneously up to and take them down up to 400 kilometers away. We went for the Russian system. The Pakistanis went for... Okay, so I also want to quickly tell you, these are images that are coming in from the Ministry of External Affairs. That's Vikram Misri, who's already in there. The Foreign Secretary of India, that's Randir Jaiswal, the spokesperson of the Ministry of External Affairs, Joint Secretary in the MEA. So just in seconds from now, perhaps that press conference is about to begin at the Ministry of External Affairs office, and perhaps this is a briefing where you'll also have a lot of foreign journalists and Indian journalists and those officers of the Army and the Air Force. Wing Commander Vyomika Singh and Colonel Sofia Qureshi already in. Let's listen in.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I welcome you to this briefing by Foreign Secretary Sri Vikram Misri on the ongoing developments regarding Operation Sindoor. We also have with us Colonel Sofia Qureshi and Wing Commander Vyomika Singh for this briefing. With that, I hand over the floor to Foreign Secretary. Sir.
Thank you, Randir. Good evening. Thank you all for joining for this briefing. You would have perhaps seen some information related to developments since late last night, early this morning, which has been put out by the Ministry of Defense. Just in case it has been missed, I will request Colonel Sofia Qureshi and Wing Commander Vyomika Singh to just update you and fill you in on the details.
Thank you, sir. ऑपरेशन सिंदूर पर 7 मई 2025 को हुई प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस के दौरान भारत ने अपनी प्रतिक्रिया को केंद्रित, संतुलित और गैर उत्तेजक बताया था। यह विशेष रूप से स्पष्ट किया गया था कि पाकिस्तानी सैन्य ठिकानों को निशाना नहीं बनाया गया। साथ ही दोहराया गया कि भारत में किसी भी सैन्य लक्ष्य पर हमले का उचित जवाब दिया जाएगा। 7 से 8 मई 2025 की रात को पाकिस्तान ने उत्तरी और पश्चिमी भारत में स्थित कई सैन्य ठिकानों को, जैसे कि अवंतीपुरा, श्रीनगर, जम्मू, पठानकोट, अमृतसर, कपूरथला, जालंधर, लुधियाना, आदमपुर, भटिंडा, चंडीगढ़, नाल, फलौदी, उत्तरलाई और भुज पर ड्रोन और मिसाइलों से हमला करने का प्रयास किया। इन हमलों को इंटीग्रेटेड काउंटर यूएएस ग्रिड और वायु रक्षा प्रणालियों द्वारा निष्क्रिय कर दिया गया। इन हमलों का मलबा कई स्थानों से बरामद हुआ, जो कि पाकिस्तानी हमलों का प्रमाण है। On the night of 7th May 2025, Pakistan attempted to engage a number of military targets in northern and western India using drones and missiles. These places included Avantipura, Srinagar, Jammu, Pathankot, Amritsar, Kapurthala, Nal, Jalandhar, Ludhiana, Adampur, Bhatinda, Chandigarh, Falodi, Uttarlai and Bhuj. These were neutralized by the integrated counter unmanned aerial system and other air defense systems. The debris of these attacks is now being recovered from a number of locations that prove the Pakistani attacks. आज सुबह भारतीय सशस्त्र बलों ने पाकिस्तान के कई स्थानों पर वायु रक्षा रडार और प्रणालियों को निशाना बनाया। भारत की प्रतिक्रिया समान क्षेत्र में समान तीव्रता के साथ की गई। यह विश्वसनीय रूप से ज्ञात हुआ कि लाहौर में स्थित एक वायु रक्षा प्रणाली को निष्क्रिय कर दिया गया। Today morning, Indian Armed Forces targeted air defense radars and systems at a number of locations in Pakistan. Indian response has been in the same domain with the same intensity as Pakistan. It has been reliably learned that an air defense system at Lahore has been neutralized. पाकिस्तान ने नियंत्रण रेखा पर आकरण गोलीबारी की तीव्रता बढ़ा दी है, जिसमें कुपवाड़ा, बारामूला, उरी, पुंछ, मेंढर और राजौरी क्षेत्रों में मोर्टार और भारी तोपखाने का इस्तेमाल किया जा रहा है। Pakistan has increased the intensity of its unprovoked firing across the line of control using mortar and heavy calibre artillery in areas in Kupwara, Baramulla, Uri, Poonch, Mendhar and Rajouri sectors in Jammu and Kashmir. 16 innocent lives have been lost, including 3 women and 5 children, due to the Pakistani firing. Here too, India was compelled to respond to bring mortar and artillery fire from Pakistan to a halt. Indian Armed Forces reiterate their commitment to non-escalation, provided it is respected by the Pakistan military. Jai Hind.
Thank you. Friends, this is, as I said, further to the briefing that was provided yesterday and some of the updates that have been just provided by Colonel Qureshi and Wing Commander Singh. I thought that we would just put some of the aspects related to the events that started on 22nd April with the barbaric terror attack in Pahalgam into further context, because there is a certain amount of commentary that has happened with regard to the events since then. And more than the commentary, there has been a lot of disinformation that has been directed at us from across the border. So a few things that I would like you to keep in mind. First of all, there is mention on all sides of escalation. I think the first point that you have to keep in mind is the attack of 22nd April in Pahalgam is the original escalation. ये जो सिलसिला है जो हम देख रहे हैं आज की घटनाओं को लेके, ये 22 अप्रैल के पहलगाम के हमले से शुरू हुआ है। एस्केलेशन वहां पे हुआ है और उस एस्केलेशन का जवाब भारतीय सेना ने, भारतीय फौज ने कल अपने एक्शन से दिया है। Secondly, I want to invite your attention to the involvement of the group calling itself the Resistance Front in these attacks. I pointed this out yesterday that this is a group that is a known front for the well-known Pakistan-based terrorist organization, Lashkar-e-Taiba. The group has been reported earlier. I mentioned to you about the Indian authorities providing information to the UN 1267 Sanctions Monitoring Committee. In fact, we are going to be meeting with the team again very soon, and we will be providing an update to the information that we have provided earlier. But what is interesting, दिलचस्प बात यह है कि संयुक्त राष्ट्र की सुरक्षा समिति में जब पहलगाम के हमले को लेके एक प्रेस वक्तव्य जारी करने की बात चल रही थी, तो आप सोचिए किस देश ने टीआरएफ का, द रेजिस्टेंस फ्रंट का उसमें मेंशन किया जाना, उसको अपोज किया, पाकिस्तान ने. This was after the fact that the TRF claimed responsibility for this attack not once but twice, within a few hours after the incident on the 22nd of April, and then again on the morning of 23rd April. And it is perhaps only after the full gravity of the incident was realized by its masters and handlers across the border that it was managed to back off from this claim. Obviously, that retraction doesn't convince anybody. तीसरी चीज जो मैं आपसे कहना चाह रहा था, और कर्नल कुरैशी और विंग कमांडर सिंह ने कल भी बड़े स्पष्ट शब्दों में और आज भी आपसे ये बात साझा की है. जो भारतीय रिस्पॉन्स है वो नॉन एस्केलेटरी है, प्रिसाइज है, सटीक है, मेजर्ड है और कंसिडर्ड है. Our intention has not been to escalate matters. We are only responding to the original escalation, as I said, and our response has been targeted, precise, controlled and measured. Only no military targets have been selected. Only terrorist infrastructure in Pakistan has been hit. Now, there are, as I said, a number of issues that have been raised in commentaries, and there's a lot of, as I said, unfounded disinformation and fabrication that has come from across the border. And I would just like to use this opportunity to set the record straight on some of these issues. The first of these is Pakistan trying to wash its hands off any and all involvement with terrorism. I think the Pakistani information minister said there are no terrorists in Pakistan. And I think he was challenged on that in the television program that he was appearing on. But even if I partially repeat myself from yesterday, I think Pakistan's reputation as the epicenter of global terrorism is rooted in a number of instances where concrete evidence is available, not just to India, but to governments and authorities and agencies around the world. There are several terrorist attacks around the world where Pakistani fingerprints have been found. I don't need to belabor the point with regard to this audience about where Osama bin Laden was found and who called him a martyr. Pakistan has also for decades pursued cross-border terrorism into India with impunity, and as I said yesterday also, in order to deliberately mislead the international community, they claimed that the terrorist Sajid Mir was dead. They came under pressure, and Sajid Mir was then brought back to life, arrested, and is now apparently in Pakistani custody. Pakistan is also home to a very large number of UN proscribed as well as UN proscribed terrorists, as well as terrorists proscribed by a number of other governments in the world, including, of course, the Lashkar-e-Taiba and the Jaish-e-Mohammed, as well as their leaders, Masood Azhar and Hafiz Mohammed Saeed. आपने देखा होगा हाल ही में पिछले ही कुछ दिनों में पाकिस्तान के रक्षा मंत्री और उनके पूर्व विदेश मंत्री दोनों ने इस बात को माना है कि पाकिस्तान का ऐसे ग्रुप्स के साथ जो रिश्ता है वो क्या रहा है. Both the defense minister and the former foreign minister of Pakistan, I think they've done a more eloquent job of this than I could ever do in terms of describing their country's implication in international terrorism and their involvement in housing these kinds of groups. दूसरा जो विषय है वो है पाकिस्तान का जो एक दावा है कि एक इंटरनेशनल impartial investigation होना चाहिए, एक joint investigative committee होनी चाहिए. These calls for jointly investigating this heinous and barbaric attack in Pahalgam. Again, I think you know the history well on this. You know the track record well, and it is not a bright track record insofar as Pakistan is concerned. In fact, in the pursuit of justice for the victims of multiple terrorist attacks, whether it be Mumbai in 2008, in Pathankot in 2016, or many others. But in particular for these two attacks, India had offered to cooperate. India provided forensic evidence and urged Pakistan to bring the perpetrators of these attacks to justice. We, in particular with regard to the Mumbai attacks of 2008, where a Pakistani Lashkar-e-Taiba terrorist was captured alive, India provided extensive information and evidence related to the involvement of Pakistani terrorists in this attack. Cases were registered, but you are all aware that these cases have not progressed, despite the formation of judicial teams, etc. And Pakistan has consistently stonewalled all efforts to move the investigation along. In fact, with regard to the Pathankot attack as well, a joint investigative team was formed. We gave access, unprecedented access, I should say, to Pakistani team to the site of the attack. Details of call records data and DNA, etc. were shared with Pakistan. We had shared with them details related that we had been able to access to the addresses of terrorists. We presented evidence against the office bearers of Jaish-e-Mohammed who had conspired in the attack, and the handlers of the terrorists who facilitated them and guided them in. But there has been no movement on this. So in all of this, I think the experience has not been positive, and it certainly doesn't give us the confidence now to take at face value Pakistani assertions of wishing to participate in a joint investigation. These are just delaying tactics. These are just stonewalling tactics. And in fact, there is reason to believe that Pakistan uses the evidence that we provide only to cover its tracks and, in fact, defend the terrorists who we are looking for and obstruct the path of investigation. A third point that I wanted to address was the claim that only civilians were killed in the strikes on the 7th of May. We have made the point very clearly that all attacks on the morning of 7th May were against carefully selected terrorist infrastructure, terrorist targets. It is not clear to us, in fact, seeing some of the coverage of the after effects of these strikes, including the funerals for the terrorists that are held yesterday. I think a lot of you have seen the reports and the coverage on media. If only civilians, if any civilians were killed in these attacks, I wonder what message this picture actually sends to all of you. This is a question that is worth asking. It's also odd that the funerals of civilians are carried out with the coffins being draped in Pakistani flags and state honors being accorded. As far as we are concerned, the individuals eliminated at these facilities were terrorists. Giving terrorist state funerals may be a practice in Pakistan. Doesn't seem to make much sense to us. Pakistan has also claimed that India deliberately attacked religious sites. This is completely false again. I have made it clear that the targets were terrorist infrastructure, terrorist facilities, and locations connected clearly with incidents of cross-border terrorism into India. And it is in fact Pakistan that is misusing religious sites as a cover to in fact radicalize, direct and indoctrinate and train terrorists. In fact, contrary to what Pakistan is claiming, yesterday Pakistan launched a targeted attack on the Sikh community in the state of Jammu and Kashmir, hitting Gurdwara in Poonch and the homes of Sikh community members, which came under attack. And we know that at least 3 individuals were killed in that particular attack. Pakistan is also making attempts to, in fact, just to add to this point, the retaliatory action that Pakistan has taken, in fact, is impacting civilians. I showed you the picture of the Gurdwara and the Sikh community members who were killed in this. There are other civilians also who've been killed and injured in these attacks. In fact, since yesterday morning, a total of 16 civilians have been killed and 59 others have been injured in the attacks by Pakistan. Not only this, Pakistan is also making attempts as part of its disinformation campaign to paint our action with regard to cross-border terrorism through the communal angle. If that is the issue, then I think I can do no better than to cite or point you in the direction of the Pakistan Army Chief's speech of 16 April 2025. I think that is the last word in communal rhetoric. And in the Pahalgam attack itself, you are aware of the kind of religious profiling that was done there. And perhaps there is a linkage between these two events. I can only say that these nefarious designs will not be allowed to succeed in India. And it is to be noted that people from all faiths, all religions, all regions in India have unequivocally, not just in India but around the world, have condemned these attacks. The Pakistani claims of now responding to India's strikes of the 7th of May. As I said right at the outset, it is India which is responding. The original escalation was by Pakistan on the 22nd of April. We are the ones who are responding to that escalation with the action that was taken yesterday morning. And again, I would like to emphasize that the action was restrained. It was directed towards non-civilian, non-military targets and confined to terrorist camps. And again, as we have been saying since yesterday, any further action by Pakistan, some of which we are seeing today, is nothing but escalation by Pakistan now once again, and will be responded to and is being responded to appropriately. One point that I wanted to also address was the allegations to the targeting of a dam, the Neelam Jhelum project in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. I want to say that this is an absolute and complete fabrication and a blatant lie. India has targeted only and only terrorist infrastructure, and the details of that terrorist infrastructure, together with the locations, were shared with you yesterday by Colonel Qureshi and Wing Commander Singh. I should note that if this kind of a claim is a pretext for targeting Indian infrastructure of a similar nature, Pakistan will be entirely responsible for the consequences that will undoubtedly follow. Finally, I want to address some issues that have been raised related to the Indus Waters Treaty and the disinformation that has been raised in regard to that as well. The fact is that there have been fundamental changes in the circumstances in which the Indus Waters Treaty was concluded, and they call for a reassessment of the obligations under the treaty. Over the last year and a half to 2 years, India has been in communication with the government of Pakistan. We've sent several notices to them requesting for negotiations to discuss modification of the treaty. India has for 6+ decades now honored the treaty, even during periods when Pakistan imposed multiple wars on us, and even when relations were adversarial. Pakistan is the one that has been acting in violation of the treaty, deliberately creating legal roadblocks in India exercising its legitimate rights on the Western rivers. Any projects that India sought to build on the Eastern rivers, and even on the Western rivers, which we are allowed to by the treaty, were always challenged by Pakistan, thereby hampering our rights to utilize our legitimate waters under the treaty. In fact, if you see the preamble of the treaty itself states that the treaty was concluded in a spirit of goodwill and friendship. Mark those words, concluded in a spirit of goodwill and friendship. ये भारत का धैर्य और भारत की सहनशीलता है जो 65 साल से हम इतनी प्रोवोकेशन के बावजूद इस ट्रीटी को निभा रहे हैं. However, as has been made clear earlier as well, Pakistan has not responded to our requests to enter into negotiations for a reassessment of the obligations under the treaty. A number of conditions have changed. This is a treaty that was based on the engineering techniques of the 50s and the 60s. We are living through the first quarter of the 21st century. Technological changes and technological advancements have to be taken into account. There are demographic changes. There are climate changes that have taken place. There is the imperative of clean energy. And of course, the terrorism that Pakistan has wreaked in the state of Jammu and Kashmir itself has hampered India's ability to exercise its rights under the treaty. Pakistan's persistent refusal to respond to our request to enter into government-to-government negotiations on the modification of the treaty is, in a sense, itself a violation of the treaty. And therefore, India has taken the step of putting the treaty in abeyance until Pakistan abjures irrevocably its support for cross-border terrorism. Maybe I'll stop there. I mentioned earlier yesterday as well that this is an evolving situation. I would therefore ask all of you to be considerate and restrained. It will not be possible for us or my colleagues from the armed forces to share operational details at this point in time. Beyond that, if you have any questions, may I have time for only a few, and I'll try to answer those questions.
Okay, I give the floor to Rishabh.
One Secretary, good evening. This is Rishabh from Times Now. I just wanted to understand, as per the press release that has been released earlier today, it says that we have successfully hit at the air defense of Lahore. Does it give our forces a better chances if in case of further escalation? And are there other air defense places as well at strategic location that were targeted?
Rishabh, you are violating the first rule that I set out at the end of my remarks. The press release that has been issued by the Ministry of Defense today speaks for itself. It is related to operational matters. It's been released by the Ministry of Defense. As more information becomes available, it will be released at the appropriate time. Once again, please don't go into operational details at this point in time, because this is a constantly evolving situation. Yeah, go ahead.
Foreign Secretary Smita Sharma, just wanted to ask, the Pakistani Minister Ishaq Dar in an interview has claimed that the national security advisors of India and Pakistan have spoken to each other. If you could confirm or deny, and is complete severance of diplomatic ties with Pakistan also on the table?
I have no information with regard to contacts between the two national security advisors. Insofar as diplomatic relations are concerned, you've seen the steps that were announced in response to the following the meeting of the Cabinet Committee on Security on the 23rd of April. There are no further steps that are under consideration at this moment in time. Yeah, go ahead.
फॉरेन सेक्रेटरी, मेरा नाम मनीष है, मैं TV9 भारतवर्ष से हूं, और आपने खुद ही बताया कि कितना मिस इन्फॉर्मेशन क्रॉस बॉर्डर से आ रहा है, बल्कि ऐसा लग रहा है जैसे पाकिस्तान के प्राइम मिनिस्टर और डिफेंस मिनिस्टर तक भी प्रोपेगेंडा करने में मिस इन्फॉर्मेशन में आ गए हैं। वो कई बार तो ये तक दावा करते हैं कि हम 3 राफेल हमने गिरा दिया, इतने हमने मिग गिरा दिए, और जब उनसे पूछा जाता है तो वो कहते हैं कि सोशल मीडिया में हमने ये सब चीज़ें देखी थी। तो अगर आधिकारिक तौर पर अगर आप कुछ कह सकें इस पर, ताकि उन्हें भी समझ में आए कि इस तरह के प्रोपेगेंडा नहीं चलने वाला है।
देखिए, जब सही समय होगा तो आधिकारिक तौर पे इसके बारे में सूचना दी जाएगी, लेकिन जो आपका प्रश्न है कि प्रधानमंत्री और उप प्रधानमंत्री और विदेश मंत्री, उनके रक्षा मंत्री इस तरह की बातें कर रहे हैं, तो इसमें अचरज की कोई बात नहीं है। आखिरकार ये एक देश है जिसने अपना इसका जन्म लेते ही झूठ शुरू हो गया था। 1947 में जब पाकिस्तानी फौज ने जम्मू कश्मीर पे दावा बोला, तो उन्होंने किसी ऐसे वैसे व्यक्ति से नहीं, संयुक्त राष्ट्र से झूठ बोला कि हमारा कोई लेना देना नहीं है इससे। ये लोग जो गए हैं वो तो कबायली हैं। वो तो जब हमारी फौज वहां पे पहुंची और यूएन के लोग, संयुक्त राष्ट्र के लोग खुद वहां पे पहुंचे, उन्होंने देखा कि वहां तो पाकिस्तानी फौज घुसपैठ करके आ गई है, उसके बाद पाकिस्तान को मुंह की देखनी पड़ी और उनको मानना पड़ा कि हाँ, उनकी फौज वहां पे कुछ समय से पड़ी हुई है। तो ये जो यात्रा है एक तरह से 75 साल पहले शुरू हो चुकी है, तो आई एम नॉट सरप्राइज दैट दिस काइंड ऑफ disinformation is being indulged in. Yeah. Siddhant.
Sir, Siddhant from Beyond. Sir, we have seen a lot of negative comments coming from the Pakistani military of escalation. If tomorrow there is an escalation, there are strikes, we know one attempt has been thwarted, what will be the Indian response to those attempts of creating more escalation? Because it is looking like it's going towards more escalation. And my second question is, are any other world powers, essentially the P5 countries, the West Asian countries, reaching out to de-escalate the current situation?
Look, on escalation, we've already made our stance clear. I mean, there are two basic points. First of all, it is Pakistan that escalated on the 22nd of April. We are only responding to that escalation. And then what we have said yesterday and what my colleagues have said today, that now if there is an attempt at further escalation by Pakistan, it will be responded to in an appropriate domain. And therefore, the choice is entirely that of Pakistan to make. As to your second question, I don't think I can do better than to point you in the direction of the statements that are being made from practically every chancellery in the world and the sentiment that they are carrying. That sentiment essentially and for the major portion is support for the government of India in the context of the condemnation of the terrorist attack in Pahalgam on the 22nd of April. There is wide recognition of the government of India's right to respond to these attacks in self-defense, and of course a desire to ensure that there is not further escalation. I think these statements speak for themselves. Yeah.
Sir, this is Mausami from India Today. Now, in the all-party meeting, we have learned that the defense minister has said that, in the Operation Sindoor, almost 100 terrorists were killed. Would we have any details about what is the number like, and also about if there were any big faces, masterminds, terrorist masterminds who were in fact killed? There is also a report that Masood Azhar's family's 10 members have been killed, and Rauf Asghar, who was actually the mastermind of Pulwama, he's also been badly, severely injured.
I don't have information at this point in time to share with you on these issues. But as I said, I think, there is so much information out there on television, in the news media, in social media, that it sometimes looks like a long time has passed since this. Please understand that slightly over 36 hours only have passed since this operation was undertaken. Let us have some patience. Information will come out. It will be shared in due time. Shruti.
Thank you, Foreign Secretary. Shruti Ranjan from Bloomberg. Sir, could you give us any understanding whether India has moved the IMF or the World Bank to kind of, sensitize them about the the bailout that Pakistan has and, the kind of stuff that the Pakistan government is doing?
Look, we have an executive director at the IMF. Tomorrow there is a meeting of the board of the IMF, and I'm sure that our executive director will put forward India's position. The decisions of the board are a different matter. The process through which they are made. But I think the case with regard to Pakistan should be self-evident to those people who generously open their pockets to bail out this country. And since you are from Bloomberg, I think you would have the data on how many IMF bailout programs have been, very good, thank you, have been sanctioned in the space of the last 3 decades. And I think you would also have an idea of how many of those programs have actually reached successful conclusion. Probably not many. So I think this is a decision that board members have to take by looking deep within themselves and looking at the facts.
So we can, one last question, sir.
Sure.
One last question.
Foreign Secretary, I'm Siddhant from CNN News 18. I would like to know, since it's an opportunity to speak to you, I would like to know the response coming from United States since last 3 weeks. Saudi Arabia, Qatar. In fact, Prime Minister Modi spoke to Qatar before the strikes that evening. Perhaps how do you read the support coming from these countries? Perhaps traditionally they were seen on the other side. This time around, their statements are strong worded. In fact, India-Saudi joint statement also had a very strong condemnation, strong worded condemnation. United States at all levels have condemned the attack and have extended support. In fact, Saudi Deputy Foreign Minister is in India. He just met EMS Jaishankar. Also, if you could shed some light about on his visit, his meeting with EMS Jaishankar. In fact, we have also been told that he met Prime Minister Modi. Thank you.
Look, all the countries that you named and many others, we have been in touch with them. The Prime Minister has spoken to a large number of world leaders. A large number of world leaders have called him, as have called the External Affairs Minister. As we speak, there are conversations going on today as well with world leaders. And your assessment or conclusion of the general tenor of these messages is very much on point. And I think this is a recognition of the fact, firstly, of the barbaric nature, the unprecedented nature and character and features of the attack in Pahalgam, and a recognition of India's right to respond to this. And also a recognition of the fact that in responding, we have been nothing but responsible and have done so in a restrained, in a measured, and in a non-escalatory manner. I think that counts for something. People have taken that into account, and that is what is explaining the kinds of reactions that we are seeing. And we appreciate the sentiments and the statements that have been made by the vast majority of world leaders. Yes, the Saudi Minister of State for Foreign Affairs is in Delhi. He had a meeting with the External Affairs Minister earlier today. I don't have further details at this moment, but if there are details, the ministry will share them at some point with you. Thank you. I think that's all we have time for today. We'll join you again soon. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Okay, so a very, very important, very detailed briefing that you just saw there by, in fact, the forces and the MEN. Several big takeaways. First, we've got details now of the strikes that were conducted on the Pakistan Army facilities and particularly on the missile defense system, and how essentially it was in response to Pakistan through the night targeting 15 locations on Indian soil. So clearly the message is, and Gaurav is with me on this, Gaurav, the message is tit for tat. You come after us, we'll come after you tenfold.
India's response, according to the Foreign Secretary, is one, non-escalatory. It is measured and it is for effect. If you look at what Pakistan did, according to the Ministry of Defense, statements made both by the Army and the Air Force, that they attacked 15 different locations of military importance, whether it's from Srinagar to Adampur. So let's take this state by state. 3 or 4 targets in Jammu and Kashmir, 3 or 4 targets in Punjab, 3 targets in Rajasthan and 1 in Gujarat. Adds up to 15 targets Pakistanis attempted, but the S-400 system was able to neutralize the entire Pakistani assault. And had they succeeded, can you imagine the devastation and destruction at 15 frontline air bases of India? So India has responded in equal measure to deter Pakistan, and that is take down their missile defense system, including in Lahore, and specifically in Lahore. And Lahore has a special significance. That is the heart of Pakistan's Punjab province. The core of Pakistan's army comes from Lahore, and now that place becomes very vulnerable with losing their air defense shield.
3 locations, we're putting that out on our screens, in Lahore, Sialkot and Rawalpindi. Rawalpindi extremely crucial there.
there, because that's the Pakistan Army headquarters. We've struck there too. So Rawalpindi, Sialkot, as well as Lahore is where we hit back. But several other takeaways also from the news briefing that you just heard now, perhaps the most detailed since Operation Sindoor, because here you also had the MEA, the Foreign Secretary, going ahead and taking questions as well. A number of issues that he's raised here. One, and very clearly that this is in response to Pakistan. As Gaurav said, it's non-escalatory in nature, but he's also shot off a very, very clear warning, Gaurav, saying to Pakistan, if you hit us, we'll hit you back. And that was the message also on the issue of dams, because there's some propaganda doing the rounds that India attempted to hit Pakistani dams. And so the MEA has issued that warning saying, if you come after any of our resources or infrastructure, we'll be forced to do the same back to you.
What Pakistan is doing, it's escalatory. Pakistan's measure saying that Neelam Jhelum Dam is targeted. Neelam Jhelum Dam is a very critical asset of Pakistan, and India is making it very clear we have no intention to target the Neelam Jhelum Dam. But should Pakistan do a false flag and target Neelam Jhelum and then target any of the dams in India, there will be massive consequences for Pakistan.
Let's get you breaking news that's coming in right now. The Army Chief is meeting with Prime Minister Modi at the Prime Minister's residence. There have been back-to-back meetings that have taken place. Today, you've had a meeting essentially with NSA Ajit Doval this morning with the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister then met with the Home Secretary, and now a meeting with the Army Chief. Safe to assume, Gaurav, that this is essentially a briefing perhaps post what's happened along the border.
So far, India was reacting to what Pakistan is doing. But if you notice in Operation Sindoor, India punished 9 different locations, including the headquarters of terror. There's a lot of intelligence input also coming in of what Pakistan can do next. And last night, when Pakistan attempted to target 15 locations, the armed forces knew, they were prepared, and that is why they were not only able to thwart the Pakistani the Pakistani military attack on our military bases, but they were also able to impose costs on Pakistan in terms of the response. Now, the chiefs, the CDS, the National Security Advisor, the entire security apparatus actually war games on the basis of a lot more intelligence inputs that they have on what Pakistan may attempt to do. A sane military mind on the Pakistani side would seek to dial down tensions, but knowing the radical Islamist mind of General Asim Munir, he'll probably try and scale it up. What could be his next attempt to? So to be forewarned is to be forearmed, and that's exactly why you war game what he will do next, so that you not only ensure that he fails, you're able to impose costs on him once again, so that it dissuades him from trying to escalate even further.
The message very clear from the Prime Minister, from the government to our forces. Complete free hand to hit back, retaliate, respond to Pakistan in any manner they deem fit, which is why perhaps in a span of 24 hours, you've seen 2 successful operations, Operation Sindoor, and many are deeming what we've seen through the course of last night as Operation Sindoor 2.0 as well. Because not just have we hit the terror hubs, but the moment Pakistan attempted to retaliate at 15 locations across the country, and Gaurav, you were telling us how this spans across 3,000 kilometers, across that entire stretch to repel, thwart every single attack from Pakistan, and then to hit back at Pakistan where it hurts the most, in Rawalpindi, in Lahore, tells you and speaks volumes of how our forces have been able to really give it back to Pakistan in perhaps the only language that they understand. And so you've got clearly our forces getting that free hand to respond to Pakistan. And obviously at this point, it will be based on that, Gaurav, on how things move, on how things develop. Forces getting that free hand is a big, big advantage, that you don't go back and forth, you immediately act.
You're spot on that. Remember, Pakistan not only killed 25 innocents in Pahalgam, it's killed 16 more, including 5 women and 3 children, and that's really hurting India. Pakistan is killing our civilians and using heavy caliber weapons with 155mm howitzers, heavy mortars, and that's massive escalation by Pakistan. They don't care about Kashmir, Jammu and Kashmir, and the people of Jammu and Kashmir, the fact that they're killing civilians in Jammu and Kashmir. If I may quickly, in Rawalpindi, which has the general headquarters, as you rightly pointed out, India targeted a stadium very close to general headquarters, because that's the message India is giving. If we can target the stadium, we can target GHQ. Do not escalate. That the battery, the missile defense shield of Pakistan, the air defense system that was taken down, that's again a very important signal being sent out. If we can take this down, we can take much more down, and the 4 core of Pakistan or the Lahore core of Pakistan becomes very vulnerable. But India is not escalating, can escalate, but is not escalating. So that's the message India is giving. tone down tensions and take action against terror, or we will be forced to.
Very, very true. And Rawalpindi, that cricket stadium is right next to the army headquarters. And you see those images on your screens also, as well. You know, plumes of smoke emerging from right outside that stadium. It was empty, mind you, because again, let's reiterate here that India has made it very clear we will not resort to what Pakistan does of cowardly strikes on civilians. So we're ensuring that civilians are safe in Pakistan. Pakistan, of course, isn't extending that same courtesy. We've been seeing what's been happening along the line of control, where we're being told 13 plus civilian deaths, unfortunately, have been reported. And that's what's warranted these strikes again by India on military establishments. But let's once again recap for you the statements that came in from Colonel Sophia Qureshi as well as Wing Commander Vyomika Singh on these strikes that have happened on Pakistan military establishments now.
Today morning, Indian Armed Forces targeted air defense radars and systems at a number of locations in Pakistan. Indian response has been in the same domain with the same intensity as Pakistan. It has been reliably learnt that an air defense system at Lahore has been neutralized. Pakistan attempted to engage a number of military targets in northern and western India using drones and missiles. These places included Avantipura, Srinagar, Jammu, Pathankot, Amritsar, Kapurthala, Nal, Jalandhar, Ludhiana, Adhampur, Bhatinda, Chandigarh, Falodi, Uttarlai and Bhuj. These were neutralized by the integrated counter unmanned aerial system and other air defense systems. The debris of these attacks is now being recovered from a number of locations that prove the Pakistani attacks.
7 से 8 मई 2025 की रात को पाकिस्तान ने उत्तरी और पश्चिमी भारत में स्थित कई सैन्य ठिकानों को जैसे कि अवंतीपुरा, श्रीनगर, जम्मू, पठानकोट, अमृतसर, कपूरथला, जालंधर, लुधियाना, आदमपुर, भटिंडा, चंडीगढ़, नाल, फलौदी, उत्तरलाई और भुज पर ड्रोन और मिसाइलों से हमला करने का प्रयास किया। इन हमलों को इंटीग्रेटेड काउंटर यूएएस ग्रिड और वायु रक्षा प्रणालियों द्वारा निष्क्रिय कर दिया गया। इन हमलों का मलबा कई स्थानों से बरामद हुआ, जो कि पाकिस्तानी हमलों का प्रमाण है।
Okay, I want to bring in Maushmi Singh, who was at that particular briefing. Maushmi, we were live during that press conference. We heard your question also to Mr. Misri about the death toll, in which he said right now we can't confirm it. It's only been 36 hours. We're still getting details really of what the impact of Operation Synindur has been. But a couple of big takeaways there, and just away from really what the briefing was about the strikes on Pakistani military establishment. There were pointed questions asked about all of the narratives being created on social media, fake news being spread about impact in India, about who we hit, etc. Can you just put that in context for us, or what the Foreign Secretary's message was?
Absolutely, Akshita. You know, the Foreign Secretary was saying that, you know, there's a lot of disinformation and propaganda that is being sent, that is being spread by Pakistan, and we want to reiterate the same thing, that we are just responding to the Pahalgam terror attack. Now, Pakistan wants to justify the action of targeting civilians. Almost 16 civilians dead, more than 30 have been injured, almost 50 have been injured, and Pakistan wants to justify it by saying that we are targeting civilians. All that we know is, and he showed that photograph of how, you know, that a state funeral was being awarded to terrorists, and they were wrapped, the coffins were wrapped in Pakistani flags. That itself proves about the complete bag of lies that Pakistan wants to in fact spread as fake propaganda. And on the other hand, he also said that you know, the fact that Pakistan has targeted civilian installations itself speaks volumes about what Pakistan's intentions are. He also went on to say very importantly, the highlight that Pakistan is also spreading this propaganda that we should have a joint inquiry. And he cited Mumbai terror attack, the Pathankot terror attack, saying we in fact went more than,
Very important message, Maushami, from the Foreign Secretary on the images we're showing of how you've seen this massive outpouring of grief from the Pakistan army for these terrorists, and that the MEA very fittingly has said exposes really what Pakistan stands for and how they consider these terrorists to be heroes. That's the kind of hero's farewell they received in these funerals as well, Gaurav.
Well, imagine a wreath being laid on behalf of the Pakistan Army Chief, Corps Commander of Bahawalpur being present at the funeral of a terrorist, wreath being laid on behalf of the Lahore Corps Commander for terrorists of Lashkar-e-Taiba at Bureed. It just goes on to show that terrorists and Pakistan Army, they're just the same. They're brothers, just wearing two different uniforms at times. And often Pakistan Army soldiers have worn these, salwar kameez of terrorists and come into our country. That's also been done in the past, sadly. But, Akshita, the massive escalation by Pakistan, sending in their missiles and drones to target 15 different locations in India, that's huge escalation by Pakistan in the past 16 to 18 hours.
Oh, very true. While you and I slept peacefully, soundly through the night, our forces were repelling every single one of these strikes. And I want to decode for you the 15 locations that Pakistan attempted to strike. Why did they choose these 15 locations? Gaurav, you're well versed with this entire 3,323 kilometer stretch. Let's take it one by one. The first site where there was an attempt to target was Srinagar. Why Srinagar?
Srinagar is extremely important as far as India is concerned. It's the nerve center of India's operations in the Kashmir Valley. It has an airbase, it has an army, a very significant army core location. It has other military and very sensitive paramilitary and Central Armed Forces locations. So Srinagar is the nerve center. Even in 1947, Pakistan was desperate to occupy Srinagar. They failed, they collapsed, and then they retreated, at least till Muzaffarabad. So that is why they've been trying to get Srinagar since 1947.
So they've been trying repeatedly. This time too, the strike was repelled. Let's talk about Avantipora. Here too, according to the statement that's coming from the government, from the Defence Ministry, there was an attempt to strike Avantipora as well, which is another base.
Again, a very significant air base, a very significant protection for Kashmir base. These are very, very significant bases in Jammu and Kashmir. And Pakistan knows if it wants to, they want to take over Jammu and Kashmir. That's been their reason of existence since 1947. Yeah. So every chief looks at himself as either Muhammad Ali Jinnah or General Ziaul Haq or Muhammad bin Qasim, that they want to take over Indian territory by force, and Srinagar is repeatedly on their radar.
So Srinagar, Avantipora, these are the two locations in Jammu and Kashmir where there were attempts to go ahead and fire missiles. We understand drones and missiles were used by Pakistan. But just look at the contrast then. The entire stretch that Pakistan attempted to target from Jammu and Kashmir all the way to Gujarat to Bhuj, Gaurav, here too missiles, drones were fired by Pakistan.
So if you look at entire map of our country from Jammu and Kashmir, come down to Pathankot, come to Adampur, these are very, very critical. Bhatinda, Jalandhar, very, very critical air bases and military bases that Pakistan chose to target. Look at the mind of General Asim Munir. He's escalating it hugely. He wants this war to be escalated, and how? India struck 9 terrorist bases and 2 headquarters of Lashkar-e-Taiba and Jaish-e-Mohammed. In fact, for Jaish-e-Mohammed, a little distance away from their headquarters, that Masjid Subhanallah is their main rest and recuperation and recreation masjid and residential complex that India struck on the outskirts of Bahawalpur. So India striking terror. India doesn't have any terrorist camps, so Pakistan can't strike terrorists here. So they tried striking the armed forces of India, and that's massive escalation. That too from Jammu and Kashmir all the way down to Gujarat. Correct. So through J&K, through Punjab, through Rajasthan, through Gujarat, Massive escalation by General Asim Munir. This man is very dangerous for Pakistan.
And you know, while we did precision strikes on terror launch pads, what Gaurav said about them attempting to target our armed forces, them targeting civilians too. We've been seeing that along the border as well. So Poonch, you've seen it. In Rajasthan too, you see several locations. There's a frontline fighter airbase
at Uttarlai.
In Uttarlai, where that's where again we've seen an attempt to fire missiles and drones in several locations in Rajasthan. Let's quickly play that out. You have Uttarlai, you have Falodi.
You have Nal. Nal again is a very significant air base. And you know, why do you have these bases right at the front line? Because this is virtually like a staging camp for operations that need to be undertaken off when your aircraft are, after striking, they're returning, they can come here to these bases, frontline bases, that your defensive and offensive capabilities. Of course, this is from in earlier times. Now you have aircraft and your mid-air refuelers, they can take off from anywhere in the country and go anywhere across the country. But Pakistan targeting the entire front line of Indian Air Force bases from Jammu and Kashmir to Gujarat is a very important message. Pakistan also in a way attempted to take out some of our missile defense systems and shields through this drone attack, because some of these air bases, apart from having a fighter jets, also have your missiles for your air defense. So Pakistan is escalating. India doesn't want to escalate. But what is India doing? The moment Pakistan does this, India hits at their air defense system. So that next time when we go in, if there is a requirement, and God forbid, but if there is a requirement, their enemy air defenses are already suppressed. It's a concept of warfare called SIAD, suppression of enemy air defenses. This is what India did at Lahore, and as you pointed out, you know, in Rawalpindi, in Sialkot, and a couple of other places that the government is not talking about.
Okay, what's very clear, and the messaging here is very important. In Chandigarh is the Western Command headquarters. Batinda, Punjab has the IAF base. Adampur, which Gaurav was referring to, is a frontline fighter IAF base. That list goes on. There are 15 places, several of those in Punjab, by the way, that you see, including Pathankot, which already, of course, was targeted by Jaish-e-Mohammed as well.
Absolutely right.
And in Jammu, the IAF base, Army base, all of these were targeted. Let me just highlight here that the moment Pakistan scales up, they're escalating, assuming perhaps that there won't be any retaliation from India because we've done Operation Synindur, we've targeted these terror camps. But that's not the message here. The message is, if you target us, and if your mission is unsuccessful, doesn't mean we won't hit back, Gaurav.
Absolutely. And hit back is not to escalate, but to send across a message to Pakistan. India could have escalated. If Pakistan tried to hit us at 15 different locations, India can hit at 15, maybe even more locations. And you've seen from that Balochistan operations, India can hit anywhere in Pakistan. Balochistan is the other end of Pakistan, from after which Afghanistan starts in Northwest Frontier Province or Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. So India hit Balochistan, you can hit Balochistan again, but India does not want to escalate. That is why it's only at Lahore, you know, which is barely 25 kilometers from Amritsar, that their air defense system was destroyed. Of course, quite close to the core headquarters. So the signaling is very clear. India is still signaling, Pakistan is trying to destroy some of our bases.
You know, our, as the government put it, non-escalatory response is what we're looking at. But let's say if there's an attempt again by Pakistan, hopefully they've learned their lesson, because of those 15 sites that they tried to target, not one did they manage to hit. All of it thwarted. And just imagine the level of alertness of our forces, that on high alert, and this is what we mean by high alert, because when Pakistan said they were on high alert, we pulled off Operation Synindur. When we said we're on high alert, they attempted to hit 15 locations across a 3,000 kilometer stretch. We stopped all of it. Our forces repelled and thwarted every single one of them, and then gave them the exact same treatment. And unfortunately for Pakistan, we've always been successful in the operations we pull off. And that's also because of the free hand that the government has given to our forces. Prime Minister Modi has been at the nerve center of planning, monitoring Operation Synindur. And he chaired crucial meetings today as well, perhaps tracking all the latest that's been happening, and round 2 of Operation Synindur. Our next report tells you more.
The next phase of Operation Synindur. India responded to Pakistan's provocations by disabling Pakistan air defense radars, especially in Lahore. Pakistan's attempt to fire missiles at 15 Indian cities was successfully foiled by the Indian defense systems. India's leadership, meanwhile, also simultaneously focusing on operational preparedness across the country to ensure citizen safety. Prime Minister Narendra Modi chaired a high-level meeting with secretaries of various ministries on Thursday, calling for continued alertness and clear communication while reaffirming the government's commitment to national security and operational readiness. The meeting was attended by the Cabinet Secretary, senior officials from the Prime Minister's office, secretaries from key ministries including Defence, Home Affairs, External Affairs, Information and Broadcasting, Power, Health and Telecommunications. A statement issued by the Prime Minister's office confirmed that the focus of this high-level meeting was to strengthen civil defence mechanisms, ensure the security of critical infrastructure, and efforts to counter misinformation and fake news. Ministries were also advised to maintain close coordination with state authorities and ground-level institutions, it said. Secretaries have been directed to undertake a comprehensive review of their respective ministries' operations and to ensure foolproof functioning of essential systems, with special focus on readiness, emergency response and internal communication protocols. Prime Minister Narendra Modi stressing the need for seamless coordination among ministries and agencies to uphold operational continuity and institutional resilience. PM Modi reaffirmed the government's commitment to national security and citizen safety. As the Indian Armed Forces carried out missile strikes on 9 terror targets in Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Jammu Kashmir, and then the drone response at the air defence systems, is a reminder from India that terror attacks against our innocent civilians will not be tolerated anymore. Bureau Report, India Today Television.
All right, let's talk about how we managed really to thwart all of the attacks by Pakistan. Remember that we have a very, very robust, some of the best in the world, air defense system currently in place. And that was clear in the fact that you saw all attempts to go ahead and hit 15 locations by Pakistan, all of that immediately dismissed. India has used the Israel-made Harpy drone and Russia-made S-400 called the Sudarshan Chakra. Let's talk about the S-400 first. The S-400 Sudarshan, it can detect, track, engage a wide array of aerial threats, including stealth aircraft, fighter jets, drones and cruise or ballistic missiles at ranges of up to 400 kilometers. Its arsenal includes multiple missile types, allowing layered defense against simultaneous threats at varying distances and altitudes. Now, this particular system's radars also extremely effective. So in difficult environments, the Sudarshan Chakra really steps up. And it's this S-400 that's demonstrated its prowess repeatedly. Now, in fact, previously in drills also, it's shot down 80% of a simulated enemy aircraft package. And it's the S-400 that helped us last night, that helped our forces last night repel all of these attacks. Let's also tell you about the Harpy drone. It's a small one. It's called the Israeli Harpy Killer, or a kamikaze drone. It acts as cruise missiles by exploding right into enemy targets and radars. Almost feels like it's crashing right into it, and then boom. It's a second-generation member of, in fact, a loitering munition family of systems. So it has combining capabilities of a UAV, a drone, as well as a missile, 2-in-1, essentially. This drone also acts as a surveillance drone and a lethal missile, as India has used it. It loiters over target areas, then dives right into it upon detection. So Harpy drones search, find, identify, attack, destroy targets, perform battle damage assessment as well. These are the two weapons that have been used that have helped India hit back at Pakistan, at their military establishments this time. And Pakistan had this one coming because of them attacking our military establishments across a 3,000-kilometer border. We're going to continue tracking all the latest updates that are coming in. You're tuned into our non-stop coverage here on India Today of Operation Synindur and Operation Synindur 2.0, where you're seeing Pakistani military establishments being struck now by Indian forces because of how they attempted to target us. Tit for tat is the message India is putting out. Thanks for tuning in. We're joining you on the other side of a very, very short break with more updates.
Edge 60 Pro, the edge of excellence.
long night?
You have no idea.
I got you.
Motorola Edge 60 Pro. Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 60 Pro, the edge of excellence.
Hi, here are the top headlines presented by Motorola. India foils Pakistan's attempts to target 15 Indian cities. India destroys Pakistan's air defense system. Complete blackout from 9 p.m. to 5 a.m. in Gurdaspur.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 39 and minimum 26 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 29 and minimum 23 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 42 and minimum 27 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 30 and minimum 22 degrees. Chennai, maximum 35 and minimum 26 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 36 and minimum 24 degrees.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Co-powered by Aditya Birla Sun Life AMC Limited.
Welcome, you're watching To The Point. I'm Preeti Chaudhary. What could be seen in a grave move of escalation late last night, Pakistan tried to attack 15 defense installations in India. Each of the 15 attempts were thwarted by India's air defense system. We're going to get you more about that. And also then, as what India said clearly, in a reactionary measure, India went and attacked certain installations, army installations, defense installations of Pakistan, be it Lahore, be it Sialkot, be it Rawalpindi. We're going to get you the latest details that are coming out of what India calls a proportionate reaction to the escalatory reaction of Pakistan. All of that coming up. First up, allow me to take you through the headlines. India shoots down Pakistan missiles across 15 locations. India destroys Pakistan air defense systems in Lahore, strikes systems in multiple Pakistan cities. Indian Air Force used S-400 air defense. S-400 Sudarshan Chakra thwarted attacks. India's Sudarshan Chakra strikes. Air raid sirens pierce the air in Pakistan cities. Chaos, panic as Lahore residents flee after 3 loud explosions. Clouds of smoke fill city's skyline. India sends a clear warning to Pakistan, says face our wrath if you escalate again. Busts Pakistan's claims that civilians died, asks why was Pakistan army at funeral of terrorists. From diplomacy to now digital strike, all Pakistan-based content, films, songs and more to be removed from India's OTT and media streaming platforms. India's water strike after drone attacks. Salal Dam gates opened, flood threat now in Pakistan. All right, viewers, let me get you up to speed with the latest news break that is coming in. Pakistan in a fair amount of panic and chaos over drone strikes on camera. Drone remnants now found across Pakistan cities. Indian drone debris found in Karachi, in Rawalpindi and Lahore. India struck Pakistan's crucial air defense system in Lahore, in Rawalpindi, the seat of Pakistan Army headquarters, and in Karachi as well. What you see on television screen, social media aflush with viral videos as well, all emanating from Pakistan on the debris of these Israel-made drones that India had chosen to strike Pakistan, all as a proportionate response, viewers. You know, you cannot underline this enough. India yesterday had made it very clear that at the back of Pahalgam, it had taken a measured, non-escalatory response. Pakistan, in the dead of the night, in its sinister plan, plotted to attack, escalate the situation by targeting 15 defense installations across India's 2,000-kilometer borderline. And each of those 15 attacks of Pakistan were foiled, they were repelled, they were thwarted by India's S-400 air defense system. Having said that, India, with what it called a clear, retaliatory, proportionate reaction, chose to attack because Pakistan had escalated the entire conflict, chose to proportionately respond to that, to send out a grave, clear message to Pakistan. You escalate, we will give it back. And that's exactly what happened. India, through the course of this early morning, through drones, attacked key army defense installations of Pakistan. The air defense system in Lahore was neutralized by India's drones. India attacked in Rawalpindi, the headquarters of the Pakistan Army. In Karachi, you can see the remnants, the debris of the drones used by India. All of these images are coming on from social media where Pakistan is concerned. Meanwhile, India today launched phase 2 of its operation Synindur against Pakistan. We are technically now in phase 2. India's Harpy Drones struck military installations like I pointed out earlier: Karachi, Lahore, Kant, Rawalpindi, Islamabad, Gurjanwala and Chakra. The visuals of Indian drone debris found on your television screen you can see on various parts of Pakistan, viewers. Pakistan in a sense of chaos, in a sense of panic, where its residents, villages, recovering pieces of the debris of the drones that India used to retaliate, proportionally retaliate to Pakistan. Meanwhile, Pakistan's attempted late last night and early this morning. Of course, we're going to take you through on what Pakistan had attempted, and you can see that on your television screen. These 15 spots across a 2,000-kilometer borderline. You can see from Awantipura, Srinagar, Pathankot, Jammu, Ludhiana, Kapurthala, Chandigarh, Jalandhar, Adampur, Bhatinda, Nahal, Falodi, Uttarlai and Bhuj. These were the areas that Pakistan attacked or attempted to attack through the course of the night yesterday, viewers, and each of those attempts were thwarted. I'm going to take you through where what was the reasoning of Pakistan to attack or attempted to attack these installations. I want to get in my colleague Shweta Singh as well, who's an ace defense journalist, has been tracking developments since yesterday. Shweta, what is the importance of trying to attack Awantipur, Srinagar? Can you take us one by one on all the key defense installations that Pakistan had tried to target?
See, without giving away much, Preeti, right. Srinagar, Awantipura, these are forward air bases, forward installations which have the presence of army. They've got Awantipura has a parallel runway. We require for fighters. Otherwise, we used to have one at Srinagar. Now there's at Awantipura as well. So all across, if we look from there right till Bhuj, these are forward air bases or defense installations. Right. And the idea why Pakistan targeted these was because they said we will launch an attack on the places from where the missiles came to destroy these terror camps, which India is saying, and they're saying these are civilian areas.
All right, so all these 15 key Indian defense installations that Pakistan tried to target through the course of the night, Shweta, right. Each one of them, and you can take us through on the importance of each one of them, were thwarted, was repelled, were neutralized by India's S-400 air defense systems. Right. Each one of them.
Right. So it has a radius of, it can protect up to 400 kilometers, one. And we have 2 for the Pakistan border, 2 for the China area, and 1 for Delhi. So our big cities are all protected. If we talk about all these areas, Preeti, like we're saying that we don't want to give away which fighter planes are kept here or which units are deployed here.
Because that will only help Pakistan.
Exactly.
Right.
They might have a fair idea in this age of information.
But each one of them was crucial to India, you're saying.
Correct. Bhuj, again, instrumental in wars. It is a forward air base. It covers the entire south of Pakistan. Uttarlai, we fought a battle there. Falodi, we fought a battle there. Nal, Bhatinda. Now, you don't just see the forward air bases or the forward defense installations, but right behind that, we have ample defense strategic assets which Pakistan wanted to target. Adampur is an air base, and we've got, but it has got a fantastic air defense system. I was recently covering there, and it is almost like an 18-kilometer high invisible wall which protects you from all around. So Pakistan was perhaps daydreaming with the technology that they have, which is downgraded from what we have, S-400, and that is made in China. So China made a cheap copy of S-300 and sold it to Pakistan. Pakistan by now knows what happened. So Amritsar, right on the border, and whenever something happens in Amritsar, it can be heard in parts of Punjab, Lahore. And that's why when their missiles tried to strike Amritsar, there were reports from Amritsar, the civilians said that...
The sound.
Yeah.
In the middle of the night, the
sound. So it was actually the S-400 firing as well?
You know, give us a minute, Shweta. What I'm going to do is I'm going to ask our producers to play the importance of S-400. That is India's air defense system, and that is what neutralized and thwarted this attack on all these 15 key installations. And that is bought from Russia. We've got, this from Russia. Can you take us through on the importance of S-400? Because, since the morning, we've spoken ad nauseum, Shweta, that S-400 and its importance in the air defense system and what it did last night. Take us through that.
Preeti, I would speak in a common man's terms so that everybody could understand it. Otherwise, there is a lot of jargon that is associated with defense and it confuses you. So when we talk about S-400, it is a system. It is a system which, number one, it detects, okay, is something happening? Then if there is a launch towards that particular area which it is covering, then it will launch a missile to actually neutralize it mid-air. That is what happened. We found debris of semi-exploded missiles and
all the villages bordering Pakistan. You can see all the villagers have found some kind of debris.
Some kind of debris, and that was because there was in mid-air it was neutralized. So if there's a fighter plane that's coming at whatever height, if there's a drone that is coming your way, if there's a missile, ballistic missile that's coming your way, an S-400 system is designed to actually kill it in the air. It is like when we talk about Israel, it is like our Iron Dome. It is our Iron Dome.
So S-400 is our Iron Dome.
I wouldn't say it is the technology that Israel uses. It is not as advanced, but for Pakistan or for China, we are fully equipped. S-400 can fight them because even China does what Russia is trying to do, and as far as air defense systems go, and that is what was happening.
Shweta, stay with me. I'm going to cut across to Gaurav Sawant as well, who's joining us right now from the newsroom. We'll also have Sandeep Punithan with me here in just a short while. And before we move on to the proportionate response of India at the back of what Pakistan had planned and India thwarted, all of this happened, viewers, yesterday in the middle of the night. And Gaurav, now, our managing editor has been tracking all developments through the course of the night meticulously. And Gaurav, we can now say for sure we are in the second chapter of Operation Synindur, where India now will give a proportionate response to whatever Pakistan does, because Pakistan attempted to escalate, India thwarted with a proportionate response.
Preeti, you're absolutely right. And the superstar here was the S-400 system, which is the world's most advanced air defense system. Nobody in the world, not even America's THAAD, which is the Terminal High Altitude Air Defense System, comes anywhere close to the S-400s, because the S-400s are able to neutralize any threat. It may be a threat as low as 10 meters, virtually surface skimming missile that's coming in, or an incoming threat which at 50,000 feet altitude, which is the virtual ceiling for any fighter jet. It can take down missiles at both levels, or a drone or a threat that's coming in. It can scan multiple targets simultaneously and decide which target to take down when, in terms of priority, in terms of the speed of the incoming threat, which needs to be taken down first, which needs to be taken down second, third and fourth. It has a series of systems. Now, these are road mobile systems. There's a command and control structure. There is a radar system, and then there are the missiles that are fired. And India, withstood a lot of pressure, including from countries like the United States, to go ahead with this deal to buy 5 S-400 systems. 3 have already arrived and have already been deployed. So nothing in the world is better than the S-400s right now. Point 1. Point 2, Pakistan launched near simultaneous assaults at 15 different locations positions using missiles and drones. India targeted 9. Pakistan wanted to send out a message that they were stronger. They targeted 15 from Jammu and Kashmir through Punjab, through Rajasthan to Gujarat, and each and every one was destroyed. But India, while not wanting to escalate, wanted to give demonstrative and punitive action against Pakistan. What's demonstrative? That you take down their missile defense system. The HQ-9s that were taken down, significant, while made in China, quite like the S-300s, an earlier generation of the missile defense shield that Russia had produced. But the fact is, Lahore becomes vulnerable. Rawalpindi, which is general headquarters, the Pakistan Army headquarters, that becomes vulnerable, as does Sialkot, where there's massive troops being amassed by Pakistan. So that signal's gone out. And not just here, down the line, multiple places have been targeted, which government will make clear. But again, Pakistan will now try to go up the escalation ladder and target once again. That's where the armed forces are ready, not just with the S-400s.
Come right back. I'm going to just stay with that thought. I'm going to pull in Shweta as well on how India then gave a proportionate response to Pakistan. And once again, viewers, like Gaurav was pointing out, let's break Operation Synindur in the phase 1 part, where day before yesterday, through the dead of night, India attacked 9 terror installations, only precise terror installations in Pakistan. And now we're in phase 2 of Operation Synindur, where India has used drones to strike Pakistan, which was a proportionate response, because Pakistan escalated last night. Attempts were thwarted, neutralized, but India was successful in sending back a proportionate response with a strong message, Shweta. And that message, I was reckoned, was delivered by Israel-made drones. Would you elucidate what India used? And the sheer fact that Pakistan could not intercept these drones and they hit their target with precision. The sheer fact that the seat of power in Rawalpindi was hit, which gave a message that you come for us, we can hit you where we want.
And you know, Israel is as excited with what has happened, because the videos are all over. Preeti, I'd like to take you a night before, when Pakistan, in a response to our attack on their terror centers, sent swarm drones. These are again source-based. I've spoken to a lot of soldiers posted on the line of control, and they've said there have been reports of swarm drones coming in from Pakistan, trying something nasty, but did not happen. Now, they try to attack our bases.
So Pakistan also used drones plus missiles?
They tried to. Not attacking these places particularly, but probably for Rekhi.
Okay.
We can just say that at the moment. And India responded by these Harpy drones, which were sent inside Pakistani territory on these bases from where their stupid attack was, I think, unleashed. That would be the best thing to say, because their air defense failed when we sent in the missiles and the drones for the attack on day 1. And then when India retaliated to their attack on our bases, we retaliated with Harpy drones. Now, Pakistan is saying, very interestingly, that they shot down these drones. And even some international media outlets are saying that the Harpy drones were shot down. No, you do not shoot down a Harpy drone. It is a suicidal drone. It is a Fidayeen drone, if I could say that.
Well, that's quite ironic.
Yeah.
Because where we used it, it is ironic.
It does not come back.
Yeah.
It will destroy the place. So you will find its debris, but it has done its job.
All right. So, Gaurav, would you want to come in and reflect on this drone technology that India has, that clearly Pakistan could not intercept at all, and with precision struck their target, and sending a chilling message: we've struck you in your seat of power, Rawalpindi?
So, you're absolutely right. Rawalpindi is the seat of power, its general headquarters, and the stadium. Shweta has reported from there on ground zero. There's a cricket stadium right next to it, which was where the messaging was done very effectively. Taking down their missile defense shield again is a messaging that's done very effectively. If we can take this down, if we can take Muridke and Bahawalpur down, then the core headquarters is not far. But so far as India is concerned, it's only messaging. Point 1. Point 2, as Shweta was mentioning, Harpy's state of the art. Yesterday I had Israel's ambassador Reuven Azar on the show with me, and he was talking about the technology cooperation that's happening between India and Israel. We all know of the intelligence cooperation that's happening between India and Israel. It's not only technology that you acquire, but it's also technology that you make, because in a long drawn conflict, you can't just keep relying on foreign partners. You need to make in India, and that's where Atmanirbhar Bharat becomes extremely critical. If you can make these drones at home, and that's exactly what India is also doing. Now, these are drones where you feed in all the data, feed in the coordinates, they go, they loiter, they see the target, and then they have the ability to take the target down. The moment they see the target, the explosive is in the drone and it goes slam dunk into the target, neutralizing it completely. Right. Shweta rightly pointed out there's no way that you can stop, intercept or take this drone down. Pakistan tried, their air defense system failed.
And the irony was with the word Shweta used, these are Fedayeen drones used in Pakistan. But, you know, Gaurav, stay with me. I want to introduce in this conversation senior journalist Sandeep Punithan. Gaurav, Sawant, Shweta Singh, Sandeep Punithan are some of the finest defense journalists in the country. We're lucky to have them with us, and they have been breaking down of what the last 48 hours have meant, viewers. I'm going to cut across to Sandeep, but before that, let's quickly dip in to that press conference by the Ministry of External Affairs exactly 45 minutes ago on briefing the world on the second phase of Operation Sindoor and how India's hand was forced the second time to give a proportionate response to what was grave escalation by Pakistan, or an attempt at grave escalation by Pakistan last night. Listen in, we're back with the three of them.
Pakistan has also claimed that India deliberately attacked religious sites. This is completely false again. I have made it clear that the targets were terrorist infrastructure, terrorist facilities, and locations connected clearly with incidents of cross-border terrorism into India. And it is in fact Pakistan that is misusing religious sites as a cover to in fact radicalize, direct and indoctrinate and train terrorists. In fact, contrary to what Pakistan is claiming, yesterday Pakistan launched a targeted attack on the Sikh community in the state of Jammu and Kashmir, hitting Gurdwara in Poonch and the homes of Sikh community members which came under attack. And we know that at least 3 individuals were killed in that particular attack.
Today morning, Indian Armed Forces targeted air defense radars and systems at a number of locations in Pakistan. Indian response has been in the same domain with the same intensity as Pakistan. It has been reliably learnt that an air defense system at Lahore has been neutralized. Pakistan attempted to engage a number of military targets in northern and western India using drones and missiles. These places included Avantipura, Srinagar, Jammu, Pathankot, Amritsar, Kapurthala, Nal, Jalandhar, Ludhiana, Adampur, Bhatinda, Chandigarh, Falodi, Uttarlai and Bhuj. These were neutralized by the integrated counter unmanned aerial system and other air defense systems. The debris of these attacks is now being recovered from a number of locations that prove the Pakistani attacks.
7 से 8 मई 2025 की रात को पाकिस्तान ने उत्तरी और पश्चिमी भारत में स्थित कई सैन्य ठिकानों को, जैसे कि अवंतीपुरा, श्रीनगर, जम्मू, पठानकोट, अमृतसर, कपूरथला, जालंधर, लुधियाना, आदमपुर, भटिंडा, चंडीगढ़, नाल, फलौदी, उत्तरलाई और भुज पर ड्रोन और मिसाइलों से हमला करने का प्रयास किया। इन हमलों को इंटीग्रेटेड काउंटर यूएस ग्रिड और वायु रक्षा प्रणालियों द्वारा निष्क्रिय कर दिया गया। इन हमलों का मलबा कई स्थानों से बरामद हुआ, जो कि पाकिस्तानी हमलों का प्रमाण है।
So, viewers, clearly, late last night, there was escalatory provocation by Pakistan, which India proportionately answered by giving it back. The difference was that India was able to thwart, repel each and every attempt of Pakistan to strike 15 of its key defense installations, but India was successful in striking back through drones. What next? The latest information that is also coming in, and, you know, we just want to give it to our viewers, that all airports in Pakistan, flights have been suspended right now. Number 2, the US advisory has come in where the United States of America have asked all its citizens to leave Lahore or find safety or safe places in Lahore. So lots going on the sidelines of it. The National Security Council in Pakistan, well, if it really tantamounts to anything, because the Pakistan Army always is the one who has the say, has given a free hand to the Pakistan Army to what they call retaliate in whatever measure they want at a time of their choosing. Sandeep, I want to pull you in, but Shweta, you first. Very quickly, what can we now expect? Of course, everything is in the realms of speculation, but the sheer fact, the sequence of events suggest the ball technically now in Pakistan's court again. Will Pakistan escalate a second time? Because India is very clear, we'll give it back.
Pakistan will have to escalate, at least
you think they will escalate?
To their home audience. They have to give them a message. Preeti, they've actually lost very important people, even in the cross-border shelling, since they started first. But there are reports that some army personnel have died and their families have been affected, because they were, even in these times, there were reports of certain families that were on the front line. A CO of a particular battalion has lost his family. Asim Munir was part of that janaza personally. And so these are things that they need to tell their home audience, that we are doing something. They have to give a semblance of some action, and as soon as they do that, India will retaliate. And after all, Operation Sindoor 2.0 is still left. There is a list of 21 locations we have to hit. We've just hit 9.
And Sandeep, that escalation ladder that we keep speaking on, we've clearly in the last 24 hours climbed up that escalation ladder, yes. Not because we wanted to, our hand was forced. Pakistan escalated, our response was proportionate. What do you think the next 24 or to the next 48 hours bring, keeping in mind all the indications that are coming in?
Well, there's going to be tremendous pressure on General Asim Munir, as Shweta was saying, because let's not forget, Preeti, it's not just Pakistan that's been targeted. Punjab province has been targeted. Punjab province is the heartland of the Pakistan state. It is from where 70% of the Pakistan military, both soldiers and officers, are recruited. Punjab is everything for the Pakistan state. Punjab dominates Pakistan, not only in the military, but in every aspect of life. They have been attacked. Terrorist infrastructure has been struck in a way that has not been in the last 25 years. These are unprecedented strikes. And I think the Indian government has demonstrated that if the Pakistan military thinks it's unpredictable, the Indian government is even more unpredictable. And the speed at which it's retaliated to last night's attack by Pakistan, we're calling it Swift Retort 2.0. Right. In fact, Gaurav came up with this expression a few days back. It was defeated, it was destroyed, it was repelled by our air defense network, including the S-400. But now the ball is in Pakistan's court. Again. Especially, and these attacks, today's attacks, very significant. Broad daylight. You had drones, the Harps went in broad daylight, not in the dead of the night. You're right. You saw people shooting them on their smartphones, and they were tracking these drones as they went down to impact. And this is the kind of fear that General Asim Munir has exposed the people of Pakistan to. He keeps talking about a hard state all the time. Well, this is the hard state that he envisaged.
Just before I let both Shweta and Sandeep go, because India has been able to strike Islamabad, Rawalpindi, Lahore, Sialkot. There is a lot which is going on where the Indian audience is concerned, where Delhi, because Delhi is right up where the threat category is here. But, I want to cut across how, at least with the kind of air defense systems that we have, and we're going to give you out the graphics there, that Delhi right now, Shweta, is impenetrable. Like, you cannot get to Delhi.
It is. Even on a normal day, it is, you cannot just attack Delhi. And we've come up with those graphics. There are actually 8 layers if you talk about it. And Preeti, even a normal high-rise 5-star hotel has air defense on its rooftop. There is air defense there. Your main buildings, the Prime Minister's residence, the South Block, North Block, Parliament House, the Rashtrapati Bhavan, all are covered by multiple layers. There are small teams, there are huge teams. There is complete air defense, S-400 at 2 borders and for Delhi. They know the importance of New Delhi. Any attack here from the air would be fatal, would be deadly, and that is why Delhi is protected in such a way.
Sandeep, you want to reflect on that? Because a lot of people are speaking of Delhi. It's right up the threat ladder. And if you're escalating, there is an imminent threat where Delhi is concerned. But I think it's impenetrable right now.
It is impenetrable, Preeti, but, you know, as Shweta just put it, multiple layers of defenses, looking at everything from drones, from small drones right up to fighter aircraft packages. But if Pakistan were to make that mistake of attacking Delhi, even, you know, crossing into airspace and attempting to attack Delhi, that would be another red line that they would have crossed, and the consequences would be terrible for Pakistan. But we haven't struck Islamabad yet.
Yes, yes.
Hitting Delhi would be symbolic. I would think it would be the equivalent of what they did 25 years back by attacking India's parliament in 2001. It would be the Pakistan military's attempt to replicate the parliament attack. But you know, the interesting part about all of these strikes, Preeti, is that, you know, for 25 years, we've always lived under the threat of terrorism. Thanks to General Asim Munir, that mask of terrorism has fallen off, and we see the person wearing the mask. It has been the Pakistan army all along. And those pictures that we saw yesterday in that...
The funerals.
The funerals, where you have the soldiers standing side by side with terrorists. That just tells you that that's the biggest visual proof that you have that Pakistan, the rogue nation, is the one for whom terror is an instrument of state policy.
You know, I just want to give you both just 10 seconds each, and then we're going to quickly cut across to what the defense minister said this evening. The next 24 to 48 hours right now, Shweta.
Very crucial, especially around the line of control, and to see how Pakistan wants to retaliate. I think the terror threat is bigger.
The terror threat is bigger.
Yeah, Pakistan, more than Pakistan as a state.
Sandeep?
If there is a terror attack, as Shweta mentions, a covert option, that would mean that the Pakistan military has exercised a covert option. And that would immediately mean another retaliatory attack by India. Because right now, the forces are raring to go. Because this is an opportunity that we have got after a very long time. The weight of the international opinion is behind us. And if India has to take out Pakistan's terror infrastructure, now is the time to do it.
All right, thanks the both of you. What we're going to do is quickly dip into what the defense minister said a short while ago. Listen in.
साथियों, सबसे पहले तो मैं हमारी आर्म फोर्सेस ने कल जो कार्रवाई की है और जय हिंद जो शौर्य और पराक्रम दिखाया है उसके लिए मैं हृदय से बधाई देता हूं। पाकिस्तान और पीओके में जिस तरह से हमारी आर्म्ड फोर्सेस ने टेरर कैंप्स को नेस्त नाबूद किया है वो हम सब के लिए एक गौरव का विषय है। क्वालिटी की क्या भूमिका होती है, यह क्या रोल अदा करती है, इसका नमूना हमने कल देखा। जिस प्रेसिजन के साथ यानी जिस सटीकता के साथ ऑपरेशन सिंदूर एग्जीक्यूट किया गया वह अनइमेजिनेबल है, बहुत ही सराहनीय है। साथियों, मैं समझता हूं कि इस दिशा में प्रयास करने का यह सबसे उचित समय है, क्योंकि इस समय जो परिस्थितियां चल रही हैं उसे आप सब देख रहे हैं। हमारे रीजन में ही आज जो स्थितियां उत्पन्न हो रही हैं उससे आप सभी अवगत ही नहीं हैं बल्कि अच्छी तरह परिचित हैं। हमने हमेशा ही एक रिस्पांसिबल नेशन होने का रोल बड़े संयम से निभाया है, सदैव निभाया है। हम लगातार इस बात के पक्ष कर रहे हैं कि समस्याओं का समाधान बातचीत के जरिए से हो, परंतु इसका अर्थ यह नहीं है कि हमारी सहनशीलता का कोई नाजायज फायदा उठाए। यदि कहीं कोई हमारे इस संयम का फायदा उठाने की कोशिश करता है तो उसे कल की तरह ही क्वालिटी कार्रवाई का सामना करने के लिए भी पूरी तरह से तैयार रहना होगा।
Don't test our patience because we will give it back. We're a responsible nation, but we are capable of a more than proportionate response. That is what the Defence Minister said. With that, viewers, I'm going to go into a quick break to stay with us. On the other side, we're going to cut across to the 2,000-kilometer border that India shares with Pakistan, speak to our reporters who've been stationed in key locations. All of that coming up. Stay with us.
Edge 60 Pro, the edge of excellence.
Long night? You have no idea.
I got you.
Motorola Edge 60 Pro. Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 60 Pro, the edge of excellence.
Hi, here are the top headlines presented by Motorola. India foils Pakistan's attempts to target 15 Indian cities. India destroys Pakistan's air defense system. Complete blackout from 9 p.m. to 5 a.m. in Gurdaspur.
The sharpnel marks on these walls reminds me the picture that I witnessed in 2019 post Balochistan airstrike by Indian forces on the terror camps in Pakistan. What I see here, that how Pakistan used long guns, the long barrels, to target the civilian areas, and these are the documented evidence. The footprints of their act is quite visible in Poonch, and this is exactly what unfolded during 2019 when they targeted civilian areas. As in Poonch, what is known for that Pakistan having advantage of the height, they often target civilian areas after 29, and this creates literally a panic and sense of fear amongst the people. They're targeting civilian areas with the long guns, and this shows that how scared Pakistan was after the airstrike carried against the terror camps, which was in response of the Pahalgam terror attack.
Welcome back, viewers. You're watching To The Point. I'm Preeti Chaudhary. Till now, before Operation Synindur, even where Balochistan was concerned, there were quite a few who had raised questions whether or not Balochistan has happened. Because this time around, satellite imagery, visual proof, videos have flooded social media to get a larger understanding that India hit, and India hit hard. I want to take you through some of the damage that India inflicted on terror camps that India hit, terror launch pads that India hit, as far as the province of Punjab in Pakistan, which housed the headquarters of the Lashkar-e-Taiba and the Jaish-e-Mohammed. I want to take you through some of the satellite imagery that is coming through. You can take a look at the screen. Markaz Subhan Allah, this is Bahawalpur. This is the nerve center of terror for the longest time. And you can actually see right here, I can point out, if you can see these two holes, these two holes, viewers, are where the missiles fell. The hammer missile fell right through, and you can see these holes and the crater that it actually caused. Let's quickly move on to other satellite images. This is also once again from the same building in Bahawalpur of the night of May 7th, 2025. And you can once again see right there, if I can point out to you, this big gaping hole which was caused by the scalp missile which was used. This was the residential quarter of that masjid which housed terrorists, viewers. The other image, this is the entire mosque hall completely targeted in Bahawalpur. You can clearly see the damage right there. So all of these are visual imagery, satellite imagery that is coming in to point out at the Markaz Taiba in Muridke the kind of damage that India's missiles did on the 9th of the 7th of May, where India attacked 9 terror launch pads in Pakistan. I want to cut across Ankit Kumar, my colleague, who's going to talk us through this satellite imagery, and he's going to take us through one by one, because all of this, images don't lie, viewers, and you can easily see one by one as we take you through these images on the kind of damage India inflicted through the course of the night of 7th May. One by one, you can see the gaping holes here. You can see that entire building completely turned to rubble. And this was the headquarters, viewers, in Muridke of the Lashkar-e-Taiba, right there as well. And this was Muridke, Pakistan. We also showed you Bahawalpur, where you can see gaping holes in the masjids there, which was the residential quarters of terrorists. Once again, let's cut across to Ankit Kumar, who is joining us, who is going to take us through all the latest that is coming in. Okay, we're going to go to Ankit in just a short while, but let's take you now one by one of all the reports that have been filed by my colleagues at the LOC, because Pakistan has made a clear attempt, viewers, to come after civilians. India was clear that civilian population was not attacked, but Pakistan had no such qualms. 16 people have died. Indian citizens have died, which include 5 little children. India will pay back in equal measure, already has, through the course of this morning, a proportionate retaliatory response. Listen in to all these reports filed by my colleagues.
Caught in the crossfire of India-Pakistan escalation of tension, there are civilian casualties. At least 10 people have died here in Poonch, and meanwhile, several of them are injured. We are speaking here to several of the victims who are getting treatment here at Poonch Hospital at a time where times are uncertain. It can be shelling at any point of time. But meanwhile, we speak to him. उस टाइम क्या हुआ था, आपको चोट कैसे लगी और क्या मंजर था उस समय?
मैं रात के 1:30 बजे फायरिंग शुरू हुई तो हम यहाँ काम करते हैं, हमारा कारोबार है यहाँ पे। हम घर जा रहे थे सुबह 7 बजे। सुबह 7 बजे जब हम घर पहुँचे, नीचे चौक में पहुँचे तो वहाँ शेलिंग हुई हमारे ऊपर।
जो कैजुअलिटी होता है इस तरह से, और जो बच्चे होते हैं, आप देखिए रुखसाना है, 12 साल की हैं, शायद उन्हें पता भी नहीं कि ये भारत पाकिस्तान के बीच में जिस तरह से चल रहा है टेंशन क्या है, लेकिन उसका खामियाजा बच्चों को भी भुगतना पड़ रहा है। उनके बड़े भाई हैं, लियाकत हमारे साथ हैं। लियाकत जी, क्या हुआ था, कैसे चोट लगी आपकी बहन को?
1:30 बजे रात से लेके सुबह 11-12 बजे तक फायरिंग चली। सुबह 8 बजे हम घर में थे, पूरा परिवार अंदर था। मकान के छत के ऊपर गोला गिरा, छत के ऊपर नीचे थे, ये नीचे आ गए। बच्चे दूसरों को भी चोट लगी लेकिन वो बच गए, इसके ज्यादा चोट आ गई।
एक मंजर है यहाँ पे अस्पताल में, क्योंकि यहाँ पे जीवन और मौत के बीच में जूझने वाली बात है, लेकिन उस बीच में पाकिस्तान से आई शेलिंग, सिविलियन एरिया को टारगेट करना अपने आप में, और इस बीच में यहाँ पे जितने लोग हैं वो यहाँ पर अपनी ट्रीटमेंट भी करा रहे हैं उस वक्त जब शेलिंग कभी भी हो सकती है। कैमरा पर्सन गिरीश के साथ कमलजीत संधू, Poonch, Ground Zero.
7:30 a.m. in the morning when Pakistan resorted to firing heavy artilleries on the civilians in Poonch, and one of the shell that fell exactly here in the Gurudwara Poonch. When we know the casualty gone more than a dozen in Poonch, there was one shell that fell right here, and the magnitude of that explosion that took out almost everything around, and the splinters, the shrapnels that fell all over here in Gurudwara. And look at these marks of the shrapnels. So all these glasses were broken. They deep penetrated even the metal windows here in the Gurudwara, and the piece of the shrapnels can be visibly seen here in the Gurudwara premises. And just 24 hours of the Pakistan's provocation, indiscriminate shelling in Gurudwara, it is the faith of the people, it is the patriotism of the people of the Poonch. They are giving tough response to Pakistan that they are not going to deter. It's the sense of patriotism. The Gurudwara this morning yet again opens for the prayer, for the people, Vaheguru chanting. People with their faith and belief have come back to Gurudwara, showing that Pakistan's any unintentional such kind of provocations will not deter us, will not deter the armed forces. It's a faith of the people that have brought them all here to this Gurudwara in Poonch, which came under the attack of the heavy shelling of Pakistan just 24 hours ago.
We are in village Makhanwindi, and you can see the explosive out there in the fields of the village. This is right close to the J2 wall where the report was shown earlier. But this is the explosives which is right now also lying in the fields of this village. You can see this is a big explosive which is there in the field, and you can see, and the people will talk to the people also. हाँ जी, क्या हुआ था रात को, आप क्या देखा आपने?
रात को सर 1 बजे ब्लास्ट हुआ, उसके बाद हम घर की छत पे गए। उसके बाद एक के बाद एक 5 ब्लास्ट हुए। जो 5वां ब्लास्ट था ना, वो आसमान में बहुत जबरदस्त अग्नि हुई, फायर हुआ।
और ये एक्सप्लोसिव कब दिखा आपको? ये
तो अभी पता चला जी, ये तो 9 बजे के करीब पता चला जब वो गांव के लोग बाहर को आए
यहाँ पे।
हाँ बिल्कुल, ऐसा पता ही नहीं था कि ये
मक्खन। क्या नाम है, बताइए क्या हुआ था रात को?
सुखचैन सिंह चन्ना। ये जी रात 1:05 ब्लास्ट होए आ। इधरों चीज आई आ, कोई रात ये नहीं पता लगदा हवाई जहाज आ के ड्रोन आ, वो जदों लाल बत्ती ते जगदी चमकारे पैंदे सी उदों ब्लास्ट हुंदा सी।
All right, let's cut across to the relentless team of India Today reporters who've been cutting across the LOC, which India shares with Pakistan, and filing in reports. I want to cut across to Asim Bassi, who's joining us from Amritsar. Anmol Bali is joining us from Gurdaspur. Kamaljeet Sandhu joining us from Poonch. Amit Bharadwaj, Uri, and Shivani Sharma once again from Uri. Shivani, the next 48 hours crucial. Once again, Pakistan could escalate.
Preeti, next 48 hours are crucial because Pakistan can retaliate and the forces are on a high alert along the line of control and also the western border where Pakistan attempted to target the military installations across the length and breadth of the border states in west part of India, be it Punjab, be it Rajasthan, be it Jammu and Kashmir, from where we are reporting right now. And Indian forces are on a high alert with all the assets in place, the S-400s, the Akash missiles, the other air defense systems that are in place right now. So everything is in place and the preparedness is high, alert is high at the LOC and also on the skies, Preeti.
All right. So all eyes are tuned in. You can see the skies, you know, because the lights are out where Shivani is and you could see the skies at the back. I want to cut across to Asim Bassi from Amritsar. Amritsar, Gurdaspur, Asim Bassi will see blackouts now starting today.
Yeah, yesterday also there was a huge blackout an entire night in Amritsar, and today also the Gurdaspur will wear a blackout look. Today also I am at a village where the Pakistani missile was shot down by the Indian troops. This is the same village and still their troops are on alert here, the cops are there, and in the border areas also the army is very, very vigilant along the Atari because the Indian troops have hit Lahore also, and right next there is Amritsar, which is on a very, very high alert, especially the bordering areas. The army has been put on very high alert. The education institutions have been closed in Amritsar till 11th. The airport is closed till 10th. So taking no chances, the Indian troops that gave a befitting reply to Pakistan are yet again on a very, very high alert in Amritsar, which is a extremely sensitive and strategically important border area.
All right, from Amritsar, where there was debris of the drones which India had neutralized, I want to also cut across to Anmol Bali, Gurdaspur. Anmol Bali, Gurdaspur today from 9 p.m. is going to see an indefinite blackout lasting, we still don't know, but it starts today.
Preeti, basically it was seen after escalating tensions between India and Pakistan. Today, Gurdaspur administration has imposed a complete night blackout from 9 p.m. to 5 a.m. in the morning, and police is on the ground. And not only Gurdaspur, other various districts, Amritsar, Pathankot, are on high alert at LOC, and people are embracing to markets to buy essentials for the night. And essential services like hospitals and central jail will be given power supply, but even they are asked to close the windows and doors so that light could not leak, because today it was seen that various attacks were made by Pakistan, and especially various places in Punjab, the bordering Amritsar, as well as non-bordering Jalandhar.
So to make sure that light doesn't leak and a complete blackout starting 9 p.m. in Gurdaspur. Kamaljeet, the maximum civilian damage, collateral, has taken place in Poonch. What's the latest?
Well, the next 24 to 48 hours are extremely crucial. There's also intelligence input coming in. There's credible information with intelligence that there could possibly be a Fedayeen attack which could be launched by either Jaish-e-Mohammed or Lashkar-e-Taiba. This is what we're breaking to our new news viewers. This is also important because remember, there has been an attack, Operation Synindur, specially launched by Security Grid on these terror hideouts, and thereafter this is a very personalized attack as far as Lashkar is concerned, Jaish-e-Mohammed is concerned. They've had meetings with the Pakistani army establishment, and what is really coming out is that there's an attempt to show restraint as far as Pakistani army is concerned to try and rein them in, because they know this could actually have a further escalation. So what we know is there is a high alert in both Punjab as well as in Jammu and Kashmir as far as Security Grid is concerned, as far as temples are concerned, and the river establishment which is related to dams. All these could be actually under a lot of terror radar, and that is why there's a high alert which has already been sounded. Remember, LOC and IB security is extremely tight, and meanwhile in hinterland also the security has been tightened after this alert.
Amit, what are you witnessing in Uri?
Well, Preeti, you know, the security has certainly been beefed up in the Uri sector as well as Baramulla, and that happened after the noon, you know, when we were looking at the visuals coming from Islamabad and Rawalpindi as well. So certainly there was security being beefed up in this particular area. One thing that is to be noted, people are hurt in the villages of Uri sector like Salamabad, you know, and other related areas, but it cannot be a coincidence that the heavy artillery and shelling that is happening in this area ever since since 1998. This is the first time they are witnessing such an artillery and shelling. It also happens to be a fact that in Islamabad, you have Islamabad Power Project 2. The NHPC project is in another area where this heavy shelling and artillery has been launched by the Pakistan. So they are also possibly trying to attack our establishments in these crucial sectors. Back to you.
All right. With all our reporters, good luck, be safe. We're going to continue to come back to you. Thank you for joining us. With that, viewers, a quick break to stay with us. On the other side, Gaurav Sawant takes over.
Edge 60 Pro, the edge of excellence.
Long night? You have no idea.
I got you.
Motorola Edge 60 Pro. Hello, Moto.
हम में से कोई जंग नहीं चाहता। हम लोग जो खासकर जम्मू कश्मीर में रहते हैं, क्योंकि अक्सर बेशतर हमने देखा है, चाहे वो इससे पहले जो वार हुए हों या करगिल हुआ हो, वो कहीं ना कहीं जम्मू कश्मीर को ही हिट कर जाता है। हम तो चाहेंगे कि हालात जो हैं वो दोबारा ठीक बने, लेकिन उसके लिए पहले हमारे जो पड़ोसी मुल्क हैं उनको अपनी बंदूकें शांत करनी होंगी। यहाँ से फिर बंदूक चलेगी नहीं।
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 39 and minimum 26 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 29 and minimum 23 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 42 and minimum 27 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 30 and minimum 22 degrees. Chennai, maximum 35 and minimum 26 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 36 and minimum 24 degrees.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
A story of courage emerges from grief. Even as a family mourns the brutal murder of a father, Santosh Deshmukh, 18-year-old, Vaibhavi Deshmukh has shown extraordinary resilience by scoring over 85% in her class 12th exams. Santosh Deshmukh, Sarpanch of Masajog village in Maharashtra's Bid district, was killed in December after he resisted an extortion bid made on a wind energy firm. The murder of Santosh Deshmukh led to the resignation of State Minister Dhananjay Munde over his links to accuse Valmik Karad. While the police have filed a charge sheet in the case, one accused is still absconding. In the face of tragedy, Vaibhavi Deshmukh stands as a symbol of strength. Bureau Report, India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Oh, sorry.
Uy, ada. Maya, oh.
So sorry.
Uy, ada. Maya, oh.
Co-powered by the bold look of Kohler. No stress Phenolics.
Good evening. It's the biggest escalation by Pakistan in the past 18 hours. Late last night, Pakistan, their army and their air force launched simultaneous attacks at not one, not two, not three, but at 15 locations across the India-Pakistan border and the line of control at multiple locations from Jammu and Kashmir to Punjab to Rajasthan and Gujarat. So Pakistan attempted near simultaneous attacks. They fired their missiles, they fired their drones. But what Pakistan hadn't wargamed was India's Sudarshan Chakra. And over the course of the next 1 hour, I get you details of India's efforts, successful efforts to stop the Pakistani attack, because India has the S-400 missile defense shield. There was a lot of pressure on India not to buy this, including by strategic partners like the United States of America. But Prime Minister Narendra Modi was repeatedly requested by the armed forces, and he stood his ground. He told the Americans, no, we need the S-400 systems. It was in the pipeline for many years, and the deal went through. And this S-400 system, and we'll tell you why this S-400 system has proven to be an absolute game changer. 15 locations from Jammu Kashmir to Gujarat, Pakistani missiles and drones were coming in at 1 o'clock at night. Late at night, the S-400 system got activated. Multiple counter drones missiles, multiple missiles were fired, and not one Pakistani missile hit the target. But then, remember, Pakistan was escalating. India had hit 9 terror targets in Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir, in Pakistan's Punjab province, and Pakistan tried to hit military installations. Let me show you how. From the north to the south, to the western part of the country, let's take this airbase by airbase, area by area. Avantipura, very significant airbase, very important airbase in Jammu and Kashmir, in the northern part, or in North Kashmir, in north of Pir Panjal. Srinagar, in Kashmir. Srinagar is not only a very important airbase, but a very important core headquarters. Jammu, again, Nagrota is a core headquarters. Jammu is an important airbase. Pathankot, very important military station. Pakistan tried to target it. Amritsar, Kapurthala, Jalandhar, Ludhiana, Adampur. All of these, when you look at the map of our country, frontline military bases and frontline air bases of the Indian Air Force and the Indian Army. Adampur is a very significant frontline base that Pakistan has targeted. Srinagar, Pakistan has been trying to target from 1947 itself. Bhatinda, Chandigarh, Chandi Mandir, as you well know, is the Western Command headquarters. Let me now bring you from Jammu Kashmir through Punjab, now to Rajasthan. Nal Air Base is a very critical air base, a frontline fighter air base. Falodi and Uttarlai, very significant for the defense of Rajasthan, also for an assault. And Pakistan tried to destroy these frontline air bases of the Indian Air Force, and Bhuj in Gujarat. So you're looking at that entire map of the country, and I'm trying to explain that Pakistan launched near simultaneous missile and drone strikes at 15 different locations, but not one Pakistani missile succeeded. Why? Because they were neutralized by India's integrated counter UAS grid and air defense system, the S-400, and the unmanned aerial vehicle counter, the system that was used to counter it. Of course, India, when you look at India's air defense system, let me explain it to you. It's the S-400s, very critical part, but it's not just the S-400s. You have your fighter jets, you have your AWACS, the eyes in the sky. The Navy always comes in with its P-8I, long-range maritime reconnaissance aircraft, was used extensively in Galwan operations also, while it's maritime reconnaissance, but it's only a country like India that can also, that has also successfully used it in the Himalayas, and in this instance, not just specific to the past 24 hours, but also to scan the adversary on this side. But the government decided that Pakistan had to be given a message, and a clear message which would not be escalatory, at the same time which should, or at least an attempt was made to deter Pakistan. What did India do? Watch these images on your television screen. This is an India Today exclusive. You're looking at these exclusive images from Lahore, Rawalpindi, Gotki, Sadar, Maler, Chakwal, Gujranwala, Walton Cantonment, Burki Road and Lahore. You'd recall in 1965, Indian Army had reached Burki Road. They had practically reached Lahore. These are very significant areas where India's Harpy drones, I'll explain these drones in greater detail because they're very, very critical. So India then sent across a message to Pakistan. Pakistan attacked at night, or tried to attack at night last night. India in broad daylight. Look at the response. In broad daylight, India responded. The message was, do not dare to target Indian military installations. There will be consequences, and these are consequences, and Pakistan is feeling the pain. Pakistan is feeling the heat. Lahore, very important commercial center where people live, and of course a core headquarters of the Pakistan Army. Rawalpindi, it is the general headquarters, Pakistan Army headquarters, and a cricket stadium very close to the Army headquarters is where the Harpy did its job. The signaling was clear. If we can target a cricket stadium, general headquarters is just next door. Ghotki, Sadar, Malar, of course, is that area where the drone targeted the cricket stadium in Rawalpindi. Chakwal, Gujranwala, very important military stations and military deployment here is big. Walton Cantonment and Berkey Road is a very clear message that is being sent out to Pakistan Army that there are consequences for their actions. But there was another message. The Harpy drones or the kamikaze drones made in Israel, now being made in India, there's a message that these drones sent out. Not only was a counter-strike done, a counter-strike that took out Pakistan's missile defense shield in Lahore. So Lahore is tonight very vulnerable. Not just Lahore, there are other cities in Pakistan that are very, very vulnerable. And you take a look at these images. Rawalpindi, the general headquarters, Pakistan Army headquarters is in Rawalpindi. So in Pakistan's context, Rawalpindi is more important than Islamabad. Rawalpindi, a cricket stadium right next to the Pakistan Army headquarters, was targeted. Sialkot, near the border, is very, very significant. There's Pakistan Army, they're amassing close to Sialkot. That's where they can try and strike Jammu. They've done so in the past, but this time the army is prepared. A very major Hizbul Mujahideen terrorist training camp was targeted in Sialkot just 24 hours earlier, and now their air defense system in Sialkot has also been taken down, as is the one at Lahore Cantonment. There can't be a clearer message to Pakistan. If we can take out an HQ-16, the Chinese S-300 equivalent in Pakistan, if that can be taken down, then there can be more pain inflicted if Pakistan Army does not wake up. India today has accessed exclusive images from Pakistan that show you the extent of the damage in the drone strike. And I want to take it picture by picture. So take a look at what the Harp 1, the Strike 1. This is the Harp drone of the Indian Armed Forces. It has amazing capabilities. And I want to explain that this is a combination of an unmanned aerial vehicle and it is a missile. It's both rolled into one. Strike 1 is at Pakistan's air defense system. That's the S-400. The equivalent of Pakistan's S-300 system that has been taken down. The Red Banner 16, Chinese Hongqi. The version of this that Pakistan Army has acquired, this is practically the backbone of Pakistan Army's air defense system. It's been taken down. The Gulshan-e-Hadid in Karachi is what sources are telling India today. There was a drone strike even there. Harp drone strike 3 was at the Rawalpindi stadium. I want to show you these images. Drone strike 4 was at Ghotki in Sindh. The significance, the 26/11 Mumbai terror attacks, terrorists had trained in Ghotki, Sindh, very close to Thatta, Sindh. In that region, they were operating. Harp drone strike 5 was in Rawalpindi, in the southern area of Rawalpindi. Again, a very clear message being sent out, not just to the general headquarters, but to those who are a part of Pakistan's military jihad infrastructure. Harp drone strike number 6 was in Karachi, in the Malar area. Again, Pakistan's air defense systems now stand heavily compromised. Drone strike 7 was in Chakwal in Pakistan's Punjab, and that's a significant message that is being sent out to Pakistan. You mess around with India again, there will be consequences for you. Harp drone strike 8 was at Gujranwala, again in Pakistan's Punjab province. Harp drone strike 9 was at the Walton Cantonment or the Lahore Cantonment area. There's a corps that's deployed here, but very close to there where Pakistan had its air defense systems that have been taken down. Harp drone strike 10 was on Berkey Road in Lahore. Indian Army's cavalry, the tanks had reached Barki Road, the infantry had reached Barki Road and taken control of it in 1965. Remember 1965 when Pakistan did Operation Grand Slam and then Gibraltar before that? Well, Barki Road is now in the line of India's drone strikes, should there be a requirement. So what are these amazing drones called the Harp? Many call it the kamikaze drone. I want to explain the Harps to you in greater detail because these are Pakistan's nightmares and India has a large number of these drones. Pakistan should wake up or there will be consequences because General Asim Munir has put Pakistan in harm's way. So what are the Harps all about? Take a look at this drone. From surveillance to strike, they can do both. They can do ISR, intelligence gathering, surveillance and reconnaissance. Amazing endurance. They can go a long distance. They can stay up in the sky for 6 to 9 hours. They can eliminate threat across the line of control. So it's a combination of an unmanned aerial vehicle and a missile. It can loiter. It can hover over the target before identifying it, positively IDing it, and then destroying it. When we talk about the wingspan, and look at the operational range. Let me explain it to you point by point. It can loiter, seek and destroy. The endurance is 6 hours to 9 hours, depending on the payload. The maximum speed is about 400 kilometers per hour. The payload is 16 kgs to 23 kgs. It's an amazing payload it can carry. What is extremely important is the guidance. Now, guidance is also IR seeker and electro-optical land and naval application. So what can it do? It can attack on land. It can attack a ship. The communication range is about 200 kilometers, but the operational range, because you can fire and forget, it has an internal memory. It identifies a target that's fed in its memory. It spots the target and it destroys the target, and it can do that up to 1,000 kilometers away. The altitude, and this is very significant, you must know the altitude at which it can operate, the height at which it can operate. It's about 4,600 meters. Converted into feet, it's almost 15,100 feet that it can operate on. So it can go high in the air, swoop down on the enemy the moment it spots it, and it can destroy it. It's like a kamikaze drone. Remember the Japanese Tora, Pearl Harbor, when they flew one way? Now you don't risk your pilots. You send this drone, it destroys the target. I want to quickly bring in India Today's Sandeep Punnithan joining me on this special broadcast. Sandeep, the Harps in the past 24 hours have been Pakistan's worst nightmare.
I can't tell what's a worse nightmare for the Pakistan military, Gaurav, being hit by a loitering munition like the Harp or being hit by an Israeli-made, loitering munition. It's actually the worst nightmare come true, being hit by Israeli systems and hit in the manner that you showed across Pakistan, 10 sites all across Pakistan, and hit in broad daylight. In broad daylight, when it's most difficult to launch such drone attacks, to launch such strikes, that's when India chose to send its message of escalation to the Pakistan military. And these are attacks that have been conducted for the first time again on Pakistan military, the first time after 1971. We have never struck at the Pakistan military, Gaurav. Whatever we have attacked in the last couple of years, from 2016, first in 2016, then in 2019, the Balochistan surgical strike, and now in 2025, even the first round of Operation Synindur targeted the terror infrastructure inside Pakistan. But this
very clear point you're making. Yes.
This strike today, Gaurav, is meant to send a message directly to the Pakistan military that we are going to take down your air defenses. We know where your military stations are, where your generals live, where your headquarters are, your core headquarters are, where your airfields are. All of that is now open season on the Pakistan military, Gaurav. That is this messaging. It's not been carried out. This is a kind of a signal to them, right from Rawalpindi all the way in the north of Punjab, all the way down to the south in Karachi, Malir, which is a very, very big cantonment area across Sindh, Pakistan, Punjab. All of the Punjab is now being targeted, Gaurav, and not once but twice in the span of less than 48 hours, Gaurav.
The significant point, Sandeep, here, India did not escalate. Pakistan escalated. India hit terror targets, whether in Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir or in Bahawalpur or in Muridke. India hit terrorists. If Pakistan Army has nothing to do with terrorists, they should actually thank India for targeting terrorists when they claim to be victims of terror. But Pakistan, it launched an across-the-sweep attack from Jammu and Kashmir to Punjab, to Rajasthan, to Gujarat, 15 targets, all 15 military. The escalation was by Pakistan Army, isn't it?
Absolutely, Gaurav. In fact, all our statements, right from the one that was given yesterday by Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri, had an element of de-escalation inbuilt in that. And it reserved India's right to retaliate in self-defense against terrorist infrastructure inside Pakistan. And the message was that we didn't want to escalate. This is what we have done. This is the end of the operation. But then Pakistan chose to escalate, to go to the next level by carrying out those unprecedented strikes, attempting to carry out strikes against Indian military installations on mainland Indian territory, 1,600 kilometers apart. That swath of territory that have been attacked, Indian military targets have been targeted. It's thank God for air defense systems like the S-400, our impenetrable air defense umbrella, that those attacks could be beaten back, Gaurav. It's a test of our, it's a proof of our systems, Gaurav, the air defense systems and the decisions that were made to acquire these systems. And these have come to fruition today. That decision that you made in 2017 and 2018 has now borne fruit almost a decade later, Gaurav.
And the Narendra Modi government was under such pressure, drawn by the S-400s. America at that point of time had threatened us virtually, even if not so openly, with sanctions if we went ahead with the S-400 systems deal. And yet the Prime Minister at that point of time went ahead with the S-400s, and it's held us in good stead. It's proven that it's worth every rupee that was paid for it. Stay with me, Sandeep. I also wanted to bring into this conversation Lieutenant General Syed Atta Hasnain, joining us on this India Today special broadcast, former Kashmir Corps commander, someone who's war-gamed all of this so extensively while he was commanding a corps and was at the army headquarters. General Hasnain, I want to understand from you. When India struck 9 targets, terror targets in Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir, India hadn't escalated. There was built-in de-escalation if Pakistan did not retaliate. But General Asim Munir chose to retaliate, and at 15 different locations. Sir, is that a grave provocation? The 15 points where Pakistan wanted to hit our frontline air bases and sensitive military bases.
See, Gaurav, we have always said that in Pakistan's military doctrine, what is built in, which you have to cater for, is an angle which is called the degree of irrationality. What you just stated in your opening sentence to me just now was a degree of rationality, where you said that India committed itself to a non-escalatory option by striking none more civilian targets, only terrorist infrastructure inside Pakistan, and therefore did not expect an escalation. I, for one, being a slight realist, would have said, yes, a Balochistan kind of a response, a launch of a couple of kgs of TNT could be launched somewhere near a formation headquarters, and escalation, or rather a response, would have been registered on the matrix as far as Pakistan is concerned. But Asim Munir is different. Asim Munir is irrational in the same league as Pervez Musharraf was, if you remember what happened in Kargil. So Asim Munir decided to take it to the next level, and he decided to target how many? 15 Indian cities or maybe more. And I'm not sure how much ammunition was actually finally launched, whether it was a serious enough provocation where more than a couple of bombs and missiles were actually launched, or how many in quantum. But the fact that he decided to target so many across the whole swath of India, from Bhuj right up to Srinagar and Avantipur, shows that there was an evil design behind it. And obviously India had to respond and take it to the next level, that is bring in Operation Synindur 2.0, and it's been done very effectively. And I just heard your comments on the issue of the S-400. Absolutely spot on. Katsa, if you remember Katsa, they were trying to apply Katsa to us at that time. 39,000 crores is what we spent on this system, and people were gunning for everyone in the government to say this is absolute blue murder, trying to buy this system. That 39,000 crore investment has paid you back today on the 8th of May 2005. Absolutely.
Sandeep, it will continue to pay us back, because looking at the Pakistani mind, and we've been doing a lot of reading and interacting with experts, analysts and generals, and the impression is that even after this is like a huge slap across Asim Munir's face. General Asim Munir would have lost face. It's like emperor with no clothes now that he doesn't have his missile battery protecting Lahore and Rawalpindi and certain other locations that we still cannot talk about because we're still waiting for the government to talk about it officially. But the fact that their Chinese honky air defense system, I think the LY-80 is the export version that has been sold to Pakistan, the backbone of Pakistan's air defense, Sandeep, has been taken down in Lahore, in Sialkot and in Pindi.
Absolutely, Gaurav. Huge messaging over there. Suppression of enemy air defenses is the first phase, as we all know, of any air-to-ground strike mission. And if we are going to go after the military, Gaurav, the first thing that you do is to knock out their radars, knock out their air defense batteries. This is what we seem to have done today by knocking out the Chinese missiles in Pakistan's inventory. And Pakistan has been building up its air defense network over the last decade. It was very deficient in AD cover. They realized that a decade ago they started importing HQ-9 and HQ-16 missiles, which are Chinese equivalents of the Russian Buk and the Russian S-300 missiles. They've built it up. They've formed an impregnable, so-called impregnable, what they thought was an impregnable air defense wall. And today that wall has been punctured. That shield has been broken. There is a hole in that air defense cover of Pakistan, and they would be very worried. They would want to fill that up and create gaps elsewhere. So that is what India has actually done, Gaurav. They've targeted Pakistan's AD network. They've broken through that shield and possibly warning of retaliation using more Air Force air-to-ground strike missions, Gaurav.
Stay with me. That's a very pertinent point you're making, and I want our viewers to understand this. The threat is not over. The threat is actually only increasing, because Pakistan, after it's been, look, strike one was by Pakistan. Pakistan targeted Hindu tourists in Pahalgam through its terrorists. And there is no difference, as General Hasnain will tell you better, between Pakistan Army and terrorists in Pakistan. The only difference is one wears khaki, the other wears salwar kameez. There's no other difference. The mindset is just the same. They pray at the same madrasa. They eat the same food. I can tell you something else that they do together, but would not be very polite in this company. But General Hasnain will shed more light on what all the Pakistan Army and these terrorists do together. His knowledge is much, much greater, having commanded his corps in Kashmir. But General Hasnain, the fact that Lahore's air defense system has been taken down, the fact that Pindi's air defense system, and that too, the equivalent of S-300s or the Chinese version, the LV-80 or the HQ-16 has been taken down. And I want you to see those images. India Today, through open source intelligence, OSINT, was able to get you those images of where the Lahore air defense shield was, where those missiles were, costing 1,600 crore Pakistani rupees. It's gone. It's gone. Completely destroyed, General Hasnain. General Hasnain, is this a huge setback?
I just saw it. Absolutely. Let me start by saying, when the decision to strike was taken by India, we chose the center of gravity of Pakistan, the granary of Pakistan, which is also affected by the Indus Water Treaty and its suspension. It's a double strike on Pakistan, the IWT suspension and the decision to go for the center of gravity with our strikes on their particular targets. In this, a very important aspect is Lahore city. And Gaurav, you may have been too young at that time, but 1965, the nation was celebrating when at Dograi, when 3 Jat was right on the doorstep of Dograi, looking at the Bata factory on the other side, and was asked to pull back because we did not want to get into Lahore and into that city at that time. It reminds me of that time. We should be reminding Pakistan of the same. There's a hole in its wall. There's a hole in its defensive system. That Lahore is still vulnerable. And the Indian Army could actually walk into it today, given the fact that there's a complete hole in its air defense system. And therefore, I hope, for the sake of the subcontinent, I just hope that Asim Munir does not choose to be irrational once again and does not decide to escalate tonight. Tonight is a very important night, Gaurav. Tonight is a very important night of decision. If Pakistan wants to take it to the next level, does he want to bring about the Synindur 3.0 from our side? It's up to him.
Okay, yeah, because he may now send in his fighter jets. He may want to bring in his fighter jets. Now, I want to explain what happened after India's precision strikes on 9 headquarters of terror in Pakistan, 9 bases of terror in Pakistan, and Pakistan occupied Jammu and Kashmir. Pakistan escalated. It attempted to target 15 Indian military bases, stations and cities along the 3,323 kilometers of the India-Pakistan border and line of control. So let me explain it to our viewers. India struck terror. Pakistan tried to strike the Indian army. And that's huge escalation. Pakistan has gone up the escalation matrix and it's responsible for what followed. That was escalation by Pakistan targeting Indian armed forces. But Indian forces were ready. We had deployed, the Indians had deployed the Sudarshan Chakra. And you know, there's such significance. Sudarshan Chakra is wielded by Yogeshwar Sri Krishna and only used in very special occasions. Remember, Shishupal abused Yogeshwar Sri Krishna and he said, fine, since you are related, I will forgive you 99 times. The 100th time, he struck. India has suffered Pakistan state-sponsored radical Islamist terror for decades, often forgiving them. For example, in 1993, when 257 Indians were massacred by Pakistan's ISI through Dawood Ibrahim Kaskar in Mumbai to 12 serial bars, India did not respond. Said, chalo, aman ki asha, let's be friends. But they did it again. They did it in 2006. 200 people were killed in the serial train blasts in Mumbai. Then in 26/11, 166 Indians were massacred. And then there were terror attacks that were happening across the length and breadth of our country. Jammu, Raghunath Temple was targeted. Gujarat, Akshardham Temple was targeted. In Jammu, various military stations. Samba was targeted. Kathua was targeted. Nagrota was targeted. Udhampur was terrorists struck. Then they struck Srinagar, the Badami Bagh Cantonment, a VBIED, a vehicle-borne improvised explosive device. I have covered a lot of these terror attacks by Pakistan on ground, so I know that India repeatedly forgave them, except after Uri, the decision was taken for a surgical strike. After Pulwama, it was the Balochistan airstrikes, but this time it was the Sudarshan Chakra. Muridke and Bahawalpur being targeted is the biggest example. Ravan ko marne ke liye bhi Shri Ram ne Nabhi mein baण chalaya tha. The only way to kill Ravan was to strike at his navel. That's what Shri Ram did. Muridke, Lashkar-e-Taiba headquarters, and Bahawalpur, the Jaish-e-Mohammed headquarters, and Sialkot, symbolically is the epicenter of Pakistan state-sponsored radical Islamist terror. Isn't it, General Hasnain, when these places are targeted, isn't it targeting the epicenter of terror in Pakistan's Punjab province?
I called it, you call it the epicenter, I call it a military terminology as a center of gravity. That's exactly where you have to hit to make Pakistan feel the depth of what we have felt in all those incidents which you have repeated over your complete commentary just now. And the ending at Pahalgam, which is the most heinous of them all. Numbers may not be so important, but the aspect of profiling, the aspect of gender profiling, religious profiling, of sending 26 young people to death, people who were enjoying a holiday in the lovely salubrious climate of Kashmir in those meadows of Pahalgam. Pakistan should look back and sit back sometime. The deep state should sit back sometime and wonder what have they achieved and what are they achieving by doing this repeatedly from time to time. This is not something which is going to get them a victory. A battle of or a war of 1,000 cuts can continue, and both sides can continue to launch it. We can also continue to launch it, and our superiority will always be proven. This is something which Pakistan needs to realize, and realize it early.
General, stay with me. For the benefit of viewers, I want to explain the S-400 system before I bring in Sandeep Punithan into this conversation, and take a look at India's Sudarshan Chakra. Take a look at the S-400 system. This is the world's best air defense shield. Advanced, potent air defense system. It's road mobile It's extremely quick to deploy. It can be taken from one place to another. What is extremely significant about it is it can take down a threat which is just at 10 meters, and it can take down a threat which is at 50,000 feet altitude. So a drone that's coming in low, or an aircraft which is flying at the ceiling of its envelope, operational envelope, it can take it down. It has multiple missiles. It can take down any threat that's coming its way. Now, if Pakistan was targeting Indian military assets and India deployed the best system, the S-400, that actually took it down, I want to, for another moment, want you to spend time on thinking how the S-400 system over a long area, you know, a target 400 kilometers away, it can spot and destroy. Joining us on this special broadcast is the former Chief of Air Staff, Air Chief Marshal R.K.S. Bhadoria. I want to bring in Air Chief Marshal Bhadoria into this conversation so that who better than Air Chief Marshal Bhadoria to explain the significance of the Pakistani attempt to strike 15 different locations and India's successful attempt, not just to stop that through the S-400s, but also the strike back at Pakistani locations. Air Chief Marshal Bhadoria, as always, welcome. Many thanks for joining me here on India Today. I want you, Air Chief Marshal Bhadoria, to explain to us what you make of Pakistan launching this attack across 15 different locations from Jammu Kashmir to Gujarat.
Firstly, I think everybody should understand that we had made it very clear when we targeted those terrorist sites and infrastructure that only terrorist strikes and infrastructure has been targeted, and it's not an action against any military target. Pakistan has upped the escalation ladder by by sending these drones and missiles on 15 such targets. They have started this action on military, and it is just not acceptable that they target our military. And therefore, the response that you saw, not only as defense against these 15 in these 15 places, none of the 15 places received any damage. And what we did in Lahore and some other places in terms of attacking their air defense assets, we have achieved great success.
What does this mean if I would never want you to be the Pakistan Air Chief or the Red Forces Commander, but I want you to explain to me, sir, how would Pakistan be responding or looking at their HQ-16 systems being destroyed in Lahore, in Sialkot, in Pindi, and I believe also around Karachi?
Yes, there are reports like that. It's a wake-up call for them that should they want to escalate, this is just a trailer, and we'll move on from here. But it is a window into what capability we possess today, and also of what we are going to do. So if you want to go up the escalation ladder, we are fully ready, and we would respond in kind, we would respond proportionately, with restraint, but still it will be a robust response. And that's exactly what has been demonstrated.
This would be hurting him, this would be bleeding him.
Of course, it would. And it is relevant. What has been done today by attacking these air defense targets, it is relevant for future in case the escalation ladder goes up and we are going towards a conventional conflict, because these are the assets which provide them air defense information and air defense protection. It is one, a step from our side as a preparation of shaping the battlefield should they want to continue in that direction. Two, it is response to their action.
Okay, sir, if I may quickly, before I bring in the the India's entire air defense system, and it's not just the S-400 that we have a lot more, the Spiders, the Barak 8s, and that's where indigenous content comes in quite a bit, and all the other stuff that we have for short range, medium range, and long range air defense vis-a-vis the Pakistanis. In your military assessment, how effective is their air defense shield? I know they failed during Balochistan, and I know they failed when our missile struck, and I know they failed once again today.
Their air defense network has continued to grow and they have made attempts to modernize it. They have also inducted some systems from China of late. What you talked about, HQ-16s, HQ-9s they have.
HQ-9s
they have some radars there. Before that, most of the equipment was Western. So they have, I would say, a reasonable system of air defense and reasonable capability induction especially from the Chinese side of late. Okay, that is one. One, from our side, we are aware of what they have. We have taken precautions of building up our systems which are capable of taking down such systems. And you saw what happened, why we sent those loitering munitions. And we have many such more options to take out such systems. So that is the capability. If you're asking for overall capability, we have capability which is superior to them.
Far superior to them,
Yes.
Our air defense system.
Yes.
Sandeep, and with me, of course, as you know, is Sandeep Punnithan. As Air Chief, he had also interacted with you when you were Air Chief very extensively. General Atta Hasnain is also with us, if you permit. Sandeep, explain the Pakistani air defense system that was found wanting, despite having the HQ-9s and the HQ-16s and the NASAMs that they speak of. Why is it that Pakistan today would be a very worried country?
Pakistan is very worried, Gaurav, and it's not just Pakistan, it's the Pakistan military. The Pakistan military is very worried today because they thought they were unpredictable, but they had something else coming from across the border. We were even more unpredictable than the Pakistan military. And this is what has spooked them. They never imagined India climbing up the escalation ladder that Air Chief Marshal Bhadauria mentioned in a matter of hours, Gaurav. The strikes happened from Pakistan across 15 locations, unprecedented in their scale and scope. But we responded within hours, which means that we had gamed this entire situation. We had marked all the rungs of the escalation ladder, and we responded with proportionate force, and we started hitting their air defense sites. As the Air Chief Marshal just mentioned, the first strike was on their air defense nodes, the HQ-9s, the HQ-16s, which anchor Pakistan's entire air defense network, which was pretty creaky about a decade ago. They realized that, and they started replacing their short-range and medium-range missiles with these new, very capable Chinese, air defense missiles, which have been found extremely wanting, Gaurav, in the last couple of hours. I'm sure the Pakistan military would be dialing their Chinese suppliers and, asking for a refund. Given the poor performance of these missile systems, the fact that they couldn't intercept the very drones and missiles that they were meant to shoot down.
Oh, absolutely. There is no way they're getting any refund from China, clearly, Sandeep, because I'm sure they haven't paid for it.
I was about to say, I wonder whether they paid for it.
Yeah, they must have got it as dole, or maybe the Chinese sent them. So the Chinese, I'm told, they have category A mal, category B and category C. The best they save for good countries or themselves. The second best they give to others. The third, the worst, is what they sell in the grey market. Perhaps that's what they sold to Pakistan.
Yeah, but I would still say that we presume that they have the best of the Chinese versions.
Yes.
And do our calculation as per that. That's what we do.
Okay, you calculated because, absolutely, because you must never, as you never do, and this is something that Air Chief Marshal Bhadauria was always telling us as when we were young defense correspondents, the adversary has never judged him to be poor. He's good, but you are better. There's breaking news coming in, and I quickly want to get to that breaking news information that's just coming in. Pakistan is targeting some of the border areas. There's heavy firing and multiple attacks that are being reported right now. Even as we speak, firing is happening in Samba. It's a very crucial border area in Jammu sector. There's firing that's reported in Jammu. There are multiple attacks that are being reported around Jammu. And do keep this in mind, if there's heavy firing that's happening in Samba and in Jammu, clear escalation from the Pakistani side. Air Chief Marshal Bhadauria, how would you look at it? They tried targeting Jammu yesterday, they did not succeed. Now it seems they're targeting once again.
Yeah, even I feel that they would continue to remain irrational for a while, and they would take some action. I think this is one of those. The LOC would keep getting hotter, and we should be prepared for some more action like they did last night. Some more action they would attempt for sure.
So some more action like last night is send in more missiles and drones, or would you now think that they will escalate and send in their fighter jets into either Indian territory or standoff attack air-to-air or air-to-ground from their territory?
It would be a combination of drones and possibly standoff weapons if they want to escalate further. Drones, they've seen what capability their drones gave them. but a combination of
They've
standoff.
targeted the airstrip in Jammu. That's the information that's coming in. They've targeted the Jammu airport. Now, if Jammu airport is being targeted, this is a very clear act of war. It's firing that's happening across the international border, but the Jammu airport is being targeted is the information that's coming in. Targeting a vital asset, an infrastructure, is an act of war, isn't it, sir?
Absolutely. Yesterday was an act of war. This is very much the next level of escalation, and they would see the repercussions for this very soon.
Even as we speak, ladies and gentlemen, Pakistan is targeting the Jammu airbase. Jammu is a very sensitive military airbase. It's also a civilian airport. Civil flights land in Jammu. The large number of people. Okay, I want to quickly cut across and listen into the voices that are coming from ground. Listen into what's happening in Jammu. We'll just play that out for you. Escalation by Pakistan along the international border. I quickly want to bring in Sandeep Punnithan into this conversation. Sandeep, this is a very clear provocation by Pakistan. The fact that they're targeting the Jammu airbase and Jammu, which is also a civilian airport.
Absolutely, Gaurav, and this is exactly what Air Chief Marshal Bhadauria mentioned, that he imagined that this is the kind of retaliation that Pakistan would, strike at in India, and this is exactly what seems to be playing out right now. We are hearing those voices that are coming in from Samba, Jammu, Gaurav, and it's very clear that this is some kind of a drone or a missile attack or a combination of both. Pakistan
Sandeep, stay with me. I have Shivani Sharma and Mir Farid both joining us on this broadcast. Quickly, Mir, explain what's happening. Okay, Shivani also joins me. Shivani, please explain. Shivani, tell us what's happening. Shivani, explain to us what is happening right now.
See, Gaurav, what we are given to understand that there are sirens that were activated in Jammu and the sky.
Okay, give me a moment. We'll try and reestablish that link with Shivani in just a moment. Mir Farid, Mir, if you can hear me, what's happening right now?
Well, Gaurav, panic in Jammu, and we're getting reports that this action is focused or is around the Jammu airport. There are shells that are coming in, and we also been told that it seems some kind of MMG fire. Now, these are not mortars, these are projectiles, and one can clearly see in the dark that they are being directed towards the Jammu airport. We're also getting reports that there are drones. It could also be a drone attack that is being started or has been initiated by Pakistan, and there is absolute panic obviously in Jammu. Air raid sirens are going off, and also people themselves are shutting down the lights of their homes, and they're trying to run for safety. These are visuals. You can clearly see the night skies. In the night skies, these projectiles can be seen going overhead as far as Jammu is concerned, and this is focused around the Jammu airport. So this was expected retaliation from Pakistan, and it seems the Jammu airport is the target because Jammu, we know, the international border is very close, and from there you can easily launch an attack. And Jammu airport obviously is a target because of its proximity. The IB and being very close as far as targeting it is concerned.
Okay, stay with me. The information that's coming in, it's MMG fire, medium machine gun fire that is being reported around Samba. We are also being told that the Jammu airport is being targeted. You can hear the air raid siren that's going and the staccato of the MMG that is going off. I want to, in just a moment, play out these images completely for you. Also listen into voices from ground that are coming in. Sandeep, there would be an appropriate response because Pakistan, despite India repeatedly saying do not escalate, is escalating, targeting infrastructure. Sandeep, give me a moment as we try and listen into what's happening on ground. images that are coming from ground zero, I urge viewer discretion. Some of these images, and since we are getting you these images, you can hear what's happening on ground. You can hear the impact. Initially, there were reports of MMG being fired. We are also being told that Pakistan had earlier fired mortars. Clear escalation earlier. In Poonch and Rajouri, it had fired 155 mm howitzers, and that is a clear escalation in conflict. And Sandeep, when you hear these sounds, Pakistan, instead of backing down, is actually escalating, targeting critical infrastructure now.
Absolutely, Gaurav. And from those visuals, one can, deduce that this is possibly rockets being fired from across the international border, Gaurav. Those, look at the stream of those projectiles that are coming. They're all rockets. Judging by the sequence of this thing, it's a ripple fire of a BM-21 type rocket system that Pakistan has. It's called the Azar. And if it is indeed a rocket, then it would possibly be this BM-21 version, which Pakistan calls the Azar. It has a range of 40 kilometers. It has a high explosive projectile, and Pakistan has chosen to escalate after firing artillery, 155 mm artillery. They've chosen to go up the land escalation route. They are going up the ladder, first using small arms, then going on to mortars, then 155 mm shells, and now finally rocket projectiles, Gaurav. BM-21 grade rocket projectiles targeting civilian infrastructure in Jammu.
If you're on the road in and around Jammu, it's advisable to head to a safer area, preferably in a basement of a building. That's where you're most secure. Stay out of harm's way. Switch off lights in your house. Always advisable to be on the ground floor or in the basement in these difficult times. And I urge viewer discretion. When we were covering the conflict either in Kargil or war in Ukraine or even in Israel, it's best not to be on the road or in any open place right now. Head for cover and stay there till there is an all clear. Mir Farid joins me for more on the story from Jammu and Kashmir. And Mir, has there been an advisory from the government? Because to the best of my knowledge, and I'll take that question to Sandeep in just a moment, we now have weapon locating radars and very good weapon locating radars. So the site from where this fire is coming will be taken down sooner than later. But that's a separate story. Mir, the situation on ground, what's the advisory from the administration?
Well, Gaurav, as you know, there were advisories and there were clear instructions on what to do when such a situation arises. And obviously, you could be hearing in these videos as well, people are themselves shutting down or the lights are being put off. They are lying, most of them are speaking to each other and giving these instructions that you should lie down. But obviously panic. This Jammu, no one in fact has seen this kind of a fire. So this is a first for them. So there is panic, but there are also instructions that they are giving to each other. Number one, obviously, air raid sirens. So they are shutting down their lights, but quite clearly heavy barrage of fire, which seems rockets, as someone was pointing out. And then we've also been told that there could be drones around and they are also hitting their target. So Jammu airport seems to be target of this fire.
This is massive escalation. Massive escalation. Stay with me for a moment. I want to quickly cut across to Kamaljeet Kaur Sandhu, who joins us from very close to the line of control, south of Pir Panjal. We're not giving out exact locations right now. Unless, Kamal, it's safe to tell us where you are, south of Pir Panjal. But tell me, what's the situation where you are?
Well, we are in Rajouri at this point of time. It's a little far from Jammu, but let me tell you, there seems to be a massive escalation as far as Pakistan is concerned. Remember, number of missiles, at least 8 of them have been fired. That has been confirmed by several agencies. Also, what we've been told are these are low-range missiles, which are also being launched near the Jammu airport itself. It's also a defense airport, you know it, Gaurav. Also, the electricity has been shut. Even the mobile network seems to be not working in several of the areas. So Jammu coming under a massive attack by Pakistan, by these low-range missiles or security forces obviously on the ground. But definitely there's a heightened sense of alert. As I was mentioning earlier, there's also a sense that there could be an internal attack, which could be a Fidayeen attack as well in different locations, especially in J&K or Punjab. But meanwhile, a situation in Jammu seems to be escalating extremely fast. Remember, after Pakistan got a drubbing, and today the defense systems were neutralized in many senses. This is the retaliation coming in, and once again Pakistan launching an attack on the civilian areas.
Stay with me. Pooja Shali also joining me on this special broadcast. India Today has the biggest team of reporters on ground, getting you a 360-degree perspective on this big story. We are told the S-400 systems have been activated once again, and 8 incoming missiles were destroyed by the S-400 systems. But big story that Kamaljeet Kaur Sandhu is telling us, that there could be internal subversion, a Fidain attack or a terrorist attack that could simultaneously take place in and around Jammu airport or adjoining areas. Pooja, tell us more. Pooja, tell us what are you hearing from your sources?
Gaurav, I want to add here, this is not just about a professional update. This is as personal for me. I was talking to a family member on the phone call, on video, and suddenly there was a blackout, and I could hear the panic of these family members in Jammu, in the city area, the northern border areas. And when we asked them what happened, you could hear sounds in the backdrop, and they said, we don't realize there's a blackout suddenly that has happened. We can hear shots, and the next minute, of course, we immediately cut the call. We did not want to cause any sort of concern to them. And then I've been consistently being sent projectile videos. This is Jammu city. I want the viewer to know this. These are not border areas. Of course, I'll not reveal the location, but in the heart of Jammu city, where my family and my relatives are known to reside, that is where projectiles are being seen. Gaurav, and it's a reminder that Pakistan military does not differentiate when it comes to targets of a certain nature and civilians. They are targeting civilians. Of course, there's a befitting response. The armed forces are already on the job. Threat is going to be neutralized. But they are targeting our civilians, and that's what Pakistan military is doing in the heart of the city. Gaurav, more and more updates as is being confirmed, I'll continue to put out.
Oh, absolutely, Sandeep. Look at the bigger picture. India took down the Honkies, the HQ-16 missile defense shield in Lahore. Around that area, Pakistan shifts very quickly closer to Jammu. Pakistan, it seems, right now, it may be deception, but right now is inching towards international border in the Jammu area, and perhaps south of Pir Panjal in Poonch, Rajouri, where ceasefire violations are taking place using heavy artillery.
Absolutely, Gaurav. Pakistan has chosen the route to escalate this situation. They had got a route out. They were given a chance to de-escalate today based on Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri's statement, but they clearly have chosen to escalate, firing rockets. If we believe these visuals, they could be, as I said, 122 mm multi-barrel rocket launchers of the kind that we have as well, BM-21s. This is the Pakistani version of the one BM-21 Grad, and which they call the Azar. And if they've started to fire rockets into Jammu and into populated areas, that is a very, very big escalation indeed, Gaurav.
Pakistan escalating Mir right now in Jammu, but they'd also done that in the Kashmir, from Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir. They were firing into Uri, they were firing into Baramulla and in Kupwara. Now, usually they do that when they want to push in terrorists, but this time it's a higher caliber weapon that's being used. What are your sources telling you?
Well, yes, Gaurav, howitzers, the ultimate as far as RT fire is concerned. We know previously there used to be small arms fire, but this time around it's no holds bar. And there is RT fire that's been reported right now, I can tell you, from Kupwara, from Tangdar, Keren sectors, which have again gone hot, and very heavy RT fire from Pakistan side, which is being retaliated in equal measure by the Indian Army. So it seems that they are trying to get activated from multiple sectors through multiple ways. Now, this is major in Jammu. It is a technical airport, it's a defense airport as well. And we got reports that this Jammu is not only, in fact, the only target, but Punjab side, some airports which are also defense could also be the target or could
big story coming in. A series of blasts are being reported in Jammu. 8 Pakistani missiles have been destroyed by India's Sudarshan, Chakra, the S-400 systems. So these are incoming projectiles that are coming in. The S-400 system gets activated and takes down the threat. Now, It's the S-400 system that actually decides which are the missiles that could hit a VA or a VP, a vital asset, a vital point, at what speed is the threat coming in, so that it can take down multiple targets. It prioritizes and takes it down. But in Jammu, multiple blasts are also being heard. Is there a twin strike, so to say, Sandeep? And that would be very worrisome. And I also want to quickly bring in Kamaljeet Kaur Sandhu joining us. Kamal, your sources who are looking at after the internal security grid had actually warned of subversive activity. But is there any input of any subversive activity when we hear of the blasts?
Well, what we're hearing is there's a heavy arty firing, especially in Arnia, in Jammu. This is being reported in Sama. And what we've been told is, besides the artillery, there's also a drone attack which is simultaneously taking place. So this is a massive attack launched by Pakistan. And what we've been told and indicated by security grid is that this is not just going to be limited there. They're going to spread out perhaps tonight. And as we were anticipating, the 24 to 48 hours after Operation Synindur, this is where it's going to be extremely crucial. And Pakistan has now hit back. It's Jammu. We're also hearing other sectors like Samba and others could also be under the radar, and there could be simultaneous firing which could happen along the line of control. So heightened sense of alert. And yes, the security grid has already been tightened. There's already an alert as far as the Fidain is concerned. That could also possibly take place. But meanwhile, the Pakistani army has told the terror organization to hold restraint at this point of time, because the action is coming in. Meanwhile, it does seem there is entire focus on Jammu, and remember, they were looking at vulnerable areas. And meanwhile, use of RT, and especially what we know is that India has time and again said that this is a de-escalatory matter, because whatever happened in Amritsar and the nearby areas where there were drone as well as the smaller missiles being found, that was an attack by Pakistan which was fended off, and there was only a counter attack which was put in. But now is a time where there seems to be a massive fire coming in from Pakistan's side, and what we've been told is this is a massive coordinated drone attack coming in from Pakistan. Also possibly the artillery which is being used to effect. But remember, a blackout has happened. Electricity is obviously been cut out. The mobile connectivity is also been slowed down. Several of the areas seem to be out of network at this point of time. But yes, there has been a drill which has been carried out. But this is an anticipation and clearly an escalation taken place by Pakistan. There has been a word coming in.
An escalation by Pakistan.
External Affairs and the defense system. There would be a retaliation coming to this.
Okay, Pooja, the buzz that you're picking up from Jammu, people, and perhaps this is how, Pooja, people will realize that it's very important to follow instructions that are given during those mock drills, because nobody would have guessed that within 48 hours, even built up centers like Jammu, you would have to practice what you were just taught 48 hours earlier.
Absolutely, very important point. If there's been a mock drill that has happened, so instruction needs to be followed immediately. Administration has been on top, but it also makes me very angry, because people of Jammu are the nicest, most innocent, most patriotic, nationalistic population. So they are definitely with armed forces. They are going to ensure that they follow all the rules. But there's a sense of an understandable panic among the residents, even though the threat is being neutralized. The armed forces are on the job. There's been already a high alert. Also, why Jammu? One of the reasons is, remember, the outskirts of the city is very close to the international border. Unlike line of control in the area, Jammu city shares that border, the outskirts of it. The IB is one of the reasons possible that this strike is happening. Because we know.
Okay, give me a moment, Pooja, as we reestablish your audio and video link. Sandeep, the proper line of escalation, if I may, that escalation matrix that is being followed on ground right now from LC to IB in the Jammu sector. It was Pargwal earlier, now it's spreading. Samba now, Ranbir Singh Pura clearly may just be next.
Absolutely, Gaurav. Pakistan has chosen to strike at a place, Jammu, which has been on the terror target over the last couple of years. They've accelerated terror attacks south of the Pir Panjal. They've been sending groups into Jammu, taking advantage of the fact that Jammu had been largely peaceful. That area south of the Pir Panjal had been largely peaceful. And Jammu, of course, They've been infiltrating, across the international border through Punjab, carrying out terror attacks there in Jammu, because that is literally India's chicken neck. It's the soft part of India, the bulge there, where Pakistan bulges into Indian territory. They're taking full advantage of that by carrying out these attacks. They're targeting Jammu, clearly not taking the line of de-escalation, but choosing to escalate by firing drones and possibly rockets at civilians in Jammu, Gaurav.
You know, two things that Pakistan has escalated very directly. Their first act was targeting Hindu tourists in Pahalgam. India targeted 9 terror training camps and nerve centers, including in Pakistan's Punjab province. Pakistan, in the past 24 hours, has launched a big package where it targeted 15 different locations and all military locations in our country, from Jammu and Kashmir to Punjab through Rajasthan and Gujarat. And when India hit back, taking down Pakistan's air defense shield, now they're grading it down from that, but escalating in terms of targeting critical infrastructure in India, targeting the Jammu air base, the civilian air station, and civilians in Jammu. In your appreciation, and you've been talking to a lot of experts on military matrix and escalation, how would India be responding to this? And perhaps almost immediately, not of course in haste or anger, but a proportionate response to send that message that this has consequences for Pakistan.
Well, Gaurav, India has clearly no option but to retaliate to this. And as we were discussing earlier, the planners have gamed this. They know what next steps they have to take. And that message that was sent a few hours earlier is now going to be followed through with, several air strikes, air-to-ground strikes, missile attacks. And that is going to follow in the next couple of hours. Within the next 24 hours, one would imagine, speed at which we have been retaliating to Pakistan's, provocations. And Gaurav, the important thing to note here is that this is the window of, between strikes is reducing. It's collapsing even as we speak. It's coming down from days to a matter of hours, Gaurav.
Instead of days, it's in a matter of hours that a response would be there perhaps, but we are getting you these images as we cut across to our reporters on ground, and our reporters are in harm's way. Look at the intensity, look at the intensity of the fire that is taking place right now. Kamaljit, in Jammu, you can see flashes one after the other that's coming in, and some of those incoming systems are being destroyed. This is how Hamas would fire rockets into Israel, and the systems in Israel would take it down. This is grave provocation. 2 Pakistani drones have been shot down near the Jammu University. We are being told that Pakistani missiles have also been destroyed using the S-400 systems.
That's right. The big story that's breaking at the moment, as Gaurav has been reporting it for the last several minutes, is that the Jammu civil airport under attack. 8 missiles intercepted by India's S-400 missiles. Multiple blasts reported in Jammu. Drone attacks on Udhampur, Akhnur, Pathankot that have been repelled. 2 Pak drones have been shot down near Jammu University. That's the big story that's coming in at the moment. From every angle we are exploring it. Our reporters are on the ground tracking all those images coming in. Gaurav is still with us. Also joining me is Raj Chengappa, India Today's editorial director, and Sandeep Unithan is still with us. Over the next couple of hours, we will bring you every detail of what is happening on the ground. Kamaljit, Sandhu and Mir Farid virtually, in a way, Gaurav, in the line of fire in a sense. What are you seeing around you, Mir Farid, at the moment where you are?
Well, Rajdeep, it's breaking news per minute we're getting right now. I can now tell you that some drones have been spotted in Gulmarg as well, and air defense system has been activated there. In Jammu, as you rightly said, near Jammu University, 2 drones have been shot down. The state-of-the-art air defense system, including S-400s, have been activated in Jammu. These batteries have been activated, and they're trying to destroy these projectiles in the air. They have succeeded while doing so in some cases, while in others, the sheer intensity of fire, the rockets that have rained in near and around the Jammu airport, then in Samba, LOC areas, IB, you have a very strong RT fire backed by medium machine guns that are pounding as far as Pakistan is concerned, and are being retaliated in equal measure by the Indian Army and the BSF. I can also tell you that as far as LOC in Kashmir is concerned, Tangdar, Keren sectors are again seeing very heavy artillery fire from the Pakistani side. This has happened just 15-20 minutes back. Indian Army is retaliating, and there are reports coming in from various other sectors where which have gone hot. So it is not just escalation as far as Jammu airport, which is a massive one, but it is there are various sectors that have been activated in different ways by Pakistan. So this is retaliation as was expected, and Jammu being very close to the IB and being an easy target, especially the Jammu Technical Airport, which is also a defense airport, has been targeted through drones as well. Now, obviously, there are many drones that have been that have been sighted. Their air defense batteries are trying their best to shoot them down before they cause any damage. But Jammu also, there is a blackout. Power supply has been cut. There are also reports that mobile connectivity mobiles are not working in various areas. Landlines are also down. So lot happening in Jammu right now, but people, as they have been advised, they're lying low and they're trying to save themselves because this is a barrage of fire.
Let me stop you for a moment. I want to go to the other correspondents as well. Kamaljeet Sandhu is going to be joining us, Pooja Shali. But first you, Gaurav, because you know this situation better than most. Give us a sense of what this means in terms of the escalatory ladder. The fact now, give us the kind of equipment the Pakistanis have used and what the Indian forces are doing to repel this unprovoked Pakistani attack on Jammu airport and, dare one say, even in civil infrastructure in Jammu city.
Rajdeep, this is a grave provocation and an escalation because India had only targeted terror bases in Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir. Pakistan then, late last night, launched a massive attack at 15 different locations from Srinagar to Avantipur to Punjab to Rajasthan to Gujarat at military stations and especially Air Force, because the Air Force had targeted all these locations in Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir. After that, when India took down Pakistan's air defense system, especially in and around Lahore, and sent across signatures of being able to target even Rawalpindi through that cricket stadium that was targeted through the Harp, Pakistan has now launched a massive escalation which is targeting an airport which is also a civilian airport, and rockets are being fired one after the other. When I was covering Israel's war on Hamas, Hamas would fire rockets like this, quick salvos one after the other, that even if the Iron Dome can take down some rockets will still succeed in hitting various civilian areas or vital assets and vital points. That is the strategy that Pakistan is right now adopting, and the S-400 system, which is India's Sudarshan Chakra, the shield that succeeded in taking down 2 drones, multiple rockets, but some still will get past it and strike areas.
So it's a major escalation. What you're saying clearly in comparison to even what we saw last night, whereas you said several parts of the border areas were targeted by drones from Pakistan. This is a major escalation that has taken place. Kamaljeet, you're there in one of the border areas. What are you seeing around you at the moment?
Well, this is bad news as far as India is concerned, because remember, Pakistan is pounding, and this is artillery as well as the drone attack which is simultaneously happening in several of the locations. Let me tell you, Udhampur, Jammu, Aknoor and even Pathankot. Now remember, Pathankot Air Base has intercepted several of the drones which have been coming in. The sky is lit, and meanwhile the massive fire is particularly in Jammu and Samba region. So this is a massive fire which has been opened by Pakistan. It's almost like a declaration of war. Remember, today there was earlier Operation Synindur Part 2, where after we saw drones as well as missiles being launched here in India and targeting 15 cities. This is something that was anticipated by Pakistan, but the Pakistan has now targeted not just the civil area, because also Jammu is a defense airport, Pathankot is again an Air Force airport. So all these are important installations which have come under the radar of Pakistani army and the artillery and the simultaneous drone attack. Now what we know is there could be escalation further up in the other sectors. We've seen that happen in Poonch and Rajouri, where we are currently. But this is a night which is going to be extremely important and vital the next 24 hours, because one is not just Pakistan's response, but also India's counter-attack on Pakistan. This is no less than
I want to stop you. I want to stop you for a moment, because what we are seeing at the moment in those visuals, Gaurav, is a residential area from where smoke is billowing. So we've got a situation now where Pakistan has clearly gone way up on the escalatory spiral. We saw artillery fire that was directed on innocent civilians in Poonch. 16 civilians died. Now we see the Pakistani armed forces targeting civilian areas. India has made it very clear right through from day one that their entire operations were de-escalatory and measured and designed to target terror bases. Pakistan has gone the other way around, both in the border areas and now even in Jammu, targeting civilian areas. That smoke which is billowing from a residential area. We seem to be having gone in 24 hours from last night, Gaurav, right up an escalatory spiral.
We indeed have. In fact, right now, one drone has hit the Jammu airport. So that's a major hit. And Indian Air Force has scrambled fighter jets. The moment Indian Air Force scrambles fighter jets, this clearly cannot be defensive. There is punitive strike that will take place, I'm certain, on Pakistan. We do not know the nature of the fighter jets that have been scrambled. And it's never usually one or two in buddy pairs. There will be a package that's scrambled, which means there's either an incoming, and both Rachingappa and Sandeep Punithan can weigh in on this. There would be a package that's coming in from the Pakistani side. They could be sending their drones, they could be sending their fighters. If Indian Air Force has scrambled a fighter jet, Rajdeep, there is major escalation that's taking place even as we speak.
Let's get in Sandeep Punithan, who really tracks defense very closely. Sandeep, give us a sense in pure war game theory in a way. What happens now? We are seeing Pakistan taking this battle into Jammu with the drones, missile attacks. What does India do? What does India have? We have already heard reports of some of the drones being shot down, intercepted. Yesterday, as Gaurav said, the Sudarshan Chakra, this entire shield that India had ensured that these drones could not achieve the targets that Pakistan had. What happens now, and what are we seeing?
Well, Rajdeep, I'm very sure that the entire air defense grid has been activated from Jammu right down to Gujarat. And this could possibly be the beginning of your major Pakistani strike. Strikes normally never are isolated. This could just well be a deception plan. This could be a distraction to focus our attention on Jammu while they strike from elsewhere. So the Air Force, the Army, all our ground units, all our radars, all our aircraft up in the air, the airborne early warning systems will all be looking for signs of Pakistani aircraft trying to break in and stage another kind of attack that they did 24 hours back. So this is very, very grave, the kind of provocation that they've unleashed, ripple firing what appear to be Pakistani BM-21 Grad rockets. These are being ripple fired into civilian areas. They're targeting civilian infrastructure in the soft underbelly of Jammu, Rajdeep. And this is the kind of visuals that we have seen from Israel, we've seen it from Iraq, and now we're seeing it in Jammu. So this is a grave provocation indeed. And the speed at which we are climbing up the escalatory ladder, it's going in from strike to counter-strike to counter-strike, not in days, now it's happening in hours. And there is going to be an Indian retaliation for this. I'm sure the planners are looking at this. They're studying their grids. They're looking at where Pakistan is probing, where they're trying to strike, where they're pushing aircraft. Everything is being studied in real time, Rajdeep. And surely there will be a retaliation for what they just did, possibly in the next couple of hours. Because as I was telling Gaurav earlier, the space for retaliation, the retaliatory strikes is coming down from days into hours. These timelines, are being compressed even as we speak. The entire air defense grid is on a state of very high alert, and it's incidents like this that prove that Pakistan is trying to be the unpredictable non-state actor that it seems to have become in the last couple of
We're also
days.
getting visuals there from Jaisalmer, Gaurav. So what you're seeing is now all the border areas on high alert, not just the Jammu sector, but it's spreading across the border areas to Rajasthan as well. Some of those images coming in from Rajasthan. There's a word, Gaurav, that we've been very careful to use, the three-letter word war. What we are seeing, though, is we are going up an escalatory spiral, and it's often difficult to climb off that. Give us a sense, therefore, of when you said India's air defense systems that are in place. Give our viewers a sense of what India has in place to ensure that this Pakistan attack is combated.
So, Rajdeep, let's look at it at different levels. Jaisalmer hotting up, or explosions being heard in Jaisalmer, is the western front opening up. Jammu and Kashmir usually is considered one part of the story which is manageable because it's 200 kilometers of the international border, but the rest of it, 770 kilometers, is the line of control, which has seen even artillery exchanges and that limited war in Kargil. But Jaisalmer, Rajasthan, Punjab, Gujarat, that is the international border where you last saw action only in 1971. Even in 1987, when you had Operation Brass Tacks, the armies came close, but the Pakistanis backed off because General Ziaul Haq realized he cannot fight a war. General Asim Munir is perhaps even more radicalized than Ziaul Haq. He knows he cannot fight and yet is attempting to do so. So there will be consequences and punitive consequences for him, not just in Jammu, not just in Lahore, not just in Muridke and Bahawalpur, but now since he's targeted Rajasthan, then there will be consequences. It can be in Sindh, it can be in Punjab, it can be anywhere in Pakistan, it can be through the Arabian Sea now.
We're going to go to our reporters in a moment, but a quick word from you, Raj Chengappa. The last India Today magazine cover presciently had Asim Munir on the cover as the jihadi general. We're seeing someone who clearly seems to be itching for a conflict and is pushing his country and thereby us also on an escalatory spiral, despite all the warnings that we've given in the last few days saying, look, we do not want to go up this escalatory spiral. It started with Pahalgam, but you're pushing us deeper and deeper. And now what we're seeing suggests that we are seeing the Pakistanis upping the ante once again, which will force an Indian retaliation.
Well, Rajdeep, it was, in some senses, as Sandeep said, he's an unpredictable general who will do irrational things, that is there. And if you see his track record as
Big
well...
story, Rajdeep, if I may interrupt
Yes,
you.
please.
A Pakistani F-16 has been shot down. That's a huge, huge development that is taking place right now, even as we speak. A Pakistan Air Force F-16, perhaps Block 52, has been shot down. And this just shows how the Indian armed forces, way superior to Pakistan. If a Pakistani F-16 is shot down, it just means India is so on top of this escalation ladder with our, whether it's the Rafales, whether it's the Su-30 MKIs, whether it's the S-400 systems. And Rajdeep, they operate in tandem. They're all so integrated that it's almost impossible for Pakistan to penetrate through India's air defenses. F-16 being shot down is huge.
That's right. Raj, you want a quick word?
No, I mean, it's a really developing story. It's going way, way beyond any playbook that anyone would have thought of. The fact that it is escalated to this level within 2 days, if you look at the past, if you looked at Uri, there was a strike across, a surgical strike, and that very quickly died down. If you looked at, for instance, what happened in Balochistan, within you had 2 days of settlement.
I'm stopping you again because Sandeep Unithan has more news. Sandeep, what do you want to tell us?
Well, Rajdeep, the Pakistan military spokesperson seems to be saying that they've lost 2 JF-17 fighter jets in the course of Operation Synindur. That's a very big admission from them. Where the JF-17, as you know, is Pakistan's equivalent of the light combat aircraft. They have over 100 of them. Pakistan admitting that they lost 2 JF-17s is a very, very big move, where he says that the operation saw intense engagement along the eastern corridor. And he says that we regret to confirm that 2 JF-17s were lost during active duty. Their loss is not just in numbers, but an emotional push, he calls it.
So you've lost 2 JF-17s, you've lost an F-16. Presumably, therefore, the Pakistanis are suffering losses in the kind of airstrikes they've attempted, the Operation Sindhu, as they're calling it. Gaurav, you want to respond to give us a matchup between what India has on the ground and what the Pakistanis are trying to do.
So Pakistanis had actually tried to modernize their air force very extensively, but since they do not have money and they do not have the kind of contacts that are required, they're heavily reliant on the Chinese equipment, and Chinese often don't give the best to Pakistanis. They give them the second best or something that isn't the latest. For example, even the J-20s, the stealth fighters that the Pakistanis got, was the older version. Chinese kept the best for themselves, gave them what was older. When you talk of the JF-17s, they're good aircraft, and especially the Block 3 of the JF-17 Thunder, especially with their, the long-range missiles, their beyond visual range missiles. They're actually very good. But then the Indian Rafales, the Sukhoi 30s, the Jaguars, the Mirages and Rajdeep, the big advantage with India is our aircraft don't operate either solo or in buddy pairs. They operate as a big package. And they have the AWACS, eyes in the sky. They have the mid-air refuelers. They have the fighters. They protect each other. And then they mount the attack. And that is where the JF-17s, perhaps 2 of them have been shot down. We are also told one F-16 has been shot down. That's a huge loss for Pakistan in a single day, Rajdeep.
I'm going to Sunil Bhatt. He's on the ground. Sunil, what are you seeing around you? Because Jammu was the town which was targeted, the airport was targeted, we are told civic infrastructure was targeted. What are you seeing around you?
Rajdeep, situation is very tense across Jammu city right now, and the place where I am reporting right now from, you can see I am myself hiding behind a wall, and right now also I can hear loud explosions. Situation is very grim right now, Rajdeep, and it becomes very difficult to even walk. The earth is shaking, and there is massive and loud explosions. What we are learning from our sources so far is that Pakistan tried to target Jammu airport, and the drones have been shot down. That's what we are learning, that we have successfully shot down the drones, but heavy shelling is being reported from different parts of.
Right, Sunil ji, but stay safe. He's in a space where clearly it's not easy. Sunil, can you hear us?
Yes, Rajdeep, tell me.
Go ahead. Tell us what you're seeing around you, what you're hearing.
Rajdeep, there is total blackout in Jammu city. And right now, even for this broadcast, I have lit up a torch so that I can be visible to you. And what I am hearing right now is that loud explosions. And I spoke to some people, some officials, and what we are learning that Pakistan has resorted to heavy artillery shelling all along the India-Pakistan international border, whether it's Jammu district, Samba, Kathua, in Araspura, in Samba district, and people are in immense panic. There is total blackout in Jammu, and there is darkness all around. People have confined themselves to their homes.
Darkness all around, people confined to homes. Pooja Shali joins me. She is someone who knows the city of Jammu well. She is from that city. Pooja, what are you picking up from people that you know in Jammu?
Rajdeep, so all of my extended family, most of my extended family resides in Jammu city. We were in fact in conversation with one family when there was an immediate blackout. We could hear sounds in the background. These are residential, densely populated locations. There was an immediate panic, and then I have been consistently receiving videos of projectiles through Jammu city. These are residential areas, especially close to the airport. Of course, I'll not reveal the exact location, but this means this is a direct hit at civilians. Now, I've also spoken to a senior administration official of Jammu who has confirmed to me that the threat has been neutralized, that the blackout that is across the city is precautionary for now. They are ensuring the armed forces are on the job. Administration is assuring that the citizens are safe. Casualties have not been reported as of now. But this, remember, for innocent people of a city of Jammu. And this is also one of the reasons, because it's close to the international border. The outskirts of Jammu is very close to the international border. One of the reasons that possibly these strikes have happened. Absolutely unfortunate. Incredible people of Jammu.
I'm stopping you for a moment because I want to go back to Sunil Ji Bhatt, who is actually literally in the line of fire. He is in a bunker at the moment because he's had to, around him, as you said a short while ago, you're hearing explosions, you're hearing gunfire around you. Tell us more, Sunil, where you are at the moment and what you're hearing. Okay, the lines come down. We'll go to Amit Bhardwaj, who's also in one of the areas, one of the locations where we are hearing artillery fire as well. Amit, what are you hearing around you?
Well, Rajdeep, ever since Operation Synindur, what we saw that in the Uri sector, Pakistan had resorted to heavy artillery and shelling especially in villages like Islamabad. And right now, as I speak, the entire city in the Uri sector, there's blackout, and we are also learning that in Kupwara there is heavy artillery and shelling that is happening, and in the city of Baramulla there is complete blackout as a precautionary measure. When I was leaving Baramulla for Srinagar this evening, what we saw that the armed forces and the administration was in a complete hurdle. The security was beefed up right since 2 or 3 in the noon itself, because there were anticipation that there could be some kind of retaliation. Again, Pakistan resorting to cowardly act of artillery shelling, heavy shelling in the areas of Uri sector, Pir Panjal and Baramulla areas, where they have the reach and access through their artilleries and shelling, and precisely that is what is happening at this moment in Kupwara.
So
that's what we are learning right now.
So in the Uri sector as well, we are seeing
measure, there is complete blackout. Yes.
You're seeing a complete blackout in the Uri sector. Gaurav, there are 2 points to this. One is the artillery firing that has constantly continued across the border areas, and that's gone on now for 48 to 72 hours. But when you hear of an F-16 that's been shot down, what does that mean? Have Pakistanis at all at any stage violated Indian airspace, whether it was last night or today?
Not last night, according to information that we have. Their drones attempted to, their missiles attempted to, but they were brought down. The debris has fallen in our territory. Their missiles and rockets and drones violated our territory, and when it was shot down, and a lot of debris has been recovered. So, for example, in Bhuj, in Rajasthan, in Nal, which is near Bikaner, in Falodi, in Avantipura, in Kashmir, in also in Punjab, all of this, and Adhampur, a lot of debris has been recovered. In Bathinda, debris has been recovered.
Some was recovered this morning in Amritsar, for example.
Absolutely. So you've hit the nail on its head. That's an act of war. That's an act of provocation, because India hadn't targeted military targets. Now, if they're losing JF-17s and F-16s, which means either India has used the beyond visual range missiles. We have the meteors on the Rafales, and they can hit a target 100 kilometers plus away, as can the PL-15s of the Pakistan Air Force on the JF-17s. They have beyond visual range missiles themselves. So it's a very, very critical stage of battle. Rajdeep, if I may this is the first time that there's a war like this that's being fought, air-to-air battle with beyond visual range missiles with the latest technology between 2 nuclear weapon states. It's never been done before in history.
I want to go at that moment. That's a good point to go to Group Captain Rajiv Kumar Narang. He's Senior Fellow at the Manohar Parrikar Institute for Defence Studies and Analysis. Group Captain, what are we seeing when, as Gaurav said, we are seeing these 2 well-equipped air forces battling each other out? It happened 2 nights ago. It's happening again. Give us a sense of what, according to you, is the air power that India has to combat what we are seeing from Pakistan. But before that, I want to go back to Sunil Ji, but I'll come to you, Group Captain Narang, in a moment. But Sunil, you're there at ground zero. Tell us what you're hearing and seeing.
Rajdeep, multiple explosions, have rocked Jammu city, and it's the Jammu airport that was on target. That's what we are learning, and our sources are telling us that Pakistan's desperate attempt to target Jammu airport has been foiled. There were drones which Pakistan had sent, and those drones have been shot down, although it's becoming very difficult to roam around right now, to go to streets, because even right now, Rajdeep, it's very difficult for me to stand, because it seems that as if earth is shaking. Explosion after explosion I am hearing right now at the place where I'm literally hiding myself behind a wall.
A total blackout in Jammu? Total blackout around you?
Jammu city right now. Yes, Rajdeep, there is total blackout, and hardly we can spot anyone. The people who were out are, rushing to their homes in panic. Authorities have advised people not to venture out and stay inside. There are, volunteers from civil defense groups. They are also active, and they are asking people to confine themselves to their homes, not to venture out as situation is getting worse. There is heavy shelling right now going on. Pakistan has resorted to heavy shelling in residential areas along the India-Pakistan international border. Rajdeep, even right now I'm hearing loud explosions. I will just ask my camera person to just move around and move to a safer... Oh, there are loud... Again... Rajdeep, explosion after explosion, loud explosions are being heard, and cities under attack, and Pakistan has resorted to heavy shelling, and it seems that some of these mortar shells may have even reached Jammu city. So Pakistan is rattled. Pakistan is targeting innocent civilians, non-combatants in Jammu. Rajdeep.
Stay safe there, Sunil. But I want to go to Shivani Sharma, who's also at one of the areas along which is in the line of fire. Shivani, tell us what you're seeing where you are at the moment.
Where there's complete blackout right after the reports of drone attack in Jammu and other places close to Jammu. And here, so far, there is no air activity. The whole atmosphere seems to be quite silent, but there are precautions at place. The blackout is there. And what we are learning is that all the attacks that were headed towards Jammu and other places have been neutralized by the air defense system. That's the report we are getting.
Defense systems, that's the report we are getting. And there's a report of F-16 being downed by the Indian forces, and all the deployments on ground are at place, while the aircraft, the fighter aircraft of the Indian Air Force have been scrambled in this whole operation that's ongoing. And we also hear heavy shelling happening at Poonch right now. Though we checked in Uri sector, there's no heavy shelling reported as of now through the sources. And in Jaisalmer also we are hearing that shelling is taking place, along with some kind of movement that needs to be reported or confirmed by the forces. But yes, the area remains operationalized, complete western border from Punjab to Rajasthan to Poonch, Jammu to the areas adjoining. They all are under threat, but they are being countered. These threats are being countered with the aerial air defense systems, the S-400s that already have neutralized several such attempts by Pakistan yesterday night too. And the situation remains developing. We are getting updates every minute, and the Indian forces are keeping an eye. And what we are learning, that there's been no damage as of now of these attacks that were implicated towards the Jammu and Samba region and Pathankot too. Rajdeep.
We've also got the Srinagar airport on high alert at the moment. Just got up for a moment the significance of what's happening in Jammu. As you can see, Sunilji Bhatt is in an area where clearly he faces a threat to his life. And all that we can say, Sunil, is that we don't need dramatic visuals. We want you to be safe above all else, above everything else. But give us a sense why Jammu is so significant in this escalatory spiral that we've seen over the last 48 hours.
Pakistan's dream has been to cut India off from Jammu and Kashmir, from Akhnur, from Jammu. That's where they've always attempted their land assault, and their land assault has been preceded by massive artillery strikes or an airstrike in the Jammu-Akhnur area.
And distance from the international border, Gaurav?
Well, it's 200 kilometers of international border in Jammu, in that Jammu belt. In some places, it's, so for example, Sialkot is barely 6 kilometers away from the international border. Jammu city is a little on the inside, but in the Jammu area, so if you talk about Samba or Ranbir Singhpura, they're practically at Hiranagar, they're practically at the international border where the BSF is deployed. And then you come all the way up to Akhnur. From Akhnur, it's the line of control that starts. But Jammu is also Hindu dominated. So that is why Pakistan targets Jammu first. Before then, it focuses on Uri, north of Pir Panjal in the Kashmir area. But usually, they first try and target Hindus. Then they go for Gujars and Bakarwals of Poonch and Rajouri. And it's only then they go for the Kashmiri Muslims, which is in Uri or Baramulla or Kupwara.
Group Captain Rajiv Kumar Narang still with us. Group Captain, one Pakistani F-16 shot down. Pakistan admitting 2 of their J-70s have been lost. Explain the significance of what you're hearing.
Rajdeep,
In addition to, we are seeing the Pakistan's fighter program, fighters operating against India. We also see drones. Drones, let's understand what they have. They have a number of drones with them. Falco from Italy being developed in Camera, CH3, CH4 from China, Ukab and Shahpur, they themselves develop it. Bayraktar, Kinsi, they have got it from Turkey. Then they have small drone manufacturers, indigenous small drone manufacturers. In addition, they have a support from China. That's why these small drones are going to create a problem for us. And also,
but the significance of a Pakistan F-16 being shot down and J-2, J-17 being shot down.
see, fighter shooting down by India is certainly a major victory for us, and I think it is going to give us an edge, and it will convey the message to Pakistan the way it needs to be conveyed. Indian Air Force, Pakistanis have always been taking for granted that they have been able to inflict injury on us in the last, when they shot down our MiG-21. But now they are realizing that one odd exception does not mean and capability of an Air Force. Indian Air Force with the advanced capabilities have demonstrated their capability to them, and I think they need to, they will soon realize that it is a miscalculation by them to take on Air Force. And as far as India is concerned, I think we need to look at immediate counter-drone solutions.
Sandeep, you want to explain to us the... Sandeep, last night also, Pakistan used drones and missiles to target different parts along the areas along the border. They seem to have used a similar tactic. Today, India countered that by neutralizing Lahore's air defense system. Just explain to our viewers what all of this really means.
Well, Rajdeep, what India is doing basically is to sending out a message to Pakistan, not directly at the military, but targeting military infrastructure for the first time. They've moved up the escalation ladder, like we were talking about. The fact that they first targeted the infrastructure of terror during Operation Synindur, the first phase. The second phase that we saw early this morning was targeting Pakistani military infrastructure, missile batteries, which are critical to Pakistan's air defense, which protect their military installations, which protect their air bases, which protect their corps and division headquarters. That was struck for the first time today by India to send out a message that we can penetrate your air defense shields. And what will follow after that, this suppression of enemy air defenses, as it's called, is airstrikes. More air-to-ground strikes using bombs, using cruise missiles, using drones. So this is huge messaging here, Rajdeep. The fact that both, India has chosen first to escalate from targeting terror infrastructure, then to move on to military infrastructure, targeting missiles, penetrating the shield, to make it, make other, steps on the ladder inevitable, in a sense, if Pakistan retaliates, as is the case right now, as we are seeing on our screens.
We're getting even more breaking news. There was an IPL match scheduled today in Dharamshala, which had begun about an hour ago. That match has been stopped. There's a blackout there as well. The lights have gone off there in Dharamshala. Shweta Singh joining me at the moment from the newsroom. Shweta, what details do you want to give on what we are seeing around us at the moment? Okay, we're going to try and get back to Shweta in a moment so that she can fill us in with more details that she's getting from the military headquarters that she's in touch with. Gaurav, what information are you picking up?
So, Rajdeep, there's been a massive escalation in and around Jammu and south of Pir Panjal, which is this entire Jammu, Poonch, Rajouri, Krishna Ghati sector, and along the international border, Arispura, Katwa, Samba. These are areas where the situation has intensified. Of course, we are also told that there were some attempts that were made over Rajasthan and Punjab that were thwarted. But this entire belt is now in a state of blackout because one attempt of Pakistanis may have failed. They
They may have lost some fighter jets, some rockets and drones. But the fact, Rajdeep, that even in Dharamshala in Himachal Pradesh, precautionary measures are being taken. Remember, when India struck today at that cricket stadium in Rawalpindi, right next to General Headquarters, the Pakistan Army Headquarters, there was a PSL cricket match that was to happen this evening. And very clearly, minute-to-minute retaliatory strikes. When India says we are not escalating, Pakistan is escalating. Pakistan is now actually widening the arc of their offensive. They've lost fighter jets. They've lost drones. We still are waiting to see the extent of damage that they may or may not have inflicted. A lot of information that's filtering in that needs to be verified right now, Rajdeep.
I want to get a sense from both of you in a moment about those small drones that the Pakistanis have used both yesterday and today. But Shweta Singh joins us at the moment from the newsroom. Shweta, what news do you have for us?
Rajdeep, we are constantly monitoring whatever is happening, and Pakistan is actually using almost the same weaponry, yet cheaper versions of it. They've used kamikaze drones in Poonch area, in Krishna Ghati area, where there is a significant presence of the Indian Army, but these have been destroyed mid-air. But what is also most important, Rajdeep, is that I've got Vikrant also with us on the Dharamshala news. Vikrant, what do you have?
Well, the game's been called off midway.
It has been called off?
It has been called off. Punjab had batted 10 overs. There was this break. So all of a sudden we realized that one tower was switched off, then the second, and then the third. And about 10 minutes ago, Shweta, they've decided to switch off the fourth one as well. And the crowd has been told to leave the stadium and go back home. Incidentally,
it is a difficult situation because there are so many people there, and for them not to panic.
And they would also want to now get the two teams out of Dharamshala as soon as possible. Right. There was another game.
There was an advisory that we don't have a match in Dharamshala, and the organizers wanted to go ahead with it because the teams were already there.
Yes, I think there was this suggestion to play the game in the afternoon today, rather than having it day-night. But then they realized that the technicalities were involved, the crew was involved, and they decided that the game was on. But I think the moment, Shweta, Jammu airport was attacked, Jaisalmer airport was attacked, I think they realized that the threat was real. And incidentally, this will now be the last game in Dharamshala. The Sunday game has already been shifted to Ahmedabad, which is not as close to the Pakistan border. Dharamshala, the bird fly distance isn't much. Right. It is very close to the Pathankot Air Base in terms of the distance.
I'm going to stop you for a moment. You've given us the news about the cricket match. We'll come back to that. The idea that the IPL is actually carrying on in these border areas seems a bit bizarre, given all that we've seen that's happened. Maybe the organizers should have anticipated what could happen, but that's for another day. One match has already been shifted out of Dharamshala. We want to tell our viewers these are deferred images. We want to make it very clear that on the channel, what you're now going to see are not images that are live at any stage. These are deferred images. That's important, Gaurav, because we've seen in the past that these are often used. Images are used by the enemy state. But, Gaurav, these kamikaze drones, you and Sandeep can weigh in on that. What are these drones? Why is Pakistan relying on these drones to target Indian installations?
Rajdeep, this is disruptive technology. This is the future of warfare. We've seen this in Armenia-Azerbaijan war, where Armenia had superior tanks, superior armor, but Azerbaijan had the latest drones, and an entire tank would be vulnerable. A small drone could drop an 82mm mortar, and the tank would be completely destroyed. We've seen that in Armenia. We've seen that between Russia and Ukraine. The latest T-90 tanks of the Russians could be destroyed by the make-at-home or rigged drones that the Ukrainian forces were using. I saw them rig them. I saw them use them in action. Again, Israel and Hamas. Israel uses a lot of drones, but what we are using are state-of-the-art drones that Israel has provided, the Harpy drones. These are kamikaze drones with an endurance of about 8 to 9 hours. They're loitering munition. They're actually like a weapon and an aircraft or a UAV rolled into one. They can fly up to a couple of thousand kilometers and look at the target. loiter there for 6-7 hours. The moment they're spotted, they can destroy it. But now, Rajdeep, our army on ground at the LC is using quadcopters with the mortars to destroy enemy air defenses and their vital assets and points.
What we are getting news is all the drones that were used by the Pakistani army to target Air Force and Army to target Jaisalmer airport, they've been neutralized, they've been shot down. Sandeep, what is the weaponry that's used to shoot down these drones?
Rajdeep, there's a layered air defense, as the military calls it. It has different weapon systems in different ranges and different calibers, starting from shoulder-fired missiles, which have a range of about 7 kilometers. We have the Igla missile. Then they gradually go up. You have L-70 guns as well, which can, fire. They're fast-firing guns, which fire at targets which are about 3 to 4 kilometers away. They're close-in weapon systems. And then as you climb up the ladder of these missile systems that make up the air defense grid, you go on to Akash missile systems, which have a range of about 40 kilometers. You have the Barak 8, which goes up to beyond 40 kilometers. And then, of course, you have the big brother, the big daddy. You have the S-400 with a complete range of missiles, right. 4 different missiles ranging from 40 kilometers to almost 400 kilometers. So that can take care of a large number of targets. So we're not very clear what was used right now to intercept those drones, but it's possibly a combination of L-70 guns, which are air defense guns, and quick reaction missiles like possibly the Spider missile or indeed the Akash missiles, the indigenous missile, close-in missiles, medium-range missiles about 40 kilometers. And these are usually kept around vital areas, vital positions like air bases, military sites, ammunition depots, and such, as we're seeing right now. These could possibly have all sprung into action to shoot down those drones. But, Rajiv, a quick point that I want to mention, what we are seeing, not only in the last couple of hours, not only have we seen a rapid escalation up the escalation ladder, but we've also seen beyond visual range missiles being used and also drone warfare. So interesting that, as Gaurav mentioned, the contest between these two nuclear armed states has not only climbed up the spiral of escalation, but it's also moved into areas like beyond visual range missiles and, of course, drones, which we have been seeing in the span of less than 24 hours. We have seen both India and Pakistan use long-range precision drones, loitering munitions, kamikaze drones. That clearly tells you how warfare has changed literally in a matter of hours as we speak, Rajdeep.
I'll come back to you, and I'll come to Raj to give us the big picture. But I want to go to the ground, because what's really happening at the moment, large parts of India's border areas are now facing complete blackouts. Our reporters are there in each and every of these places. We are not identifying locations at the moment. Shivani is there. There is Amit Bhardwaj, who is in a particularly vulnerable place. But Amit, what are you hearing around you? When you spoke to us last, you said there was a total blackout. And there were preparations that were being made for a possible Pakistani attack as early as this afternoon.
Gingal, yes, where you have the very important establishment of NHPC, the power center. And what we realized through the day was that the heavy artillery and shelling that is happening in Uri sector. And remember, after 1998, the locals say that they had not seen this kind of artillery and shelling happening in their villages. But it is happening, and it's not a coincidence that in Gingal you have the NHPC's power project 2, and in Islamabad again you have the Islamabad power project 2. The dam is out there, and it's just not a coincidence that heavy artillery shelling that is happening in these areas of Uri sector right after the Operation Synindur was in these areas where we had our establishments. And today what we are learning through our sources is that Kupwara is where the artillery and shelling is happening. It's massive. There's blackout in Baramulla as precautionary measure. There's complete blackout right now as we speak on the highway from Baramulla to Srinagar. I could literally see the security being ramped up like anything. When we went in the morning all through from Srinagar to Baramulla to Uri sectors, the interiors of Uri, there were normal deployments, but by the noon we could actually see that the administration and the security forces were on their toes. The entire lanes were being cleared. You could see Jawans every few hundred meters a distance of every few hundred meters. And as we speak right now in the Baramulla town, we have precautionary blackout, as well as the developments from Kupwara is awaited. But we can definitely confirm to our viewers, ceasefire violation is happening from the Pakistani side.
Right. So across the Kashmir Valley now, we are hearing reports of total blackouts. Remember, the Srinagar airport also on high alert. Shivani Sharma, what are you picking up since we last spoke to you?
Rajdeep, what update we've got is that not only in Jammu and Kashmir and Punjab, but also in Rajasthan, there is heavy shelling that continues. And when we talk of this heavy shelling, this is quite high than the last 2 days when the ceasefire violations were already on. And today this escalation is happening from Pakistan's side, to which Indian Army is responding appropriately, proportionately. And here also where we are reporting from, there's complete blackout right after when the air activity was witnessed in Jammu area. So what we are also learning is that all the drones that were fired upon the Jammu region have been neutralized successfully. But there is high alert in the complete Jammu and Kashmir region. The security is heightened. The alerts are on. The air defense systems have been activated, not only in Jammu area, but across the region, Rajdeep. And also on the western border in Rajasthan, there has been escalated artillery shell fire that is happening from Pakistan, to which Indian Army is retaliating, responding. There was drone activity also reported in Jaisalmer that was also thwarted by the air defense systems out there. So complete area, the western border remains activated on a high alert. The attempts from Pakistan are being thwarted one by one. And there is an uneasy calm across these places because people are worried. There's uncertainty, but they also have full faith in the armed forces that have been responding appropriately to all these actions that are coming from Pakistan.
Mir Farid, what is your report from there on the ground in Srinagar?
Well, Rajdeep, panic in Srinagar as well. And if you talk of Srinagar airport, which is hardly 3-4 kilometers from where I am right now, people around the Srinagar airport are evacuating. Some have been told, some are moving out to safety on their own, because there are reports that Srinagar airport is on high alert. Air defense batteries have been activated because intel suggests that there could be a swarm of drones that could be directed towards Srinagar airport. So as a precautionary measure, all these steps have been taken. And I can also tell you that electricity has been cut off in Srinagar. There is a complete blackout in Srinagar, and that is a precautionary measure that has been taken. In Gurez, army has fired on suspected drone movements. Similar news coming in from Gulmarg sector also. And then line of control across Tangdar, all the sectors of Kupwara, Baramulla, right up to Rajouri, Jammu on the other side. They are hot, heavy artillery firing, we've been told, and Indian Army is retaliating in equal measure. So this is escalation at multiple levels. A direct attack in Jammu, drones, rockets being used, and this is no normal drone attack. There are n number of drones that have been sighted. They have been shot down in multiple sectors. So this is a massive drone attack, probably 100 to 200 drones as far as this attack is concerned. Rajdeep.
Pooja Shali, you have, as we've been saying, relatives and friends in Jammu. Are they all safe? Is there a sense that there is fear? What's the dominating emotion at the moment? Fear?
Very important point. First, 2 quick points here, Rajdeep. One, the administration officials in Jammu are telling me threats are being neutralized. Incredible work by the Indian Armed Forces. Casualties have not been reported for now. But I can and I must tell you something about people of Jammu. There is an understandable panic, but they're extremely brave, nationalistic people, and they are in fact telling me they'll stay put. They're not going anywhere. They're with the administration, with the armed forces. Of course, because it is the Jammu city, this has never happened. Imagine a residential populated area that we are talking about, close to the airport especially, which is watching projectiles in air. Of course, it is all being neutralized by the Indian air defense system, but there is an understandable, unprecedented situation. But they're extremely brave. They are going to stay put. That's what the sentiment I've received. But I can tell you, on the ground in Jammu, just look at how Pakistan has behaved. And I hope, Rajdeep, the world is watching this. Despite Pahalgam massacre, Indian armed forces targeted only the terror bases in Pakistan. But Pakistan, from the beginning, from Pahalgam, then to LOC, targeting civilians, then attempting to target civilians again in Jammu. So they are not differentiating at all, even though India is maintaining its civility in these sensitive times and looking at what war clouds are, Rajdeep. But clearly, people of Jammu putting up a brave front for now.
Group Captain Rajiv Kumar Narang, make sense of what we are seeing in the air around us, the visuals that we are seeing. Just give us an explanation of an expert group captain of what is the threat that Pakistan is attempting to pose at the moment using their air power.
Rajdeep, Pakistan is not able to use a conventional air power against the Indian Air Force, so they are resorting to use of drones and other less expensive and missiles. In terms of drones, their loitering drones, normally they will be loitering drones will be detected and neutralized at shorter ranges between 1 to 15 kilometers. Indians have made their own loitering drones. Indian companies have made which can go up to about 100 to 300 kilometers, and they can fly for about 4 to 8 hours. And Indian drones will pose a challenge in addition to what we have acquired it from friends. So in terms of counter-drone systems, India has developed several counter-drone technologies, and those technologies will play a critical role. I'm sure we will be evaluating and upgrading them as we gain experience. And these technologies will have a critical role, since Pakistan can develop number of small drones in-house by their own developers, as well as they can get from Chinese friends. Thirdly, they have a collaboration with Turkey. Fourthly, they have their licensed manufacturing drones with Italy. So I think they are trying a low-cost option and trying to draw out our air defenses. We will have to ensure that we do not get into that trap and keep our air defenses secure for the larger threat when it comes to a man-to-man fighter strike. And I think we will be evaluating regularly
what we've seen this morning, though,
capabilities of the Pakistan.
I take your point.
Certainly.
Group Captain, I'm just going to stop you for a moment, because, Gaurav, we've seen this morning India strike back and neutralize, as per reports, as per India's official statement, Lahore's air defense system. We even went as far as Rawalpindi. That's as close that we can get to the GHQ. Therefore, that's obviously set a mode of panic. We saw the kind of visuals that came in. Rawalpindi Stadium was among the places that was targeted as, again, as I said, as close to the GHQ. So you're getting a sense that India is going into parts which we haven't gone since 1971. I mean, we are reaching parts of Pakistan now, using our own drone and missile technology this morning. Clearly, Pakistan now responding. What happens next?
Oh, we've gone way deeper, Rajdeep. You'd recall 2019, we went all the way up to Khyber Pakhtunkhwa and banged them in Balochistan. So, you know, our penetration inside Pakistan is immense. And trust me on this, when we went into Balochistan, when Indian Air Force went into Balochistan, it went across the line of control and bombed across the international border.
But we didn't see this escalatory spiral when we went into Balochistan. Now we are seeing an escalatory spiral, and that seems to be the distinction between 2019 and 2025. Now we are seeing it in the matter of hours, not even days. You're seeing a tit-for-tat retaliation taking place in a matter of hours. In the last 48 hours, we have seen several attempts made by Pakistan to once again escalate and push India almost.
So that's the difference, Rajdeep, between the army chief then and General Asim Munir now. The then army chief used to play it safe because he knew that Pakistan is not superior to the Indian armed forces. He knew it and he accepted it. General Asim Munir knows Pakistan is not superior, but he's now testing Prime Minister Narendra Modi's will. And he knows Prime Minister Narendra Modi is going to ensure that the armed forces hit him even harder. And yet he's doing this, and he's being hit hard. He's been hit hard now. He will be hit hard even harder. And Raj can tell us better, Rajdeep, because Raj has studied General Asim Munir pretty closely.
Before I come to you, Raj, again in a moment, because we've got Sunil Ji Bhatt, who is in a position where he really is literally in the line of fire at the moment. Sunil, you are, I hope, safe. Tell us what you're seeing around you.
Rajdeep, the location I was at earlier was not safe. There were loud explosions there. I have moved out of that location, but I just want to give one update. This is as per my sources in the defense establishment. 8 missiles from Pakistan were directed at Satwari, Samba, Araspura and Arnia. All have been intercepted, blocked by air defense units. Visuals from Jammu remind of exactly Hamas-style attack on Israel, like multiple cheap rockets. Pak army operating and behaving like a terror organization. That's what the word has come from defense sources. But we have, foiled Pakistan's attempt to target vital installations in Jammu, and as far as the civilian areas, the residential areas in Jammu are concerned, there is total blackout. People are confining themselves to their homes.
Bringing you in, Raj, we'll go back to Sunil in a moment, but the point that Gaurav raised with you, you've got a Pakistani general who seems to be determined to get into a conflict because conflict increases his own relevance. You've got India with Prime Minister Modi, who's already made it very clear kinetic action is part of our strategic doctrine and we will respond in kind. How do you see this, therefore? Does this increase the dangers? While there are those who are seeing this as a potential war-like situation, I presume no one really wants war, but how are you seeing it given the stand that the two countries are taking, given the kind of establishment we now have in Pakistan as well in comparison to 2019?
We are seeing, yesterday India sent a very strong message about that enough is enough when it comes to terror. It moved not just Balochistan plus, but it was plus with the 9 strikes that it did. Now the general is sending a message to us, and Rajdeep, this is war. He's saying...
You're using that word now. This is what? Is what has happened in the last 1 hour an effective declaration of war?
Have you seen... I've gone through 71. I was a young boy in 65. Air sirens going, bomb blasts going across. For civilian, even for journalists like us who've been at the front, these are very disconcerting sounds. And to see our own correspondents hide like this, see the front right across. He has hit us not only, Pakistan has tried to hit us right across Jammu and Kashmir, moves some in Punjab, we've seen Jaisalmer and the other extreme in Poonch. So what is the big message he's saying? He's saying, and he's escalated it to military installations, as we saw. We also struck back. And once we get into this loop on the spiral, the answer, look, just to give you an example, Rajdeep, historically, 1999, the Kargil War. I was in Pondicherry with Prime Minister Vajpayee, and it was one of those routine kind of meetings that was going on. And there he announced that there would be airstrikes starting. That was the beginning of the Kargil War. I think we are seeing a turning point at the moment. This is going straight to that point. It is going to be very, very difficult because India has to strike back the kind of things that has happened here. And I don't know how Sandeep will describe it, but I think we're heading to that.
Given what you just said, India now has to take some hard choices. Rajnath Singh is reviewing the situation with the Chief of Defence Staff. In his press briefing today, the Foreign Secretary made it clear again that India's action this morning was only in retaliation to what Pakistan had done last night. Now, given what we've seen in the last 1 hour, we are going rapidly up an escalatory spiral, and that is the major concern. Just to repeat, Jammu Civil Airport was under attack over an hour ago. 8 missiles intercepted by India's S-400 missiles. Multiple blasts were reported in and around Jammu. Drone attacks on Udhampur, Akhnur, Pathankot, Jaisalmer that have been repelled by India's air defense systems. But all in all, we are getting into a dangerously warlike situation that can spiral out of control. And that really is the concern. Purely in military terms, Sandeep, how is that escalatory spiral defined? Given what we've seen today, are we now to use that 3-letter word that we are entering increasingly a warlike situation where retaliation on both sides could simply spiral out of control?
Well, Rajdeep, I think we are still in the escalatory, a ladder which is way below a full-scale offensive, a full-scale war, or even a cold start kind of mobilization of the forces. Because, Rajdeep, for war to be declared, first the forces have to be mobilized. We have not ordered a general mobilization of all the military. The army, for instance, that's that would be our weapon of choice if we were to go to war. The army has not been mobilized to an extent that it will move formations towards the border, just like we did after the parliament attack in 2001, Parakram. That would be the first signs of a war breaking out. But so far, it seems to be India and Pakistan slugging it across the line of actual control and the international border. Of course, India has responded in a way it has never responded in the past, not since the 1971 war, by targeting terrorist infrastructure and later military infrastructure across the heartland of Pakistan, which is the Punjab province. It's never struck Punjab, and it has done so now in less than the span of 48 hours. 2 strikes, Operation Synindur, the first wave, and Operation Synindur, the second wave, both of it striking targets inside Pakistan's Punjab province. But as of now, it appears that it is a warlike situation without escalating into a full-scale war, which would be preceded by a general mobilization of troops, by a general mobilization of the Indian Army. It is when the Indian Army mobilizes that would be the first indications that we would be going into something like resembling a cold start alternative, which is what we had planned to do after the parliament attack when
We're getting more breaking news, Gaurav. You want to tell us that breaking news that we're getting 2 Pakistani jets have been shot down. 2 Pakistani fighter jets have been shot down. Gaurav.
So this is clear escalation by Pakistan, and Pakistan's escalation that's being responded to by India. Pakistan has officially conceded that it's lost 2 JF-17 Thunders. JF-17 Thunders, like we told our viewers, is a Chinese origin aircraft. Block 3 has just been acquired. 34 of those have been acquired by Pakistan very recently. They're still getting to work with the newer blocks of these aircraft. Very potent weapon platform. However, they've been downed. The information according to sources right now, so the Pakistanis have said 2 JF-17s. Sources are saying one is a JF-17 Thunder, the other is a F-16, but we will have to wait for the official version. 20 Pakistani missiles, their missile attacks have been thwarted in Jaisalmer. So yes, Asim Munir is opening up, but may I just, Rajdeep, Prime Minister Narendra Modi's weapon of choice both times, whether it was after Pulwama or after Pahalgam, has been Indian Air Force. Whether it was sending an Indian Air Force at Balochistan and to bomb Balochistan, or using the Indian Air Force post Pahalgam to bomb 9 places across Pakistan, and especially in Pakistan's Punjab province, and then once again using the Harpy drones to take out Pakistan's air defense system in Lahore. So Pakistan is going up a dangerous escalation ladder at a time when it does not have the missile defense shield, especially in Pakistan's Punjab province. In Sialkot, Rawalpindi, you know, has been hit, the cricket stadium. It can be hit again. I do not know how the Indian Air Force is responding right now, because we will have to wait for the official briefing. Sources are giving us a picture of how Indian drones, Pakistani drones have been stopped, but Indian drones, when they strike, Pakistan won't have much to stop it except use its air power, and its air power is not as good as India's integrated air power with the missile defense shield, the fighter jets, and the airborne early warning system.
Of course, a lot of this also depends on what is the level to which domestic constituencies in both countries get satiated. There is a strong domestic constituency in Pakistan, there is one in India, both of which at the moment are saying, and particularly the Indian side, enough is enough post Pahalgam. Pakistan, the military, desperate to retain its relevance and therefore trying to create an escalatory conflict spiral, even if they may not have the arsenal to match the Indian armed forces. And that is really the danger when you have a general at the helm who perhaps is willing to take those kind of risks. And that is the worry that India will have. From the Indian side, the fact that we are clearly in a situation of superiority with the Pakistanis, both aerial and on the ground, will make a difference. Meanwhile, we're just getting news that the External Affairs Minister, Dr. S. Jaishankar, has spoken to the NSA and the Secretary of State, Rubio, at the moment. So clearly there is that angle as well of potentially trying to ensure some element of restraint before it completely spirals out of control, Raj. We've been hearing that the 2 NSAs, there were some reports potentially that there were back-channel talks between the Indian and Pakistani NSAs, not confirmed by the Foreign Secretary at his briefing today, but you're seeing possibly the one last hope of some kind of American pressure, as has been exerted in the past on Pakistan, to back off.
Well, I think we'll see more of that because, after all, we are two nuclear powers.
Is that enough, though?
We have to see. In the past, there has been intervention. If you see whether Kargil war, which had President Clinton tell Nawaz Sharif to back off. We've seen interventions in 1965. If you remember, the Soviets came in and the Tashkent Agreement came on. 1971, the Americans came with their enterprise, and there was a warning for us not to cross over on the western sector, even as we liberated Bangladesh. We are seeing also in Balochistan, the Americans and the other powers intervened so that the situation calmed down very rapidly.
I've got a statement. Sorry, Raj. I've got a statement. The U.S. State Department spokesperson Tammy Bruce has said, Secretary Marco Rubio spoke today with the Indian External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar. The Secretary emphasized the need for immediate de-escalation. He expressed U.S. support for direct dialogue between India and Pakistan and encouraged continuing efforts to improve communications. The Secretary reiterated his condolences for the horrific attack in Pahalgam, reaffirmed the United States' commitment to work with India in the fight against terrorism. There is a sense that the United States, at one level, perhaps has other distractions at the moment, that Donald Trump is involved in trade negotiations. There's talk of a trade deal being signed today with the United Kingdom by the United States. How much of a priority, very quickly, Raj, do you believe this is for the United States to get India and Pakistan at the earliest to somehow observe restraint?
Obviously, no country, particularly America, would want a third war happening while it is trying to deal with the Ukraine war that's there, the Israel war that's happening here. And this, as I said, takes it to a completely different level because we are two nuclear powers at it. So the quicker, I mean, there is certainly, what is the war objective, right? Why do we fight wars is something that either side will have to determine, and that will make the decision in terms of whether we will proceed down this terrible road that none of us want to see, but if we are forced to do it, I'm sure India will give a befitting response to Pakistan. I've always believed the general has overreached himself. He has overreached himself in this particular instance. He has done the kind of things. You're looking at some breaking news.
The two Pakistan fighter jets brought down, Gaurav. One of them is in Jaisalmer. NSA Doval meeting meeting Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Remember, the NSA, we were told, has also been speaking to his counterpart in Pakistan, not confirmed, but there has been some attempt at some back channel. But the very fact in the last 2 hours we've seen the escalation is clearly that the dialogue or any effort at trying to bring down the temperature has not worked. If anything, Pakistan's gone up an escalatory spiral, and therefore the NSA briefing Prime Minister Modi at the moment on the current situation. Gaurav.
I just have a quick word on this, that I think you also have to watch, apart from the Americans, what the Chinese would be saying. That's very critical, because if you have to have powers that can come in and start cooling things down, China is a very important component, because Pakistan is highly dependent on China for all its equipment. I think 80% of its equipment comes from it. And in this whole drone war that we're talking about, or electronic warfare, it is China that has actually given somewhat of a push to Pakistan, one would say an edge when it comes to some of these things. Of course, we have edges. We have our strong points on various other fronts. As I'd mentioned earlier, we are very confident that we'll tackle it.
Gaurav, what are India's options at the moment, given what you saw happen this morning when India went as far as Lahore, Rawalpindi with its drone attacks? What could happen now?
So Rajdeep, if you look at the escalation ladder and the spiral, and if you look at what's been happening on ground, if we were to look at it from a very cold, calculated view, India's on top of the escalation ladder every time, everywhere. What have we done? We have hit the evil of terror in its backyard or in its bedroom, which is Rawalpindi, which is General Headquarters, which is Murid Ke in Lahore, which is 4 Corps Headquarters, in Bahawalpur, which is 31 Corps Headquarters. Terror has been hit at source, something that Raj, Sandeep and I and a lot of defense reporters have been seeking for decades. Pakistan terror has bled us for Since 1993, you've known Mumbai blast. 257 innocent people were massacred by Pakistan that time, and since then we've been bleeding. This is the first time terror has been hit at source. What could Pakistan do? It launched 15 attacks. Did it succeed? It failed. We went and hit their air defense system and destroyed it. Then it's launched another attack. Did it succeed? It's lost to one F-16, one GF-17 and more. But that's a lot of, if I may, they're still trying. We are still on top. They may try more. We will still remain on top. And we wargamed this to, there are 44 rungs of the escalation ladder. India remains on top throughout, Rajdeep.
So there could be, of course, more Indian retaliation from what you're saying to what we've seen from Pakistan in the last couple of hours.
And he cannot sustain it. Pakistan cannot sustain it, Rajdeep. They don't have money, they don't have weapons to sustain a war that goes beyond weeks.
Of course, we've got to see what the Chinese do in this context. What Raj Chengappa said is significant. Remember, there are concerns about what role China intends to play in the region. We are in turbulent times. A lot of people are asking one question: how long will they last? Most viewers, the single question that most average Indian viewers are, how long will this carry on? The answer, Gaurav?
Well,
do we have an answer?
Know. If Pakistan wakes up tomorrow, it stops tomorrow. It is for Pakistan to wake up. If Pakistan doesn't wake up, then we will continue to try and wake Pakistan up.
If you look at history, either side, in any of these, if you have to stop it, either side has to feel they've won something. So if you look at Balochistan, Pakistan felt it had struck back by bringing a squadron over there and dropping ammunition to give a signal, then shooting down an Indian aircraft. We said we had struck Balochistan, and everybody
So
said,
we need a draw, actually, in a sense.
Not
That's
a
what
draw,
Pakistan...
that each one feels
okay,
that,
or everyone is able to give their
domestic constituency.
because there are key domestic constituencies here. But let's go back to our reporters on the ground. Kamaljeet Sandhu also now joining us. Sunilji Bhatt, I can see out of that dark bunker that you seem to be in a little while, seem a little safer with your bulletproof jacket. I'll come to you, Sunilji, first, and then to Kamal. Sunil, what are you seeing around you? What are you picking up in Jammu?
Rajdeep, I am right now outside Jammu University. There were reports that 2 Pakistani drones have been shot down here near Jammu University. You can see the doors are locked here, and the university has been shut. And there is panic across Jammu city. There was complete blackout in Jammu city for almost an hour ago, and it lasted for an hour, but partially electricity supply has been restored in some areas, but people are in panic and people are confining themselves to their homes. People in Jammu city had not expected that there will be strikes here in Jammu city. There have been occasions when Pakistan has resorted to shelling in the border areas, be it Araspura sector, Arnia sector in Jammu district. But it's after a very long time that bomb sirens were heard in Jammu city and people were in panic. There was total blackout in Jammu city, and people are confining themselves to their homes. People who were out, there were civil defense volunteers who advised them that they should go to safer areas. There was an desperate attempt from Pakistan to target vital installations in Jammu and Kashmir, but our air defense system has successfully foiled all attempts of Pakistan to target the vital installations in and around Jammu. There are reports that Pakistan has resorted to heavy shelling along the India-Pakistan international border in Samba district, in Kathua district. There are, civilian bunkers near the border areas, and people were already prepared for such a situation. They have taken shelters in bomb shelters, and people who are affected in border areas where there has been Pakistani shelling for last more than 15 days. Civil administration has already evacuated most people. Their relief camps have been set up where all kind of facilities are being provided to the people there. These are very difficult times, and everyone has to work in close coordination, be it civil society, administration, government, politicians. Everyone has to work shoulder to shoulder. It's not just the responsibility of the security forces. We as citizens also need to be cautious, alert, and we should extend helping hand to each other, and that is the only way we can save ourselves in these difficult times. Rajdeep.
Kamaljit Sandhu, what are you picking up?
Eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth, and what we saw was a drone attack in Pakistan today. It seems a retaliation is coming from the Pakistani army with a swarm drone attack. Now this is actually right from Poonch Rajouri onwards till up to Jammu and further to Pathankot and several parts of Punjab, which has seen drone activity now. But let me tell you, I've spoken to top officials, there's no loss of life, but there is obviously an attempt to create chaos. The entire attempt has been, the skies have been lit, especially with all those drones coming in, several of them now being neutralized across several sectors in Jammu and Kashmir and in Punjab. But the signaling is very clear from Pakistan. Remember, India has already said that they would not want to escalate, but meanwhile what we see is there has been an escalation by Pakistan. Just as the night has crept in, so has the attack coming in from Pakistani drones. But remember, no loss of life, no casualties as of now. But that could only be the silver lining. Meanwhile, it seems there is an effort to have this anti-drone strategic efforts to put in place, and obviously they're being dealt with very, very effectively. But a precautionary on ground, even in Rajouri where we're standing, where we saw swarm of drones, there is a total blackout of sorts. This is a precautionary measure. The place where we're standing outside, but yes, because we have to put the light on, we've come inside. But clearly there is a strong messaging both from India and Pakistan at this point of time. Where is this going to stop? This is an escalation by Pakistan. Now what we'll hear is a response from India shortly, but clearly multiple cities under drone sort of an attack. But again, let me reiterate, no loss of life reported at this point of time, no casualties. So it does look a lot more symbolic as such. But clearly, by use of artillery fire, at least on the borders, it seems there's an indication that they do not want any further response. But Pakistan has taken it as a challenge by whatever Indian forces did to them, especially in Rawalpindi, where the Pakistani army headquarters is based. So a whole lot of defense systems were neutralized. But now Pakistan has come back with a sinister plan of sorts. Remember, it is going to be retorted back very, very sharply. But at this point of time, the night seems rather uncertain. Most people can only just remain in the dark as well as keep their communication lines open.
Kamaljit Sandhu there with us. All our reporters have spread out to each of the places. We are not giving their locations. All of them are at the moment in a deferred live situation, joining us with reports that they are putting together from earlier. Anmol Bali is also there at the moment. Anmol, can you hear me?
Yeah,
okay,
yeah, Radhib, I can hear you.
What, I wanted to get a sense from you. You seem to be in an area total blackout. Is the blackout still there in large parts of where you are?
Rajdip, currently I am here in Pathankot. It was seen that around 9 in the night, people here in Pathankot heard series of blasts, and currently I am standing few steps away from the Pathankot airbase, which became the epicenter of Pakistan attack. But yes, our air defense system has neutralized various of the missiles targeted towards the airbase, and currently also we are hearing, as you have heard, Rajdip, as you have heard, you can hear the blast. You can hear the blast coming from the airbase in Pathankot. Rajdip, have you heard that?
Yeah, that was, you know, those are images, as I said, deferred images that we are getting. Anmol will come to you in a moment. Remember, Pathankot significant also because this also happened within a month of Prime Minister Modi meeting Prime Minister Nawaz Sharif in December. We had the attack on the Pathankot airbase in January of 2016. So Pathankot significant, again, areas close to the international border. Pakistan has targeted them today. India has given a befitting response. Mir Farid joining us. Srinagar on high alert, large parts, electricity cut off is what you told us when we last spoke to you. Mir Farid.
Yes, Rajdeep. Electricity has been cut off, and we've been told that it is a precautionary measure. Also, schools sending messages that they remain closed. for the time being. And we also getting reports from various parts where blasts have been heard. Latest I can share with you is that in South Kashmir, Khandru, we know it's a big weapons depot. There, anti-aircraft guns have been activated. They have fired some rounds because there was drone movement detected. Then again, in Avantipura, we've been told that some drones have been sighted. There again, anti-aircraft guns and other ammunition has been used. So it's overall, if you talk of multiple places across, they have been activated. They have seen escalation. We've also been told, and our sources say that there has been some retaliation from the Indian side. Some missiles have been fired towards Pakistan. So already, if you talk of this particular attack, retaliation has started. And while damage assessment is something that we'll have to wait for, obviously, as of now, no reports of any casualties. But again, this is a dynamic situation. There are blasts that are happening even as I speak to you in various parts. And it is like various frontiers which were silent even from the last 7-8 days have been activated by Pakistan. Places like Gurez have seen anti-aircraft guns or drones being fired at by the Indian Army. Similar drone sightings in Gulmarg. And as I said, Srinagar Airport, which is a very sensitive strategic airport, is on highest alert, and they're activated their batteries because there were reports that there could be drones headed towards Srinagar Airport as well.
Even as you're speaking, we're getting fresh reports. India hits back at Pakistan, firing fresh missiles at Pakistan. Gaurav, just to get a sense, neither side has crossed, presumably, each other's airspace as of now. These are missiles being fired by the two sides, using their long-range missiles or using drones, but remaining within each other's territory. Am I correct?
Rajdeep, this is the new nature of warfare that is being fought between India and Pakistan, two nuclear weapon states, because this is a way where you can, should there be a requirement, contain it, control it, and de-escalate. And India every day is making that statement that the onus is on Pakistan. India is responding to everything that Pakistan does. Day one, Pakistan targeted Pahalgam, so India responded. Even right now, when Pakistan is escalating and Pakistan's air raid warnings, India's fired missiles at Pakistan would be to take down three things. One, if they've targeted our airbase, their airbase goes. If they've targeted any of our vital assets and vital points, their vital assets and vital points go. There maybe in one case, if they target one, we target two because we are far superior. And no, Rajdeep, I completely disagree that this is a game where two sides are playing for a draw. India is playing to win. And this is a very decisive situation where India wants to send across that message that Pakistan is a very tiny state. It is a nuclear weapon state, but a tiny nuclear weapon state that has to be put in its place, and it will be, Rajdeep, because it's not just militarily, it's also economically, diplomatically, in every way. India is far superior. That permitted Pakistan for very long to punch far above its weight. So its generals have to be cut to size, its diplomats, its civil society, all of them who think they're equal to India have to be cut down to size.
We're getting more breaking news. As Pakistan air warning system has been shot in Pakistan, Punjab. Pakistan Air Force AWACS have been shot down. India has fired fresh missiles at Pakistan. And the important news that we got you a little while ago, 2 JF-17s, which are Chinese-made, 1 F-16 has been shot down by India. Therefore, a total of 3 Pakistani fighter jets have been brought down by India. Remember, Pakistan has been claiming, including its Prime Minister, that they've shot down 5 Indian jets. No confirmation, no evidence provided of that. But India today, sources now confirming that 3 Pakistani fighter jets have been brought down by India. And at least Pakistan is confirming that 2 of them indeed have been brought down. So 3 Pakistani...
It's a huge setback if an AWACS, that Saab 2000, it's an airborne early warning command and control system. There is no equality, Rajdeep. See what is happening on ground. If an AWACS has been brought down, it just shows it's an airborne early warning command and control system. If that has been brought down, it just shows, one, tactically Pakistan is weaker, militarily Pakistan is weaker. If it cannot protect its AWACS, and AWACS doesn't fly in isolation, and AWACS has a package that is protecting it. It has multiple fighter jets that protect it. If an AWACS has been brought down, it's a huge loss for Pakistan.
I'm getting another piece of breaking news in Rajouri, there has been a terror attack, a suicide attack. Pakistan, remember, has consistently attempted to use terror as a weapon in such situations. So the news we are getting is in Rajouri, there has been an attempted suicide terror attack. Suicide attack on an army installation in Jammu and Kashmir. We'll get more details on that.
India has hit Lahore.
And
India has hit Lahore. This is what Pakistan does not realize what India intends to do. Hit terror at source. And if Lahore has been hit, Rajdeep, we will just wait to see what has been hit. Is it 4 core? Because clearly, Rajdeep, you know, when people think India plays for a draw, no, this is a different India. It does not play for a draw. It sends across a message. Military jihad complex will be punished. If Lahore has been hit, it's the nerve center of Pakistan and Pakistan's Punjab. That Pakistani Punjabi Musalman mindset is being targeted, Rajdeep. That's exactly what is happening. AWACS down, JF-17 down, Lahore hit.
Let's get more details of India hitting Lahore. Remember, Lahore is the heart of Pakistan, Punjab. That is the city where Pakistani power comes from, both the military power and its political power. India's counter-attack in Lahore. Remember, this morning, India claimed that they had, and India reinforced the fact that Pakistan's Lahore air defense systems had been neutralized. Missiles and drones had been used to target Lahore's air defense systems, and they had been totally neutralized. So India's response has been clear. You hit us in Jammu, we will hit you right in your heartland. And that is the danger that Pakistan has. They can try to hit us in Jammu or Jaisalmer, which are close to the border. We can go right into the heartland of Pakistan, because the counter-attack in Lahore sends a clear message that Pakistan, Punjab, we saw it earlier this morning, Sialkot, Rawalpindi and Lahore were hit by missiles and drones. And Pakistan had very little response to it. So while India today has brought down 3 Pakistani jets in their attempt to target Jammu and Jaisalmer, India has gone a step further, gone and hit Lahore, which is the heart of Pakistan, Punjab.
India, Rajdeep, if I may, India had hit Lahore just 2 days ago, even in Muridke. Muridke is on the outskirts of Lahore, the headquarters of Lashkar-e-Taiba.
Those were very different, because those were hitting Bahawalpur and Muridke, which were terror bases of the Jaish and the Lashkar. And India made it very clear then, we are hitting terror infrastructure, not military installations. What we are now seeing is, after Pakistan strikes on attempted strikes on India, India has hit back on presumably equivalent targets in Lahore. Now, what those targets are, we'll wait and see. But India hitting Lahore, counter-attack in Lahore, is a clear message that the government of India is not going to stand by to watch what Pakistan does. This is clear retaliatory action. Important to use the word retaliatory, which India has made it very clear that this escalatory spiral was started by Pakistan with Pahalgam.
Yes, External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar saying any action by Pakistan will be met with a firm response. And Rajdeep, this is a very significant point. To hit Lahore would require political clearance. And this is where Narendra Modi government, Rajdeep, is very different from any government in the past, even if it was an Atal Bihari Vajpayee who said that your aircraft will not go across. Here, Balochistan, your aircraft went across. Right now, your missiles and your drones and your systems are hitting across and hard, Rajdeep.
Okay, let's get exactly what Dr. S. Jaishankar has said. He said, I've spoken with US Secretary Rubio. Remember, he's also National Security Advisor, Rubio at the moment. Deeply appreciate US commitment to work with India in the fight against terrorism. Underlined India's targeted and measured response. And these are important words. Targeted and measured response to cross-border terrorism. We will firmly counter any attempts at escalation. So what you've got is Pakistan provoking India to push up the escalatory ladder. India making it very clear that we have targeted and measured response to cross-border terrorism. If you hit Jammu, we will hit Lahore. And therefore, the costs for Pakistan are that much greater, because Lahore, as I keep repeating, is the heartland of Pakistan. It's the heartland of Pakistan's Punjab. When you hit Lahore, you're really hitting the jugular vein, if I may use the word that was used by General Munir, of Pakistan. And therefore, Pakistan has been sent a firm warning, a counter-attack. All of this happening in the last couple of hours. I think the one concern is just how fast things are happening. when you go up an escalatory spiral, when it happens in a couple of hours, then coming down is not so easy. But when Pakistan struck Jammu today, despite warnings by India that they were not into an escalatory battle, they have effectively given a red rag to India. India has struck back and hit Lahore. Remember, all of this also comes on the backdrop of NSA Ajit Doval meeting Prime Minister Narendra Modi a short while ago with a complete briefing. Secretary of State of the United States, Marco Rubio, spoken to Dr. Jaishankar. But as Dr. Jaishankar's responses said, we will firmly counter any attempts at escalation, but that does not mean that India does not reserve, and these are my words, India does not reserve the right to retaliate. So Pakistan escalation will get a firm response is the message that India has sent. Now, whether that message reaches GHQ in Rawalpindi is clear. Remember, earlier today, India had hit Lahore's missile systems. Those defense systems had been neutralized.
And you know, Rajdeep, if I may, if the Pakistanis had understood how India would react, the moment your air defense system has been hit, you know you're vulnerable, you don't have a shield, you do not escalate. A sane military mind would not have escalated, but Pakistan is not a sane military mind. Their army chief Asim Munir, he escalated, he hit Jammu, perhaps thinking that India will respond either in Sialkot or somewhere in Pakistan occupied Jammu and Kashmir. But that is not how India is thinking. India is thinking to quickly put Pakistan in its place, or that military jihad complex in its place, and that's exactly what you do. You hit where Pakistan is most vulnerable, and Lahore without an air defense shield is where they're vulnerable. Their AWACS has gone down. And why, Rajdeep, did they bring their AWACS up? Because they don't have radars on ground. Just understand, military is science. It is a scientific operation. This is how you bring your enemy in to a place, what is called a kill zone. You brought the AWACS into a kill zone and killed it there.
You're seeing the images that are playing out on your screen at the moment. Those are deferred images that you're seeing. Pakistan air warning systems have been hit in Punjab. Pakistan escalation will get a firm response is Dr. Jaishankar's comment. So clearly Pakistan now finds itself on the defensive because it is Pakistan. And this point was reiterated importantly by the Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri in a press briefing. Pakistan began the escalatory spiral with what it happened in Pahalgam, when innocent civilians were targeted in the manner that they were by the Pakistani-based jihadi factory. So in that sense, Pakistan now getting a sense, you hit us, whether it's Jaisalmer or Jammu, we will come into your heartland. Now, will that be enough to make General Munir see reason to be rational about what we are seeing around us is the key to what happens next. Pakistan must recognize now that they cannot get away by constantly going on this escalatory ladder without expecting more kinetic action from India.
Absolutely. Rajdeep, if I may, India's actions aren't just kinetic. India has also released water from the Salal Dam exactly at 5 o'clock in the evening. That water will be reaching Pakistan and some of those areas in Pakistan closer to midnight, which is what would make Pakistan's operations even more difficult. Even the civilian areas would be inundated in a while from now. So there are kinetic measures, there are non-kinetic measures that India is taking. That's point one. Point two, Indus Waters Treaty being held in abeyance was a signal that was going out to Pakistan. Stop terror if you want water. Water is not being weaponized to stop it. India will only harness the entire amount of water that we are entitled to. Lahore being hit is like, you know, when Sri Ram had to kill Ravan, Ravan was hit in his navel. That is how you destroy evil. Pakistan has to be targeted in Pakistan's Punjab province when you want to destroy that evil of radical Islamist terror and that military jihad complex. And India is hitting Pakistan in Lahore, in Bahawalpur, in Murid ke Rajdeep.
We'll go back to our correspondents in a moment. Sunil Ji Bhatt is still with us. Sunil Ji, you're hearing that within an hour or within 2 hours of Pakistan striking at Jammu or attempting to strike at the Jammu air base and areas around it, including civilian areas, and that distinction needs to be drawn. India has hit Lahore. I want to get a sense from you in Jammu at the moment. Has an element of calm returned? People feel, have the explosions that you heard till a few minutes ago, have they stopped?
Rajdeep, I have spoken to people from different localities in Jammu city, and most of them are saying that power supply has been restored. However, power supply remains cut off in some areas. It's being done as a precautionary measure. People are heaving a sigh of relief because electricity supply has been restored in most areas, and people believe that it's a good sign that that now things are getting back to normal here. But it's going to be a very long night, because even now we are hearing bomb sirens in many parts of Jammu region. In Jammu city, situation remains very sensitive. Uneasy calm prevails in many areas, and civil defense volunteers are out in the streets. They are going to each and every locality, appealing to people that they must stay safe, they must be alert, and at the same time they should not lose patience, they should remain calm, and there is nothing to worry. Security forces are doing their job.
I'm just going to stop you for a moment, Sunilji, but the big news, of course, that's coming in is that India has struck at Lahore. Indian missile system, we don't know where in Lahore, but India has hit Lahore in response, and that's important to underline, in response to what Pakistan attempted a couple of hours ago. Meanwhile, news coming in at the moment that the US NSA and Secretary of State Marco Rubio has now spoken to Shahbaz Sharif, Pakistan's Prime Minister. Earlier, remember, Rubio spoke to India's External Affairs Minister, Dr. S. Jaishankar. Now, Shahbaz Sharif is from Punjab. When this attack takes place in Lahore, it's right in the heart of where Shahbaz Sharif, who was formerly, remember, before becoming Prime Minister, Punjab's Chief Minister, Pakistan, Punjab's Chief Minister. And his daughter is and his daughter, Maryam Sharif, Nawaz Sharif's daughter. Nawaz Sharif's daughter, Maryam Nawaz Sharif, is the Chief Minister of Punjab. But India, by striking in the heart of Pakistan, has sent a very powerful signal this evening. And then, following that, you are now hearing news that Marco Rubio has spoken to Prime Minister Sharif. But the question is, does the Prime Minister of Pakistan or the civilian leadership have it in it to tell the Pakistan army that we need to pull back, we need to restrain ourselves? That is the big question mark. And in the past, we've seen that the army simply has never listened to the civilian leadership. We can go back to Kargil as well, where Pervez Musharraf ran his own agenda. Nawaz Sharif at that moment found himself completely marginalized. 26 years later, Shahbaz Sharif is going to now have to walk the talk. If Shahbaz Sharif wants to assert any authority, he must realize that India has hit Lahore. This cannot go on for Pakistan. So therefore, Pakistan will have to take a choice of what it wants in the next 24 hours.
You know, Rajdeep, if I may just slightly disagree with you on this aspect, Nawaz Sharif was ordered by Pervez Musharraf after his men started dying on the Kargil heights to run to America and save Pakistani lives, because he realized Pervez Musharraf got into the Kargil war. He did not have an exit plan. Similarly, Asim Munir got into the Pahalgam plan. He does not have an exit plan. So now he will put Shahbaz Sharif in front and say, please agree to a surrender, like Nawaz Sharif agreed to a surrender and a ceasefire, and then save the Pakistan army. This is history repeating itself. I covered the Kargil war on ground. I interacted with the leadership even that time. I'm interacting even now. And this is exactly what will happen. Shahbaz Sharif will then say, okay, we want peace. And then Asim Munir will back down, and maybe after some time he'll take over power.
But at the moment, they're going to have to walk the talk. The fact is that General Asim Munir is the one who has to answer for this escalation.
Yes.
And therefore, whatever happens from now, more than speaking to Shahbaz Sharif, at some stage, the Americans will have to ensure that the army leadership also falls in line in Pakistan.
And Rajdeep, that is why they've appointed DG ISI as the National Security Advisor. So next, Marco Rubio will probably be speaking to General Asim Malik, who's Pakistan's National Security Advisor, and DG ISI, and very close to General Asim Munir. So that is how the power structure works. They do not trust a Shahbaz Sharif or an Ishaq Dar, who's the Deputy Prime Minister, who's completely powerless. Even Shahbaz Sharif, Rajdeep, as you know better, in Pakistani proper Punjab is referred to as boot polish, or someone who serves the Pakistan army.
This morning, there was a targeted attack on Lahore by India, very specific targeted attack on their air defense systems. Am I correct?
Absolutely.
And those air defense systems were neutralized. Therefore, now, given what Pakistan did a couple of hours ago, targeting Jammu, targeting Jaisalmer airport, drones being put across different parts of the valley artillery fire continuing from across the LOC. How does India respond specifically to Lahore? Yesterday it was significant. It was Sialkot, Rawalpindi and Lahore. 3 cities which are at the heart of Punjab. Rawalpindi is significant because it's the GHQ headquarters. Lahore because it is the, in a sense, the political capital of Punjab. And Sialkot, where remember a number of the terror camps have also existed. So given what was done this morning, now India hitting Lahore, what is the significance?
So Lahore is also the 4 Corps headquarters. Lahore is a very important nerve center, as you very rightly pointed out, Rajdeep, of Pakistani political life. And if I may, proper Punjab is what runs Pakistan. You know, when Balochistan happened, it did not hurt Pakistan's military jihad network because they were being hit in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, which they treat as a second-class citizen. Had they been hit in Balochistan, it does not hurt them. That's because they only milk Balochistan. Had they been hit in Sindh, they would have probably said Muhajirs and Sindhis have been killed. When you are hit in Pakistan's Punjab, which is what provides the backbone of the Pakistan army, this hurts Pakistan. And this is exactly what the Narendra Modi government is doing, hitting Pakistani's military jihad complex in its backbone, breaking the backbone. And Rajdeep, as you very rightly pointed out, it is hitting the jugular of the Pakistani military jihad network. Lashkar-e-Taiba is in Punjab province of Pakistan. Jaish-e-Mohammed is in Punjab province of Pakistan. And your Pakistan army, its 4 Corps, which is in Lahore. 31 Corps is in Bahawalpur. 10 Corps is in Mangla. So all of this, their entire army is around, Rawalpindi, Islamabad. All of that are areas that India has in its crosshairs should Pakistan escalate further. Lahore being hit is punitive strikes on the military jihad infrastructure in Pakistan, Rajdeep.
We'll wait and see how Pakistan responds to that. We'll wait and see what specific targets have been hit in Lahore. Those operational details, of course, will come out at a much later date. Probably some stage tomorrow we'll get a real sense of what has happened. But the message is loud and clear. You strike us in Jammu and Jaisalmer and parts of the valley, we will come right into your heartland. And that's really a message that India is reinforcing both this morning when they went to Sialkot, Rawalpindi and Lahore, and what they are reinforcing at the moment. I want to go to Mir Farid and Amit Bhardwaj, both of whom are joining me at the moment. Gentlemen, it's been a long night. At the moment, Mir Farid in Srinagar, is there an element of uneasy calm?
Absolutely, Rajdeep. In fact, it's pitch dark. Electricity has been cut off, and I can also share with you that the Education Minister has ordered that all schools in Jammu and Kashmir will remain closed tomorrow. So all those things happening, people are very uncertain. I'm getting calls, messages. People want to know what has happened. There are a lot of fake news on social media, a lot of propaganda, and that's also keeping people on the edge. Though, as far as the government is concerned, they have told people to be very careful about this particular propaganda and ensure that they take that news, cross-check, and then only believe, do not believe on rumors. But across Kashmir, as we have been reporting, LOC is hot. Very heavy RT fire across the LOC areas, starting from Kupara right to Baramulla, then to Jammu on the other side as far as Rajouri Poonch is concerned. And then this is escalation at multiple levels. And then we also got reports that in South Kashmir, there have been attempts to target some ammunition depots of the army, which have been repulsed, anti-aircraft guns used. So it seems that it was a very well-planned attack where they wanted to escalate simultaneously at various sectors through various means of ammunition, starting from rockets, drones to RT fire. So it was clearly a retaliation, but so far, luckily, there has been no major news of any casualty, though it's still early times. There will be evaluation. They would be trying to find out the kind of damage, but no reports of any casualty. Some injuries, yes, but that really is the good news coming out of this. No casualties, Rajdeep.
Okay, let's go to Shivani Sharma, our correspondent, who also joins us. Shivani, what are you picking up?
Rajdeep, the shelling out here where we are reporting from can be heard, and this has been over an hour when this shelling started in the Uri sector, and this is heavy shelling that's happening, and the interval of the shelling is also quite frequent. So this is how Pakistan is now escalating along the line of control, where we were reporting that in last 2 nights also there was heavy artillery fire, but the timing of that fire used to be after 12 p.m. around 1 and till the wee hours in the morning. But now the heavy shelling has started around 9 o'clock, right after when Jammu was attacked and the attack was thwarted. So this area also remains in complete blackout. We are getting developments every minute about what's happening. Pakistan continues to escalate. It is trying to approach on the borders along the line of control with heavy artillery firing, not only in Jammu and Kashmir, Rajdeep, but also on the western sector in Rajasthan, as we were reporting about. There was heavy shelling in Jaisalmer, as well as the drones were seen that were neutralized there. Multiple locations on the western sector, not only Jammu, but in Rajasthan and Punjab also there are inputs that the drones were activated by Pakistan. They all have been neutralized. 8 places in Jammu where drones were activated, they all have been neutralized. There are no report of any casualties so far. The situation is emerging, high alerts on the borders. And even when I'm speaking, I can hear these RT shells being fired along the line of control. The villages have already been evacuated that lie in the range of this artillery shelling, because in last 2 days we lost 16 people in Poonch and Thangdar alone, Rajdeep. So multiple air assets are activated. They are active. The air defense systems are active. There is a multiple layer of all these air defense systems that are working right now on high alert, vigilant, monitoring the skies on the western borders. Complete blackout to be as a part of caution in this area where we are reporting from right now. But though we have not witnessed any air activity apart from the shelling that continues.
Right. Thanks very much, Shivani Sharma, for joining us at that moment. Shivani, of course, tracks the Defense Ministry very closely. India moving in what can be best described as a very calibrated response. Pakistan responds in a particular way. India ensuring that the response as of now remains calibrated. So you're in an escalatory spiral, but without getting into a situation that spirals out of control. That seems to be the reflection. Meanwhile, Marco Rubio, as we said, spoke to Prime Minister of Pakistan, Shahbaz Sharif, a little while ago. We are also being told that airports are on high alert across the country. So security being beefed up at airports across the country at this moment. Airports being put on high alert and being beefed up across the country. The IPL also, now we are told a BCCI meeting will be held. The match today in Dharamshala was called off, but there is now the real possibility that the IPL itself, there is a huge question mark whether there will be any more matches if the situation remains tense in the next few days. So lots of question marks now exist. All passengers to undergo extra security checks with the airports being placed on high alert across the country. But the big news, of course, is that India has used its missiles to strike Lahore. Remember, all of this also on the backdrop of 2 JF-17s and 1 F-16 being shot down by India.
And
Pakistan air warning systems being hit in Punjab. All Indian airports are on high alert. That's the breaking news that we are getting at the moment from across the country. Visitor entry at terminals being banned. Gaurav's going to take over and take this forward right through the night, because it's going to be a long night where there will be plenty of news that you can get. We've got a large team of reporters that have spread to every corner of the key areas, and they'll bring you more news in a moment. Gaurav.
And Rajdeep, the fact that a Pakistani AWACS has been downed is very significant. It's an airborne platform. It's a huge aircraft, which is an airborne early warning command and control system. When that is taken down, something that's protected by multiple fighter jets and aircraft, it just goes on to indicate how vulnerable Pakistan is in the skies. And that question then once again comes, Rajdeep, whether Pakistan had wargamed this enough. If it is losing its ground radar system, its air defense shield in Lahore, which is Pakistan's best protected city. Punjab is Pakistan's best protected province. If that is so vulnerable, if an AWACS has been downed in over Pakistan's Punjab province, if their fighter jets are falling like flies as they try to enter Indian territory, we are told we have some locations, but we will wait for Government of India to officially announce this since live military operations and the operation is still underway because Pakistani drones, missiles and their fighter jets, because this is grave escalation. Grave escalation by Pakistan when it sends in its F-16s and JF-17 Thunders into Indian territory or close to Indian territory, that they are shot down. This would indicate that Pakistan's Army Chief General Asim Munir is gambling. It's a very dangerous game that Asim Munir is playing, and clearly at every stage he's being called out. That representative image that you see is India's Sudarshan Chakra, the S-400 air defense system that has so far destroyed every incoming threat, including, we are told, the JF-17s and, according to reports, one F-16. Now, if I explain this to you for the benefit of our viewers, the Pakistanis did not wargame India having the Rafales, the Su-30 MKIs, the Mirage 2000s, the AWACS that we have, the S-400 system, and they are all integrated. When your entire system is integrated, you have like 1,000 eyes in the sky, and they look. Big story coming in. A Pakistani Air Force pilot has been captured in India, and we are told, I can give you the location, and that's the information that had come to me just a short while back, but we will give you the location only when it's officially announced by Government of India. It's an injured Pakistani Air Force pilot who's been captured. When that information was then, there's some more information that's coming in, but we shall wait for that information to officially come through the government if and when it comes. As of now, we are told we will go exactly by what is officially being released, either from our side or information that is filtering in through our reporters. And India Today has the biggest team of reporters on ground, getting you a 360-degree perspective on this story. I have Shivani Sharma joining me from a very sensitive location. Kamaljeet Kaur Sandhu is again at a very sensitive location, and that is why we are not giving out the location of our reporters. Amit Bharadwaj also joins me from somewhere in that northern part of our country, which is actually right now punishing Pakistan or Pakistan's military jihad complex. And Shivani, to you first, I hope you're safe where you are. I hope you're in a position to tell us, without compromising any operational details, the situation and what you're able to pick up.
Gaurav, we all are in the middle of an operation that goes on, a military operation that goes on, where along the line of control there is heavy shelling that continues, and from where I'm reporting, I can clearly hear these shelling sounds. That means it's quite close from where I'm reporting, and this continues not only in this particular area where I'm reporting from, in the Uri sector, but also in the Poonch sector, the Tangdhar sector, and all the other western borders where the ceasefire violations have continued for last 14 days. But since past 3 days, we are witnessing heavy shelling, continuous heavy shelling. I can hear, even I can speak. So every 30 seconds that shell is coming. So you can imagine the intensity of that shell that is being fired from the Pakistani post, the artillery shelling that goes on, and army has been responding proportionately to these artillery gunfires by the Pakistani army. And let's tell our viewers that there were the reports of houses being damaged, 16 lives lost in last night shelling in Poonch area, and all those villages were evacuated today. We have been reporting about these people being taken to the safe places. That means the Indian army was well prepared. It was on a high alert. It has been monitoring the whole escalation that Pakistan is going ahead with, and there are inputs of certain air assets also of Pakistan that have been neutralized, except the drones that have been intercepted. No damage has been reported. No casualty has been reported as of now, Gaurav.
Shivani,
that's what we are learning from the sources.
Stay with me. There's an alert across all borders in the country. Union Home Minister Amit Shah has spoken to Director Generals of Central Armed Police Forces also of the border security force. He's also speaking to other top commanders on ground when it comes to internal security to ensure that the internal security grid is very strong. Kamaljeet Kaur Sandhu, who covered internal security for us at the Ministry of Home Affairs for a very long time, continues to cover internal security and defense, joins us on this broadcast. Kamal, give us details about the critical role that's played by BSF, the CISF, which protects our industrial assets, because this is where subversion and sabotage could be huge to target India's capabilities in these very crucial times, Kamal.
Well, the multiple attacks itself shows that they wanted to create chaos and confusion in India, and that is why. And as Shivani was saying, there's no casualty, there is no injury reported as of now, which means it's more of a symbolic attack as such. But definitely the way attack has been done, it's very clear it is to create confusion and panic. But meanwhile, the sort of swarm drones that we've seen, now they have not been so effective because one, the reason is that India has fended them off very, very well. And second is the sort of deployment which was done. And as you're talking about, it's not just the Indian Army, it's also the RR, it's also Jammu Kashmir Police, it's also Punjab Police, it's also the CAPF, including the BSF. Now what we know is there was input coming in that not only would Pakistan retaliate in a manner like that, but also that there could be non-state actors like Jaish-e-Mohammed or Lashkar-e-Taiba. Remember, there are at least 140 terrorists which are still inside Jammu and Kashmir, and they're active. So there is obviously one set of intelligence which says that there's credible information that these can be activated in the next couple of days. But clearly, as far as India is concerned, they have sent a strong message across to Pakistan. One, for the first misadventure, which was the Pahalgam attack, and second was the targeting of civilians. And then thereafter what we've seen is this particular drone attack which has taken place. So Pakistan will be taught a lesson, but this one is a big one coming in from Pakistan. It's been going on for multiple locations, multiple sightings, but the drones being neutralized in equal measure.
Stay with me, Kamal. I also want to bring in Amit Bharadwaj. There's more information coming in. Shimla, Jaisalmer, Jodhpur, multiple airports, including the one in Kulu, the Bhuntar airport, all of them are being shut down. Chandigarh airport has been shut down for civilian flights, which means all airports, Amit, clearly for military operations. And once again, it's a clear sign that India is preparing for an escalation that may come from Pakistan, and to have all resources ready to be able to send across a message to Pakistan, Amit.
Right, Gaurav, if you look at the list of the airports where the civilian airspace has been closed down in India, it's majorly the north of India as well as the western part of India. So clearly the borders and the airspace is being kept clear right now for our defense strategy, and that could be the best strategy at this point in time, because if you look at what Pakistan Air Force did was that, they were attacking India, but they were not even ready for the counter response that was coming from the Indian side. But India seems to be, dealing with every situation very strategically, and that is why in the list there have been addition of further airports. It is giving out a clear signal that Indian northern airspace as well as the western airspace has been cleared out for the strategic movement of our Air Force, as well as the response to the cowardly attack that's coming from the Pakistani side, and we're ready to give every befitting response. Along with that, Gaurav, the security of the airports across India has been beefed up by the MOCA and the administration which handles this particular affair in the country right now. So there will be
the Ministry of Civil Aviation and
across the airports which will be functional for us.
There are two aspects which I find very critical, and I want all three of you to weigh in on it. Shivani, you handle defense and you've been reporting right from the front lines. The fact that a Pakistani AWACS has been downed, an airborne early warning command and control system of Pakistan, and I believe Pakistan has two but only one operational. If that one operational AWACS has gone down, this is a huge setback for Pakistan. And if it has lost 3 fighter jets, that information that's coming in, it just means that Pakistan is in a bad position right now.
Gaurav, everybody knows the defense capabilities of Pakistan and the way the attempts were thwarted. In fact, last night at 15 places where it went into the misadventure, and yet again it has done the same thing. It's definitely going to backfire at Pakistan. We are getting a lot of inputs right now of how the damages have been inflicted to the Pakistani drones and the air assets that were pushed into action inside Indian boundary, and much more. Much damage is being reported about Pakistan, and Pakistan has already lost its air defense systems to India. Indian armed forces, they acted in the morning today after its misadventure on yesterday. Yes. So they've already lost their air defense systems. They have major headquarters in these areas. If we talk about Rawalpindi, Sialkot area, Karachi, Lahore, all these systems have been lost there. And now, once again, when the drones have been pushed inside India, India is retaliating in an appropriate manner. But we all must remember what the Foreign Secretary had said, that right now we are doing it proportionately. But if the escalation continues, we can go further and we can go all out with all our capabilities. So we need to watch the situation as it is escalating from Pakistan's side. India is
That's a very significant point. That's a very significant point you make, that India is responding proportionately. But the fact that, and you know, Shivani and Kamal, you both excellent correspondents on ground with your ear to the ground, and Amit, so are you, because the point I want to make is, you've been speaking to your sources who are actually telling you that when you talk about this escalation ladder, India is right on top of that escalation ladder. And this is where Pakistan, if it's losing its drones, if it's losing its rockets, its missiles, 3 aircraft, 1 AWACS, Kamal, that's a huge setback for Pakistan. How much pain can Pakistan endure before it sees the light of day? You know, what is the intelligence assessment? You've covered the Ministry of Home Affairs for so long. You cover a very sensitive border state of Punjab. What is Pakistan's capacity to endure such pain?
Well, one is to create chaos and confusion, but let me read out the PRO defense statement now. There is an official confirmation that the military stations at Jammu, Pathankot and Udhampur were targeted by Pakistani origin drones and missiles along the international border today. The PRO further says the threats were swiftly neutralized using kinetic and non-kinetic capabilities in the line established standard operating procedures. No casualties or material losses were reported, and India remains fully prepared. But let me tell you, Gaurav, as I was telling earlier, that this is an attack by swarm drones. This looks like an attempt to create chaos and confusion. Remember, as far as escalation is concerned, remember, first it was Pahalgam, then thereafter the civilians being targeted, and once there was a resounding effort by India as far as Operation Synindur is concerned, and subsequently by the swarm drones which were really sent in, including in Rawalpindi, in the headquarters of Pakistani army. This is a retaliation all across northern India, and this is where key cities, and remember, even as far as escalation is concerned, earlier what we saw in Amritsar, in other cities like Gurdaspur, where they had attempted to send not just mortars but also smaller missiles in an attempt to disrupt not just normalcy in Jammu, Kashmir and Punjab, but this is obviously a sinister design by Pakistan. But clearly, as far as a response is concerned, this is tit for tat as far as Pakistan is concerned. But remember, more is coming in from India. This is something which has happened in the late night. This is obviously an attempt to create confusion. But as we have been saying all along, there are no casualties, there are no injuries. There's a blackout being carried out in several locations, including at the line of control where we are. Remember, we are inside, not to ensure that there is no light outside, doesn't give away location, but clearly this is upping the ante as far as Pakistan is concerned. Now, is this escalation going to be it? Especially with information coming in that one of the pilots may have been taken into custody, and this is what it guts as far as India-Pakistan is concerned. With rising tensions, what we've seen is people displaced at line of control, people in Poonch being hurt, several of them being killed, but clearly this one has upped the ante, especially targeting not just defense installations in Jammu, Pathankot, Udhampur, but they've been effectively neutralized by the Indian defense system.
Oh, absolutely. You know, that bit of information that we are still waiting for an official word on is extremely sensitive. We have 3-4 bits of information that our viewers will be very interested in knowing and appreciating. I know you're all very proud of our armed forces, and our armed forces have done a great job. There's another bit of information, but I'm just waiting for it to come officially before I can share it with you. You know, Kamal's given you a hint, but we will get the official word in just a short while from now, hopefully. Fingers crossed. The military stations, now this is very significant. Pakistan has escalated yet again. That's a big, big statement that's coming in. Pakistan has escalated in Jammu. Pakistan has attempted to target Pathankot. Pakistan has attempted to target Udhampur. And Pakistani origin drones and missiles along the international border have targeted these areas today. All these threats were neutralized. They were neutralized using both kinetic and non-kinetic capabilities of India in the line with established standard operating procedures. The big thing is, and that's fortunate, no casualties have been reported, no material losses have been reported on the Indian side. India, there's a statement being put out by the Ministry of Defense, by the government, saying India remains fully prepared to defend its sovereignty and to ensure the safety of our people. And whatever steps need to be taken to protect our people, those steps will be taken. Some of these steps are very critical. The fact that Lahore has been targeted beyond Muridke is a very, very important step that is being made. Lahore being targeted is attacking the nerve center, the epicenter of terror, and India has hit the epicenter of terror in Lahore. I want to quickly, cut across to Amit Bharadwaj, my colleague who joins us for more on this big story. Amit, the fact that government has put out a statement is a very clear indication that right now the situation is such that if India carries out strikes like it has in Lahore, it's because Pakistan attempted to strike multiple cities in India and multiple military stations in India, including Jammu, Kashmir, Jammu, Pathankot and Udhampur. Udhampur is a very sensitive military location. The importance of Udhampur cannot be understated. Amit.
Right, Gaurav, right from the beginning of this trajectory, there is a Pahalgam terror attack. India carries out a very clinical attack on the terror bases within Pakistan-occupied Kashmir and Pakistan. We did not attack any of their military bases or, for that matter, civilians during this clinical attack where the breeding grounds of terror were demolished and destroyed in POK as well as Pakistan. What did Pakistan resort to? In the middle of night, heavy shelling, heavy artillery in the around the LOC as well as major military establishment towns of India were on target of Pakistan missile, but we successfully, thwarted those attempts, and Indian armed forces ensured that Pakistan fails in its every attempt to attack India's very prominent and strategic establishments, even for the artillery shelling that has been done, especially in Uri sector. The locals out there say that since 1998 they had not witnessed this kind of heavy artillery and shelling from Pakistan. But why was that being done? If you look at the target of this shelling, these were the prominent centers of our hydropower project. So clearly means that Pakistan is wanting to escalate this particular situation.
Oh, that's a very important statement. Hold on. You've made a very important statement, and I want you to elaborate on this. I want you to elaborate on it. Is there a threat to India's hydropower centers? Is that what Pakistan attempted to do?
Yes, Gaurav, you just need to decode what has been happening in the Uri sector because yesterday as well, in the middle of the night, you had heavy artilleries and shelling happening in the sector, which has not witnessed this for the past 2 decades. Why did Pakistan suddenly wake up to this situation and decided that we need to target these villages in Uri sector, Islamabad, as well as Gingal? We know for a matter of fact that these are very strategic locations where our hydropower projects are located. NHPC project is located, and for instance, Gingal village, where we now will have to believe, because we don't have a choice, the kind of artillery shelling that has been done in Gingal could be the civilians are collateral damage, and the major target could be the NHPC's second hydropower project, which is based here. And what we are given to understand, there could be damages within the compound as well, but we are waiting for that final official word coming from the officials as well. So clearly the agenda of Pakistani forces seems to be very clear. Right now, when we are speaking in the Uri sector, what we had witnessed through the evening is that heavy artillery and shelling is being done from across the border. Obviously, the blackout and other precautionary measures have been already carried out by the administration. I also need to put it out, Gaurav, that the administration was on its toe throughout the day when I was traveling across that sector, and the vulnerable villagers who live in these LOC villages. Obviously, we are not putting out the name of those villages right now, but
you're making a very important point, and I want Rajdeep to elaborate on it. Rajdeep, the government has now officially issued a statement, perhaps which gives the context of the strike that is taking place even as we speak in Lahore. Rajdeep,
let's go through that Ministry of Defense statement. Military stations at Jammu, Pathankot and Udhampur were targeted by Pakistani origin drones and missiles along the international border in Jammu and Kashmir today. The threats were swiftly neutralized using kinetic and non-kinetic capabilities in line with established standard operating procedures. No casualties or material losses were reported. India remains fully prepared to defend its sovereignty and ensure the safety of its people. So that's a strong, clear message coming in from the Indian government, using kinetic and non-kinetic capabilities in line with established standard operating procedures. Give me the distinction, Gaurav, for our viewers, between kinetic and non-kinetic capabilities that are used in situations like this.
Rajdeep, the kinetic means that are being used by our armed forces right now are the S-400 systems that are neutralizing the threat. The kinetic force that is being used is like the force that's currently being used in places like Lahore, where their entire air defense system was neutralized. But the places that they're mentioning, Rajdeep, if you look at the places, line 1 of that military statement, of the government statement, the military stations at Jammu, Pathankot and Udhampur, amongst the most important strategic assets are in this area. Udhampur, Rajdeep, as you well know, is a very important command structure of India. If Pakistan was attempting to strike at the command structure, what does this indicate? That if Pakistan is using either its F-16s or its JF-17 Thunders and using its AWACS command and control system to guide that war.
Would they have importantly crossed, therefore, into Indian airspace? Because until now, the Pakistani Air Force had not crossed into Indian airspace. Are we presuming, whether it's the attack in Udhampur or their attempted attack in Jaisalmer, they crossed into Indian airspace?
So, Rajdeep, the nature of warfare has changed so much that with your BVRs or the beyond visual range missiles, you can hit a target almost 100 and 150 kilometers away or 200 kilometers away. It depends on the kind of BVRs that you have access to. And India and Pakistan both have access to these BVR missiles that can take an air-to-air or an air-to-ground target at much longer distances. You do not need to cross the LC or the international border or even come very close to it. The manner in which we have destroyed a lot of Pakistani assets, our fighters have stayed on our side and yet done the job that was given to them. So the nature of warfare is changing. The fact that your missiles are crossing the LC, the fact that your rockets are crossing the border is equally dangerous, if not more.
We still don't have details though, and we will wait to see an official statement on how India has struck back. What we know for sure is India has ensured that there are no casualties or material losses that have been reported despite Pakistan's attempt to strike at bases in Jammu, in Udhampur and in Jaisalmer. Drones and missiles fired at the Udhampur base, clearly acts of provocation, pushing India up an escalatory spiral. Government of India making it clear India and the government is fully committed to defend the sovereignty of the country and ensure the safety of all Indians. Airports on high alert. Airports like Amritsar completely closed down now. The ministry issuing a formal brief statement on the Pakistani strikes at the moment. The big news, India has thwarted the Pakistani missile and drone attacks that were attempted at Jammu, Udhampur areas, Jaisalmer and areas in the Kashmir Valley. Those have been thwarted. The Pathankot air base was also targeted. That also has been not just thwarted, but importantly, 3 Pakistani planes have been shot down, including an F-16. And India has hit back at Pakistan, at Lahore. Details of that are still awaited. So that's the big story that's been building up. Our correspondents have fanned out late into the night into each and every corner where these attacks have taken place. We're being very careful not to identify locations in each instance and giving you deferred images to ensure the safety of those on the ground. Anmol Bali is with us. Also with us is Mir Farid in Srinagar. Shivani Sharma is still with us. Shivani, what are you picking up from your defense sources, particularly about how India now is responding to the Pakistani provocation when Pakistan fired these drones and missiles at Indian bases?
Rajdeep, we have a very big update for the viewers that not only the Indian Army and the Indian Air Force, but the Indian Navy is also at task as we speak. The operations are on, and Pakistan has tried to intrude into the Indian boundaries through the drones, and all those drones have been neutralized. But all the armed forces are together in a well-coordinated operation against this act of retaliation by Pakistan. The escalation that Pakistan is going ahead with, it is getting a befitting response from the armed forces of the country. And India was well prepared for this, Rajdeep, because when Operation Synindur was being strategically prepared in Prime Minister Narendra Modi's monitoring, we've been seeing more than a dozen meetings happened that time, and this was under consideration. Then when Operation Synindur happens, there will be a retaliation from Pakistan. So the response to this escalation was planned. So we are getting inputs that no casualty, no damage of property in all these locations where Pakistan has tried to hit India. There is no casualty reported, no loss of life has been reported. But it seems that Pakistan has been, in last 2 nights, testing the air defense systems of India. And that's what is happening. The umbrella, the shield over our skies is so strong that whatever coming in our aerial field is being neutralized. That's what we get to know. But along the line of control, the escalation from Pakistani side continues. There is heavy shelling that continues. The frequency of this shelling is very high this time. And ceasefire violations were there since last 14 days, but past 2 days have been seeing heavy artillery shelling. It continues not only in the Uri, Poonch, Tangdhar region, but also on a number of these sectors in the western border in Jammu and Kashmir, and also in Rajasthan, Rajdeep. So the situation is evolving. Every minute we are getting new updates, and what we are being told through the sources that tonight it's going to be a long operation, because Pakistan, remember there was a meeting in Pakistan right after what happened in India when the air bases were destroyed in Rawalpindi, Lahore and Sialkot. There was a meeting there, and what we got to the sources that Pakistan has given its armed forces to go all out on India, and that's why we were expecting, and the defense forces were expecting this kind of an action from Pakistan. All on high alert. Operation goes on successfully as per the defense forces, and Pakistan has been inflicted with heavy damages during this operation that still goes on. Rajdeep.
We're also told a Pakistan Air Force AWACS has been shot down inside Punjab province of Pakistan. So clearly Pakistan suffering heavy losses today. 3 of their fighter planes shot down by India. We'll get more details on where exactly that happened. And what is very clear, India has hit Lahore. And as I was speaking to Gaurav earlier, hitting Lahore carries more than just symbolic significance. This is the heartland of Punjabi Pakistan. This is Pakistan Punjab. This is the heartland of Pakistan's political capital. Chief Minister Maryam Sharif is the daughter of Nawaz Sharif. Shahbaz Sharif, former Chief Minister of Punjab, is the Prime Minister of the country. So hitting Lahore sends out a very strong signal to Pakistan that India means business this time. Operation not restricted to POK anymore. We saw this morning, India went into Sialkot, Rawalpindi, near the GHQ headquarters. There were drone attacks at the stadium in Rawalpindi. The Pakistan Super League has been pushed from Rawalpindi to Karachi, and now we've had reports of the attack in Lahore. Earlier today, also India making it clear in an official statement that they had neutralized air defense systems in Lahore. So Pakistan finding itself that every time it is trying to escalate, India is making sure that there is a measured and targeted response at those very places where Pakistan remains vulnerable. Importantly, to underline, Jammu, Udhampur, Pathankot bases are now safe. So the attempt that was made 2 hours ago has been kept under control. Gaurav.
Rajdeep, it's a very significant point. You see, India is not escalating, but when India is responding, there is an element of a punitive strike on Pakistan. When Pakistan targeted multiple locations, 15 locations it attempted to target across the country, that entire effort failed because India's air defense system is far superior, the S-400 system. And it's also integrated with the rest of our war-fighting capabilities. That integration, network-centric warfare is the buzzword. It's very important. And India has been able to successfully achieve network-centric warfare to a very large extent, especially in the, if I may, and I'm sorry it's a little jargon, in MDO or multi-domain operations. You know, whether you're fighting a battle on land, in sea, under sea, in the air, in space, and cyber. In all of this, if you look at India's efforts to fight an integrated battle, Pakistan does not come up anywhere close. And it's that mindset that we've had, that we permitted Pakistan to punch far above its weight. It's only now that Pakistan is realizing that if it uses its AWACS, it loses its AWACS. And losing an AWACS, Rajdeep, is one of the biggest setbacks for Pakistan Air Force, because now, in a way, it is blind. The AWACS is your airborne early warning command and control system. So it's early warning because it's in the sky at 35,000 or 40,000 feet, Rajdeep. It can look at the enemy skies for good 1,000 kilometers or 600 kilometers or 500 kilometers, depending on how powerful the radars are. Now that capability is not there. It can look at multiple targets and then guide the fighter planes to attack those targets. So it is your, you have an air vice marshal up in the sky who's guiding multiple wing commanders and squadron leaders and flight lieutenants in those fighter planes. That young blood, go after that target, go after that target, go after that target. Now they can't. They've lost their AWACS. They've lost 3 fighter planes. It's a huge setback for Pakistan. And now Lahore is under attack. We have to see what is under attack in Lahore. We'll probably know in a while. Their airborne early warning system is down. Colonel Rohit Dev is a defense expert. He was a part of a very important division at the line of control during a very critical phase. He joins us on the broadcast. Colonel Dev, if you were to do the battlefield analysis right now, what would your appreciation of the situation be?
Right. Gaurav, I've been through Jammu in an offensive planning parameter and also in Jaisalmer when we had that situation in Uri thereafter. And I think Pakistan is following the right steps as we anticipate, and that's the only good thing. The bad thing is that it's targeting still the civilian areas. So be it as may, our attack was very, very clear when we attacked those 9 places, and we attacked few places in Pakistan per se. And we made that kind of a, knowledge exchange over your show the last time. Now, coming to what's happening today, they tried to, flirt over the area of Jaisalmer. Was not from any other point of view because their strike corps there is not fully prepared to launch, right?
Yes.
So they try to do something in Jaisalmer because there is a very strategic asset in Jaisalmer. No names, no specifications, but it has an eye over the Karachi port. So ever since in the Arabian Sea, our fleet has been there in the Navy, a naval fleet. We have a direct communication of picking up assets going around the Karachi port and that line of sight area which we have. So Pakistan was worried. But the only mistake they have made is that in Jammu area, because Pakistan has enough tiers of obstacle systems, they are a little more easy in terms of offensive from the Indian side. We are also a little more protected because our own so-called habitation areas are closer to the border.
Yes.
And we get enough time there where they go from the Chakragal Budge. They come up to Jammu, they go down through Kasur towards the areas of, the southern part into India. That's what we have to look at. But there is enough time to react. Here what the problem is, if the Indian side were to just shake up, the Arjun Brigade a little bit tomorrow morning, Pakistan will be in tatters because they do not know right from Barmer to Pokhran. They don't have the advantage. Now, I will tell you the next
Good
escalation.
point you make, but I want to for a moment stay on the strategic aspect and not on the tactical operations or the brigade and div level operations that you're talking about. For the moment, Rajdeep, it's the battlefield transparency, Rajdeep, which is now very critical. The fact that we are able to see across over hundreds of kilometers, that gives India the big advantage. It's a transparent battle.
What I'm trying to understand as a pure layman is how do you go up the escalatory ladder? And maybe you and Colonel Dev can explain that. We've had a situation, if you look at how things have panned out over the last few days, we have had India striking at terror infrastructure in Pakistan. The Pakistan response largely for the previous 2 days was artillery shelling across the LOC that led to the loss of innocent lives. Then Pakistan yesterday night, late last night, tried to use drones and missiles to target Indian areas across the border. India chooses this morning to respond by going right into the heartland of Punjab, Rawalpindi, Sialkot, Lahore, using our missiles and drones to target Pakistani air defense systems and neutralizing drones, particularly the one in Lahore, striking a stadium in Rawalpindi, not too far away from GHQ, Sialkot, where a number of terror bases are again located. That led today to Pakistan then trying to strike Jammu, Udhampur, Jaisalmer, Pathankot air bases using again missiles and drones. India's response has been to get into Lahore once again, send out a message. What happens next? I want to understand, are we heading into a tit-for-tat retaliation, and how does it escalate? What happens next if Colonel, yes, go ahead.
So it's not going to be a tit-for-tat in the future. We have identified the assets to be destroyed to do two things. Hit the war-waging capability of Pakistan without entering Pakistan, whether it's from air or sea or from the indirect fire. We have these target lists prepared. So our response is going as per a target list for effect. The strategic change, which if you can correlate, being in media, is that 3 decades ago, when they used to hit Arnia, Jammu and that area near Ratnochak, Kalushak without impunity, we used to just go to the talking table, drawing boards and things like that with Pakistan. What has changed is we have decided that if you hit our civilian assets, we will hit your civilian assets as well. I don't know if you know, something else happened even last night in a border area of Pakistan. Let's see if they talk about it, because we are not going to talk about it. We are very, very clear.
The point, Colonel Dev, what I gave you the chronology of where we've reached at the moment.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
What happens next? Is the ball now, in a sense, in Pakistan's court? Every time Pakistan has tried to escalate,
Yes. Not at all.
Every time Pakistan has tried to escalate, we've hit back. Do we now go and take preemptive action? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, I'm saying exactly that. So once you initiate the game, you don't have control. Just because you are thinking that they are doing something and we are reacting is the narrative which is built around currently in the system. You may be surprised that we are doing more than that. We are doing proactively, and that is not to be disclosed. So the narrative building is around a reactive model. But tomorrow, if it is going to escalate anywhere else, Karachi is a given target area. There are targets area of strategic interest which will be destroyed. And that is the way it's going to follow. And
so you're saying targeted specific assets could follow, but that's of course in the future. Let's get back.
It's already happening, Rajdeep.
But let's get back.
It's happening.
Colonel, give me a moment. Colonel, give me a moment. From what my sources
give me
are
an
telling
example.
me, Colonel may know better. To the best of my knowledge, India hasn't targeted any civilian area in Pakistan. To the best of my knowledge. Point one. Point two, if I may. India is destroying Pakistan's war-waging capabilities. How? Pakistan's air defense system, especially their HQ-16s, their LV-80 or Lahore's air defense system. Rajdeep, it costs a whopping 1,800 crore rupees a battery. You know, one destroying Lahore's air defense system puts Pakistan back by 1,800 crore rupees. Do they have that kind of money? They don't. Can they replenish it? They cannot. And that's not the only one that's been destroyed, Rajdeep. If you're losing an F-16, do you think America will give you another F-16? They will not give Pakistan another F-16. If their AWACS is gone, they're not getting another AWACS. So their war-waging capability is being destroyed.
Okay. Let me go to Amit Bhardwaj, joining us on the ground in much tougher circumstances. Amit, you're in one of the border areas. You've been telling us there have been blackouts for the last few hours. When you heard explosions till a couple of hours ago. What are you picking up now, Amit, where you are?
Well, Rajiv, as far as the blackouts are concerned, right from Srinagar to Baramulla to the Uri sector, all of it is complete blackout right now. Even the hotel establishments in Srinagar do not have, permission to give the power backup or power supply, and that's the situation right now. And all of this is happening in Srinagar as a precautionary measure. But when we speak about Baramulla or areas uphill towards Uri sector, that's more of because of the heavy artillery and shelling that's happening. What we can also tell our viewers is that not only the areas that were targeted by the Pakistani forces, the cowardly attack on the civilians that had happened in Uri sector, Pir Panjal range, the area has increased this night, and Kamalkot is the area where heavy artillery shelling is happening, and this the target seems to be the common civilians at this point in time. And remember, this area of Pir Panjal for the longest time had not witnessed this kind of artillery and shelling. At least that's what the civilians out here say, that for the past 2 decades they have not witnessed this kind of artillery shelling or shellings or mortars coming from the other side of the border. But this appears to be a cowardly act from the Pakistani establishment, because they also know that these are the civilian areas, and for the longest time there has been understanding between India and Pakistan both that they would not be violating the ceasefire CFVs in this particular area. But despite that, unprovoked artillery shelling and artillery
is that artillery
right now.
Is that artillery shelling still continuing, or has the artillery shelling stopped? A quick answer.
Well, Rajiv, in the area of Kamalkot right now, shelling is heavy. That's what we can tell our viewers right now. The agencies are responding to this situation. But as far as the other villages in Uri sector are concerned, many of these villages were already evacuated, and the villagers were brought to Baramulla city for their safety.
Right.
Back to you.
Let me go to Anmol Bali, who's also there amidst darkness. Anmol, what are you picking up at the moment? Area again, complete blackout across all the border areas of the country. We're also reporting that schools and colleges in Chandigarh will be closed. Airports of Chandigarh, Amritsar among those being closed. What are you picking up, Anmol?
Rather, basically, various state governments as the central government has taken precautionary measures, like all the schools in the bordering districts with the Pakistan border have been asked to go close or to go on off. We are here in the Pathankot and it's totally blackout, not only in the Pathankot but Gurdaspur, Amritsar and other various bordering districts are having, we are seeing same kind of visuals, totally blackout. And earlier, around half an hour ago, we saw heavy blast coming from the army area, from where we are standing few steps away. And even I'll show you in the visual that Punjab police persons are also on the ground. They are monitoring the situation. They are here in the civilian area. I'll show you in the visual. Punjab police personnel are here on the ground. They're talking with the people and they're asking people to switch off the light of their motorbikes, cars, because a whole blackout situation has been imposed by the state governments. They have asked to cancel the leave of state government, Haryana, Punjab, Rajasthan. They have cancelled the leave of the employees, those who were on leave, and even they have called the government employees on the leave back to the work.
We are seeing both northern and western India complete blackouts in large parts of northern and western India at the moment, particularly in the border areas. Government wanting to take no chances at the moment. But the good news, Jammu, Udhampur, Pathankot bases safe. No casualties or material losses to India at all. So despite Pakistan's attempt to once again take us up an escalatory spiral, India has sent a firm response today. 3 Pakistani planes have been shot down, including 2 J-17s and F-16s, and 1 F-16. And India has thwarted Pakistan's missile and drone attacks and responded in kind by striking Lahore. And I think that distinction needs to be drawn between Pakistan attempting to strike a Jammu, Udhampur, Pathankot, India going right into Pakistan, Punjab, into Lahore, Rawalpindi and Sialkot this morning, and now striking back once again at Lahore. So the vulnerability of Lahore is something which India is exposing right through its Operation Synindur. India making it very clear we are fully prepared to defend the country's sovereignty. Yes, there have been back-channel talks that are taking place. Dr. Jaishankar has spoken to the US Secretary of State and NSA, Marco Rubio, who's also dialed up Pakistan's Prime Minister, Shahbaz Sharif. We'll also go to the newsroom in a moment because a lot of people, Gaurav, are asking if they have flights to take in the next 48 hours. If I have an overseas flight, I want to go to San Francisco on an Air India flight, or I want to take a flight to any of the northern cities of the country, is it safe for me to take that flight at the moment or not?
So as of now, unless that airport is shut, the airspace is open in our country.
So I can take a New Delhi to San Francisco flight?
Well, the New Delhi to San Francisco flight anyway goes to Gujarat first, flies over the Arabian Sea, and then goes into a safe zone. Unless, of course, you're flying a non-Indian flag carrier. Pakistan, of course, has closed its airspace to flights from India, Indian flag flights or Indian-operated flights.
So while the airports are on high alert, the only airports that have been closed are largely those in the border areas. Am I correct?
You're absolutely right, Rajdeep. Airspace remains open, but it's a very dynamic situation because in case Pakistan attempts to escalate again, and the manner in which Pakistan has attempted to escalate is not restricted to Jammu and Kashmir or Punjab. It's all across from Jammu, Kashmir, Punjab to Rajasthan and Gujarat. And we do not know. The night is still, it's not yet midnight. Last night their attempt was at 1 in the morning. India's response happened early in the morning, in fact in full broad daylight. And that's another point, Rajdeep. India is so confident of the manner in which we have air superiority right now. I'm saying air superiority and not air supremacy, that you're able to take a decision to strike even in broad daylight.
Okay, there's no decision on shutting down airports across the country. I think that needs to be reiterated because there was panic that airports across India were being shut down. It's only Amritsar, Chandigarh, Srinagar, where the airports have been closed. The border areas.
Close to the border areas and areas that Pakistan has attempted to target.
Okay.
And if it were to escalate and attempt to target, let's say, a Mumbai or a Delhi, because that is, look, these cities are absolutely safe. Pakistan may want to risk that escalation, but the cost for Pakistan will be so immense, Rajdeep, that Pakistan, again, you know, while he's a jihadi general and he's very unreasonable, but jihadi generals want to give that image that they are jihadi general. They're very reasonable when they see that they've been overwhelmed. Pervez Musharraf thought he'll get away with Kargil, but when he realized that hundreds of his soldiers were being killed on the Kargil heights, he sent Nawaz Sharif to America to sue for peace and let America play the mediator role. Right now, we are also told there's been a blast in Peshawar in Pakistan, Rajdeep. Okay. So there's been a blast in Peshawar. We were told that there was a situation that happened even in Balochistan yesterday. And look at this information, Rajdeep. It's a big story on the Pakistani AWACS, that Air Force Airborne Early Warning Command and Control System being shot down. We are getting you inside details of how big a damage this is for Pakistan.
And the other big story, of course, coming is that not only has Lahore been struck, but now there's a blast in Peshawar. Now, the significance of that is that this has been a traditionally volatile area in the Northwest Frontier Province. And what we've seen in Peshawar in recent times, a lot of local militias in Pakistan have claimed responsibility for targeting Peshawar. These are remnants of the Afghan war. The Tehreek-e-Taliban, Pakistan has struggled to deal with its local militias within. What we are now getting to understand is that there has been a blast in Peshawar. Pakistan's attempt in a way to target India forgets the fact that Pakistan itself has found enormous turbulence both in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, or what was NWFP at one time, and indeed in Balochistan as well. So Pakistan missile and drone attacks have failed. Their projectiles have missed their target. India has suffered no material damage in the last couple of hours. India instead has hit Lahore, downed an air warning system. 3 Pakistani planes, including 2 J-17s and 1 F-16, have been downed. And we await more details of what the nature of damage Pakistan has suffered in Lahore. We've been very careful not to reveal operational details at any stage. All we are saying is the big picture. But the blast in Peshawar reported in a short while ago. More details are awaited. Remember, I keep repeating, Peshawar has been one of the more turbulent areas of Pakistan. So you can see how Pakistan is slowly getting boxed in when their major cities find themselves in turbulence. Lahore, Rawalpindi, Sialkot, now reports coming in of a blast being reported from Peshawar at the moment.
And vulnerable in Balochistan.
And you're vulnerable in Balochistan. Karachi, of course, is Pakistan's commercial capital, and that is the one city which Pakistan will now be worried about, because remember, Pakistan has tried to sort of, in a way, try and suggest that India has not shaken it, but clearly what happened, particularly in Rawalpindi earlier today, has shaken the Pakistani military establishment. Gaurav.
You're absolutely right, Rajdeep. And this was Pakistan's Achilles heel. You know, the Pashtuns, they have a Pashtun Talaffuz movement. They have a freedom struggle that's going on in Pashtunistan is what they seek in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa province. The Afghans, the Taliban, they dislike the Pakistanis immensely, and especially after over 1 lakh of Afghans who were living in Pakistan were so rudely sent back to Afghanistan. So Pakistan's Achilles heel is actually Khyber Pakhtunkhwa and Balochistan. The 2,600 kilometer long Durand line, Rajdeep, is burning so bad that and is likely to burn so bad. We have Air Vice Marshal Manmohan Bahadur joining us on this special broadcast. Sir, as always, welcome. Colonel Rohit Dev stays with us on this broadcast. Air Marshal Bahadur, I want to understand from you, there are reports of massive losses for Pakistan in the air, from an AWACS to fighter planes. How would you assess these reports that are coming in, sir?
If this is true, then it is exceptionally good news, especially the one on the AWNC, because that's the heart of the air defense of any unit or of any country. So if an AWNC has been brought down, that's a very, very big loss. I just hope these reports are correct. As also the 3 fighters which have come down, the F-16, a very, very big symbolic value, because that's sort of revered by the Pakistan Air Force. So let's see, and I'm quite sure very soon we should be having pictures of that. And when you have such big losses, then obviously a rethink comes in, especially with the loss of an AWNC. Of how...
So for the benefit of our viewers, you know, because everyone on the broadcast is looking at that piece of information very closely, loss of an AWACS, or the, as you put it, you know, airborne early warning command and control system. For the benefit of our viewers, can you explain to us what this very important platform does, the eyes in the sky, how does it operate, and what it means for the battlefield scenario for Pakistan, for their Air Force?
Okay, we need to be sure whether it's an AEWNC or an AWACS. The AWACS gives you a full 360-degree coverage, whereas the AEWNC has a swordfish radar. So there is a little gap at the tail and at the nose. But that's covered by the way the aircraft flies. Now, that's an airborne control system. When, for example, when we talk of our Integrated Air Command and Control System, IACCS, that integrates the AWACS also on it. But the AWACS by itself becomes a node. It carries with it fighter controllers on board and a mission. These are mission specialists, and there is a commander, an air defense commander who visualizes what's happening on the radar screens in front of him. He gets inputs. He's got communications with aircraft in the air as well as with Air Force stations. So it's a flying control bed. If that is lost,
if that is lost,
comes in.
So they are going to be blind in the sky for that bigger picture of the battlefield. It's like Dhritarashtra cannot be told what the battlefield is if he doesn't know where is Sanjay. And now Pakistan has lost its Sanjay, Colonel Rohit Dev. Dhritarashtra was blind. Pakistan is now double blind in a way because they have no Sanjay left. Their fighter jets will be up in the sky. They won't have the bigger picture, Colonel Dev.
Who said that their fighter jets will be in the sky? They will be caught while climbing the sky. Just imagine, Gaurav, take 13 days with all the sound after the dastardly attack. They went on red alert. They mobilized their forces. They put their best weapons and best EW and best AD in their major cities to guard them. Can they guard?
Rajdeep, very significant point. If the best protected city, Lahore, is so vulnerable, it just shows you how hollow the Pakistani system is.
You see, what I think we are seeing in the last 48 hours clearly is Pakistan has resorted to very much the conventional way of taking on India, artillery shelling across the LOC, trying to believe that that is the muh-tod jawab that they'll give. Unfortunately, killing civilians. I mean, you just have to contrast.
16
I think you've got to contrast the pinpoint targeted attacks on places like Murid Ke, on Rawalpindi, where the Jaish-e-Mohammed and the Lashkar-e-Toiba have their headquarters. I remember going to Murid Ke and, meeting some of the Lashkar leaders many, many years ago. And it was all... Hafiz Saeed wasn't there at that time, but they were all... It was all out in the open. I met Syed Salahuddin at the Hizbul Mujahideen headquarters in Rawalpindi, barely a couple of kilometers away from the GHQ. So it was all in the open. It was all, and this is of course...
And a couple of kilometers from GHQ, Syed Salahuddin was operating.
That's right. And this was all a little before 9/11 happened. 9/11 happened, opened up again a can of worms, showed as the Al-Qaeda operations took place, partly partly existed in Pakistan and partly across the border. And there were Pakistani news agencies that were willing to take you to meet Osama bin Laden. I'm talking just before 9/11, charging you a fee for that. So it was all very open. Pakistan's involvement, sponsoring, financing and arming of these terror groups for decades has taken place in the open. In the past, whenever, after Balochistan, there was an element of deniability that the Pakistanis could resort to, claiming nothing has been hit. Now what you found is there is enough evidence in the funerals taking place, the Lashkar command. To me, the graphic example of how Pakistan has turned into a failed rogue state is to watch the Lashkar commander's funeral taking place, led by another Lashkar commander, and the entire police and military brass is present and wreaths in honor of that terrorist are placed there. So clearly by the Pakistani army leadership and the Pakistani army chief. So I think what this has done is fully exposed in a way Pakistan's involvement with terror groups. And I think that's significant. I want to go to Sunil Bhatt. Sunilji Bhatt has had a very, very difficult evening. I can tell anyone who's gone through it that what Sunilji has gone through cannot be easy. He was for a long time in a bunker, with explosions taking place around him. He's moved now to a safer spot in Jammu. But Sunil, what do you want to tell us?
Rajdeep, there is blackout in more areas now. Earlier, electricity supply had been restored, but now we are witnessing blackout again in many parts of Jammu city. And what we are learning from our sources is that it has been done as a precautionary measure. People have been advised again by the administration, by the civil defense volunteers, that people should confine themselves to their homes. They should not venture out. They should not panic. There are agencies of the government who are at the service of the people, and helpline numbers are also there. They can contact the administration, but people are having a very difficult time. People are in panic, and people feel that a full-fledged war has broken out. And since there is electricity supply was cut off, so rumors also started doing the rounds. So it created more panic and more fear in people, although now there is some semblance of normalcy as far as civilian areas are concerned in Jammu city, because people now feel that there are not going to be any explosions or any blasts, because we have been successful
we have been successful to foil the nefarious designs of the enemy. Pakistan tried to target the Jammu airport, other defense installations in Udhampur and in the neighboring state of Punjab, but our air defense system was already activated. The Sudarshan Chakra was activated, and we were successful in foiling the nefarious designs of the enemy. And now our air warriors are hitting Pakistan very hard. A befitting reply is being given to Pakistan, because it's Pakistan who is now escalating the matters, and we can't remain silent. We will give a befitting reply to Pakistan. But the people, particularly Rajdeep, who are living near the line of control and India-Pakistan international border, they are having a very, very difficult time, because they are facing the brunt of Pakistani shelling. Already we have lost so many lives in Poonch district of Jammu and Kashmir. Many people have been injured. They are battling for their lives in different hospitals, and people have also fled their homes. This has also triggered an exodus from border villages. Administration has also evacuated many people. Relief camps have been set up. People have been given shelter there. They are being provided all kinds of facilities there. So administration has swung into action, and all precautionary measures are being taken, and all agencies of the government are on alert mode, and they are ready to meet any kind of eventuality. People have been advised that they should not panic. There are helpline numbers. They can contact the administration if they need any kind of help. Rajdeep, back to you.
Okay, I'm just going to ask you, Gaurav, interesting, the Sudarshan Chakra. Can you explain the Sudarshan Chakra to our viewers?
So, Yogeshwar Sri Krishna, Bhagwan Krishna had a Sudarshan Chakra. And as you know that story of Shishupal, Shishupal had committed 100 sins, and Yogeshwar Sri Krishna would forgive him each time because he was a relative. It was only after that 100th sin that he used the Sudarshan Chakra, killed him, and the Sudarshan Chakra came back to him. And it's said usually the Sudarshan Chakra is the most potent weapon that you have. India's S-400 system, as AVM Bahadur will tell us better, is a very potent weapon platform. It's again the best in the world. And this
Explain what it does. Explain to us what it does.
Shield.
It's a missile defense shield.
And it is, it's road mobile. It's based on trucks. It's a Russian origin. It has these canisters that have the missiles in them. It has a radar system. It has a command and control system. Now, those radars, Rajdeep, they scan across a very wide area. They can look at multiple incoming threats, and they can destroy them at various distances, 400 kilometers away, 200 kilometers away, and even 50 kilometers away. That's not all.
Purely indigenously made?
No, made in Russia. 100% made in Russia. Very expensive. I think 39,000 crore is what we've paid for 5 such systems. 3 have come. The other 2 couldn't come because of that war between Russia and Ukraine. Rajdeep, it can take down a threat which is as low as 10 meters, and it can take down a threat which is at 50,000 feet, which is the operating envelope of a fighter jet.
And presumably 2 consecutive nights, the Sudarshan Chakra has protected the people of this country.
And will continue to do so the way it has been deployed. Again, what Air Vice Marshal Manmohan Bahadur was telling you, the integration of India's war fighting capabilities in the air, on ground, including with the Indian Navy's P-8Is, which is actually American origin aircraft, on the Boeing platform. It's it's a long-range maritime reconnaissance aircraft, which is like a flying frigate. It can even fire missiles. It can take down a submarine. That's been used by Indian Navy to scan the skies over Galwan and keep an eye on Chinese. So it's a maritime reconnaissance aircraft, but can be used there also.
Air Vice Marshal Bahadur, you wanted to make a point. Please go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a point. While we talk of the S-400, the 3 systems we have got and the huge ranges that they have, that's also integrated into our IACCS, the Integrated Air Command and Control System. But please don't forget the fact that we have other radars, the Indra radars which are there, the Russian origin radars which are there, which are placed at various stations, at various, VAs and VPs, because the S-400, there are only 3 systems. Okay, so those smaller radars which protect a localized area are very, very vital. I was in Jammu. I was station commander Jammu in Parakaram. When we almost went to war, and we would have seen similar things as is happening right now. We didn't go there. I know, I can't talk about it, but how the way the system is configured to make sure that nothing comes in, starting on off from Poonch down south till Pathankot takes over. You know, Pathankot is a major air base.
Right.
So that is what it is. And if I may just add one word about the Jammu civilians, you know, since we almost went to war, the amount of the rapport that we had with the civilians of Satwari and Jammu, basically, with the civil administration, the DC, it was tremendous. In fact, to rehabilitate our runway in case we were bombed, the MES contractor started one day dumping, you know, all the bricks and the cement and everything. We said, how come you are doing this? You will not get paid because I don't have the authority. The guy says, sir, paisa dekha jayega. Let me just dump. So, I mean, it's a tremendous effort there out in the field, which sure Sunilji, if he goes and speaks to people out there, will understand.
Okay, it's very interesting your description both of Operation Parakram, where India showed remarkable strategic restraint. Obviously, those floodgates have now opened. Obviously, the Pakistani establishment has pushed itself into an escalatory spiral and perhaps doesn't know.
It's also the leadership, Rajdeep, because did that strategic restraint work in 2002?
We don't know.
We had terror attacks in our country subsequently. 2006.
Yeah, but we've had
200 people died in Mumbai.
Gaurav and I have a slight difference. We've had terror attacks post Uri and Balochistan, and we've seen, as Pahalgam showed. Let's be very clear. The Pakistan
no 26/11, nothing in the rest of the country.
Breaking the back of the Pakistan jihadi factory is the challenge.
Yes.
If we can do it, we need to do it, because that is the only way we are going to be able to protect ourselves. But that's another political debate. Whether we've sent out that kind of firm message for Pakistan to wake up and smell the coffee is something we can only hope for. What is very clear is India has made a very clear statement. We will defend our sovereignty. We have every right to defend ourselves. Pakistan cannot get away with the impunity that it has in the past. There will be retaliatory costs that Pakistan will pay, and kinetic action will be taken. We can argue whether strategic restraint works, whether kinetic action works. Either way, the Pakistani army state will have to change, in my view, for anything to truly work. I'll bring you in, Colonel Dev, in a moment. I'm going to take a break at this point. Gaurav is going to continue just to report Pakistan's missile and drone attacks on India today have failed. Pakistan projectiles missed their target. India has suffered no material damage. Instead, it is Pakistan that suffered heavy damage today. 3 Pakistani fighter jets shot down by India. There's been a blast in Peshawar in Pakistan. India has struck at Lahore. Exact details of that are still awaited. Net. Okay, as we get to midnight, I'll give you a point. Go ahead.
Yeah, I want to serve you a dessert before you leave.
Please do.
The Pakistanis were there at the funeral of the terrorists, right?
Yes.
When they mobilize, their own doctrine says that the command and control of this terror headquarters is taken over by some military elements initially. So that is why when you see Bhavalpur, Muridke and Sialkot, now let the Pakistanis says why they were there. And we don't know, because last time we killed a crow. I don't know who we killed this time. So that's the jalebi for you. Have a nice dessert and we'll see you in the morning.
Absolutely right. I completely agree with you, Rajdeep, that the military structure in Pakistan has to go. But for that military structure in Pakistan to go, they have to be defeated. That strategic restraint of 2002, unfortunately, did not do. Because if you remember, when Atal Bihari Vajpayee went to Islamabad for the summit, Pervez Musharraf pledged, I will not let my territory be used for terror against India. He gave it in writing. Did that happen? 2006, we lost 200 people in your city and mine, Mumbai, in those serial train blasts. Then in 26/11, we lost another 166. So that strategic restraint did not work.
We almost came close. The closest we came to actually achieving a permanent peace was between Manmohan Singh and Musharraf, where if their 4-point formula had actually gone through, you might have had permanent peace in Jammu and Kashmir. And it is my belief.
What year was that?
That was 2005, 6, if I'm not mistaken, 2005. Musharraf then, of course, goes out of power. My limited,
He did not.
my limited point,
permit me to tell you.
this is another debate for another day. Until you are able to achieve a peaceful solution to the problem of Jammu and Kashmir, you're not going to.
It has nothing to do with Jammu and Kashmir.
Pakistan's army state will be in a perpetual conflict with you. The relevance, the basis of the Pakistan army state is, as Zulfikar Ali Bhutto said, to try and get into a 1,000-year war with India.
They cannot afford a 1,000-year war.
That's another debate for another day.
But I want
Gaurav, not on
facts.
Gaurav,
Just
not
one
today.
fact. When he was promising you peace, he was planning 26/11. That fact must be told to the world.
That's
Gaurav. Musharraf wanted peace. Ajmal Amir Kassab was being trained exactly the same time to attack you in Mumbai to kill 166 people.
I am only going by actual official records put on in a book form by the likes of Synindur Lamba. There are various people who are involved. Let's not debate that. At the moment, the big story, sources telling us a Pakistani fighter jet
has been shot down. 2 drones over Nowshera.
2 Pakistan drones neutralized in Nowshera. Blast in Peshawar. India has hit Lahore. When you look at the sum total of those headlines, today has been a day when India has sent a very, very strong, firm message to Pakistan. We will protect our sovereignty. We don't want to go up this escalatory ladder, but if you choose to do so, we have every right to respond in our self-defense.
One Pakistani fighter jet has been shot down over Pathankot also. Rajdeep, this is huge. This is huge.
So I'm presuming these are 3. This is one of the 3. These are one of the 3 Pakistani jets. One was Jaisalmer, one is Pathankot, and there is a third.
There is a third, but all this information in terms of when it comes officially, I can even give you a little more information. I will wait for that information to be made official. But you know that
it's close to midnight. Gaurav and I will meet again tomorrow.
And we'll have a lot more news for you. We will through the night tonight.
Absolutely.
Rajdeep, thank you very much.
My pleasure.
For being a part of this absolutely outstanding effort to bring you all the news as India continues to battle Pakistan state-sponsored radical Islamist terror. Now, 3 Pakistani jets is what sources are telling us have been downed. What I can also tell you from what sources are telling India today, multiple Pakistani drones have been neutralized. There's been a blast in Peshawar and India is targeting certain locations in and around Lahore. So the situation is very live. Remember yesterday, Pakistan had targeted India around 1 in the morning or attempted to target India around 1 in the morning. So you have air raid sirens, you have preventive action, a blackout that's happening across multiple locations in our country right now as we prepare first to defend our borders and then to neutralize the threat at source. The point that is being made is India is very systematically degrading Pakistan's warfighting ability. Remember, Pakistan is a pauper state. Pakistan has very little money. It is living on borrowed money and arms. It barely generates any revenue of its own to sustain its army, which has given itself an 18% increment or an 18% raise. I fail to understand how an army that failed Air Marshal Bahadur and Colonel Dev one by one, that has failed in every operation, continues to wear all those ribbons and medals and gives itself an 18% hike in defense budget and performs so poorly in combat. And I'm not belittling the adversary. I know it's a very powerful adversary. But looking at the situation on ground right now, Air Marshal Bahadur, how would Pakistan respond now that there are reports of it losing an airborne early warning command and control system, multiple fighter planes and a large amount of drones? How easy or difficult is replenishment for Pakistan?
You have to link this with the diplomatic efforts that must be going on right now. We know our External Affairs Minister has spoken to Secretary Rubio as well as their NSA. So obviously, huge things are happening even as we speak. Now, if we have made our intentions clear, if we had wanted to close down the interaction with Pakistan that was happening, then when they struck us last night and we engaged all their drones with our air defense system, at that point we could have called it quits to say, okay, you tried to attack us, we neutralized you, and let's talk peace. But we didn't. We launched our UAVs. our Harops and Harpy UAVs in the afternoon to convey a point, to say that this is just not on. Now the ball
But that is
totally
after his attempt. Yes.
Yeah, that's correct. So that is so the point is the ball is totally in their court, and now they would be sitting down and analyzing exactly where they stand vis-a-vis our determination and our political will. Plus, the pressures must be coming on. I don't think they have got so much support from the West Asian and Arab countries as they had earlier. Turkey is a different matter. China would like to stay away, may give the arms and ammunition, but will strike and stay away. So I personally feel that come tomorrow.
Okay. Okay, give me a moment as we try to reestablish that link. We've lost our connection for a moment. India Today's finest team of reporters on ground zero, getting us 360-degree perspective on the story. I have Kamaljeet Sandhu joining me on the broadcast. I have Shivani Sharma joining me on the broadcast. And I have Mir Farid with me, Sunil Ji Bhatt, Anmol Bali. It's midnight, but our reporters are right there on the field because the threat, there is clear and present danger. Quickly, Shivani, let me quickly come to you for an update before I bring in Kamaljeet Kaur Sandhu and Anmol into this conversation. Shivani, where you are, I hope you are safe. What can you tell us? The LC, the line of control, silent, or is it once again hotting up after that massive barrage that had happened earlier?
Gaurav, seemingly it is a bit silent now in past few minutes, and there was heavy shelling that was going on, though this is still on. The LC remains activated, but yes, the frequency has gone down now. What we can get the sense from the ground here in the Uri sector, and we've been witnessing a lot of reports, inputs that are coming in from multiple villages out there. There have been some damages to the property in Indian side, of course, and there were ambulances that were carrying people, evacuating them, the ones who were in the range of this RT shelling. We are yet to get the figures of this injury that has happened, but multiple ambulances in this area have been activated. They've been taken to hospitals, and the LC remains activated. India has been retaliating considerably on Pakistan's side, as we are reporting that there are developments. Multiple cities in Pakistan, including Lahore and areas around, have been targeted by India. They've been engaged by India. Multiple drones of Pakistan that were neutralized, not only in Jammu area, but on the western sector in Jaisalmer too, in Naushera also. So this is what is going on. Reportedly three Pakistani fighter jets have been shot down here in Indian territory, and more official inputs are awaited, Gaurav. We have a lot more that we are getting to the sources, but since this is an evolving situation, we are waiting for confirmation from the officials. But yes,
I completely agree with you, Shivani.
The situation remains fluid and developing. There is...
You know, India Today's finest team of reporters, and such a privilege to work with the finest, Shivani, Kamaljeet, Anmol, our entire team of reporters, and my colleague Sandeep Unithan with me here in the studio. It's actually a treat to be able to get you news first, fast, most accurate, authentic. Of course, in the fog of war, there are some situations where there are grey areas, and that's why we, you know, like Shivani was mentioning, we have a lot more information, but we are waiting to give you that information, and probably some of it will be with you with the morning tea, Sandeep, because India is equally good at serving tea. And before I bring in Sandeep, Kamal, where you are, all well, all safe, what can you tell us both about the situation at LC, the borders, and the internal security?
Well, the situation seems to have calmed down. We have spoken to top officials, and let me tell you, official sources are confirming that the worst is over. The drone attacks are no longer taking place. Most of the drones have been neutralized very effectively by our defense system. So say there is a swarm drone attack which took place in multiple locations across Jammu and Kashmir and in Punjab. But meanwhile, they were effectively dealt with. But yes, this was an effort to create panic, chaos. But earlier, what we saw was India responding, especially to the sort of artillery shelling which was done on innocent civilians in Poonch, in Uri and Tangdhar and elsewhere. But clearly, as far as Pakistan is concerned, they were sending in drones and smaller missiles targeting 15 of our cities, after which what we've seen is a very planned, precise drone attack take place, including in Rawalpindi, in the general headquarters of army in Pakistan. But meanwhile, what we can also tell you is that this looks like a tit-for-tat measure. Remember, no defense installation or other installation has been harmed. There's no loss of life. There has been no injury to anyone. So yes, it does look like that this was done in a symbolic sense that Pakistan can actually do it. This is to create or instill fear in people, create a sense of chaos. But clearly the way things were, and initially, because remember, when swarm drones really come in, they have a capacity to attack. So all this is obviously, but again, the defense system was activated very, very quickly. These drones were neutralized. But this obviously looks like an escalation or one-upmanship, at least by Pakistan, which is going to be dealt very effectively in the next couple of hours or so. India has already shown that it is superior in its military might. The way we've fended off previously their attacks, whether it's in Amritsar, Gurdaspur and elsewhere, and meanwhile...
huge story on India today. The Indian Navy has attacked Karachi. Indian Navy opens another front, the first time since 1971. India is going for the jugular. Indian Navy has targeted Karachi. This has happened for the first time since 1971 as part of Operation Trident, and when Karachi was struck in 1971, Karachi was burning for 11 days. Half the Pakistan Navy flotilla had sunk in or around the harbour in 1971. But now, once again, Karachi has been targeted. I want to bring in Sandeep Unnithan. Few people know Indian Navy's might better than Sandeep Unnithan. Sandeep, Navy has targeted Karachi. This is huge right now.
Huge, Gaurav, and you know, it brings back memories of 1971, 54 years back, when Indian missile boats in the span of less than 30 minutes staged the 20th century's largest ship-to-ship missile engagements. In less than 30 minutes, they'd sunk a destroyer, a minesweeper, and a merchant ship bringing ammunition for the Pakistan military. And of course, they targeted the fuel tanks at Karachi, setting Karachi ablaze. And that was followed by a second attack, Operation Python, a few days later, where they targeted multiple ships of the Pakistan Navy, forcing the Pakistan Navy, bottling the Pakistan Navy up in Karachi. So that is very clearly something that would bring uncomfortable memories of a naval defeat back to Pakistan.
You know, why would Pakistan use terror as an instrument of state policy when Pakistan knows the situation on ground and the actual situation? Unless Pakistan does not know facts at all. Pakistan has a very tiny coast, barely 1,000 to 100 odd kilometers. It has multiple ports. It's learnt its lessons after 1971. So it has Karachi, it has Ormara, it has Pasni, it has Gwadar, which is practically a Chinese port, and Jivani. So if you look at the Pakistani port, these are all the ports, the military ports or the civilian ports that they have. Of course, they have some more smaller ones, but if they're bottled in all across this 1,000 kilometers and the much larger Indian Navy all around in the North Arabian Sea, this is huge, Sandeep.
This is huge indeed, Gaurav. And, you know, I'm just thinking about that speech that General Asim Munir gave in Pakistan on the 16th of April, where he said that Pakistan was going to be a hard state, and he envisaged Pakistan as being a hard state. Now, nearly a month later, it seems to be in an extremely hard spot. Is this the kind of hard state that General Asim Munir envisaged for him and his countrymen? This is unprecedented, Gaurav. I mean, this is the kind of situation the Pakistan military has got into after Kargil. That's almost 26 years later. It is once more time for humiliation for the Pakistan military.
You know, when I was covering the Kargil war in 1999, the instructions from then Prime Minister Atal Bihari Vajpayee to the Indian Air Force was do not cross the LC for the Indian Air Force. We lost a lot of soldiers because we did not cross the line of control, and we were only hitting with the Pakistani soldiers when they came this side. We were not even destroying some of their very strong military installations. Look at how India has changed over the past 25 years from Atal
Bihari Vajpayee to Manmohan Singh to a Narendra Modi, who says go with what you have, destroy terror at source. Sandeep, this is huge that military jihad infrastructure is being targeted perhaps like never before. Lahore, Muridke, Bahawalpur, Sialkot, now even Karachi.
Absolutely, Gaurav. And 25 years is what we are looking at, that reign of terror that General Musharraf began after Kargil, after having his face rubbed in the heights of Kargil. He launched one of the worst attacks on Kashmir, the kind of jihadi attacks that we saw. We saw suicide bombers, Fidain attacks, all of it hitting Kashmir, where you had the body toll of over 2,000 casualties every year. And then the terror started spreading through the Indian mainland. When the Pakistan military was emboldened, when we didn't strike them after the attack on Parliament, they started spreading into Indian cities, Delhi, Jaipur, Gujarat, in Mumbai, Bengaluru, all across the mainland. And then 26/11 happened. And now, 2025, a quarter of a century later, the needle has moved decisively. All options are on the table. The armed forces are attacking Pakistan in a way that they have never struck before. The Air Force, the Army, and now even the Navy.
We kept thinking, and first it was the surgical strike that took place after Uri. It was Army. Balochistan was Air Force. This time it was Air Force. And we kept asking the Navy chief, ab ki baar Navy ka war. And it's actually happened. Navy ka war is big. I have Geeta Mohan, our foreign affairs editor, with me on this special broadcast. Air Vice Marshal Manmohan Bahadur stays with me. Colonel Rohit Dev with me on this big story. Air Vice Marshal Manmohan Bahadur, your military analysis on Indian Navy striking Karachi. What do you make of this, sir?
Big expansion of what's going on right now, because you are hitting the underbelly of Pakistan, especially since that's the commercial capital and the most important port of Pakistan. So depending on, as things become clearer and what we have struck, with what we have struck, these are two different things. Things should get clearer. But the very fact that if things have happened down south in Karachi, then a lot of attention, a lot of logistics would get transferred from Pakistan's eastern front, that is our front, towards Karachi, because that is, just as Lahore is so important, so is Karachi, because that's the door to Pakistan as far as all the supplies, the logistics, commercial shipping are concerned. The Pakistan Navy is small. We are much larger as a Navy, much more potent. So let's see how this plays out. This is very early days, and let's hope you are able to get some more information on what exactly is going on there. On the social media, there are some shots, but we have to be careful so that we don't disseminate something which is incorrect.
We're making it very sure. All information coming in goes through a system of vetting. Navy attacking Karachi is big. I have General Atta Hasnain joining me on the broadcast. Geeta, as far as India's foreign policy is concerned, External Affairs Minister Jaishankar and had a chat with Marco Rubio, Secretary of State and NSA. What information can you add about the diplomatic efforts? Because I believe Rubio also spoke to Pakistan's Prime Minister Shahbaz Sharif.
And look at the readout, the huge difference in the readout between what he said to External Affairs Minister Jaishankar and what he said to the Prime Minister of Pakistan, Shahbaz Sharif. On the one hand, extending support to India, saying that America stands with New Delhi when it comes to this fight against terrorism. But to Shahbaz Sharif, he said that, again, regretting what happened, but also said that Pakistan needs to rein in the terror industry in Pakistan. Not exactly in the words that I've put it in, but paraphrasing what exactly Marco Rubio said, that they should stop the terror factories in Pakistan. So that's America lecturing Pakistan on a day when we are seeing a massive escalation. What you just broke is very important, Gaurav, because at this point in time, everybody was talking about how is India going to retaliate. It's not about the little escalatory moves that we saw through the evening. It's now that we're talking about the real escalation. India going into Karachi, the Karachi port. That certainly is going to be massive. There is a lot of conversation and chatter. We can't confirm nor deny. There's no official confirmation on what's happening in Pakistan. But Gaurav, a lot of chatter on many people within the army circles in Pakistan not happy with General Asim Munir. Is he in trouble? Is there
absolutely.
going to be...
You know, that man has taken Pakistan down a very slippery rope. And I want our viewers to know, on India Today, we said that man Asim Munir is dangerous for Pakistan. He's not good for Pakistan. He's a self-seeking jihadi general. And look at Pakistan's history. General Hasnain, before I bring in Sandeep onto this conversation, a jihadi general who, you know, we were discussing was a combination who saw himself a little like Muhammad Ali Jinnah and saw himself as a Ziaul Haq, and a combination of Zia and Jinnah cannot be good for Pakistan. Both of them took Pakistan down a very, very slippery road. But what do you make of Karachi under attack right now by the Indian Navy, General Hasnain?
First of all, I was expecting a escalation in a different domain, and I did expect that something would happen either in the maritime domain or perhaps a maneuver on the ground, which can be either from the Pakistani side or our side, which would show intent on the ground. Now, that would be something very dangerous. So I think what India has done in terms of, you know, sort of exploiting the maritime domain, sending in, I am told, even the aircraft carrier is in that general area somewhere, and targeting Karachi. You can always pull back from this. You can pull back comparatively easily. But if you make a ground maneuver at this time, it becomes something which is very, very difficult to control and sort of stop at any time, because it happens on a broad frontage. It happens with a great amount of depth. The Navy's comparative thing is that it's got greater flexibility in its employability. I think this is a smart thing which India has done in terms of opening up another domain and putting pressure on Pakistan. And as you are saying very correctly and identifying that there seems to be internal pressure building up on General Asim Munir himself. And we know that he's been on a slippery path for a fairly long time. You yourself have just described him very well. His character is such. He is known to be a very slippery kind of a character, and he has displayed all those qualities in the recent past. I will not be surprised in the next 1 or 2 days if you find some efforts to try and displace him.
Okay,
so be
sir,
it.
stay with me. Yes, stay with me. I have Shweta Singh joining me on this broadcast. She has more breaking news joining in as she joins us with that information. Shweta, this is something that hasn't happened since 1971. Targeting Karachi, and the Indian Navy is far, far superior than Pakistan. Shweta, get us the latest.
Gaurav, we saw how India actually retaliated after last night's attempts by Pakistan. The Karachi airport was already shut. Now was the time for the Karachi port to be shut. And Karachi port is so important for Pakistan. It is their nerve. Now, Pakistan had spoken about Kashmir being their jugular vein. Now with Karachi being destroyed, with each and every attempt that is being made by Pakistan and how the Indian forces are shutting them down, Pakistan will realize what and where in their entire map are their veins, their jugular veins, which are being cut by the Indian Army, the Indian Navy, the Indian Air Force. With the Indian Navy now jumping into the fray, Karachi is getting to see its worst nightmare after 1971. We know for how many days Karachi kept burning during 1971, and they were thinking that this time it will just be a blockade. Well, even when we talk about a blockade, it's not just, because it completely finishes Pakistan. It is their center, which is absolutely necessary for them to stay alive. And at this point, when the economy of Pakistan has gone to the rubble, it is actually a very big question how Pakistan is going to repeat what it tried to do this evening, how it tried to actually annihilate our cities. Pakistan has to be taught a lesson, and it is not just the artillery guns at the line of control. not just the missiles that are being sent across, but the Indian Navy finally in action. Gaurav, really, you would also want to talk about the weapons that are being used, the warship that is being used, but in the interest of national security, let us just keep it at that the Indian Navy from the Arabian Sea has launched an attack on Karachi.
You know, I'm reminded of those famous words, lines of Ramdhari Singh Dinkar, Rashtrakavi Ramdhari Singh Dinkar, सच पूछो तो शर में ही बसती है दीप्ति विनय की, संधि वचन संपूज्य उसी का जिसमें शक्ति विजय की. And this is that Shakti Vijay ki that India is clearly displaying in this combat. Sandeep, Shweta, stay with me. We will take this forward. This is peace through strength that India seeks to achieve, Sandeep.
Absolutely, Gaurav. And you know, when the Indian Navy joins the fray, it is, as General Atta Hasnain was mentioning, that we've moved the conflict into another dimension. And this is the dimension where India has huge overmatch over Pakistan. In the maritime domain, we possibly outnumber Pakistan by 5 or 6 to 1. And that is the kind of ratios that the Indian Navy is able to bring to bear on Pakistan's jugular. As Shweta just said, it's possibly not Kashmir, but it's actually the maritime route that Pakistan is so critically dependent on for everything, for imports, for exports, for oil, energy. Everything is critically dependent on over the seas, and particularly through Karachi. And if the Indian Navy were to appear at the gates of Karachi, Pakistan would start worrying very, very greatly, and that
No, but explain this to me, Sandeep, because, you know, while Karachi burning was a reality in 1971, I'm sure Pakistani Navy planners would have learned their lessons. They would have their mines, their minesweepers. They would have laid mines. I mean, we have the MIGM, those acoustic, mines. We are just testing some of the new equipment, but Pakistan is also a very well-trained Army, Navy and Air Force.
Yes, but when they start laying minefields outside Karachi or along the coast, Gaurav, they are denying nothing comes in either, and they're so dependent. They absolutely need the sea route to survive, because most of their energy comes from over the sea. They have a requirement of something like 500,000 barrels of oil per day, and that most of it comes over the seas, and they need an open sea for that, which is why the prospect of a maritime blockade or any strike from the sea, which will keep maritime traffic away from the North Arabian Sea, would deeply, deeply worry the generals in GHQ Rawalpindi, particularly General Asim Munir. Gaurav.
Okay, you know, we are live throughout because our armed forces are live throughout protecting our borders, and their valor has to be reported so that you know you are very well protected from that radical Islamist terror state Pakistan. And General Hasnain, before I bring in Geeta Mohan and Air Vice Marshal Manmohan Bahadur into this conversation, I want to understand from you, Pakistan, we work on sea control. We want to dominate the seas, but Pakistan works on the sea denial concept, and that's why it's worked extensively on its submarines. It's been getting a lot of equipment from the Chinese Navy, and they've been strengthening Gwadar as a port. How concerned should we be? We are targeting Karachi, but in their submarines could be lurking somewhere in the Arabian Sea and attempt to strike us from behind. You're on mute, General.
For that, sorry.
Go on, sir.
Yeah, a good point you brought out, Gaurav. There's no doubt that the moment you make a maneuver of this kind, you have to guard your flanks. Any military man will tell you that the moment you forget your flanks and forget your rear, you start becoming very, very vulnerable. So here, obviously, there is a lurking threat under the sea, which is there. They have their subs very much out at the moment. They have been also, in conjunction with the PLA Navy, doing a lot of exercises in this area, right from Djibouti to Gwadar. This area of the triangle of the Northwest Indian Ocean has been under the domination of the PLA Navy and the Pakistan Navy for quite some time. So, they will try and project a lot of threats to us, but I think we are far too strong here. The PLA Navy itself doesn't have a blue water capability as such to reach out to such areas as this. The Indian Navy need not go all out to do a kind of a sea denial or carry out even an attack on Karachi harbour. because its mere presence there, actually the threat that it causes will ensure that more merchant shipping in this area will keep away from it. Because this becomes an almost war zone. The price of the insurance prices will go up manifold. Anyone who was having to bring in anything to Karachi would probably charge a package absolutely to do that. So Pakistan is not in a position to afford anything of that kind. So actually, you don't have to really physically attack it. Actually, as long as a maneuver is there, the threat in being is there, it is sufficient to keep Pakistan on tenterhooks. And Pakistan will be forced to look towards the maritime domain before it can take any decisions on the ground and in the air. And I'm sure Air Marshal Manmohan Bahadur will agree with me on that.
In fact, I wanted to come to Air Marshal Manmohan Bahadur, but Geeta has more inputs that are coming in. Air Marshal, give me a moment as I bring in Geeta Mohan on the war on the diplomatic front, because that again is an area where from Prime Minister Narendra Modi to National Security Advisor Ajit Doval to External Affairs Minister Dr. Jaishankar, India is on a very strong footing, continuously engaging partners, telling them about Pakistan's radical Islamist terror state. So how is the diplomatic war, how is the maneuvering there, Geeta?
Well, Gaurav, the channels of communication have opened up. They were open last time around also when India decided to attack and target the terror hubs within the 9 terror targets within Pakistani territory and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. For the first time entering the Punjab, they'd informed partner countries, key allies like the United States of America, the UK, Saudi Arabia, Russia, and the UAE. This time around, we know that the conversations have already opened up with the United States of America. National Security Advisor Ajit Doval has his own line of communication other than Dr. Jaishankar, where he speaks with his, not just his counterparts, but with leadership from various countries, particularly the Gulf states, keeping them informed. They are important allies and partners. Remember, the massive shift that we've seen in diplomacy, in geopolitics, when there was a time Gulf states, West Asia, would not side with India, would not support India on anything to do with Pakistan, particularly Kashmir. But this time around, you've seen a massive change. Not only have they come out in support, they've been constantly in touch. They speak of de-escalation, but raise concerns with regards to terrorism. That in itself is a huge shift. So yes, communications have opened up, but Gaurav, the most important bit, Asim Munir carrying out this operation just a day before Pakistan goes to IMF. I mean, what is the message here? What is the man trying to do? It's almost like a death wish. They're going into a meeting with IMF, and just a day before, this is what Asim Munir does.
That's why Geeta Mohan is the best foreign affairs correspondent, because she gets you those amazing insights into how Pakistan is digging its grave. And, you know, Sandeep, there's an old saying that stop digging if you're digging yourself when you're in a ditch. Pakistan's just digging itself deeper in that ditch. Good for us, bad for them. But Sandeep, the targeting of Karachi, the operations in Lahore, the blast in Peshawar, it would seem Pakistan is actually facing offensive at multiple fronts, on multiple fronts.
Strategic encirclement of Pakistan, Gaurav, and in a way that we have not seen in several years. Pakistan's free pass that it had for so long, for 25 years, it's had a free run with terror attacks across the length and breadth of India, and of course, starting from 26/11 to those 26 tourists that they murdered brutally in Pahalgam. It's now time to pay the bills, Gaurav. And this is exactly what's been happening over the last 48 hours. Pakistan and its terror machinery, its Pakistan military and the jihadi complex that the military has nurtured for over 4 decades is now realizing that, you know, it cannot have a free pass any longer with the kind of attacks that it's been carrying out in the past. There will be consequences, Gaurav. There will be consequences, and you are now witnessing the full impact of those consequences right now. General Asim Munir and his generals are sitting inside GHQ Rawalpindi and watching with great dismay about the kind of situation that they've brought Pakistan into. And the last time this happened, Kargil, was in 1999. You know what happened in Pakistan? There was a coup.
There was a coup.
He took over forcibly. When General Musharraf was cornered, he took over. Will Asim Munir do the same? Will he actually overthrow the civilian administration and take over the reins of power? Or will some other ambitious general who's waiting in the wings, an ambitious crore commander, take charge
commander, yeah.
and unseat Asim Munir? It's an extremely unpredictable country that we're dealing with.
When your adversary is cornered, he's also the most dangerous because he could do something irrational. Air Marshal Bahadur, you being an aviator and you being in the Air Force, and Air Force has a bird's eye view of the situation. Give us a 360-degree perspective of what Pakistan has been through in the past, not even 12 hours, in the past 6 hours. The fact that there's been a blast in Peshawar, Lahore has been targeted, all their attempts to target India across the spectrum of the India-Pakistan border, that has failed. Now Karachi has been targeted. What would General Asim Munir do? Would he back down or would he launch even a fiercer attack now?
He has his supporters. It's not that he has run out of ammunition. What he would be seeing on his board or on his computer is that he is cornered now from the south and on his eastern flank. Okay, he has reserves right now. His army has not moved in as such or moved anywhere. Yes. So to think that his with his back to the wall, not exactly, but that's where, as I said, the diplomatic pressures will start coming on, or internal pressures will start coming on. He has to call it a day at some point of time. The point is, when he calls it a day, what is it that we would get? What sort of assurance, what sort of reliability in what comes to us? Because remember, this is something that he has started. Yes. But it's not that it will stop when he says stop. So we've got to be very clear. What is it that, having that now that we are in it, what is our aim, our political aim that should be there at this stage? Because with having the upper hand right now, well, we've got our assets, we've got the cards, as President Trump says, we hold the cards. So we need to play our cards very carefully right now to make sure that we, at the end of the day, we get, after having lost people, after having lost civilians, our infrastructure also, and the fact that we lost in Pahalgam, and we had an attack in Pahalgam, which struck at the basic ethos of our society, a multi-religious, multicultural society that we have. Yes, we cannot afford to let this continue. So I think we will weigh our cards and then
when you talk about principles of war, General Hasnain, there is an aim and there is maintenance of aim. What's our aim? What would be the maintenance of our aim, General Hasnain? Point one. Point two, as far as Pakistan is concerned, what would Pakistan be doing? What would the Pakistan Army Chief be doing right now in your appreciation? As we look at these images, oh my God, watch those images of a total blackout all along all those multiple cities in our country, in all the border areas. Look at those images that are coming in. Samba, of course, you have some light that's still on. Pathankot, absolutely dark. Amritsar, absolutely dark. Gurdaspur, virtually dark. Akhnur is dark. Jaisalmer is dark. The situation remains tense, ladies and gentlemen. There is clear and present danger because, General Hasnain, a cornered adversary may not be a rational adversary. Would he scale up? Can he escalate, General Hasnain?
Good, Gaurav, very good questions. Let me start by, first of all, observing that your photographs of all the blackouts, this is after 1971. The first time after 54 years that we are looking at blackouts, and I'm surprised actually how effective the blackouts are. You know, our civil defense system, lots of people were questioning our civil defense system because it's not been activated for fairly long. But you have got a whole disaster management system, which I look after myself. And riding on top of the disaster management system is the civil defense system today, which is gaining efficiency by the day. And you can see it right on your screens out here. But coming to your specific question on selection and maintenance of aim, which is essential, the first principle of war. Now, in this case, I think the manner in which India has launched its operations, the aim at this particular time will be to continue to maintain relentless pressure on Pakistan to prevent it from undertaking any further major operations against us. And what is happening at the moment are small, sporadic forays which are taking place towards the border. There is no major attack as such. We have negated and neutralized them all. But this pressure must be maintained on them. The pressure with the maneuver we are making from the maritime domain is again one other prong to maintain that pressure on them. So far, we have moved nothing on the ground. If that also happens, it will be another screw which will be turned. So what is important at this particular stage is to continue to turn the screws. And with each turn of the screw, the pressure must build up on them so that relentlessly at the end of it, he has to hold back. He has to de-escalate completely in this particular case. Pakistan would be at this time particularly looking for the aim to withstand that pressure.
Okay.
And to hit back India in such a manner that it does not escalate, but at the same time forces India to rethink its strategy. Considering all things at the moment, the Indian strategy of maintaining relentless pressure appears to be the one which will more likely succeed at this point in time.
You know why? You're making very pertinent points, and all of us would really want to benefit so much more. It's right now 12:40 at night. If we look at what happened over the past 2 days, between 1 o'clock and 1:30 was when the Pakistanis attempted to strike us yesterday, and it was between 1:05 and 1:35 when we hit 9 terror bases day before yesterday. And oh my God, striking Muridke and Bahawalpur and Sialkot and striking at the heart of Pakistan state-sponsored radical Islamist terror was such a huge signal that was sent out. The ramifications, the implications, Pakistan's attempted strike back, and the fact that Navy has been used right now. This truly, Sandeep, is MDO. It's a multi-domain operation that is happening on land, in the air, sea, perhaps sub-sea, perhaps even cyber, Sandeep.
Absolutely, Gaurav. This is unprecedented. The level of pressure that, as General Hasnain mentioned, that those screws are being tightened. They're being turned on to Pakistan in a way that we haven't seen possibly since 1971. This kind of unbearable pressure that's being brought to bear on Pakistan to ensure that it doesn't escalate further. And this is the Indian government telling Pakistan that your days of unrestricted terror attacks and, you know, this jihadi complex that you have nurtured over there, and of course the unpredictable General Asim Munir, who thinks that he can get away with murdering Indian civilians in Jammu and Kashmir, the days of all of that have come to an end, Gaurav. And this is possibly one of the biggest red letter days in the 21st century, as far as we are looking at the way India has tackled security challenges on the border, especially with Pakistan. 25 years of state-sponsored Pakistan terror from Pakistan is possibly has reached its high mark, Gaurav. And I'm using the words high mark because that is an exercise that Pakistan conducts every year. And they have possibly reached the high mark. They have to figure out a new strategy because this old system of bleeding us with the so-called 1,000 cuts isn't working anymore. All of those 1,000 cuts today are being inflicted on the state of Pakistan itself.
The military jihad complex of Pakistan. Stay with me. And Geeta, very important point coming in. The United States has supported direct dialogue between India and Pakistan and encourages both India and Pakistan to improve communication. It's a big statement being made by the United States of America. And Geeta will tell us beyond the diplomacies what is happening, but let's listen in to the voices that are coming in from the United States of America.
This morning, Secretary Rubio spoke with Pakistani Prime Minister Sharif and Indian External Affairs Minister Jaishankar. In both calls, the Secretary emphasized the need for immediate de-escalation and called for an end to the violence. He expressed U.S. support for direct dialogue between India and Pakistan and encouraged continued efforts to improve communications.
Okay, Geeta, India's diplomatic assault, and I'm using that word assault because Dr. S. Jaishankar is relentless in exposing Pakistan's state-sponsored radical Islamist terror. He's also virtually relentless when countries at times say both India and Pakistan should remain engaged, because he says a victim of terror and a perpetrator of terror cannot be equated and cannot be on the same page. But give us more about India's diplomatic assault that is taking place on Pakistan's military jihad complex.
Well, the Indian side was very clear. After the Pahalgam terror attack, the message to the world, and even now, Gaurav, when they're saying de-escalate, open communication lines, the concern that they're expressing, India is very clear. India's message is that we are not the ones who are escalating. It's Pakistan. Look at what Vikram Misri, the Foreign Secretary of India, in the briefing today, he said. He said, India, it was not Pakistan reacting to India, it was India reacting to Pakistani action. The Pahalgam terror attack was the reason why India carried out the attacks within Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, not the other way around. And so Pakistan had no right to retaliate. It was a retaliatory action. They waited 2 weeks to see if Pakistan is going to take some action against those terror hubs or not. And after they didn't, they informed the international community that India is going to go in. And that's the message that India is sending out to the world, particularly to partners like the United States of America, that if you want to really send out a message, it's not about communication lines or de-escalation, it's about telling Pakistan to rein in the terror factories, asking them to stop supporting terrorism. And that certainly will lead to de-escalation. That is an automatic de-escalatory move. So that's the message that India has been carrying out to various countries and the international community, including the United Nations Security Council, where the foreign envoys over here, based in New Delhi, representing United Nations Security Council permanent and non-permanent members, were called in. And this again was the message that was sent out to them. At the UNSC, Pakistan called for a meeting, being a non-permanent member, found no support, absolutely isolated. And again, asking India not to preach was a great move, not just when it comes to Pakistan, but when it comes to India's decisions. Today, we have the Russian S-400s, Gaurav, that saved India in many ways than one against the Chinese weapons systems that Pakistan has.
Stay with me. Very significant points you're making there. But you know the point, General Hasnain, that Geeta was just making. One day before Pakistan is to go to the International Monetary Fund, Pakistan has no money. It cannot survive if it doesn't get IMF bailout. One day before that, Pakistan launches this big package of drone strikes, missile strikes at not one, not two, not three, 15 locations across India. It attempts and fails. And then it tries again, and there are reports it's lost 3 fighter planes, it's lost its airborne early warning command and control system, and there are reports that Karachi is in the line of fire and Karachi is being blockaded. What do you make of Asim Munir's mindset or his survivability in Pakistan? General Hasnain, can you hear me, sir? Okay, give me a moment as I try and reestablish that link with General Hasnain in a moment. But Sandeep, I want you to take that question. Just before going to IMF, Pakistan does what it's done. How will it get the next bailout? Unless, of course, Pakistan thinks that China may bail them out, even if IMF doesn't. China has been rather stingy with giving money now, especially at a time when Chinese civilians are being killed in Pakistan.
Absolutely, Gaurav. China has been extremely stingy with Pakistan when it comes to giving out money. The IMF is literally Pakistan's only hope for a lifeline. And then the questions that would be asked, Gaurav, is that what is that money going towards? Is it going to benefit the people of Pakistan, or is it going to be used by Pakistan's military to buy more weapons for itself to use against its neighbors. So that's the big question. I mean, will the IMF allow money to be sent to Pakistan at a time when it is increasing its defense budget? And we know how the IMF looks at loans that it gives nations, like Pakistan. They would demand some accountability for the way that money is being spent. And clearly with Pakistan, it is one big black hole.
Okay.
And that black hole, it usually ends up in the coffers of GHQ, Rawalpindi. And it buys them the kind of drones and the air defense missiles and the fighter jets that we were talking about all day today, Gaurav, at the expense of the people of Pakistan who don't even have food or tea to drink, Gaurav. That's how bad the situation is. At a time when the Pakistan military is busy enriching itself, the people of Pakistan are suffering.
More breaking news coming in. Multiple attacks on Pakistan Army in Balochistan. Even as we speak, Balochistan is Pakistan Army's Achilles heel, and that is now being pressed. A series of coordinated attacks are taking place in Quetta, the capital of Balochistan, again a corps headquarters, and there have been multiple explosions and heavy gunfire across Quetta. In the first instance, we are told Baloch freedom fighters have launched an attack on the headquarters of the Frontier Corps, the FC, in Balochistan. Witnesses are now reporting multiple loud explosions that are taking place and intense gunfire between these Baloch freedom fighters and security personnel, whose morale incidentally is very, very down, and I'll get you some more information in that in just a moment. There's a second attack that is taking place even as we speak, and that's being reported from the Captain Safar Khan checkpoint that is taking place on the Kambarni Road. It is in the Jungle Bagh area in Balochistan, and information that we are getting, two very powerful explosions have been heard in Balochistan in this region. There's been another incident, and this time it's in the Hazara town. It's the Karni Road area in Hazara town that's been targeted. The exact nature of this attack, and God forbid, casualties, because casualties are always painful. Even if it's Pakistan Army casualties are painful. But we are also being told that Baloch freedom fighters are targeting the anti-narcotics force camp, and this is in Arif Gali. This is in the vicinity of the Borma Hotel. Very specific details we are getting you what is happening as details of these assaults emerge in Quetta and around Quetta in Balochistan. So earlier authorities have confirmed that one person was injured. Now we are being told that 3 others have been injured in another explosion that's taking place on Spinney Road, and this is just the first bit of information that is coming in. And when you look at Pakistan's map, I will just put out Pakistan's map in just a moment. So there's been a blast in Peshawar, so Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, there is an issue. Balochistan, which is Pakistan's Achilles heel, you've just heard of multiple blasts and fights that are happening between Baloch freedom fighters and the Pakistani security forces, whose morale is down. If you talked about Sindh, Karachi has just been targeted in Pakistan's Punjab province, which is the heart of Pakistan, or what the well-heeled in Pakistan called proper Pakistan. Even in proper Pakistan, Muridke has been targeted, Bahawalpur has been targeted, Lahore has been targeted, and AWACS has been down over proper Pakistan. So the situation is extremely, extremely grim. Geeta Mohan, I want to come to you to understand, Geeta. If you look at this bigger picture, before I bring in Sandeep and before I bring in Air Marshal Manmohan Bahadur, Geeta, every part of Pakistan seems to be in jelly state.
Well, absolutely. What is happening in Balochistan started in the morning when an army convoy was attacked by the Baloch Liberation Army. And that certainly was signaling that the Baloch now find this as a window of opportunity to move in and take out as many as Pakistani army official as they can. This is their moment. I was speaking to the Khan of Kalat, Gaurav, you'd know the Khan of Kalat, a family that held onto an independent region in Balochistan only for 227 days to be betrayed by Jinnah, and then the British handing over Kalat to Pakistan. Today they live in exile in London, and what he called the Pakistani military are terrorists in uniform. That's the message, very clearly saying that now is the time when you will see an uprising like none other. And like no other time in history, the Baloch are going to rise, and they are going to raise their voice and their arms against Pakistan and Pakistani establishment who force themselves on Balochistan. So these multiple strikes is just a window of opportunity that they're seeing to ensure that they get what they want and what they've been fighting for so long.
You know, Balochistan was an independent country. Pakistan occupied Balochistan forcibly, and this is an area that Pakistan has exploited since 1948. An independent country that never accepted Pakistan, where Baloch freedom fighters have constantly been fighting for independence from Pakistan. And I will take you back to what Prime Minister Narendra Modi said from the ramparts of the Red Fort, and Pakistan should have read the writing on the wall when the Prime Minister of India, when Prime Minister Narendra Modi spoke of brothers and sisters in Balochistan who were sending Rakhis and who were sending out a message to India. And he left it at that. We will play that out for you. You do keep in mind that brothers and sisters are now fighting for their freedom. Air Marshal Bahadur, I want you to reflect on what's happening in different provinces of Pakistan, in the Punjab province, in the Khyber Pakhtunkhwa province, in Balochistan, and in Karachi in Sindh. What do you make of the bigger picture that emerges? Sandeep, we'll just take a moment. I think there is an audio link that we are having with him. Sandeep, join these dots. Join these dots. What's happening?
Gaurav, you know, one of the theories behind General Asim Munir's course of action, why he did what he did, was the grave internal situation that Pakistan was in. Balochistan in flames, Khyber Pakhtunkhwa out of control, the economy shot to pieces, political instability in Pakistan, General Asim Munir, one of the most unpopular army chiefs, Imran Khan, one of the most popular political leaders, in jail. General Asim Munir thought that he would push this conflict with India. He did not bargain for this. And the fact that India has chose to strike back the way it did has emboldened the Baloch freedom fighters, and I'm sure there are going to be more such strikes like this, because the Baloch have now seen that the Pakistan military are distracted by this border crisis, and they have chosen to strike at a place and time of their choosing, it looks like. And this is Pakistan Army's worst nightmare come true, where you have the internal situation in Pakistan spinning out of control, and who knows, the Taliban could strike as well, Gaurav, because you have two entire corps of the Pakistan military that are facing Afghanistan. They're looking across the border with fear and dread. That strategic depth that they had long coveted for in Afghanistan has turned into a strategic nightmare for the Pakistan military. And now with the kind of situation that you're seeing in Balochistan as well, Gaurav, and the large-scale Indian surgical strikes across Pakistan's Punjab province, no place in Pakistan is safe, Gaurav.
You know, I'm surprised with these vulnerabilities, Pakistan would continue to spread terror in India, because you and I and military analysts and military experts, National Security Advisor Ajit Doval in his earlier avatar at the Vivekanand Foundation and earlier as the Intelligence Bureau Chief. And, you know, these are people who know every vulnerability of Pakistan. And I'm surprised past leaderships permitted Pakistan to punch far above its weight. When people were calling nondescript non-entities in Pakistan man of peace, when India was doing so much that it should never have done under past leaderships. But perhaps that is the time when Prime Minister Narendra Modi was, in a way, Sandeep, even as Chief Minister Narendra Modi of Gujarat, he had spoken of many things. And if you just look at what Chief Minister Narendra Modi had been speaking about Pakistan, and when you hear what Prime Minister Narendra Modi had been speaking about India's strengths, this is following a pattern. You just had to read the writing on the wall, or you had to read between the lines. I'm surprised Pakistani military planners did not do that. But of course, these are still early days. These are still early days of that conflict that Pakistan was foolish enough to attempt to wage against India. But I want to bring in India Today's Akshita Nandagopal, who joins us with the latest on this huge story that's developing. And Akshita, look at the ground situation in Pakistan. Trouble in Balochistan, trouble in Sindh, Karachi. There's trouble in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, and there is massive trouble in Pakistan's Punjab province. Akshita, take it away. Bring us details.
That's right, Gaurav. It's a long night for Pakistan because they seem to be getting hit from every corner from different strikes that are being reported. And we've been getting you all the live updates, Gaurav, there in a marathon coverage, getting you all the updates that we're picking up right now on India's counter-strike as well, with the updates coming in that now the Indian Navy is also opened a front against Pakistan, attacking at the Karachi port. And then you have counter-strikes also being reported in Lahore and several other parts of Pakistan. The latest news break also that's come in right now is of the Pakistani military forces coming under a series of coordinated attacks in Quetta, the capital of Balochistan. There have been reports of multiple explosions, of heavy gunfire in various areas of the city. At the same time that you're seeing strikes, counter-strikes by India as well. It's very clear at this point that Pakistan didn't really plan the strike that they planned on India. It was a failed strike. Not one of the missiles actually landed. They tried to target even civilian areas. All of that fell flat, with our alert forces repelling, thwarting any attempt at targeting Indians. And that clearly has ensured that Pakistan completely caught off guard by the counter-strikes first, and now the reports coming in of the Pakistan army facing this kind of an attack by Baloch fighters as well. Okay, let's bring in Admiral Sinha on this broadcast as well. Admiral Sinha, it looks like, at this point, there's no pocket of Pakistan that's safe. The Pakistan army now being hit by Baloch fighters. And, we've repeatedly spoken of this, about the kind of instability now that the Pakistan army is facing. Their leadership seems to be facing a crisis now.
Well, thank you for getting me on your program. You see, the background is that General Munir, this was his personal agenda. The army corps commanders were not with him in this issue. And I won't be surprised that, even if he's detained or he's sort of removed by force and somebody else takes over, and I hope it does. And, the de-escalation will take place only when there is change of guard. Otherwise, it will not take place. In the meantime, what you mentioned about Balochistan and Pakhtunkhwa and Peshawar, all that area, well, they're waiting. They're waiting for a scene like this. The Pak army has moved its corps, major part of corps, which was on their eastern side. They have moved it to bring it to the Indian LOC. So what has happened is that we are letting them fire so that they can run out of their ammunition. They have very less staying power than us. Our army has not crossed the line of control. So that's a very tactical move. If you cross the line of control, that a war is declared. And once the war is declared, then of course, then it's free for all. And I noticed some coming on your screen, that India counter-strike target Lahore and Karachi has been attacked. I haven't heard of it, but I hope it does. Because that is the last lifeline for the Pakistanis. If their entry to Karachi is the most important port, they're entering to the port for their trade, for their ammunitions, for their oil. If all that stuff stops, and this is not the only port. I mean, Indian Navy has much stronger, many times stronger. I'm sure they're all along the Makran coast, and they can choose the target depending upon what the hierarchy tells them. The government decides, go all out, because Navy is the last sort of, shall I say, the lot of power. And by the time the Navy launches an attack, it is a declaration of war, really, because it will only hit the targets which are mainly economic in nature, or the camps which are on the western side of India. So I think that.
Yeah, just speaking about Karachi, and the reports that are suggesting right now that our Navy has hit Karachi, what really will that mean for Pakistan? Does this effectively cripple the economy completely? They're already, of course, in financial doldrums. We know that. And add to that, a major port of Pakistan being attacked, being targeted. What will that do for the country?
No, what you said is absolutely right. I hope that the news is correct because it is unconfirmed. Nobody has made the statement.
Agreed.
But if it does, there are two things. Very close to Karachi, there is a Kiamari port. There is an oil farm. That is where their oil storage is. And if the Kiamari farm is hit, then they lose hell of a lot of oil. And Karachi port being closed, all entry to their oil and trade is going to stop. But only thing is, if you declare an economic war, then you should be ready to take a lot of hits as well, because our oil is also coming through the sea route. Mm-hmm. It is coming over the Arabian Sea. So one has to weigh all these factors and see what the government's end result, what is required. So I think it much will depend on what the government wants. Prime Minister has spoken to NSA, I believe, and they will take a decision. Just remember, war, a military action is the show. It is the front end of the political intention. War is a form of political intention. So if the political intention is something, the war people will obviously take it to the end. End result should be known. We have a very strong leadership in the Prime Minister. Prime Minister Modi is a very strong, and armed forces like, strong leadership. And they will not fall back till the aim is achieved.
Very true. And Admiral Sinha, I think the political intention here is very, very clear. That if you hit us, we'll hit you back. And so when Pakistan attempts to fire missiles into Indian soil, India then strikes back. We saw it with Operation Synindur, which was, of course, retribution for the Pahalgam terror attack. We saw it in what many consider as phase 2 of Operation Synindur, which is when we hit military establishments, because that's what Pakistan attempted to do. And then tonight, from 8 p.m., we've been reporting constantly about how Pakistan tried to send across a shower of missiles into Indian soil. All of it repelled, all of it thwarted, because we were expecting it essentially. But once you do that, you're then going to get it back. And that's the message that's really come in as far as political leadership goes. Our forces also seeing it right through. And even now, at this point, there's still reports, information trickling in on the nature of really strike by India, because the counter also is something that's ongoing right now. There are a few communications that we've received from the government. The Ministry of Defense, for example, has issued a detailed statement on Pakistan's strike, saying there hasn't been a single casualty, there have been no injuries. Any attempt to target civilian areas was immediately thwarted and repelled. And they've also highlighted that there's been no damage even to installations. That's the level to which we were alert, and that's the extent to which we ensured that this entire Pakistan strike completely fails. And much like what we saw last night, tonight too, it's been through the entire stretch of the LOC, the IB, that you've been seeing constant attacks, this barrage of missiles coming at India. But like I said, not one has actually, stuck. Not one of it has actually hit any location. I want to bring in Tara Karta as well, terrorism and security expert on this broadcast. Tara Karta, thank you for your time. I know it's very late into the night, but I'm guessing all of us are going to be up through the night tracking all of the updates as they continue to trickle in. What do you make, ma'am, of what happened just a few hours ago? And I'm just going to circle back to how Pakistan had resorted to these strikes against India, seemingly not learning their lesson from what happened last night, which is very surprising, considering every missile they had fired last night was dismissed. The same strategy again tonight. Again, it was the same response from India.
You actually hit the nail on the head. They don't seem to learn. I mean, we sent out a message saying so clearly that we will hit according to what you did. We will hit precisely the same thing in the same bandwidth. We are not increasing it. Every message which has gone from Delhi is saying the same thing. You hit us, we'll hit you, but we are not escalating. They don't want to take it. And that is precisely what is puzzling me. Why is it that in another channel, there was this bunch of people saying, Asim Munir decides everything. No, it doesn't. That is not how the Pakistan army works. Asim Munir is definitely a terrible person. That's a different thing. He started this whole thing. But as the war goes on, the corps commanders weigh in. You see, so it is not as if, people are thinking that Asim Munir goes, everything will stop. It's not going to be like that unless the co-commanders, of course, actually remove him, in which case that would be great. Number two is the fact that hopefully this will remain a drone war. I'm hoping it is not going to go beyond that. I don't know, there are rumors that the Pakistan, we've struck the Karachi harbor.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if that's true.
But what do you think, as far as these strikes go, do you think this is all of the doing of the Pakistan Army Chief Asim Munir and the fact that all of these strikes have been unsuccessful? Do you see that triggering some sort of a churn really in the Pakistan Army?
I'm hoping there should be, because he has done a lot of things prior to this, which has got, as you know, he's arrested at least 3 lieutenant generals. He's arrested a prime minister. He's arrested brigadiers. So he's under threat. There's no doubt. And that's what makes this more dangerous, because he's doing this for his personal survival. That makes it 10 times more dangerous. But generally, once this kind of thing takes place, then the co-commanders start weighing in. So hopefully they will get the message that we are not looking for escalation. But right now, as you said, they don't seem to be learning. They're still throwing things at us left, right, and center, hoping for some kind of a, they have to show victory to the people.
Yeah.
That's
so far it's been unsuccessful. They're hoping something will land, but zero strategy clearly, and that's very clear in the manner in which they're just raining missiles down on India without any strategy, essentially doing the same thing every single night. But the newsbreak that's just coming in right now is that Defense Minister Rajnath Singh is all set to also review the security situation. He's going to be meeting with the Chief of Defense Staff as well as the 3 service chiefs. Much as it's a long night for all of us, I'm sure the Prime Minister, the Defense Minister are also tracking every update that's coming in or what's happening right now. Even at this point, as we speak, as a precautionary measure, you see a blackout in most districts, most towns that border Pakistan. And that's, of course, a precautionary measure at this point. The government has taken that step, keeping in mind the safety of civilians. Rajnath Singh, the defense minister, will be reviewing the security situation, perhaps also figuring out what India's strategy is going to be going forward. If Pakistan continues these kind of provocations, if Pakistan continues resorting to these kind of strikes, what will be the next step in the escalation ladder? It's something we've been discussing in great detail here on India Today as well, because we've been seeing essentially Pakistan taking it one notch up, India ensuring we also hit back immediately. And taking it, if you hit us once, you get it back 10 times harder. And that's essentially been the message that's coming from India. And we've maintained that every step we've taken is non-escalatory, which is very important to highlight here, because India says, you hit us, only then will we hit you back. All of it is tit for tat. None of it actually triggered by India. Let's bring in Anmol Bali also for more updates on what's really happening right now. Anmol, we know that the government is very, very closely tracking the situation, but where you're at right now, we understand that as a precautionary measure, there is a blackout. It's been a few hours now of dead silence essentially in the border districts.
Akshita, currently I am here in Gurdaspur districts. Earlier I was in Pathankot, where we saw that Pakistan has targeted the Pathankot air base, which is home to India's ace fighter jets as well as surveillance system. But yes, we have given them a befitting reply with S-400 and as well as with the Akash anti-missile system. So yes, the administration has switched off the light, because today in the afternoon Gurdaspur administration has given a call for complete blackout from 9 p.m. To 5 a.m. In the morning. But yes, after the Pakistan attack, it was seen that all bordering districts with Pakistan, Amritsar, Gurdaspur, Pathankot, Taran Taran, everywhere we saw blackouts, and even the government has cancelled the leaves for the government employees, those who are on the leave, and even they have asked the employees to come back. Even the schools have been asked for closure for upcoming days, and even the other educational institutes within the border areas are closed. So government is taking precautionary measures, but even our army and our air force and our navy, 3 of our old forces have given befitting reply to Pakistan in this attack.
Okay, we're just getting in a quick update right now. The BSF has just put out a post on social media saying at around 2300 hours, that's 11 p.m., BSF foiled a major infiltration bid at the international border in Samba district of Jammu and Kashmir. Not surprising really that we're seeing these kind of tactics. Very often what the Pakistan army does is that it also sends out terrorists to kind of open another front against India. But our alert troops there along the border, very difficult job right now of not just targeting ceasefire violations and targeting the Pakistan army as they constantly fire at us along the borders, but also keeping a close watch out for any infiltration attempts. So the latest update from the BSF right now is that at about 11 p.m. the BSF foiled a major infiltration bid at the international border in Samba district of Jammu and Kashmir. It is in Samba that we also saw, missiles being fired towards civilian settlements, which was then immediately brought down courtesy RS-400. I want to bring in Ashutosh Mishra for more details on this. Ashutosh, hopefully things have quietened down now along the border, because we're hearing right now the focus is on counter strikes by India. But having said that, we understand there was an infiltration bid also in Samba. Can you get us more details on that?
In Samba sector, the BSF in fact have thwarted that attempt. So it was exactly at 11 o'clock. BSF foiled a major infiltration bid, and in fact, Samba sector is just where when the territory of Jammu and Kashmir begins from Punjab. So that's Samba district on the international boundary. So BSF caught them, this person, and it was an infiltration bid. That's around 11 p.m. So this is the plan, and look at the sinister plan that Pakistan organized in a way. Infiltration, drone attack, a swarm drone attack, missiles, and then on certain areas also heavy artillery firing. And despite of all these challenges, the Indian forces were prepared for everyone. I remember the Home Minister spoke to the DG of all the CAPF forces, and even before that the leaves were cancelled. All these forces were on standby. So we were clearly ready as much any tension emerges within the country. Our forces were very much alert on the borders to tackle with the challenges of the infiltration. And then when it comes to the these kind of response that Pakistan has resorted to, and virtually announcing literally a war against India, we were even ready for it. And the kind of preparations that we made, Akshita, that perhaps there was some anticipation that as and when these attacks take place, more likely it will be the aerial attacks, the long distance projectiles will be used to target the civilian areas, to military installations. And it is a history whenever you target a military installation, and that's simply you are challenging a nation's sovereignty, their defense
Actually, the
institutions.
message that came in from the government, the Ministry of Defence, saying that we will ensure the protection of every single Indian. We will ensure that we do what it takes to protect India's sovereignty. Gaurav, an update that's just come in right now, and I'd like to bring in Gaurav Sawant on this, which is that an infiltration bid has also been stopped in Samba. This is typical by the Pakistan playbook, by the Pakistan Army playbook, Gaurav, which is on one front, they'll open fire, they'll fire their missiles, and on the other, push terrorists also into Indian soil.
Akshita, you're absolutely right. Pakistan uses war by other means to keep India down, and it's done so for decades. It's only now that Pakistan costs are being imposed on Pakistan. The fact that they usually also often mount, as you very rightly pointed out, Akshita, a deception attack. They would target India at one location but do a decoy attack in another location. So that is why India has to be on guard at all times. India today is keeping a 360-degree view on every development that's taking place. Our Foreign Affairs Editor Geeta Mohan also with me is colleague Sandeep Unnithan, Akshita Nandgopal, a battery of reporters, and also Dr. Tara Kartha, former director at the National Security Council, and somebody who watched Pakistan very closely, especially at a very difficult time. Dr. Tara Kartha, welcome. I want to understand from you. Pakistan is supposed to go to the International Monetary Fund in less than 12 hours from now. It wants the next installment of that $7 billion, and it tries to target India just today. What kind of madness is Pakistan into? Does it not want that loan, or does it think it will get the loan despite this attack, or it thinks we don't care about loan, we want to target India?
An excellent question. After the attack on Pahalgam, 6 days later, they went to the Chinese and asked for a loan, and they got 1.6 billion because their existing loans had run out. I mean, this is a country which is fighting a war. They must be insane. I mean, I can't think of anything else. I mean, if you're saying IMF is not going to give this, that tranche is not going to come. While a countries at war, that is again, it's a bank. It's not a charity, a charitable agency. So how do these guys do this? Your reporting, however, on the Karachi attack, if indeed we have done that, which I don't know, which in that case, that is a significant scale up and is not so far within our envelope of saying what we're going to attack. So let's see how this works out. So far, it's been a drone attack. I don't know. I would ask Sandeep what those aircraft, Turkish aircraft brought in, because if they brought that Akinci drone, which which is the longest range, 4,000 kilometers plus, huge payload. That is another threat that we need to look at. But so far, our guys have done brilliant work. I mean, they've done amazingly well. So hats off to them. I can only say that having watched Pakistan, it's not enough to get just Asim Munir out. There's a lot of people who think that getting Asim Munir out will solve everything. It won't. It has to be it's a whole system which we are tackling, and that is what these strikes are about. That hopefully that brings the whole Pakistan army reputation down from where it already is down. It's already there. Now, if this goes on, the people are going. I think it's going to be a sea change. That is what we are aiming at. So hopefully
it's going to be a sea change, and Sandeep, perhaps that change will come from the sea, because everyone was talking about Abki Baar Navy ka war. Even a blockade is a nightmare for Pakistan. But I want to understand from you, we can dominate Karachi from sea, yes, but a strike can happen through other assets also with our ships there, and yet whether it's a Harop, the loitering munition, or any other mechanism, Karachi can be targeted in multiple ways, Sandeep.
Yes, absolutely, Gaurav. It can be targeted from a variety of ways. It can be targeted from under the water, on the surface of the sea, and above it. And certainly, I'm sure the naval planners have worked out their contingencies. If Pakistan chooses to escalate, this is where they could respond from. That new dimension, that is the maritime dimension. And Gaurav, the important point here is that every time Pakistan chooses to escalate on land, the Indian Navy moves in to, escalate at sea. And that is, we've seen in 2001 after the Parliament attack, part of the mobilization was out at sea. And of course, during Kargil in 1999, when the Pakistan military chose to embark on that foolish misadventure. General Pervez Musharraf didn't inform the Air Force. He certainly didn't inform the Pakistan Navy, which is why they were horrified when they saw naval warships, just off the coast of Pakistan and, just down the coast of Karachi. And that is when they realized that the game was up. And this was not the kind of escalation that they had bargained for, and certainly this is something that General Asim Munir had not bargained for when he ordered the execution of those innocent Indian tourists, those 26 innocent lives in Pahalgam. He thought India would take it lying down. We had no option but to, accept what had been done to us in Pahalgam. But clearly, he didn't understand that a very, very big red line had been crossed. And now Pakistan is paying the consequences of that.
And look at India's multi-pronged offensive. And Geeta, I want to come to you about one, India's diplomatic offensive, and two, Pakistan's efforts, because Pakistan is quite a slimy snake, if I may, and my apologies for using this language, but that's the way Pakistanis have behaved. When we are bleeding, they call it a false flag operation. So they rub wound on our salts. But Geeta, they rub salt on our wounds. But Geeta, give me a moment. I'm now being told Asim Basti joins us from Ground Zero. And we are not giving out locations of our reporters because we don't want to compromise them. We don't want to compromise operations. At the same time, we want our viewers to be kept abreast with the latest. Asim, where you are, it's pitch dark. And this actually brings the reality of the situation
so aptly. Asim, tell us what's happening where you are, and I hope you're safe, Asim.
Well, I am in Amritsar and it's pitch dark. You can see the blackout was done as soon as the Pakistan launched its misadventure in the Jammu region. After that, the total blackout was done in various districts of Punjab, and now we are in the bordering districts of Amritsar. And this is the one reason that we're keeping the light little dim, because there are strict guidelines to keep the blackout. So in Amritsar, yesterday also we saw that how the Indian troops gunned down the Pakistani missile, and today it's pitch dark here. We went to the Atari border, the airport, and even the Rajasthansi airport, the lights are switched off. So basically the troops are keeping a very high vigil, and the way the Indian troops have answered the Pakistani misadventure, the world has seen it, and the way India has launched an attack is also an example that how if anyone who tries to do any kind of misadventure against India will be given a befitting reply. So the border areas are on a high alert. The schools have been closed in Punjab for the next 3 days. The airport of Amritsar is closed till 10th of May. The flights will not be landing, neither be taking off. So entire Amritsar and various, and plus Jalandhar, the most important things happened in Jalandhar also, where the Pakistani drones were basically neutralized, and the Deputy Commissioner from Jalandhar himself confirmed this. Pathankot also they tried, but the Pakistan failed on it. So the troops, be it the cops behind me, you can see the police also vigilant at this time on the streets, be it the BSF or the army, everybody's alert enough to ensure that the people here live safely. Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. And Sandeep, look at the overall picture right now. It's 1:25 late in the night. If we were to talk about yesterday, it was around this time that Pakistan had attempted to target multiple locations, and we are told, even as you and I speak, our armed forces are not just vigilant, their operations are underway, and the enemy, we are told, is bleeding.
Absolutely, Gaurav. It's past midnight, it's 1:30, and this is the time for the military to strike back. There's clearly what we've been seeing, the pattern that's emerged over the last 48 hours is that we have cut down our response time from days to a matter of hours, Gaurav. We saw that yesterday when Pakistan launched that foolhardy offensive targeting 15 Indian locations, military sites, air bases, military bases. They were met with a response within a matter of hours, in broad daylight. We saw the Harpy drones flying, crashing into targets across Pakistan, particularly in Pakistan's Punjab province. And this is possibly the kind of strike that we're going to see in the next couple of hours if this is how India chooses to respond to that grave provocation that Pakistan did by striking targets in Jammu a few hours ago. Gaurav.
Oh, absolutely. And Dr. Tara Kartha, one would have thought that Pakistan would get a signal, because each time Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri has spoken, has an inbuilt effort that Pakistan, we're giving you an exit clause. You did this, we've just responded a little more so that you don't do it again. Pakistan has chosen to escalate. It's almost like a drug addict who knows drugs are bad, but for the next, drug dose, he wants to inflict more pain and try and get it. I don't understand the Pakistani mind as effectively as you do, because to me, whatever General Asim Munir is doing would appear to be suicidal. It's just that he's taking his entire country down with him.
I think that drug analogy is very apt. It's absolutely, you're spot on. But having said that, the fact that you said that we've given them an exit clause each time. Look, we are standing down if you stand down. And that's been said, can't be said more clearer unless you hold up a blackboard so they can read it. So it is unusual, this one, which is, Gaurav, that is what I said on the other channel also. This series of events is so unusual that it's beginning to make me a little suspicious as to what is going on. Is somebody trying to draw you into a war which is, sort of self-defeating, expensive? Because everybody's got the Ukraine example at the back of their minds.
Yes.
Right? So I'm just being cautious here, because it's easy for me to say, yeah, everything is good, everything well done. No, that's great. Right. Our armed forces are tremendous job. But as we go forward, you have to know your enemy.
Yes.
You have to know why he's doing what he's doing, because the series of events is illogical. It's illogical even for Pakistan. So I would caution somewhere that let's look at what else is. They want you to go to war. That
Yes.
is the basic message, and that has been the message from day one. And this, like you said, begging for money, and they still want you to go to war. So there's
unless
some
they get rewarded, because another
Exactly.
adversary.
Yes.
Okay,
Exactly.
Arvind Ojha is my colleague who's also keeping an eye on the latest developments that are taking place. And Arvind, इस समय की जमीनी स्थिति की अगर बात करें, और आप लगातार अपने आप खुफिया तंत्र में भी अपने सूत्रों से बात कर रहे हैं, सरहद के उस पार पाकिस्तान में क्या चल रहा है, क्या जानकारी मिल पा रही है इस समय, जिस तरह से पाकिस्तान ने लगातार कोशिश की भारत को टारगेट करने की और पलटवार भी हुआ है? अरविंद
गौरव, देखिए 2 दिन से जो नापाक हरकत पाकिस्तान कर रहा था उसका रिजल्ट अब फाइनली इसको मिलना शुरू हो गया है। भारत ने बहुत सहनशीलता दिखाई। आपको याद होगा जब ऑपरेशन सिंदूर चलाया उसके बाद भारत ने हर मंच से ये कहा, बाकायदा ऑफिशियली अनाउंस किया कि जो पाकिस्तान में पीओके में पाकिस्तान में जो आतंकी ठिकाने हैं उनको निशाना बनाया गया, लेकिन सिर्फ आतंकी ठिकानों को निशाना बनाया गया है, रेजिडेंशियल इलाकों को और आर्मी इंस्टॉलेशन को निशाना बिल्कुल नहीं बनाया गया। उसके बाद भारत ने धैर्य बनाया, लेकिन पाकिस्तान की तरफ से 7-8 तारीख की रात को पहले एक के बाद एक 15 शहरों को निशाना बनाने की कोशिश की गई, जिसको नाकाम किया गया। आज निशाना बनाने की कोशिश की गई, उसको नाकाम किया गया, लेकिन अब भारत का धैर्य जवाब दे चुका है। अब भारत के पाकिस्तान के कई प्रमुख शहरों से धमाके की खबर आ रही है। अब यह धमाका किसकी तरफ से हो रहा है, कौन कर रहा है, ये तो कल ही पता चलेगा। लेकिन भारत, हम सिर्फ इतना, चूंकि इंडिया टुडे एक रिस्पॉन्सिबल चैनल है, हम सिर्फ इतना कहना चाहते हैं कि जो भारत है उसकी तरफ से जवाबी कार्रवाई हो रही है। और गौरव, आपसे अच्छा पाकिस्तान को कौन समझता है? जो पाकिस्तान का आर्मी चीफ है वो अपनी कुर्सी बचाने के लिए अपनी जनता को एक वॉर जैसी स्थिति में अब धकेलता जा रहा है। लगातार एस्केलेशन हो रहा है। दूसरी तरफ डर जो पाकिस्तान के प्रधानमंत्री हैं, पाकिस्तान की आर्मी चीफ है, उसको ये भी है कि जैश और लश्कर के जो आतंकी हैं वो कहीं बगावत न कर लें, क्योंकि बहावलपुर और मुरीद के में जो आतंक का बड़ा अड्डा है वो बसाया किसने, उसको फंड किसने दिया? पाकिस्तान की आर्मी ने। अब वहां पर आतंकी मारे जा रहे हैं, तो अब आतंकी खुद पाक आर्मी से पूछ रहे हैं कि आपने हमें बसाया, हम सुरक्षित नहीं है, जवाब दो। तो चारों तरफ से जो पाकिस्तान के आर्मी चीफ है वो घिर चुके हैं, पाकिस्तान के प्रधानमंत्री है वो घिर चुके हैं। 2 बार भारत के शहरों को निशाना बनाने की कोशिश की, जो पूरी तरह से भारतीय सेना ने नाकाम कर दी। अब सुनने में आ रहा है कि पाकिस्तान के अलग अलग शहरों में धमाके हो रहे हैं। गौरव,
कहां किस तरह के धमाकों की खबर आ रही है? और संदीप उन्नीथन भी हमारे साथ है, अक्षता नंद गोपाल मेरी सहयोगी, वो भी हमारी सहयोगी हमारे साथ जुड़ रही हैं, गीता मोहन भी हमारे साथ है। विस्तार से बताइए कहां किस तरह के धमाके हो रहे हैं, एंड देन वील गेट इनटू द एनालिसिस ऑफ दीज ब्लास्ट दैट आर टेकिंग प्लेस। लेकिन सबसे पहले अरविंद, धमाकों के बारे में बताइए।
देखिए, हम बहुत ऑपरेशन डिटेल तो नहीं बता सकते, लेकिन लाहौर, कराची और पेशावर, इन 3 जगहों से धमाके की खबर सामने आ रही है। अब कितना नुकसान हुआ है ये कल सुबह ही उसका असेसमेंट हो पाएगा। दूसरी जो सबसे अहम खबर है कि पहलगाम अटैक के बाद जो लगातार, मैं खुद भी आज बॉर्डर से ही आ रहा हूँ, काफ़ी वहाँ पर हैवी शेलिंग हुई थी कुपवाड़ा इलाके में, उसके अलावा और भी काफ़ी इलाकों में, लेकिन छोटे आर्म से वो सीज फायर वायलेशन हो रहा था। लेकिन बीते 2 दिन से हैवी शेलिंग के बाद आज मेरे को जानकारी मिल रही है वहां से कि बड़े हथियारों से भी सीज फायर वायलेशन पाकिस्तान ने किया है, और दुगने लेवल पे अब इंडियन आर्मी ने जवाब देना शुरू कर दिया है। क्योंकि बीते 2 दिनों से मैं ग्राउंड पर जाकर ये देखा कि भारत ने धैर्य दिखाया। भारत ने ये सोचा कि चूंकि अब उनके आतंक के अड्डे नेस्ते नाबूद हुए हैं, तो पाकिस्तान थोड़ा बहुत फड़फड़ाएगा। और इसका असेसमेंट जो दिल्ली से लेकर जम्मू कश्मीर तक किया गया था कि जब ऑपरेशन सिंदूर को अंजाम दिया जाएगा जाएगा तो पाकिस्तान क्या रिएक्ट करेगा, और उसकी पूरी तैयारी थी। इस वजह से पाकिस्तान ने जो रिएक्ट किया बैक टू बैक 2 बार, उसको नाकाम किया गया। लेकिन अब इंडिया रिएक्ट कर रहा है, इंडियन आर्मी रिएक्ट कर रही है। अब कल सुबह तक ये असेसमेंट लगा पाएंगे कि कितना नुकसान हुआ है। जी
बिल्कुल, क्योंकि दिन के उजाले में सारी तस्वीरें साफ होती है। रहिए मेरे साथ संदीप। दिस वेयर वेरी वेरी क्लियरली perhaps is the strongest possible response so far to Pakistan's state-sponsored radical Islamist terror.
Absolutely, Gaurav. Like I was saying earlier, a red line has been crossed by Pakistan in Pahalgam when they massacred those 26 Indian tourists, 25 Indian tourists and 1 Nepalese national. And today, what we are seeing in the last 48 hours is the unprecedented retaliation that India has unleashed on Pakistan for 25 years of state-sponsored terrorism, Gaurav. This was not a one-off. It was not just about Pahalgam. It was not just about Pulwama. It was about all of the targets that the Pakistan deep state, the Pakistan army has attacked, from Mumbai to Delhi to Jaipur, Gujarat, Uttar Pradesh, Ayodhya, all across the country. This is retribution for all of those terror attacks.
What
and
a significant point you made.
This is aversion therapy, Gaurav. The problem, as you mentioned earlier, the Pakistan army is addicted to the use of terrorism. It is addicted to the use of terrorism as an instrument of state policy. I see all of this that we are doing in the last 48 hours as de-addiction. We are trying to tell them that get off this addiction to terrorism as an instrument of state policy. It is not.
If you were to look at Sandeep, before I bring Akshita into this conversation, if you were to think like Asim Munir, he's been hit on all sides. If he's lost an F-16, if he's lost 2 JF-17s, if he's lost an AWACS, if Karachi is in the line of fire, if Balochistan is burning, if Khyber Pakhtunkhwa there's an attack, all of this put together, would he now back off, or would he even now want to escalate further?
Well, Gaurav, clearly Asim Munir has bitten off more than he can chew. He's been painted into a corner, and all of that is his own doing. If he had not begun this path that he set out on the 16th of April, Gaurav, you remember that speech where he gave, where he said that two-nation theory and the Hindu-Muslim and the hard state that he wanted to convert Pakistan into, this is all Asim Munir is doing. 6 days later, that massacre in Pahalgam, and today, in the last 48 hours, we have seen unimaginable retribution from the state of India onto Asim Munir and the Pakistan army in a way that Pakistan possibly did not anticipate, did not war game, did not expect. And today they're paying the price for not having anticipated this level of escalation, Gaurav.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely, Sandeep.
And Gaurav, Sandeep, we've got breaking news that's coming in. More details really of the counter-strike on Pakistan currently, with India targeting Lahore. Our Navy reports suggest have also attacked Karachi and this is right after Pakistan attempted to rain missiles and drones on India. We understand that now the counter-strikes are underway, details of which is still trickling in. We are only going by verified reports that's coming in on the manner, the nature of the strike, the counter by India. But what we can tell you is that Lahore has been targeted. We understand that the Navy has also been pressed in here, attacking Karachi. Rajnath Singh, the Defence Minister, will be meeting with the Chief of Defence Staff as well as the 3 service chiefs later today. There's a possibility of a briefing in the morning on the developments that have happened through the night, and there have been a whole lot of those. The Ministry of Defence has already issued a detailed statement on the strikes or the attempted strikes rather, by Pakistan when they fired and essentially sent across a barrage of missiles and drones, all of which, by the way, was repelled, was thwarted. It did lead to a bit of a scare for locals who live along the border areas, but they had absolutely nothing to be afraid of. As the Ministry of Defence said, this whole exercise of Pakistan's lasted essentially for just about 35 minutes. And then all of their attacks, their drones, missiles were repelled, leading to now a counter-strike by India. Now, the details that are emerging